Chapter 1. The Alley. Though summer had not yet come to an end, the Wyoming sun hung low in the sky early that night. From her bedroom window on the third floor, Emma stared longingly for one last trip back to Houston. It had been nearly 10 years since the family moved permanently from Texas, and still Tylersville failed to feel like her true home. The air was too dry, the winters were brutal, and despite all the luxuries of her life up north, there felt increasingly like less and less to do each year she spent here. Back in Houston there was plenty. Their former house, which now served as a summer vacation home, was just a few miles from the zoo. The ocean was only an hour's drive on a normal day. Above all, Emma longed for just one more day sitting inside the open-roofed ballpark, one last reminder of an escape from the reality that enclosed her upcoming freshman year. It didn't matter that the Astros were once again terrible. Not even a switch to the American League last season had helped their chances of making an unlikely postseason run. The Texans would offer no escape either, and though she cared very little for soccer, even an afternoon in the orange seats of the Dynamo gave her some picture of a better life than this. Emma laughed out loud to herself, realizing how pathetic these ideas seemed. Houston was a different world. Who cared about baseball now when she was so very likely to die? Her life was contracted to this place, bound to it just like her parents had been and still were, and if someday, by some God-forsaken miracle, she decided to have children of her own, their lives too would be contracted. She tried to remind herself that freshman squads rarely saw active combat, but she still had 4 years of service to this place before she was eligible to opt out. 4 years. Just get through high school, she thought aloud. Just 4 years, and then head back to Houston. You can go to Rice, and then what? That had been her plan for as long as she could remember. But as time accelerated and she finally stared down the barrel of her next 4 years, an additional 4 years of school looked like a second lifetime away. And what would she do next? History and sports were the only things that made her happy. Barely 5 feet tall, an athlete she could never be, and the only option she could think of with a degree in history was teaching. She hated kids. Her mother had a gift that she certainly did not. Emma was good with people, great even, but the life of a politician was not one she would ever want. Her father had been through it all, and at the top of the Tylersville chain of command, his hair grew grayer and grayer with every passing year. His temper so short, Emma feared even approaching him for help with homework. It had been enough to drive her brother away last year. She considered following in Riley's footsteps and transferring as a freshman too, but already afraid enough of the upcoming change, decided against it. After all, her friends were still here. And it was Margot's voice that snapped her out of reflection. With one last look at the large backyard, she stuffed the last of her belongings in a third suitcase and dragged it down the stairs to meet the others. Echoing throughout the house, her mother and best friend were once again arguing about the latter's choice of outfit. "What's the big deal?" Margot was retorting in a loud but respectful voice. "Andrew's friends dress like this all the time." Turning the corner on the final stair, Emma saw Margot towering over her mother, wearing a white tank top that was nearly transparent, and a pair of tight-fitting biker shorts that hardly held what was supposed to be inside. "Maybe in their bedrooms," her mother sighed. "But you are 15, young lady, and if I've told you once, I've told you a billion times. You are not living under my roof dressed like a quick and easy corner pickup." Margot cracked a sly smile. "But I'm not living under your roof anymore, am I?" she said, gesturing to her pile of bags on the kitchen floor. "Don't get smart with me, lady." Emma's mother was a squat woman, no taller than Emma herself, with dark red Cuban hair and a fiery attitude to match, that when opposed with Margot, who stood nearly a foot taller, they appeared equal competition. Emma's socked foot hit the bottom stair, trying to remain as silently as possible, but both women turned immediately in her direction. A look of relief came over her mother's twisted face. "See? Why can't you dress like Emma?" The thinnest of hoodies adorned Emma's shoulders. What little curves she had to show were hidden under a purple pair of loose shorts. Even then she worried her mother would scold her for how much of her thighs were showing. Margot huffed. "Emma's not trying to impress anyone." "And you are?" Margot did not answer. Emma knew she had been developing feelings for their friend Jordan, accelerated by the fact that he and his brother Johnny had been sorted into their squad, which meant that for the next year at least the 4 of them would be living together. Margot looked at Emma for help in the argument, but finding none, aggressively ripped open one of her suitcases and pulled out a white t-shirt and a pair of longer athletic shorts. "Thank you," Emma's mother called as Margot stormed off to the kitchen bathroom. She turned to Emma and threw out an arm for a hug. "I've given that girl the kindest 5 years of her life," she said, shaking her head and sighing protectively. "You look out for her, dear." "As much as I can," Emma claimed. Margot was hard to control, but she supposed if anyone could try, it would have to be her. "How are you doing?" her mother asked, certainly seeing worry behind the facade Emma could build. "Nervous," she said plainly. Her mother's hug turned into a calm rub on the shoulder. "Don't be," her mother rewarded. "You and your father have practiced enough. There should be no worry about your abilities. Margot's the only one who knows." "Does Xander know?" Her mother shook her head. "I can't imagine he does. Your father made sure the official record shows otherwise, so unless someone behind the scenes knows and spilled it to someone as insignificant as Clark Xander, I doubt anybody beyond this house has any clue." Emma breathed a nervous sigh of relief, then looked around at the empty house. "Is Daddy going to make it back before we leave?" Her mother snorted despairingly. "I don't think so, hon. He's at conference call with the Polish PM and the heads of the First 10. Something about an election situation there. He said he'd try and catch up with you before class on Monday if you keep your weekend free. Maybe church on Sunday?" Emma sighed. She had expected this answer. Very rarely did her father put anything before his job. Before she could linger on her father much longer, the bathroom door opened, and Margot emerged in a far more appropriate outfit. Her eyes already rolled halfway to the back of her head. She threw a lazy thumb up for approval from Emma's mother. "You look beautiful, dear," Mrs. Guerin approved cautiously. A knock on the front door meant it was finally time to go. A pair of suited men from the embassy came to help with their bags and stacked them in the back of a black Escalade waiting in front of the house. Walking them out to the front step, Mrs. Guerin gave Margot a tight hug before turning to Emma and giving her a kiss on the forehead. "I'll tell you the same thing I told your brothers," her mother began. "You can always come home if you need to." Emma faked a smile. "And Riley's never coming home," she thought to herself. Her mother failed to stop a tear from leaving either eye as the last of her nest emptied, though it wasn't until they were halfway down the street that Emma allowed herself a brief sniffle too. Margot looked at her disapprovingly from across the middle seat. "Come on," she said, her French accent popping out for the subtlest moment. "At least allow yourself to have fun tonight." The Escalade continued past the large houses in the neighborhood, most of which were also inhabited by high-ranking government officials. The large blue tower where her father was stationed loomed like a storm cloud as they broke onto a main street and headed west toward downtown. The original heart of Tylersville could easily confuse one for the entrance to Disney World. A coherent mix of colonial and heartland Americana, the town's main street was supposed to reflect the essence of the United States. Though she had never visited any of the other cities, her brother had told her all the others were designed to reflect the same. The British headquarters sat in an enormous medieval castle on an island in Scotland, and apparently the city in Norway made Riley feel like he had died and ascended to Valhalla. The stories she had heard about the others made Emma feel like Tylersville was even less than it was. Surely the embassy could do better than what they had now. The rest of the town's public buildings were on a 10-year renovation and modernization schedule, and yet the heart of the town was always refurbished to the same decor of Eisenhower chic. Just beyond the town square, a large glass front served as the main entrance to the shopping center. The Escalade pulled up inside the small loading area, along with less than a dozen other cars, the hundreds of other freshmen clearly choosing to walk or take the monorail. The two girls exited, with Emma turning to the passenger side window, just as the man in front rolled it down to meet her. "Are you sure you don't want us to take our bags?" she asked, almost feeling naked without her belongings. "Don't worry, ma'am," the man said monotonously. "We'll take care of it all. You enjoy your evening." "Thanks," she stuttered as the window lifted and the large black vehicle drove away. "Come on," Margot said, grabbing her hand and pulling her through the doors with a crowd of others. Beyond the doors, a massive atrium fell into a square base below them. Entering from the building's third level, they were surrounded on all sides by 4 floors of shops and stalls, most beginning to shut down for the evening ahead of a busy weekend. On the floor below, a maze of flower beds, hedges, and fountains now stood filled like an ant farm with the dots of congregating students. The usual food court had been cleared on the far end, with the tables now ringing around the outside with signs attached to their fronts, though from far away Emma could not make out their text. The two girls followed the flow of traffic down the nearby escalators before spilling out onto the ground floor. Now closer to the signs, Emma saw each table labeled with a series of 4 numbers, obviously referring to the different squads. Their squad number was 3006, and after a brief scan of the horseshoe of tables, Margot spotted their table in the back left corner of the floor. Clark Xander was standing behind it, reading through a large packet of forms in a folder labeled with the same number. Beside him was a girl halfway between the height of Emma and Margot, with bushy brown hair and outfitted from head to toe in black, including her heavy eyeliner and a series of bands on either wrist. Her caramel skin was darker than even Emma's, though hers looked more genetic than tanned. Xander spotted the girls approaching and gave them each a brief side hug when they approached the table. "Girls, welcome!" he smiled. "This is Liz." He gestured to the girl, who was only now looking up anxiously from her phone. "Liz, this is—" he began. "Well, I might as well let you two do the honors." Emma stuck out her hand. Margot did the same. "Emma Guerin. Margot Driel." Liz stuck out her own hand cautiously. "Liz Granhook," she said before staring at Margot, caught up on the pronunciation of her last name. Almost comforted by her realization, she breathed, "You're not American." "Neither are you," Margot addressed before explaining herself. "Laval, Quebec, that's in Canada, but I've been here for 5 years." Seeing the inquisitive look on Liz's face, Margot added, "It's a long story." "You're from England," Emma stated plainly. Cambridge, yeah," Liz stuttered. "But you're still a freshman." "That's what you lot call it, yeah," she replied. Emma looked at Margot, knowing they'd both wondered her following question. "So why'd you transfer?" Liz looked taken aback by the question, staring at her feet before catching a breath to explain. "It's a long story," she repeated, with a look at Xander that told Emma she wanted to explain herself even less than Margot did. Luckily, Xander's head popped up again to alleviate this sudden tension. "Boys!" he shouted. The girls turned to join his attention. Johnny and Jordan were making their way through the conglomeration of bodies at the edge of the nearest fountain. The focus of Margot's attention was the taller of the two. Dressed in a gray t-shirt and tan shorts, Jordan stood at a threatening height well above 6 feet. Thin and sinewy with short blonde hair that was peppered with flakes of brown and black, a look he had always sported and claimed it was the result of a genetic disorder. Even more striking than his height and hair, however, was his left eye. The result of an accident in his youth, a long webbed scar stemmed from a half-closed but completely blind eyeball. The other eye, operational despite its appearance, was a striking transparent gray. His brother walked beside him, much less imposing. Though he held himself with a bold posture and had a more muscular build, Johnny was shorter than Margot, and standing next to the far taller Jordan, he was almost invisible. His hair, still short though longer than his brother, was a darker blonde, almost red in color. His face was spotted with such insignificant freckles you could only really see them up close. The pair approached the group and shook hands with Xander, awkwardly looking at the girls and deeming their normal conversation inappropriate beside the two outsiders. They introduced themselves to Liz, who retorted the same, Johnny quick to hop on her accent. "Margot's foreign too," Jordan jabbed, before getting the hint from all three girls that this was already trodden territory. "Where's the other guy?" Johnny questioned Xander, alluding to their missing sixth and final squad mate. "He should be here any minute," Xander asserted. "Kenton, right?" Emma asked aloud, knowing the answer already. Since their rosters and schedules had been released that Monday, she did as much research on the others as she could. Xander nodded. Though not saying any more, Emma deduced that he, like the rest of them, had yet to meet the other boy. Liz was already back on her phone, stepping aside from the rest of them, while Xander went back to his folder, perhaps making sure they were still expecting another member. "We met him, I think," Jordan said. "In the big house. He's been staying there for the last month with a handful of outsiders." "What's he like?" Emma questioned, curious of the dynamic of the new group. With the way Liz was avoiding them, it seemed easy for them to continue their usual foursome without interference. "Couldn't tell," said Jordan. "He came in blind, though, completely blind, like his mom sprung it on him around Christmas last year. Had never even heard of the place before arriving, so expect a ton of questions." "His parents didn't come with?" Margot replied curiously. "I don't know if he has any. Guessing something's off if he's been living at the big house." The organization had no better word for non-residents than outsiders. It was typical of 2 of every 3 residents to leave the city after their service period, some having kids with non-members, though it was always the requirement for these kids to serve their own period by the time they hit high school. Most parents were smart enough to move back to Tylersville well in advance of this, to give a sort of grace period, to adjust to the city and the society within the organization. But some people, as was apparently the case for this new boy, came in at the last possible moment. For years, Emma had tried to imagine how surprising that must be. Her speculation was cut short by a soft voice interrupting their bubble. "Hi," the voice said. "This is 3006, right?" Emma turned around to find a boy dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans, taller than Margot but still in the shadow of Jordan, next to whom he was now stood. She tried very hard to think of him beyond an Italian stereotype, though with his olive skin and hooked nose, he certainly fit the picture. His shiny dark brown hair was parted down the middle and tucked neatly behind his ears. A leather-strapped watch sat alone on his left wrist. His head was tucked forward in an unconfident posture. He closed his mouth and twitched it up on one side to offer a confused smile. "Don't say it like that," Jordan sighed disapprovingly. "Don't make it sound cooler than it is. We're not spies." "Yeah, we could be," pondered Johnny. "Any leads on missions yet?" "A few, potentially," said Xander. "But let's get inside before I spill anything, now that we're all here. Why don't you introduce yourselves?" "Kent Delvecchio." The boy offered his hand limply to the boys first. "Jordan Delarue. Johnny Sparks." "Come on," Kent hesitated. "Sparks? That sounds like you made it up." "Jonathan Franklin Sparks," Johnny defended. "Born and raised." He turned next to Liz, and for the 3rd time they repeated the routine surrounding her accent. He shook Xander's hand and then finally moved to the girls, turning slightly red as boys often did when face to face with Margot, then lastly to Emma. Introductions aside, they followed Xander to the opposite wall of the mall, through which was the entrance to the city's bowling alley. 100 lanes spread out in a fan from the center, the lights dark except below the luminescent lanes, the music blaring loud enough for them to raise their voices once inside. Outfitted with shoes and balls, the seven found themselves stationed near the middle of the pack, and despite disinterest from Liz, Xander entered all their names, excluding himself, into the system to play a single game. He then passed around a menu and jotted their orders into a note on his phone before leaving them to their own devices and serving as the squad's waiter. With Liz using the shortened form of her name, Emma was alphabetically first in their order, and not wanting to start on a negative impression, took a deep breath and drilled the right of the front pin to begin on a perfect strike. The group behind her applauded casually, though Kent gave a little extra emphasis as though trying to stand out. She casually bowed and took a seat at the table with the rest of them, while Johnny stood up to go next. "Your last name's Guerin?" Kent stared enthusiastically as Emma worked herself comfortable in the plastic chair. "Yes, sir," she replied, looking up at the board to make sure it entered her shot correctly. "The mayor guy," Kent continued. "His last name's Guerin. I'm guessing you're related." Jordan shot the boy a contemptuous look. If by mayor guy you mean the prime minister, then yeah," Emma answered. "He's my dad." "Why don't you just call him the president?" "Because of all the ministers, he's the primary one," Jordan interjected before standing up to take his turn. Johnny had split his 2 throws in half for a spare. "It's not a democracy, it's a corporate oligarchy," Emma explained. "Each department has an internally elected minister, and the set of ministers vote amongst themselves for a regional leader. That becomes the PM. Kent seemed to follow, though Emma worried her answer had sparked more questions. She had never met an outsider so green to the program he couldn't ask his parents. "So which department was your dad in before?" the boy asked in turn. "Well, he was deputy PM when I was born," she explained. "You're eligible for the ticket as second in command. It's like vice president, so he never actually served as the head of the ministry, but prior to that he was in foreign affairs." Jordan missed the final pin on an 8-ball spare and returned to sit next to Margot. He gestured to Kent that it was now his turn. Nervously walking to the rack, it was evident that he had not frequented bowling alleys prior to his arrival in Tylersville. His first shot managed to find a pair of pins on the very far left, while the second careened well wide into the right gutter. He spun around slowly, apparently looking for some kind of approval or comfort from the rest of them, which Emma found Margot providing. "We're not judging you on your bowling skills," she voiced. "I am." Jordan shrugged malevolently, receiving a nudge in the ribs from Margot as a result. Kent turned slightly red in the face and sat back down at the table. "You're up," Jordan continued, nudging Liz, who was again focused on her phone. No thanks," she replied blankly, her eyes barely lifting. The remaining 5 of them stared around at one another before Emma urged her again. "The rest of us are bowling," she said as calmly and firmly as she could mix. "You should too." "I don't want to," Liz answered again, returning desperately to the safety of her screen. "Yeah, well, I don't want to spend half of high school training for missions, but here we are," Jordan bullied, garnering short laughs from Johnny and Margot. "Come on." Realizing Jordan was going to stand up and drag her over to the lane, Liz simply stood up in a huff, stepped back so she had a clear line toward the pins, and thrust her right wrist forward. A purple ball of energy ripped from the base of her hand and hurtled down the lane far faster than a bowling ball. Dissipating on impact, it struck the front pin with such force the entire set of 10 bounced off the back wall before falling onto the conveyor. A single pin bounced back into the lane and spun like a bottle. With another flick of her wrist, Liz sent this to the conveyor with a smaller ball of light. Several lanes in either direction stopped dead in response. Finally, Sidney Salzer broke the silence with a loud cheer from 3 lanes to their left. The nearby tables erupting in approval, Liz turned back to the squad and pulled the same sarcastic bow as Emma had before. She sat back down and, instead of returning to her phone, waited for a response from the rest of them. Jordan blinked loudly. "Holy shit," he breathed, clearly taken aback. Johnny shot him a look for swearing. Kent was nearly jumping out of his seat. "Is that your radiation effect?" he shouted eagerly. Liz laughed. For the first time, Emma saw more than her crooked front teeth. "If it's not, I'd hate to know what is." Margot stood up to take her turn. Before she took a step, Kent stopped her. "What's yours?" he asked. Emma knew exactly what Margot was about to do. A trick she had shown off 100 times before, Margot held up both of her hands to the group, backs toward them. Kent seemed to only now realize that the silver tips of her fingers were not, in fact, covered in polish, but that her very nails were metallic, and they slowly began to grow outwards until each was nearly 2 inches long. Kent caught his breath. "Jesus," he whispered. At the same time, Emma and Johnny said, "Don't say that." Kent perked up, confused by their tandem speech. What? Don't say Jesus, Johnny reiterated before Emma could join him. Kent seemed taken aback by the concept. He looked at Emma, who glared the same as Johnny and Jordan. Wait, Kent cycled. So he can say holy shit, but I can't say Jesus. I prefer you say neither, Johnny stated. Both of you. Kent was shocked into silence. Emma wasn't sure he expected Johnny to speak against him like this. Jordan gave his brother a tilted shrug and apology. Struggling to find a response, Kent was only able to say, What's yours? Johnny's attitude flipped on a dime. My what? He said. My effect? Kent nodded. Johnny took a conceited breath. Kenton Vincenzo Del Vecchio, he began imposingly. Born August 15th, 1999 in Brooklyn, New York, to Elanio Del Vecchio and Dalton Hawk. Physically based radiation effect. Has the ability to run speeds 2 to 3 times faster than normal for body size and shape. Mother graduated from Truman High in 1994. Immediate opt-out. Maternal grandparents deceased. Limited contact with paternal relations. No siblings connected to the International Radiation Effect Association. Last known address, 816 55th Street, Brooklyn, New York. Johnny stared at Kent, who seemed taken aback at the information just relayed to the group. He stuttered for a moment, trying to find a response. His face grew red, finally voicing, Are you trying to intimidate? But Johnny interrupted him. Those who knew Johnny were aware of exactly what he was doing. Completely ignoring Kent, he turned his attention to Emma, who waited, prepared for her own immediate details to be read aloud. Emma Lynn Guerin, born May 20th, 2000 in Houston, Texas, to Bill and Wendy Guerin, physically based radiation effect, has the ability to hit a target of any type with near-perfect accuracy. Father graduated from Truman High in 1985. Mother is not a member of the International Radiation Effect Association. 2 older brothers. Eldest, biological, Andrew Joshua Guerin, currently a senior at Truman High. Second elder, adopted, Riley Emmanuel Guerin, currently a sophomore stationed in Monteverdi, Italy. Johnny paused and turned his attention to Liz, who held up a hand to stop him. Having seemingly caught on to Johnny's demonstration, she calmly requested, Please don't do me. Johnny held his breath and turned contently back to Kent, who still didn't seem to understand what Johnny was doing. So you've memorized our basic info, he scowled. So what? Jordan rolled his eyes. Catch up, speedster, he teased. That's what he does, he memorizes things. Kent's brow furrowed, trying to understand. What, like everything? Everything, the 4 locals said in unison. Since when? Kent questioned in disbelief. When was the seizure, John? Jordan directed. April 10th, 2012, Johnny repeated in kind. Kent looked eager to keep asking questions, but Xander finally returned to the table with a tray filled with smaller red fast food baskets. Despite the 6 of them holding up their hands when he passed out the meals, he kept checking his notes to make sure they were handed to the correct recipients. So, he sighed, joining them at the end of the table. What'd I miss? Kent was first to acknowledge their showcase, to which he added, What's yours? Toward Xander. Me? Xander laughed, taken by slight surprise. Mine's long gone. Again, Kent was confused by the answer, and again Jordan rolled his eyes before responding. You really expect these to last forever, he said. When did you get yours, 12? 13? Kent stuttered. I think I was 11 when I discovered it. Xander took a long drag from his straw to wash down the series of fries in his mouth. 10 years, on average, he choked. You'll get the rare case where it lasts your entire life, but those are almost always mentally based, like Johnny's. Come to think of it, I can't think of a single case otherwise that lasted more than 20. A few dozen times, an effect hasn't shown up until way later in life, when the service period has long since elapsed. Emma shuddered at the thought of her effect creeping up in her 40s. Almost always, though, if it doesn't develop by the time you hit high school, it never shows up at all, he continued. Margot shot Emma a brief glance before quickly turning back to Xander. What do you guys call them in England? He turned, asking Liz. Jumpers, she stated. Me mama's one. Here we typically refer to them as skips, Xander kept on. Still have the same privileges with the company, especially later in life. Everyone is mostly on equal standing once the powers disappear, even non-members, but I certainly don't envy skips during their service years. Kent looked around, realizing he was the only one in the group unaware of this. So, do they still get sorted into squads? Xander had just stuffed his mouth full of fries again. Absolutely, he muffled, quickly washing down the food. Anyone can hold a gun, anyone can be a field medic, anyone can learn a second language. Certain things don't come nearly as easy, but it's still part of the genetic contract. They're still carriers of the effect gene, and 2 skips have never been reported in back-to-back generations. Kent nodded. That's why they're called skips. Exactly, Xander affirmed. You learn all of this in your science and history classes. But Kent looked around at the rest of them with a jealous, almost embarrassed look, acutely aware of how out of place he sat amongst the squad as the sole outsider. Realizing it was her turn and had been for several minutes, Emma stood up and took her turn, another strike. Kent looked ready to ask another question, and saving him from the embarrassment, answered first. "That's my demonstration," she said smugly. Johnny stood up to go next. "Show us yours," Jordan said, and Emma realized he had placed his arm around Margot's shoulder. She was blushing. Kent stuttered. Emma realized his discomfort and grabbed her phone off the table while no one was looking. Kent began, looking around the alley. "You already read my bio. There's not a ton of space in here to show you. Tell him to back off," Emma texted Margot, sensing Kent's growing shyness in front of Jordan. Margot's phone buzzed on the table. She showed it quickly to Jordan, who gave Emma the same apologetic smile he gave Johnny before. "Fair enough," Jordan conceded. "Tomorrow in gym, let's see it." Kent seemed to think this was a fair deal. "All right," he said comfortably. "How about you?" Without skipping a beat, prepared beyond any of them, Jordan closed his eyes. "The squad behind me is missing 2 members," he began. "One is in the bathroom, one left to the courtyard to make a phone call. The boy in the opposite middle seat just stood up to take his turn. He just picked up a ball. He just set it back down. It was the wrong weight. The last person's ball is going to pop out from the floor in 3, 2, 1. The rest of them watched as every single one of Jordan's narrations happened in real time. When the ball popped out at his exact count, he opened his eyes again and smiled confidently at Kent. "I can't see with this," he said, pointing at his dead eye, then holding up his hands. "So I see with these." With the final demonstration complete, Kent held his tongue for the remainder of their game. Though the others came nowhere close to Emma's perfect game, there was a steady competition for second between Johnny and Margot, and even Liz seemed to be enjoying herself after joining the game despite being well behind Kent and dead last. Nearing the 9th frame, Johnny once again brought up the question of missions. "The council seems really impressed with all of you," Xander explained. "Together, specifically, they think your effects complement each other nicely, and they're eager to see how well you mesh in the first few weeks of training. Bar any setbacks, they're tempted to throw something difficult your way early on in the school year." Emma's stomach churned. The burger she had finished 4 frames ago was threatening its way back up. "What, like combat?" Margot asked for her. "Nothing suicidal," Xander claimed. "High success simulation so far, but definitely looking to push you as freshmen. You guys should be proud of your skill sets. It's been a long time since a squad as young as you were was being projected this highly in the eyes of the council." Emma's eyes connected with Liz, who looked as white as she felt. "You're not talking firefights," Jordan voiced. "I'm not talking firefights," Xander relayed. "It's a long way off, and it's far from certain, but there's potential we head into an active war zone before the end of the school year." Emma threw up in her mouth. The lights illuminating the lane floors pierced through her closed eyelids as her head began to spin. "My father promised this wouldn't happen," she thought hard to herself. "He promised. Something must have been mishandled at the embassy." She tried hard to convince herself that Xander hadn't really just said what she thought he had, but his voice kept repeating the phrase active war zone between her ears. She could feel herself swaying, and suddenly switched her focus to trying not to pass out at the idea. The loud music from the speakers above the table were booming, and the words quickly turned to ringing. The light in her eyes was turning white, engulfing everything. Her face felt hot. Her hands felt limp at her side. Suddenly, she felt something tight grip her right hand. "It'll be all right," a voice whispered in her ear. "He said potential, it's not for sure." The senses rushed back to Emma's head. It was Johnny, who she realized was holding her hand firmly in his own. She looked around mortified, hoping the others hadn't seen her nearly pass out in front of them, and to her relief, the attention was instead on Liz, who was having a panic attack of her own, with Xander convincing her that per the terms of some deal with the embassy in Britain, she specifically would be the last to see direct combat. Missing the initial context, Emma was somewhat relieved to hear that someone else in the group was being granted special privileges. If her biggest fear during the service years was staring death in the face, her second biggest fear was receiving special treatment on behalf of her father. "Somewhere in the middle," she prayed silently. "Why can't we just dig wells in Africa?" Her brother Riley had hit the jackpot in terms of easy work for the company. Alongside his girlfriend, they had transferred from Australia to Italy in July, and were set to spend at least the entire semester doing nothing but studying affected DNA as their missions work. From the sound of Xander's eagerness to start training, their squad would have it a bit more difficult. Hardly paying attention, the terms Middle East, Southeast Asia, and South America were being tossed around between the others still listening, and only then did Emma realize her hand was still interlocked with Johnny's. She looked at him, and realizing it himself, he pulled away quickly. Emma hoped Margot hadn't seen. She'd never let her live it down if she had. When her turn came around for the final time, Emma realized she was shaking too hard to complete the perfect game. Leaving the others in shocked surprise, she threw the 13th ball directly into the gutter, turned around to stunned faces, and shrugged. "Too easy," she said, returning to the table where Kent's mouth remained dropped in disbelief. The final score was still far from close. Among the last to leave the previously crowded alley despite their single game, the 7 filled out of the deserted shopping center as the sun was just dropping below the butte-filled horizon. A few other squads joined them in an otherwise empty train car. A single stop later, the monorail pulled into the station halfway between the school and the residential center. Over 20 stories high and built from striking white stone, the residential center was the base of operations for the 1,000-plus students of Truman High. Emma had only been once before to visit her brother Andrew on the occasion of his 15th birthday. As the squad common areas were exclusive to squad members, with supposedly zero exception, she had never seen the inside rooms, though the catalog from which she had picked her private decor gave her a good enough idea. Through the rotating front door, their ears were met by the shouts and screams of 100 high schoolers, shoving and splashing in the large swimming pool that served as the building's community floor. Surrounded on all sides like the shopping center by a large atrium, the dozens of floors above them were ringed by open hallways and windows. Xander led them to the nearest set of elevators and passed out key cards before pressing the number 15. Arriving there, the sounds of the pool now echoed around them from far below. An open walkway circled the open atrium on all sides. On the wall opposite, a series of frosted glass doors counted upward from 3,000. They followed Xander to the 7th door, boldly labeled with their squad number. He held up his own keycard to the white reader near the right side handle. The pad flashed green, and the manual clicking sound of an unlocking door was followed by Xander opening the door and letting them inside. Just beyond a small entry corner, their new home spread out before them in the form of a large single room, split nearly down the middle by 2 different floors. On the far side, a carpeted gray living room was headlined by a large flat-screen TV mounted between a set of vertical speakers. Sitting below atop a set of black wooden cabinets was Jordan's Xbox. On the near wall, a small series of asymmetrical shelves held empty picture frames, presumably to hold future memories of the 6 of them, which had yet to be made. All of this was circled by 2 black leather chairs and a matching 3-person couch, which fit snugly in the space around a glass coffee table. In the nearer half, the floor was a fake vinyl wood. The same black wooden cabinets also adorned this side, though in the form of a small kitchen, topped by white countertops. A large sink sat in one corner of a detached island, which was surrounded by matching black bar stools. Beyond this room, an open hallway played host to 4 doors, matched in sets of 2s like a hotel. To the hallway's far left, tucking behind the kitchen and above the doorway, a staircase led to a small landing, half the size of the common area below, hosting 2 large sitting chairs outside the remaining 2 bedrooms. Each room was labeled, and as their belongings had been delivered by embassy staff rather than themselves, Emma and Margot were apparently the only ones who had not yet seen their own rooms. Eager to do so, and with nothing pressing on the schedule for the rest of the night, Xander handed out large packets which appeared to match his own folder, told them to expect him in the morning for an 11 o'clock meeting, and wished them all good night. Almost immediately, Liz disappeared up the stairs. Kent, who still appeared to have a million questions, peered around the kitchen before checking the fully stocked fridge. He was amazed to find a blank list on its side, which Margot explained was for them to fill out any time they ran out of certain things on their grocery list, to then be filled and restocked by building staff along with things like laundry. Amused by Kent's amazement, Emma reclused herself to her bedroom, eager to see how closely it matched the catalog. The final door on the right, just next to Margot's, she opened the locked door with her same keycard and found the room painted a calm crimson, just as she had requested. The light brown drawers were as close as she could possibly get to matching her bedroom in Houston, and even the bathroom tiling was the same white and teal stoning she had written down on the form. To her horror, she found her bags already unpacked, and realized that one of the men from the embassy must have gone through and placed her refolded underwear in the drawers. With a bit of relief, she found them in a drawer different from where they sat at the palace, and she suddenly felt less like a lab rat. Even security cameras were outlawed in the city outside of testing facilities, and yet for the last month, increasingly today, Emma had felt the subject of a massive experiment. And yet her underwear in the wrong drawer gave her some sense of peace. 10 minutes later, her clothes resorted to the correct places, she finished off the last of her personal decorations with the large flag of Texas she had taken from their flagpole in Houston, flipped it vertically, and hung it center over her bed. She smiled in finality, though her moment of admiration was interrupted by a knock at the door. It was Johnny. "Hey," she said, inviting him in. Kent was still outside in the kitchen. She shut the door behind them. "How are you?" he asked, his eyes moving to the framed picture of her and Riley sitting atop the set of drawers. "Fine, I think," she lied. Despite looking away from her, Johnny seemed to sense her dishonesty. "I'm terrified," he admitted. "We all are." "Yeah," she found herself saying, before keeping her mouth from continuing. "At least you have an advantage." "Jordan, too," he said. "Swagger and all, he cried himself to sleep last night." Emma laughed aloud. He did not cry himself to sleep last night. He got pretty close. Johnny smiled before his face soured. He's probably thinking about his mom more than anything. Emma gloomed with him. Any word? Nothing, he sighed. Last sight of the caravan was 4 weeks ago. Emma's heart pulled. Shoot, I'm sorry, John. What are you going to do? He said sullenly. Mine are already dead. I know how to deal with it. She still raised you, Emma tried to comfort. Yeah, he chuckled unconvincingly. And what's one more? Stop it, she growled. Don't ever say that. He looked back at her pictures to the one featuring her mother and Margot. Does Margot ever miss hers? He asked. Emma paused. I'm sure she does, she admitted. But her situation is a lot different. I suppose, Johnny agreed, turning back to face her. They all made it through. Why can't we? Emma smiled. It was exactly what she needed to hear. You know my dad never lost a single squad mate in his entire 4? Johnny grinned in return. He was in the trenches too, wasn't he? He recalled. If this was the military, he'd qualify for about 15 Purple Hearts, she claimed. No one was ever even hit. Johnny's smile grew wider. So why not us, eh? Emma felt tears coming to her eyes. The night she had been dreaded for over a year was finally here. Why not us? She repeated. Johnny stuck out his fist for her to knock it. No, she declined, putting her arms around his middle and hugging her friend as tightly as she could. Thank you for earlier. I needed that. She pulled away and smiled up at him. That's what I'm here for, he said. He walked to the door and turned the handle. Night, Emma. She grinned. Night, John. He walked through the frosted door beyond which she could see nor hear a thing, and as soon as the door closed, Emma felt all the light in the world leave her once again, the sense of impending dread creeping toward her from all corners of her new bedroom. 4 years. She tried to convince herself. It's just 4 years. Shutting off the light and crawling into bed, she found herself facing the same worrying truth that had plagued her nightmares for weeks. Despite the squad, despite her family, despite Jordan, Margot, and even Johnny, in this new environment, Emma Guerin was now completely and utterly alone. Chapter 2. The Pond. Having spent the last month alone, shut away in what equated to the Tylersville version of a halfway house, and surrounded by few other newcomers, most of whom were just odd enough for him to avoid, Kent had been looking forward to his first weekend with his new roommates since he learned about the concept of squads. Instead, he spent his first few days following their meeting at the bowling alley feeling just as alone as before. Even worse, there was now nothing for him to look forward to. He knew he had failed to make a first impression. Even with Liz, who under normal circumstances he would have tried to avoid, Kent felt ostracized. She seemed to want less to do with him than the other 4. She had shut herself away from the group as soon as they entered the common area for the first time, and throughout the weekend, the only time she spent between the front door and her bedroom, she was making a beeline from one to the other. He had read an article online stating that the easiest way to make friends in your first week of college was to leave your door open and chat with anyone who wandered by. Sure, he was younger, and the situation a bit different, but he figured he would try it anyway. Realizing rather quickly that Liz was the only other person who seemed to set foot in their upstairs loft, Kent changed his approach by simply hanging out in the living room. This hadn't worked either. Not only did every other person in the squad spend the entirety of the Saturday after Xander's morning meeting out and about, making Kent feel rather left out and shut in, but upon their return to the common room that evening, Jordan and Margot asked Kent if they could have the room to themselves for a private conversation. Despite this request being delivered in the kindest voice Jordan had yet provided, he was further irritated when, eavesdropping from around the corner, Kent heard the conversation amount to little more than Jordan simply asking Margot out. An hour later, sneaking into the kitchen for an apple, he discovered the pair spooning on the couch and watching a movie together. Kent found himself more enraged by his expulsion given the things Xander had mentioned in their morning meeting. Really nothing more than a handbook reading, a few things had caught his attention that he had not already known. First was how little free time their schedules allowed during weekdays. Despite the school day shortened between the hours of 9 and 3, 3 to at least 5 was blocked out for their missions training, and 6 to 8 then reserved for optional, though heavily recommended, extracurricular activities, which was limited to 1 per season, and for reasons unclear to Kent, only 1 sport per calendar year. He overheard the other 2 boys discussing Nation Ball, a male-dominated sport available in the fall season, which was apparently the most popular competition in the entire global company, save for spring soccer. Despite not having a clue what Nation Ball was or how it was played, Kent's attention perked upon learning that all powers were legal within the rules of the game, something untrue for any other sport. He didn't see how a perfect memory or eyes in the back of the head would be that beneficial to any kind of sport, but speed, on the other hand, was something a team might find useful, and thus he set his mind to trying out for the team when the time came around. Kent had never been a super athlete in his youth. He had never shot a basketball until he was 9, and upon gaining his speed in the early days of middle school, his mother had reasonably stopped him from exposing his unfair advantage as a member of the school track team. It should have come as no surprise, therefore, when she had informed him of the company. Of course there would be others like him. He would be naive to think otherwise. Only now being in Tylersville was he starting to feel the weight of insignificance amongst an entire city full of the same. Nation Ball just might be his chance to change that. The part of the handbook that struck Kent most by surprise, and was most pressing toward his feelings of Jordan and Margot, was its emphasis on relationships. The company apparently encouraged relationships, especially between squad members. Xander recited that 60% of relationships formed within squads resulted in marriages, a statistic that, Kent thought, couldn't possibly be true. Xander himself was apparently married to a woman from outside the company. His own father didn't even know about the company, and if the goal of the administration was to grow the population, as it so seemed, why then would they encourage members to reproduce with outsiders? He had known about the reproduction emphasis almost as long as he had known about the company itself. His mother, explaining why she chose to leave it in the first place, mentioned never wanting children as a driving factor. Kent knew he was never intended. His relationship with his father proved that. He understood now why his mother decided not to return with him. Even as her son, there was an air of prejudice which hung when he mentioned to the group that he was an only child. Outside of Johnny and Jordan, whose parents had apparently died when they were young, the others didn't just have siblings, they had multiple. Liz was the second of 5 kids, Xander the 9th out of 10. It seemed rather rich, then, that the company would then balance its emphasis on relationships and reproduction with a simultaneous outlawing of its consequences. Sex wasn't outlawed necessarily, but the company certainly made the line between everything very thin. Like tobacco, contraceptives were unavailable for purchase within the city, meaning the closest location for either was apparently Newcastle, nearly an hour's drive away. And upon learning this, Kent felt less like he had moved from New York to Wyoming, and instead found himself in Utah. At the same time that the company held a conservative stance on reproductive rights, he was surprised to find 0 penalty for the female in this situation for breaking the law. Unless, of course, you considered pregnancy and single motherhood a punishment. Rather than keeping a family together, as would seem the obvious stance, any boy found guilty of getting another service-age member pregnant, and therefore limiting that partner's usefulness to the mission field, would be permanently removed and relocated from the company, which Kent interpreted as meaning expulsion and banishment, though from the looks on the others' faces it could have been a bit worse. And yet, even as freshmen in high school, sharing rooms was not a punishable offense, which is why he found himself so bothered by the fact that Jordan and Margot were doing this not only in public, but made him uncomfortable getting a nighttime snack. Finding himself unable to sleep hours later, he went down to do the same, but despite the TV and lights completely off, the pair were still exactly where they had been, now fast asleep. Emma had at least been a bit friendlier. Despite an awkward start on Friday, the two seemed to empathize more with Kent now that their 2 best friends were off in their own world. Sunday morning, deciding to get up and run around the city to make up for a lackluster Saturday, Kent met Emma and Johnny in the kitchen, heading off to church. Realizing later his response was a little harsh for someone just offering him a friendly invite, she had asked him if he wanted to come with. Our great-grandparents were tortured by the government, and now we have no choice but to risk our lives for them too, he had said. Why the hell would I believe in a god? Johnny had turned and left almost immediately. Whatever kindnesses Emma was still trying to maintain for Kent were probably hanging by a thread. But his heresy to her god seemed not to faze Emma long. Back that afternoon, she found him watching racing in the common area and invited him for a walk. Incapable of admitting he had already seen half the city on his earlier run, he obliged, and she led him out the front doors of the residential center into the southwest, toward a forested park through which he hadn't wandered since his first week in Tylersville. "How are you adjusting?" she asked when the pair rounded an iron-fenced koi pond. Stopping to look at her, he thought for a moment she was being sympathetic, but her eyes were more curious than anything. To her, he was a novelty. "Fine," he lied. "I like it here." She continued her faux interest. "I'm sure it's a bit different than New York." "A bit," he agreed. "You ever been?" She shook her head, looking into the pond. "Not yet," she admitted. "Been to Philly once, Washington loads of times, but never New York City." Kent smirked indignantly. She probably thought he was from some penthouse above Times Square. As if answering his thoughts, she then asked, "What part of Brooklyn are you from?" He turned his attention to the large stone waterfall at the back of the pond. "You'd have no idea where it is," he huffed. "You're probably right," she conceded. "But I'm good with maps and I know a lot about sports. The Nets just built a new arena there. How close are you to that?" In complete honesty, Kent had no idea. He didn't care for sports that much, and despite knowing that the Nets were now a big deal in Brooklyn and had a vague idea of where she was talking, he felt like Emma was luring him in a direction she could control far better than he. "A few?" Emma seemed to realize she wasn't getting through to him. He looked down at the fish and back toward Emma 3 times before saying anything else. At the top of the waterfall, a dangling willow branch had dropped from the tree above, but was now stuck atop the boulder and was being tossed in every direction by a set of conflicting currents. "You know, I don't want to be here either." Kent looked straight on. Whatever doubt he had in her intentions was gone now. Her eyes seemed to show nothing but sincerity. In fact, she was almost crying. But still, he could not believe her. Her dad ran the place, a town of nearly 50,000 people. She had every opportunity to get out of danger, surely. With a lifeline to the Big Blue Embassy, how could she ever feel like she was in danger? She had been here her entire life. Her friends were not only here, but a part of the squad. How could she possibly find ground with Kent to empathize? And yet her eyes were still being honest. "What do you mean?" He found himself stuttering. "Where else would you be?" She half choked, half laughed at his question. "Where would I rather be?" She opened her mouth as if to say an obvious answer, but then caught herself. She seemed to genuinely think about the answer. "Usually I'd say Houston," she sighed longingly. "But honestly, right now, wherever my brother is." Kent felt his face furrow. "The adopted one?" Emma snorted. "Riley, yeah. He's in Italy right now." "Monteverdi," Kent found himself saying. "That's where my mom's from." Emma's eyes narrowed curiously. "I thought Johnny said she graduated here." "She did," he explained. "She transferred for her senior year, but she's from Genoa." Emma stopped, appearing to not have expected this. Waiting for her to ask more questions about his mother, she instead asked, "Do you speak Italian?" He found himself laughing aloud. "Barely," he admitted. "Mom didn't want me to grow up feeling like an outsider. Our entire neighborhood's Chinese. I can hardly communicate with most of them in English." "Why do you ask?" Just curious," she claimed. "A lot of us are bilingual. Johnny and Jordan both speak a little French, Margot's first language, actually. I don't know about Liz, though." Kent was more jealous than anything. He could have lied and said he was. How would she know? "What about you?" he asked rhetorically. "Spanish," she said. "Everybody knows Spanish," he chuffed. "Yeah?" Emma raised her eyebrows, then worded an entire paragraph in the most fluent Spanish Kent had ever heard. He found his lips dislodged, though his jaw stopped itself before dropping a noticeable difference. Emma just grinned, apparently getting this reaction often enough to expect it. "My grandma's from Habana," she claimed. "I do it all the time at parties my dad hosts for the Central and South American delegations. No one expects the little white girl to outtalk them." She turned and started walking down the path again, not waiting for Kent to follow. He tripped on his flat feet and caught up, suddenly more interested in learning more about her. "If you don't mind me asking," he started, "what's it like being the PM's daughter?" "Wish I wasn't," she admitted. "It's exhausting, having to try and remember everyone. The amount of people who try to be friendly with me like they're trying to get something from my dad out of the deal. It certainly has its perks, though." "Is there, like, an official residence?" he asked. "Like a Tyler's of a White House?" Emma laughed as though Kent had worded the question terribly. "The palace, yeah. We've lived there for the last 10 years. "Where'd you live before?" "Houston," she said. "We didn't move up here until my dad was on the ticket. Tom Kuchalik, his predecessor, he let us live with him during the campaign. Luckily, Dad won, so we never had to move out." "I've never been to Houston," Kent found himself saying, as they rounded a corner of trees and looked out on a large grassy field full of soccer nets. "I've never been past New Jersey, to be honest with you." "We go every summer," Emma spoiled. "Spend a few months there as long as Daddy's job allows. Don't really travel much beyond that, though. I've been to the usual spots, California, Florida, Chicago. Furthest I've been is Montreal, and that was when—" She stopped herself, and Kent realized she had opened something she hadn't intended. "When we went to get Margot." "What do you mean, get Margot?" he wondered aloud. "Did she run away or something?" Emma laughed. No, she said. "The opposite, really. That's when we went to bring her to Tylersville." Only now was Kent remembering Emma said French was Margot's first language. "You guys aren't sisters, are you?" he asked, realizing how little he knew about either of the girls even after just a day and a half. "Not the same way Johnny and Jordan are," Emma elaborated. "They were a lot younger. It feels a bit different for them. No, we took her in when she was 10. "Are her parents dead?" he prodded. "She probably wishes they were," she said, and Kent realized an orphan would have just stayed in Canada. "Then what—" Emma seemed to realize she could skirt it no longer. She'd obviously not intended to reveal anything deep about her friend and was now forced to stop Kent's questions before it went further. "It's a long story," she stated, "and hers to tell, not mine. In all honesty, even I don't know the details, but I doubt she'd want anyone to know if not me." "Fair enough," Kent rescinded, though he added, "I'm guessing Jordan will know soon enough." Emma rolled her eyes. "Yeah, that was a bit much, wasn't it?" The pair had still been asleep on the couch when he, Emma, and Johnny had met in the kitchen. Neither said anything, though both obviously noticed. "A bit," he agreed. Trying to feign obliviousness, he continued. How long have they been together? She followed. Just yesterday, apparently. I know she's liked him for ages. Even back when he was dating Carissa, she was always jealous of them. Kent had no idea who Carissa was, but noticed Emma shift her weight and posture, as though talking about Margot's love life had somehow boosted her own confidence. Her small chest was now puffed proudly. Her jean shorts seemed to contour better to her backside. Though unsure why he hadn't noticed it until now, he thought Emma looked rather cute. Maybe it was Margot overshadowing her. Her friend had caught his attention as soon as he had discovered their table 2 nights before, and it was understandable why. Margot was tall and long, and looked far older and more mature than Emma despite being the same age. Her blonde hair was naturally wavy, her makeup accented the best parts of her sharp face. Even her clothes, there was no better way Kent could describe it, they fit her in all the right ways. Emma wasn't that. In fact, with the two side by side, he could have mistaken her for a middle schooler. But Margot was off the table, and now standing beside Emma and having a newfound respect for the girl, he realized how pretty she was in a very different way. To his horror, he found himself unable to stop himself from uttering, "You're not dating anyone, are you?" Emma squeaked a laugh, continuing to walk. "Me?" she chuckled. "Why would I want to do that?" The response hit Kent worse than if she'd just said no. I don't know, he backtracked before his thoughts continued to spill out. "Seems like it'd be nice to have someone with you through the change." Emma finally stopped again. "Were you seeing anyone?" she asked, reading his face intently. "Before you came here, I mean." Kent bit his cheek, finding the time to create a lie. "Kind of," he said. "This one girl, Allie, she and I kind of had a thing." He had used the name of the bodega clerk next to his old high school. She had been 4 years his senior, but it was the only female name he could think of on the spot. "Where does she think you are now?" Emma prodded. He didn't have an answer for this in mind. He stuttered. "Probably with my dad in Vermont. He's got a winter house up there. I've gone there plenty of times without telling her." Emma did not seem to find a fault in his story. It was true his father had multiple homes, including a property or two in the far northeast, but he had never seen a single one. Hoping she wouldn't turn things toward his dad, Kent volleyed the questions back in her direction. "Have you ever dated anyone?" he asked. Though he was simply testing the waters, he wasn't sure he was willing to compete in a place about which he knew very little. Emma paused on her answer, looking out onto the soccer fields. "I had a thing last year with a boy named Tyson, but it basically lasted a weekend. By Monday, he had changed his mind." "I'm sorry," Kent whispered. "Don't be," she kicked, turning around and beginning to walk in the direction of their dorms. "I'm not Margot." "What's that supposed to mean?" he followed. "Constant attention," she admitted. "Moving into the PM's house was probably the worst thing that could have happened to her." "How long do you think her and Jordan will last?" "I give it 3 months at most," Emma scowled. "She's more into the chase than anything. She doesn't do well once she's comfortable." The idea gave Kent a small bit of hope. That was plenty of time to get to know Margot better, and maybe even give her a better impression. Still, 3 months was ways out, especially when the school year was just starting tomorrow. Maybe Emma was his best option. "Are you worried it'll mess with your friend group?" he found himself asking. She rolled her eyes. "It's already messed with the friend group," she claimed. "We're not going to see them until they break up. But if you're worried that part of things is going to make things awkward, I don't think so. We've been together long enough, I think it'll get swept aside pretty quickly." Again, Kent wished she would have replied with a simple no. Each elaboration made Kent feel less likely to penetrate their inner circle. "You get to spend more time with Johnny, though." Emma smiled peacefully. "Yeah, that's true. He's easy to be around." "Why don't you date him?" The question caught her so off guard, her rear toe caught the heel of her front foot and nearly caused her to faceplant. She was laughing ridiculously at the idea. Johnny!" she wheezed, catching her breath before laughing again, appearing to give the idea a tremendous amount of humorous thought. Several feet in front of Kent after tripping, she turned to face him and began walking backwards. "I suppose you don't really know him," she began. "So, how do I explain this to you?" She closed one eye pensively. "Johnny's fine in short bursts," she explained. "But he's got the personality of a breadstick. He's never been very good about picking up social cues, and especially ever since his effect came in, talking with him is like talking to a computer." Kent had not entirely got this impression, but maybe being around Jordan made Johnny a little less like himself. "He seems nice enough," Kent lied. "He is," Emma agreed. "But it's like telling your phone to compliment you throughout the day. He's a bit of a pushover, which is why it fits to have Jordan around. If Johnny were on his own, I bet he'd jump off a bridge if you told him it'd make you happy." She slowed her pace and turned back to walk in step with Kent again. Realizing she had yet to answer Kent's initial question, she resulted, "I don't need to date Johnny. If I wanted a cheerleader to get me through the day, I'd get a dog." For a brief moment, Kent thought about them having a dog in their common room. but then snapped himself back and figured the time for his real question had arrived. "So no one, then?" he asked. Emma did not answer. "Would you want to grab food tonight or something?" he followed. Her face lifted. "Yeah, sure," she replied. "I'll see what Johnny's Oh. She stopped dead on the paved path. Her expression had collapsed mid-sentence, not initially realizing what Kent was implying. Oh, geez," she sighed. Kent braced himself. "It's totally fine if not," he backtracked. "I just figured... Look, Kent," she started, her eyes twinkling repressively. "You're nice, really. I want you to feel like you have people here, but I really don't think that's a good idea." His face must have dropped further because she continued rather quickly. It has nothing to do with you," she insisted. "I just... Like I said, I'm not Margot. I don't need that. In fact, I don't really want it." She was quick to add, "With anyone. This year's going to be hard enough as it is. I've got 5 other people to worry about already, on top of myself, and I really don't think I can handle that pressure if one of them was my boyfriend." Again, Kent was wishing she had simply said no. "Shit," she clamored, trying to make up another excuse to disappoint him. "Look, yes, I'll grab food with you tonight. I don't care if Johnny doesn't come, and you can ask me anything you want about the city, about the company, about my dad, about me. I don't care, and I'll buy my treat." But Kent could feel his own face changing to the color of a tomato, and knew that the damage had already been done. No, don't worry about it," he regressed. "You already had plans with Johnny. Don't worry about me." Emma, whose face was now about as red as his own, rattled off an essay's worth of excuses and apologies, but Kent did not hear a single one. If there was anything said the entire way back to the White Tower, it went through one ear and out the other. He had been so close to what he thought was a bright idea, but when they finally reached the common room and had gone their separate ways, the regretful half of his brain made him realize how close he had instead been if he'd just kept his mouth shut. Feeling like Liz, he mournfully skulked up the stairs to his room and locked himself inside, retreating only to steal 2 cheese sticks and a box of wheat thins for a depressing dinner. At the same time the sun was setting over the flat horizon, he could hear laughter accompanying the closing of the front door below. Unable to make out the voices of either Jordan and Margot, or the more unsavory pairing of Johnny and Emma. The thought of the looming school night was far out of his mind by the time Kent looked up from his cracked phone screen. Nearly 2 hours of mindless scrolling made him oblivious to the obsidianic night sky beyond his window, his focus only broken by the loud, annoying sound of a metallic bell pushing its way through his bedroom wall from next door. Aggressively forcing himself onto the landing, he found Liz's bedroom door open wide, the television screaming an unfamiliar theme song at an uncomfortable volume. Almost immediately, Liz came bounding up the stairs, a box labeled Bourbon Biscuits in her left hand. Her peaceful humming of the same theme tune was halted abruptly when she realized Kent was watching her. "Sorry," she whistled fervently, rushing into her room to grab the remote. "Didn't realize how loud it was." Kent just stared, her door remaining wide open. "New series of Doctor Who," she continued. "Care to join?" She looked at him kindly. "F off," he brandished, slamming his own door and remaining there for the rest of the night. Chapter 3. A Series of Unfortunate Events. Liz loved it here. Everything in Tylersville was so stereotypically American. She woke up every day since the move with a smile on her face, eager to see which new peculiarities she could discover before nightfall. The food was enormous. People drove pickup trucks. Every house was bright and beautiful, with a front porch and separated from its neighbors by at least 10 meters. She still missed home, of course, but most of the essential British comforts were still available to her. There was a foreign marketplace up on Sullivan Street. Nearly half the store was filled with Canadian goods, a large maple leaf flag wove boldly outside the front entrance. But there was a sizable section for German, Japanese, and British imports, on top of numerous other aisles for other cultures. Still able to find Jaffa cakes and ginger snaps across the pond, her only homesickness came from finding a suitable time to call her parents, since Wyoming sat 7 hours behind. It was her mother that made the biggest fuss after her brother had died. They had never lived in Camp Mountbatten to begin with. Her entire life up to just a week ago had been spent in Ely, but with her parents' opinions on life in Orkney soured, a solution was reached in sending Liz away. They considered plenty of options. France seemed easiest as it was so close, as was Norway, but the language barrier ultimately turned her off the idea. South Asia was a less orthodox answer, but she already spoke a fine amount of Urdu, and there lived a notable British minority there, but the culture shock became a topic of contention for her white father. That left the 4 English-speaking cities. Australia and New Zealand was simply too far away. She let her parents be the ones to admit that aloud, but she felt the exact same. Canada was their preferable option, but upon reading about the Northwest Territories, Liz became vocal about her disinterest in a sunless winter abroad. Finally, a solution was reached in a 3-way agreement with her family, the British Embassy, and the American one. She was to be granted limited exposure to conflict amongst the rest of her squad mates, regardless of the mission. To see this through, they placed her alongside the Prime Minister's daughter, who was also starting her service years. Would she have preferred to be with a squad of other foreigners? Probably, though this option almost guaranteed her safety. The Prime Minister would have the final say over his daughter's whereabouts, and this nearly certified that whatever happened to her brother would not happen again. Liz couldn't yet tell how she felt about the others. The one she knew best was their missions leader, Xander, who came across like a stereotypical blue-collar American. Every single time she'd seen him, he was wearing a different ripped baseball cap and more than once outfitted in a plaid jumper and blue jeans. With the way he talked and certain phrases he used, even in meetings, she got the distinct impression he had been unlikely to vote for Barack Obama. From what she could gather about the locals, the 2 girls and 2 boys had each grown up together as adopted siblings, though the girls did not refer to themselves as sisters the way the boys called themselves brothers. So far, Emma had been the kindest. Despite Liz's hesitations toward the nepo baby of the group, Emma appeared not to let the attention go to her head, and seemed to take an interest in Liz's comforts as a new part of the squad. On 2 occasions, she had been invited to eat with her and Johnny, though not wanting to feel like a burden, Liz had declined. There were simply other things she wanted to see and do without needing to force conversations for half an hour. Johnny was seemingly less kind. He seemed taken aback by her declining of an invitation to Sunday church, though having overheard how Kent responded to a similar invite, Liz thought her assertion of, "No, I'm British," was both polite and satisfactory. She initially thought him prude the way he shunned the other boys for their language at the bowling alley, but having watched his bizarre moments of self-exile, constantly reading on his phone and avoiding anyone else, wondered if he, like her younger brother Dallin, might be somewhere on the spectrum. Jordan and Margot had paid her little notice. Despite feigned interest in her background when they met, the initial hope that Margot, another foreigner, might allow her a common ally, the pair had been glued to one another, quite literally, since Xander had left the squad alone. Liz had come downstairs the first night, hoping to make late-night kippers, but discovered them locking lips rather aggressively on the community couch. Unable to take her attention away, she found herself entranced by the affair for an uninterrupted 5 minutes, by which time her appetite had completely changed. Last in the squad was Kent. A shy boy she thought was a bit cute, he seemed to want very little to do with her, despite her best attempts at socializing. She thought the pair might be able to collaborate on decorating their secluded upstairs landing, but his vulgarity in response to her invitation was to watch Doctor Who, and gave her the stinging impression he was having a far worse time adjusting to life in Tylersville than she was. Trying to avoid refreshing her disappointment over the weekend's episode, Liz woke the next morning excited about the new day. American school was unexplored territory, and she was most enchanted by the lack of uniform dress code. For the first time in her life, she was allowed to dress like herself for school. Jumping in the shower and doing her best to flatten her nest of hair, the prospect of doing her makeup her own way gave Liz more butterflies in her stomach than any boy could possibly provide. Her usual assortment of textured jeans was overlaid by a navy top adorned with the face of Jimi Hendrix. Far too warm for sleeves, she covered her arms with a handful of colored wristbands before slipping into a pair of Chuck Taylors and making her way downstairs. Emma was already cooking. With her room on the stove, she joined the girls' cacophony of pancakes and bacon with a set of eggs, and the pair sat down together with Johnny, who exited his own room dressed in a green top reading State of Hockey, and still the scraps of Emma's leftover cooking. "Coffee?" she offered. No thanks," Liz declined. "Thought I'd run up to the Starbucks on Radford before class." Emma grinned, perhaps finding it humorous that the British girl would prefer a capitalist import over something homemade. Liz couldn't find the confidence to admit that her affection for the cute boy she expected to see behind the counter. "Mind if I turn on the news?" Johnny asked. With no verbal decline, he switched on the telly across the room and followed along intently with something about an election in Poland. When she had finished her eggs, Liz announced her departure from the common room. Down below in the building lobby, she was surprised to see how few students seemed to be up and about at this hour. Sure, there were still 45 minutes to go before the start of the school day, but she figured the excitement of a new year would make the others, like herself, eager to make their way to the school. A 10-minute walk up the street brought her close to the shopping center, and down a couple of blocks to the south, a shop front with the familiar green and white siren hosted a line of young people nearly bursting through the door. An additional 10 minutes was spent waiting in said line, with Liz beginning to worry that she might actually be late for her first day. The worry evaded when the tall, lanky boy behind the counter processed her order, and her stress seemed to completely melt away. He must have been in uni, or at least of that age, but he was by far the youngest of the crew behind the counter. Watching him intently and completely forgetting her rush to return to the students' mall, Liz was snapped back to stress upon realizing there were only 20 minutes until the opening bell once she left the store. Speed-walking eastward, the sun blazing in her eyes over the distant ridge, she found herself sooner than expected back in the great grassy circle which hosted the student affairs. Where the northwestern edge of the circle held the white tower where they lived, the southern side hosted a sprawling three-story complex emboldened with the words Truman High School on the windowless left side of the front doors. Beside the large stone steps now crowded with a sea of students, 3 flags drifted lullingly from their enormous poles in what Liz only now realized was the calmest day she could remember since her arrival in the city. Highest and largest flew the Star-Spangled Banner. Beside it, the familiar blue, white, and green tricolor of the IREA, and lastly, a white buffalo on a blue background that she had recently learned was the state flag of Wyoming. Joining the ruckus of pedestrians, she followed almost every single one to the right side of the entryway, where 2 wings of classrooms jutted out sideways from a massive rectangular great hall. Having toured the school in the first couple days of her arrival, she maneuvered her way to the right wing and remained on the first floor. In the second classroom on the left, seated in oak desks lined in 3 columns of 4, she found Johnny and Emma chatting with Jordan and Margot, who were still gripping their hands tightly as they were prepared to be separated for life. "Hey!" Emma welcomed when they all turned their attention to Liz. "We saved you a spot." She took the chair behind Emma, which sat in the center back of the classroom. Setting her bag atop the yellow-flaked carpet, she noticed 6 strangers taking brief notice of them before returning to their own conversations, surmising that this must be the other squad with whom they shared their first hour. Still absent from the room was their teacher. So was Kent. Just before a digital bell sounded from the ceiling to mark the top of the hour, a rectangular woman no older than 40 came waltzing through the door, a stack of papers gripped mercilessly in her right hand. "Good morning," she called, receiving a pair of unenthusiastic responses. As the bell sounded, a blur of red belted through the door and froze to a halt just before colliding with the far wall. Bag half opened, his hair uncombed, and realizing himself that his shirt was inside out, Kent looked nervously around the class, now the obvious center of the 12 others' attentions. Before he could catch his breath to say a word, Jordan piped up, "Nice work, speedster." Kent huffed, his face threatening to match his blank shirt. Alarm didn't go off." "You're fine," said their instructor, gesturing to the only remaining desk which sat next to Haz at the front of the room. Kent hustled to the spot, realizing the other 6 strangers also staring in his direction. Introducing herself as Mrs. Dennis, the teacher took attendance, which was more to allow the other 12 to get to know one another, since they were all obviously there. To the class's horror, she then passed out a pop quiz, though she promised there would be no grade given, simply wanting to assess their incoming knowledge relating to the basic algebra. Suffering through the next hour, all 12 of them appeared relieved to be leaving maths. Even Johnny, who should have had it easy, admitted there were a couple of concepts he should have paid closer attention to in order to memorize. The other squad split from theirs and headed for the science wing, while the 6 of them huddled together and scuttled their way to the exact opposite end of the school. The building was divided into 4 rough parts. On the westernmost side were the 2 classroom wings, one containing classrooms and labs for various sciences, and the other hosting things like maths, language, and history. Immediately east of this was the massive Great Hall, which each time Liz had been through was set up in the form of a school cafeteria. It was the full 3 floors high, with balconies hanging over the western wall for quick access between the 2 classroom wings. On the back wall, a large curtain of windows allowed light to bounce off the large barren hill into which the school was nestled. Not a very pleasant view, but it made the space feel less institutional so long as the sun was up. On the opposite wall was the school kitchen, which sat next to the administrative and counselor's offices. The last wall, through which came the entrance area and access to the other half of the school, was emblazoned with an enormous vertical flag, overshadowing the numerous other banners which read the title years for various international sports and activities. On the other side of this wall sat the 1,000-seat auditorium, which stood as the centerpiece of the school's 3rd section, the arts wing. Most of the classrooms for arts and music were in the basement, so one could easily walk the length of the school without realizing there were any arts programs at all. The same could not be said about the athletics department. 3 separate facilities sat one after another down the easternmost hallway. Nearest the entrance was the swimming pool, next the gym, and lastly a large ice rink. The entire length of the hallway was adorned with physical evidence of the cafeteria banners. Hundreds of pictures, rosters, signed balls, and trophies wrestled for the front of a nearly 3-deep glass case. Down below, in addition to the regular fitness locker rooms, each individual team had a designated dressing area. When the squad reached the entrance to the binary locker rooms, Liz followed Margot and Emma as they split from the boys. She had been worried this would not be the case, since so much of their missions work was all together as a squad. In the massive maze of lockers alongside dozens of other girls, the trio found an alcove to themselves, where all 3 of their names were stamped in alphabetic succession into the front of successive cages. Upon opening the lockers, Liz felt a tightness in her stomach. Hanging inside, a set of black leggings, a red wicking shirt, and a set of trainers reminded her just how out of place she was going to feel when it came to physical activity. Even worse, she quickly noticed that the shirts in the other lockers were not red, but navy, and turning it over she realized why. With the name Granhook screened onto the back nameplate above the large numbers 3006, the front was blank, save for the left breast, over which a Union flag sat above fine white print reading United Kingdom. The other shirts were formatted the same, but with the plain blue front heralded by the too familiar American flag and the words United States. When the three began to change, Liz nearly began to cry. Stifling her volume so only Emma seemed to notice, she came to regret the plaid boxers she had worn as pants. Margot confidently stepped out of her own shorts, not even recognizing the others there, nor that the other two were both staring at her exposed rear, outfitted in only the scantest of black thongs. To Liz's bare comfort, Emma seemed intimidated as well, her face nearing the shade of her own shirt. As though defying her own thoughts, Emma pulled off her own clothes and pretended not to notice the other two, and flexing her abdomen for good measure, which to her credit was far more defined than Margot's. Comforted by the minuscule size of Emma's chest, Liz was encouraged enough to take off her own clothes and redress into the leggings and shirt, though this confidence was stifled upon the realization that her wristbands would have to go, leaving her pasty arms exposed for everyone to see. 5 minutes after they had arrived, the ordeal was over, and now redressed in their fitness attire, the girls rejoined the boys in the lower hallway and walked together onto the wooden basketball floor. Well over 100 students were huddled near the center of the arena. While nearly all were in the American Navy, Liz noticed a handful of other colors of the rainbow too, making her feel a bit less exposed. Though she was the only one she could spot with the Union over her breast, another pair of red shirts also read United Kingdom, though to her relish, the flag above was the tricolour of Ireland. In the back, a trio of skinny Japanese girls were dressed in all white. Elsewhere, she counted one of each of the light blue of France, the green of Australia and Mexico, a German boy in black, and a bright blue shirt with a Caribbean flag she did not recognize. A few different colors for the various regions of Africa, and about 15 matching red shirts adorned with the maple leaf flag of Canada. Despite the large number of kids who would no doubt see her fail at some kind of sport over the remaining hour, she was relieved to see Xander, who was not in his usual plaid and cap, but instead in a matching navy polo and tan trousers. His exposed hair was not in fact balding, as she had suspected, but a light brown cut into an overgrown military style. Like other squad leaders, he ushered them aside from the large swarm and checked their outfits to make sure everything was in order and fit properly. The large group was in fact 4 separate fitness classes, all of different ages. Divided into their freshman class, the squad, along with 3 others, remained in the gym to be led by a man called Coach Della, whose thinning hair and eyebrows were so blonde, Liz initially thought him clean-shaven. To her further surprise, his strained voice was not gruff and masculine, but instead voiceless and high-pitched, as though he had been yelling instructions for the better part of a century. "Today we're going easy on you!" he shouted from the back of his throat. Liz would be surprised if Xander could make out his words from the far back, where he stood in conversation with the other 3 missions leaders. "We'll get into the heavier stuff toward the end of this week," he continued. "Weight training, endurance tests, that sort of thing. For now, we'll be starting simple. Dodgeball." He pointed to a set of white foam balls in the corner of the gym. A wave of whispering circled through the group, which died down as he continued talking, though 2 voices behind Liz kept on in hushed conversation. "Now, I'll separate you by squads," Della instructed. "Williams and Hansen's group, you headed the north wall. Grainer and Xander, you guys on the south. Do you need me to separate you?" Liz realized this last question was not an instruction but a warning, as she and 20 others spun around to follow Della's line of sight. The continued whispering had come from Jordan and Margot, who, despite still holding hands, seemed to be arguing about something. "No, sir," they both replied in turn. "In your own time," he perpetuated, and Jordan quickly shot his hand away from Margot's, which appeared to bother her profusely. Della continued with brief instructions, the usual rules about the game, while also alerting the squads to a ban on effects during the game. Liz wondered if such a rule would bother Kent, who had appeared eager to show off his effect after Jordan's Friday challenge. Instead, he remained quiet and suppressed, taking in the remainder of the instructions and following the rest of them peacefully when they split into the 2 sides. The game turned out to be rather forgettable. As she expected, she was the first one out from their squad, though she managed to last longer than 4 others from their side of center. To her surprise, she was followed soon after by Jordan, who, standing as the tallest target on their team, failed to catch either of a pair of balls, which ricocheted off either shoulder. Kent did well despite the limitations, taking an unlucky bounce under his nose, resulting in Jordan's return to the floor before eventually succumbing to a shot atop his foot. Her surprise was greatest, however, when the last left on their side was Margot. Despite her long frame, Liz had not expected her much of an athlete, though she was quickly shown otherwise when she challenged the remaining 4 across with the grace of a gazelle. Managing to shrink the field to 2, the task proved too great, failing to avoid a ball behind her back and double dribbling it in frustration. The awkwardness of the first time out of the way, redressing was far less psychologically taxing after class than before. Having enough time for a brief shower, Where she did her best to avoid having to redo her makeup, the squad reunited for a walk back in the direction of maths, making their way to the second floor for history. An enormous bald man stood with his back to the class, writing a series of years on the board, his body so muscular it hardly fit in his black sleeveless jumper. Liz was surprised to see him on this side of the cafeteria, rather than teaching alongside Coach Della. When the bell rang and all 12 of the class's students found their way to respective seats, he turned around energetically and began a whirlwind of words in a staccato Midwestern accent. "Good morning," he hollered, not seeming to register that the class were all running low on energy just before lunchtime and that half had just come from the gym. "My name," he turned to the board and underlined his name at the top, "is Mr. Andre. Now, a question to start us off." He turned to the back of the class. "Who among us has spent their entire life in Tylersville?" There was a long hesitation, but 2 kids from the other squad raised their hands. Noticing that the girls looked rather similar, Liz deduced that they must be fraternal twins. "The Hendersons!" Andre shouted excitedly, double-checking his list of names to reassure himself. "Which of you is Allie?" The 2 girls looked at each other. The one with the shorter hair spoke. "I'm Allie," she mumbled. "She's Addie." "Wonderful," Andre continued to grin. "I'm going to do my best to remember. Now, your father works in weapons design and manufacturing, does he not?" The girls neither confirmed nor denied the question. "And I'm guessing that's why you've been here the whole time." Again, there was no response, but confused staring. Andre continued without skipping a beat. "I, like most of you, grew up outside Tylersville. My mother was a non-member, a Polish immigrant from Wrocław, and my dad, who was an American, had left the program to work a financial gig in Chicago. And so, I spent the first 7 years of my life in a small town called Peoria, Illinois. Now, we don't need your full story, and don't hesitate to skip places you've jumped between, but just out of curiosity, where are the rest of you from?" He gestured over to their side of the room first, where Johnny sat in front. "Minneapolis, Minnesota," he stated assuredly, as though expecting the question. Emma continued. "Houston, Texas." Then Jordan. "Tallahassee, Florida." And around the room they went, like taking attendance, while a few others in the room popped their heads curiously when Liz said Cambridge, England. Andre hadn't seemed to even notice, continuing to circle around the room indiscriminately until the last boy in front said, "Memphis, Tennessee," with a rather odd accent. "Excellent!" Andre shouted. "Now, what this should show you all is that despite all of our different backgrounds and upbringings, no matter how far we may come to be a part of this association, we are all linked by a collective history, and it's that very history that we will be studying in this class. Now, I want you all to head over to the bookshelf on the back wall, grab a book, make sure to write your name on the inside cover, and open it to page 15. Despite their teacher's best efforts and enthusiasm in his voice, as soon as the class began reading, the energy was completely sucked from the room. The stale air discussing the origins of radioactive chemistry was broken only by the occasional rumbling of stomachs. Even Emma, who had earlier voiced her passion for history and anticipation for the class, seemed far more focused on the upcoming meal than anything on the page. When the masterful sound of the bell finally rang, the class could not have been quicker out the door. Though their backs were weighed down with a 5-pound book, the squad, along with the others from history, found themselves among the first in line for the second lunch period. Plastered across both announcement screens and the menu boards was the phrase Philly Saturday, and upon reaching the heart of the kitchen, Liz learned exactly what this meant. A stereotypical cheesesteak, loaded with optional mushrooms and sauerkraut, stood as the main course for the first day lunch. Beyond this, sides of soft pretzels, cakes, and other pastries sat out on smaller plates for students to take. There was an additional full-service salad bar, a pizzeria, and a soup station, the last of which served French onion as its soup of the day to match the Philadelphia aesthetic. Again, Liz was glad she chose the United States. She followed the squad to a round table near the middle of the cavernous room. Emma and Margot appeared to eye a set of other friends at other tables, waving and shouting brief hellos, but both remained with the group as they sat alone at a table outfitted for 8. Every single one of them dug into their sandwich before a word had even been uttered. After a satisfactory series of bites, it was Jordan who broke the silence first. "What do you think so far?" he voiced with his mouth still half full. Margot shot him an annoyed glance. He seemed to direct this at the general group, but his eyes were on Kent. "Who? Me?" Kent stuttered in reply. "Anybody." Jordan swallowed, averting his eyes. "Bored the hell out of me," Liz claimed. "Wish it wasn't right before lunch," Emma said apologetically. "Andrew said Andre was the best teacher he's ever had." Before Liz could be refreshed on who Andrew was, Emma piped, "Speak the devil." If Liz thought Jordan was a bit arrogant, he was nothing compared to the boy who sat down next to Emma. Ruffling his sister's hair with one hand and plopping his overstuffed plates down with the other, the family resemblance was impossible to miss. With layered blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and a full but well-trimmed beard, Andrew looked as though someone pulled Emma's skin over Jordan's frame, though this boy had more muscle and maturity in his figure, and for a moment she wondered if he hadn't failed a few levels to still be in secondary. To his other side was a smaller but equally muscular black boy, who held his hand out to Kent for a fist bump, though retracted it when Kent failed to recognize it. "How's my favorite freshman?" he spat to his sister's obvious annoyance. "Johnny? What's good?" Johnny was attempting to take a sip of water, but the liquid was almost refusing to follow the laws of physics and spill toward his mouth. After an irritated glance, Andrew released his tensed fingers and the water splashed Johnny in the face. "Andrew!" Emma grudged, more vexed than surprised. "Have to haze a little," her brother coaxed. "First day can't be too easy." "How's Andre?" the other boy asked. A collective eye roll circled the table. "I thought you said he was the best," Emma argued. "As if you're hungover half the time," Andrew sighed. "Who'd you have for fitness?" "Della," Johnny and Jordan said together. "Big Mike," Andrew laughed. "He's the nation ball coach. Hope you made a good impression on him." "Not sure how much losing in dodgeball has to do with our tryout chances," Jordan retorted. "More than you think," replied the other boy, Andrew's mouth temporarily stuffed with a pretzel. "You're not going out this year?" asked Johnny. "After he benched me in the second against Russia?" "Screw that," Andrew's friend added. "Plus, we have more time to work on other things." "Like what?" Emma pondered cautiously. Andrew shot a quick glance at his friend. "Homecoming King looks pretty good on a college app," he said tentatively, shooting a look at Johnny. "Sam's parents are headed to the Maldives in a few weeks. Figured we'd put something together to boost our chances." The other boy, who Liz assumed was the Sam in question, also shot a look at Johnny. "That a problem, John?" Johnny did not appear eager to talk, instead keeping his head down and finishing the last of his sandwich. "He won't say anything," Jordan assured. "When is homecoming this year?" Liz packed up attentively. It was a question she'd been curious to ask, too. 10th, said Sam. "Against Germany." "Who booked that?" Jordan raged in response. "We're going to get slaughtered." "That's my birthday," Johnny mumbled. Nobody else seemed to hear. "I wouldn't be so sure," Andrew argued. "Klosi's graduated and Gruber got his legs blown off in Bosnia. Only real threat left is that keeper. What was his name?" "Schrader," Sam assisted. "Should be in decent shape," Andrew bragged. "Even without your star seniors." Emma rolled her eyes again. "How's our brother doing?" Andrew continued. Emma's face reddened slightly. "Didn't care to ask him?" she huffed. "Didn't think he'd answer," he admitted. "Margot probably knows." Margot sat up. Jordan's arm returned to its resting place behind her. "Not a peep," she declined. "Shame," Andrew ended, turning his attention to her and Jordan. "I see Jordy finally pulled the trigger." Both he and Margot turned red as well. "About time," teased Sam. "When's your turn?" He gestured between Emma and Johnny. "Screw off," Emma huffed, clearly not being the first time they had had this proposed. "How about him?" Sam gestured to Kent. "He's cute." "You're the new one, right?" Andrew forced. "What's your name?" Kent did not answer. His face, now redder than the catsup bottle at the center of the table, was looking at Emma for help. "That's enough," she said politely. "You know, Em," her brother urged, "there's no shame in coming out to your family and friends." She said, "That's enough." The words were not shouted, but spoken so forcefully a number of tables around them turned to see their source. Johnny dug his knife-like eyes into the pair, and the boys seemed to understand that the damage had been done. With one last bite of an apple, Andrew stood up, and so did Sam. "Well," he stretched, "I suppose it's time to see where Isla ran off to." The boys lifted their still full plates and began to walk away. "Don't forget to vote when the time comes." Fat chance of that, Liz thought. The empty table sat in a sort of stunned silence for the remainder of the hour. Kent and Emma appeared to lose their appetites, though it was the latter who came out of lunch looking the least bothered by her brother's appearance. At the end of the hour, the six filed over to the third floor of the science wing, where an elderly little man called Mr. Kelster droned through yet more nonsense regarding the class syllabus and his expectations for them in and out of the biology lab. The last class of the day was around the balcony to the language wing, where a plump, white-haired Scotswoman called Mrs. McLeish was elated to find another student from across the pond. "You ever been to Aberdeen, Miss Granhook?" she said in a now more pronounced accent. "No," Liz replied. "Never north of Glasgow. I'm from Ely." "I thought you were from Cambridge," Johnny muttered. Tomato, Mrs. McLeish argued, overhearing before continuing back to finish the hour discussing the basic forms of Romance verb conjugation. At last, the end of the day bell dismissed them from the building, and the six found themselves at the very back of a 1,000-person herd, trampling across the circular lawn to the training center at the ring's eastern edge. Nestled into a separate hill, the training center was an enormous hexagonal dome, which looked as though it had been teleported straight from the Eden Project. Curious as to how several hundred students could possibly fit and separately train in such a building, Liz found her question answered when, upon entering the great square entry area, she saw the training floor dropped 3 stories below them in a massive, multi-cantilevered course. Surrounded on all sides by an incalculable number of decimeter-sized cubes, the training floor had to be over a half-kilometer in diameter. By some science she did not understand, each of these cubes was programmed to take the rough shape of nearly any obstacle imaginable, be it the walls of a building, a tree, or to her awestruck fascination, a moving bulldozer. Each cube appeared capable of independent movement and function, so long as it remained in contact with another cube. Most impressive in practice by the sudden appearance of a large crevasse in the building's floor, which quickly filled with actual water and became a fully functioning stream. Liz was snapped from her amazement by Jordan, who called her name and made her aware of the fact that the others were leaving down the nearest set of stairs. Jogging to catch up, she followed as they made their way down to the very base of the building. Encircling the training floor was a massive circle of doors along the outer edge, not dissimilar from their living space. Another door plastered with the squad number led to a small classroom, inside which Xander sat working in one of 7 tables encircling a tall pyramid-like structure between the small desks. "Hey!" He straightened alertly when they entered. "Go on and get dressed through there. We won't be doing anything crazy today, so just something athletic and casual is fine." At the opposite end of the room was another door. Xander returned to his tablet, while Johnny led the 6 of them through to the other side. Inside, Liz felt like she was about to suit up at Wembley. Whereas the locker rooms at the school had felt just like that, this confined space felt more professional and elitist than any Liz had ever seen. The dark blue walls were illuminated by white lights emanating from the underside of a translucent star on the otherwise black ceiling. The floor was carpeted in a dark grey speckled with blue and red in a way that matched Jordan's hair. The back wall opened to a dark stone washroom and shower area, and on each side of the room between the 2 doors were an uneven combination of 7 locker stalls. To call these lockers would require a demotion of the term from those in the school locker rooms. Each of the 7 here were made of brightly polished oak rather than caged metal. Every one was nearly a meter wide, with a thick, comfortable black pad situated at chair height atop the lower shoe cabinet for them to sit and change. They were also nearly a meter deep as well, allowing a number of shirts, jackets, and various other garments to be hung on black hooks without impeding the personal space of the dresser. Above this, a top cubby held what appeared to be a sort of helmet, with a series of visors and eyepieces which Liz hoped they would not need to wear anytime soon. Beside this was an open safe for valuables, the code printed kindly on the inside of the steel door. Each of their names was plastered over a luminescent plaque atop each stall in what seemed to be a random order. When they all found their respective stalls, Kent, who was situated between Johnny and Margot, grabbed a white vest and a pair of black shorts and began to head toward the washroom. "Don't be a pussy, change in here," Jordan snarked. Johnny shot him a look. Kent looked taken aback. "What? In front of the girls?" "You're supposed to," said Emma, who sounded as though she'd prefer the alternative. "You'll be changing in front of them overseas," Jordan added. "Might as well get used to it." Returning to his spot, his face reddening for the nth time that day, Kent waited for any of the others to undress before him. To Liz's surprise, it was Johnny that broke the hesitation, revealing an absolutely welded frame under his green shirt. As if in competition, Kent pulled off his own, revealing a tan rectangular frame that was far less detailed than the others. A line of hair darker than that on his head spread downward from his navel into parts unknown. Turning her back to the group, Liz found herself more comfortable there than she had earlier when it was just the girls. She knew the boys were staring, but perhaps it was knowing that their attention was almost certainly on the other 2, specifically Margot, that made her feel that much less exposed. Tossing on a new pair of black leggings and a black strapped shirt of her own, she sat and waited for the couple still unfinished before they all returned to Xander in the classroom. He started their training session with small talk, asking about their individual days before showing them around the tablets stood atop each of the desks. Logging into a virtual missions hub and giving them a tour of the framework, he then used a remote to switch on the pyramid thing in the center. Like a sort of beacon, a 3-dimensional projection shot out of the top, and Liz found herself looking at a globe, with 30-some red dots scattered around the rotating sphere that she ascertained were the different bases of the company. For the next 45 minutes, Xander simulated a future missions briefing, giving them a full scenario with random partner and role assignments. In this case, the 6 were pretending to sweep a hotel floor. On the 3-dimensional projector, a see-through schematic of the hotel showed assumed figures of themselves, as well as potential bogies, hostages, and civilians backlit in different colors. On her own individual screen, Liz could see her personal assignment in 2 dimensions, with a map leading to a presumed checkpoint and safety zones. After all 6 of them seemed to understand the program and how to operate their individual tablets, including Kent, who seemed awestruck at first glance, Xander led the squad out the door of their training room and into the hallway, first taking them over to a large weapons closet stocked with more types of firearms than Liz imagined existed in the entirety of the United Kingdom. Beside these were less mechanical weapons, such as swords, spears, and throwing knives, the last of which Emma seemed keen to get her hands on. Finally, Xander led them to a secluded section of the training floor, where thousands of cubes had arranged themselves into a series of ancient runes. "Whoa!" Kent exclaimed, realizing what Liz had at the start of their session with the capability of the cubes. "Each one of these is specifically and actively programmed by a technician on the bay floor," Xander stated, pointing to a blank stretch of black wall where Liz presumed sat an invisible window. "On the floor, each of these will be outfitted to physically portray out expected mission field. If we need a factory, we'll get a factory. If we need a compound, we'll get a compound. If we need obstacles..." He turned to face the window again and spoke into his black wristband. 612, Golf, 612. "Copy," said a voice from his wrist. "Hostile inbound." From behind one of the runes, a fully grown man appeared holding a pulled grenade. All of them except Xander took a surprised step back. Looking unfazed, Xander brandished a pistol from the small of his back, and without warning them, fired it directly in the man's face. "Jesus!" Kent vocalized for all of them. Even Johnny seemed stunned enough by the sudden gunfire he didn't turn to glare at Kent. Liz's heart rate had tripled. "Don't worry," Xander jostled arrogantly, firing another shot without warning into the man's still body for good measure. "Had I not pulled the trigger, we would be in as much danger as if he were real." Liz, even knowing the thing was staged, was struggling to trick her eyes. The man, constructed entirely of cubes, seemed to blend so well with his surroundings that she was struggling to find a fault in the edges of his body. The face was completely obliterated from the first gunshot. What looked like real blood was dripping from both wounds and pooling underneath on the stone floor. Even the smell was convincing. Liz felt her face turning white and wondered how long she could outlast her stomach. What happens if we get shot by one of the bogies?" Johnny uttered. Without warning, Xander turned on a dime and shot Johnny straight in the arm. They all froze. Emma even screamed. Johnny's face was contorted and his jaw clenched tight, breathing quickly and appearing to try and find something to keep himself from passing out. In a handful of seconds that felt like an eternity, Johnny finally opened his eyes, which were bloodshot and filled to the brim with pained tears. He was biting his tongue so hard, Liz was shocked it hadn't been bitten off. That's when she noticed his arm. Johnny had immediately clutched it with his other hand, but as he pulled it away, finally catching his breath, there was nothing there. No bullet hole, no open wound, not even a bruise. It was as though the entire thing had happened in their heads. "That hurts," Johnny grimaced. Xander just smiled menacingly. "If you get hit," he said, "you'll know." Johnny managed a slight whimper on one side of his crooked mouth. "I wouldn't recommend it." Emma and Margot laughed, and Liz felt slightly relieved. Kent and Jordan both remained wide-eyed and alert, suddenly distrustful of the adult who was tasked with keeping them alive. Xander started backing away from them slowly, his handgun having disappeared behind his back again. They all looked at him nervously. Margot started. "You're not going to shoot the rest of us, are you?" A harrowing grin crept across the leader's face. "I'm not." Xander disappeared behind a nearby bush as all around them a ring of armed assailants arose from nothingness out of the ground, each armed with a set of unorthodox weaponry. The large bearded thing in front of Liz brandished a pair of arm-length sabers. "Jordan, how many?" Emma squealed somewhere behind her. 20, maybe?" Jordan stumbled nervously. "They're not real, it's hard for me to tell." "Liz, you're the only one with weapons," Johnny muttered. She'd been thinking the exact same thing. The 6 were shoulder to shoulder, their backs to one another in a reverse huddle. The men were closing in. It appeared that more and more were rising behind them. "Someone tell me what to do," she begged. "I can help," Margot said. "I don't know how effective it'll be, but I'll try." "On my signal," Johnny took charge, the men now just meters away. "If you can fight a hole, we can try to—" "Screw that," Ken budged beside Liz. "Kent, no!" She couldn't see exactly what happened, but Kent appeared to stumble face first as he initiated his speed from the circle. Johnny's arms were extended as she turned to look, not sure whether he had pushed him or tried to grab him, but Kent bolted his way through the layer of assailants before collapsing hard onto the ground. He dove face first into the ruined wall, having just enough awareness to tuck his neck before contact. He rolled hard against the ruins, and a loud crack echoed around the entirety of the training hall. Liz knew it wasn't the cubes that had made that sound. "Concord!" Xander yelled, sprinting from the bushes. The men collapsed back onto the floor like a wave under the stone surface. Kent was screaming, clutching his left leg. A collective groan emitted from the others as they saw quite plainly how real his injury was compared to Johnny's. Kent's lower leg was dangling to one side, very much broken in half. "I need a medic in Sector 112, Xander spoke to his wrist urgently. "Broken tibia, immediate medical attention." Kent's face was swelling like a red balloon, his eyes dripping with tears. The most rapid succession of cuss words flowed from his unintelligible mouth before he finally managed to squeak, "What the hell did you do that for?" Johnny looked taken aback. "Kent, he was trying to help you," Emma defended. "He tripped me," Kent shouted, still screaming between his accusations. You broke my leg!" "Kent, he didn't do it on purpose," Margot agreed. "Liz, you saw it," Jordan teamed. "Tell him." Liz was too distracted by the state of Kent to even process what she'd seen. A pair of gloved paramedics ran onto the floor and attempted to lift Kent onto a medical trolley. Kent continued to howl, now paying the rest zero attention as he was wheeled off in agony toward the nearest lift. Xander looked furious. "Johnny, what happened?" he boiled. He tried to run through them, and I tried to stop him," Johnny muttered defensively. "He was going to abandon us. I thought—" He paused, trying to figure an appropriate statement. I thought we'd be better off altogether." Xander took this into consideration, but did not answer. Kent's howling was now echoing through the building. Other squads noticed, stopping their own exercises to look at the source of the noise. "Training's done for today," he glared. "Go get changed. Eat something. I'll meet you all in the common room after." They needed no second instructions. Whether Xander was frustrated with himself, Johnny, or all of them collectively, they could not tell. Wordlessly, they hustled off to the dressing room. Liz didn't even care to turn around while in her pants. Dinner remained silent. Back in the great hall of the school, the buzz of other students encircled their table like an unwanted swarm of insects. On any other night, the prospect of New England lobster feast would have been amongst the most delicious things she could possibly think of, but with their collective thoughts still centered around Kent, there was no interest in bringing the lemon-tinged tail to her mouth, and despite her best efforts, expected to wake up starving the next morning. Xander was waiting for them in the living room, still dressed in the same outfit from training. "Get comfy," he said, when they returned. "Go take a shower. Put on pajamas. Come back out here. We might be here a while." They did as they were told. Not worrying to flatten her brushy hair after the shower, Liz returned downstairs with a lazy ponytail. A tartan set of pajamas adorned her tired legs, and she was surprised to find Emma dressed in very much the same way. "Take a seat," he instructed when they had all returned afresh. Xander took a deep breath, looking a bit calmer than he had just an hour before. "I've been reviewing the footage," he said, pausing in a more dramatic fashion than he probably intended. "You guys are right. Johnny tried to grab him and he pulled away, but if one person's at fault, it's him." He held up a finger as if to interrupt himself. "But I do not want anyone to stress that information on him." "But," Emma started. "Truth or not," Xander said, "it doesn't matter. You should know better than anyone, Emma. This is about politics and optics. That kid knows no one. That kid trusts no one. He was taken from his home because of something that made him special, and now he doesn't even have that." He looked sullenly around at their faces. "I'd be surprised if he's able to run like that again by the end of the year." Xander's eyes intensified. "You all have each other. Even you, Liz, you know the system. He doesn't. He's as out of water as it is possible to be right now, and he needs all of you to help him through that." He circled them again, reading their understanding. "Now, to your merit, you all did everything right. Johnny, you took charge. The rest of you took responsibility. Up until he fell, you did everything perfectly, and even what you attempted to do shows an incredible sense of devotion to each other and to your capabilities. You're still the dream team, speedster or not. I won't lie and say today wasn't a bit of a setback. I don't know if what was on the table will still be there by next week. I'm not asking you all to perform at a level beyond which you're comfortable, but I do need to know if you can continue to have each other's backs the way you did today, even including Kent. I need you to trust each other. I need you to trust him." He paused, a slight grin crawling across his face. "I need you to trust me, even if I do shoot you in the arm." Johnny smiled back. "It's okay. When did you stop noticing?" Xander asked to prove a point. "Hard to focus on that when someone else is in real pain," Johnny admitted. "Shouldn't last more than a few minutes," Xander claimed. "You're never in any real danger in there unless you do it to yourself." His face darkened. "We need to get him to learn that too. Now, Kent's on his way back from the medical center as we speak. Obviously, he can't take the stairs, and obviously his bedroom's upstairs. So, your new mission from me. He leaned in to accentuate. Help him. Whatever you have to do, whatever favors he might need, help him. You're in charge. You're his squad mates. Help him with food, help him down the stairs, help him to and from school. Whatever you have to do, help him. He stated this conclusively, and none of them argued. With the simple but profound instruction to Johnny to stay away from them that evening on behalf of Kent's current state of mind, the rest of them waited only a few minutes for Kent to arrive, now in a cast and crutches, aided through the door by a different pair of paramedics. The mood was awkward. The girl stepped aside. Kent looked absolutely furious. Xander and Jordan managed to carry Kent all the way up to his room, where they managed to get him settled and offer him food before returning downstairs to regroup with Johnny and the girls. One last time, Xander accentuated his expectations of their aid over the following days and weeks, before he joined the paramedics in leaving the kids be. An awkward silence fell over the five, before all decided that the day had been long enough, and finally resorted to climbing into their beds. Up the stairs, Liz figured she'd offer a nighttime courtesy of saying goodnight to Kent. Expecting another two-word answer, she knocked on his door and found it unlocked. "Yes?" he shouted from the other side. She opened the door slightly, not peeking inside, but making her voice more audible to the room's occupant. "I was going to go to bed," she said kindly. "Need anything before I do?" "Oh," Kent grumbled in a muted, pained voice. "I don't think so. Maybe tomorrow." "All right," she said awkwardly. Sorry about today. I'm next door if you need to talk. Good night." There was no answer before she shut the door behind her. "Maybe tomorrow," he had said. Liz looked around at the empty landing, finding herself the only probable occupant for the next several weeks. "Trust each other," had been Xander's words. But the others were locked away downstairs, together, in their own little world. Just because she knew the system didn't mean she was an outsider to this place the same way Kent was. She was alone up here with him, and no one else. With a sense of dread as she crawled into bed, Liz wondered if she could trust the others, or if she had just unintentionally signed herself up to a neighbor's service for the next several weeks. Chapter 4. Bed. Their first day turned out to be the most eventful of the week, for obvious reasons. It would have been hard for anything to top Kent's leg, and even with the other 4 days including after-school extracurriculars, Johnny continued to find himself underwhelmed each night he fell asleep without any more drama in his days. The closest anything came to Monday's mess was the continued irritation he and Emma shared at Jordan and Margot. Emma had speculated for weeks that it was going to happen, despite Johnny's insistence that it was best if nothing did. And since Jordan finally popped the question the previous weekend, it was difficult now to find time alone with his brother without Margot under his arm. Of course, Johnny liked Margot. This had little to do with her, other than having fallen into the role of Jordan's latest piece. The four of them had been friends for years. Something like this was inevitable. He feared confronting Jordan about the overabundance of public affection that would come across as jealousy. He wasn't jealous. Sure, Margot was objectively attractive. Sure, Jordan was lucky to be in his position. Sure, Johnny himself had never been in a relationship, and therefore could not defend or analyze his brother from that perspective. But what he did know was that the others appeared irritated by it too. And Johnny wanted anything but animosity in the squad this early on in the year. His attempt at stopping Kent had backfired and spread even more such animosity, so tensions were already high in the common room. This made worse the constant appearance of the happy couple, with Jordan's attempts at romance, despite being fully clothed, resembling full-on intercourse rather than anything else. "You're 15, Johnny wanted to tell him. Intimacy had years to wait. He was moreover worried that Jordan's mental state was accelerating everything. His mother was still missing, and as far as they knew, presumed dead. She was the last parent either of them had left, and the fact that he was worrying about it more than Jordan, while Jordan was off locking lips with a new best friend, made Johnny fear that some sort of break was bound to happen, currently just prolonged by the whole thing. It made things further more awkward between he and Emma. She was now easy to be around, and they had spent countless hours alone together before now, but it was increasingly obvious how uncomfortable Emma had become with Margot separated from the pack. She would deny it, certainly, but if there was any other emotion than jealousy masked behind her face, it would have been impressive. She had voiced to Johnny that she was also struggling without her brother Riley. Riley had already been gone a full year, but something about starting missions and moving into high school without her closest family member was hitting her rather hard. Apparently they still found time to talk nearly every day, and Riley was very happy with Siobhan in Italy, but Johnny was well aware of the desperation between Emma's words. She wanted him home. It was still a mystery why Riley had up and disappeared the summer before his own freshman year, and Emma herself was so flustered with conspiracies that it was obvious she, too, knew no answer. Freshman transfers were very rare, part of why Liz was such a mystery as well, but as far as he and Emma could surmise, something had happened between Riley and her father the previous summer, maybe involving Andrew. They had never been close. And to Emma's utter shock, her mother had failed to defend him like usual, and Riley up and disappeared to Scotland. The purveying theory Emma had come up with was that Riley had said something about his adoption to their father, and in response tasked Andrew with teaching Riley a lesson. Everyone knew Riley's adoption had been a publicity stunt to better Mr. Guerin's chances in the leadership ticket. Andrew had never been punished by his father for beating up his brother before. Andrew was the favorite, and his relationship with his younger brother had always been a source of stress for the latter. What Emma's theory didn't answer was not why this time had finally caused the snap, but why her mother had this time sided with Mr. Guerin, rather than Riley, as was the usual response. Further puzzling was why Mrs. Guerin seemed uninterested in bringing up her favorite son, and every time Emma brought up the topic, her mother broke down in tears, never blaming even herself, but accepting the harsh reality for what it was. It was not a topic Johnny enjoyed delving into with Emma, as it always dragged down the mood of the day, but it was one about which she was constantly passionate. He doubted they would ever get a clean answer. They had been at it for over a year. For some sort of positive, it always gave Emma a reason to confide in him, and for that he was grateful. The morning after Kent's accident, Jordan and Margot managed to help Kent down the common room stairs, Margot being the next strongest, as they figured the animosity towards Johnny still hadn't quite worn off. Able to maneuver his way to the elevator and make a path to the school on his own without a head start, the rest of the squad let Kent blow off more steam before the start of class, where he would be forced to remain in the same room as Johnny and hopefully come to terms with what had actually happened. The school day saw a mostly continued set of lessons from the first. Mrs. Dennis started the algebra class on a lecture about quadratic equations. Fitness saw them out on the soccer pitch for several relay races and anaerobic exercises. History was more nonsense about the origins of the company, which Johnny had heard 100 times before, much less memorized, which took them all the way to lunch. Kent, despite having sat aside and worked on limited upper body exercises while the rest of them parodied his effect, seemed rather upbeat after hearing the day's history lesson, and was quite bemused by the appropriation of his hometown in the form of a pasta bar for lunch. He kept his mouth quiet and his jaws full while the others vocalized their disinterest about the upcoming afternoon lessons. They were quite right to. Biology was essentially the science version of everything they had covered under Mr. Andre, and language was virtually the exact same, if not a dumbed-down version, of the day before. For the four locals, all of whom already spoke and understood the grammar of Romance languages, it was nearly a full hour of doing absolutely nothing. Their first bit of fun came in the afternoon's missions training. Steering well clear of the day before, Xander had all of them, Kent included, dressed in the stereotypical mission suits that hung in their lockers. Completely black and tight to every bit of skin to an uncomfortable level, Johnny said a thank you prayer for the existence of a pelvic protector within the suit. Kent had finally grown friendly enough with Johnny that he allowed the other boys to help him dress, electing to equip his own belt, which was outfitted like the others with a flashlight, laser pen, taser, pepper spray, and about a dozen other devices, which made them all feel like ninja cops. The skin suits eventually became comfortable, but despite the girls' best efforts to make them fit fashionably, Johnny thought they all looked rather pathetic. This was made even worse when Xander instructed them to put on the round helmets from the top of their lockers and marched them down the hall looking ready to continue a triathlon. Back in the arsenal, each of them were allowed to select a single weapon. All went for various guns except Emma, who was quick to swipe a dozen throwing knives from the display. Heading then to a target range, each of them practiced basic safety standards before taking their turn firing downfield. Kent, even with his injury, made it obvious that he had never held a weapon in his life. But despite this handicap, appeared to enjoy getting the hang of an M4, even if he only struck the actual target once. Emma, deadly with anything she was able to throw, was in her element. Xander seemed proud of the difference just a day made between sessions. Voicing his approval at their progress throughout the 2 hours, he sent them on their way to the first evening of extracurriculars. Johnny thought he heard Kent voice an interest in joining the nation ball team alongside he and Jordan, but obviously this was now off the table, and despite Xander's best urging to find some sort of club that might interest him, resorted to head back to the common room and take the evening to himself. Emma's chosen sport was volleyball, and followed the boys back to the athletics wing to take over the hardwood gym. Liz said something about the art club. Margot, who, like the boys, grew up playing ice hockey, intended to do so again during the winter season, so resorted to joining the math club for something to do without Jordan. The ice rink was without ice this time of year. The floor now bare concrete, it was overlaid with a thin foam surface which provided the bare minimum in padding for what was a high-injury sport. As the playing area of Nation Ball took up only the space between the rink's blue lines, seasonal bleachers were set up in the defensive zone to match the permanent ones on what was now the court's end. New walls, roughly the height of the rink's glass, were installed, outfitted in a camouflage navy pattern with white and red stripes, built into which were the 2 alcoves at each end roughly the size of soccer nets, which served as the court's goals. The boys were among the youngest of the nearly 50 kids who made their way onto the court floor. A chattering amongst them was interrupted by a loud whistle, which coincided with the arrival of 6 coaches.
"All right, settle down,"
came the familiar gravelly voice of Coach Della.
"Freshmen, head to the hallway with Isaacs and UNESCO. New players, follow Verona and Brunson to the locker rooms. Returning team, stay in here with Pishik and me."
They followed the 2 coaches named Isaacs and UNESCO out into the hall with roughly 30 other freshmen, where they rediscovered tables topped with various uniform items: jerseys, shorts, socks, and less obvious things like colored undershirts and joint pads. When this was finished, they moved further down the hallway and one after another introduced themselves to the coaches, described their individual effects, and then gave a sort of display in front of everyone surrounding. Johnny thought this rather difficult at first, but upon reciting the championship years from every single banner hanging in the cafeteria, seemed to have impressed at least UNESCO. The whole ordeal took over the first hour of the practice. Returning to the rink floor, they were paired up with a member of the returning team and set to practice setups and volleys. Johnny imagined their night was nearly identical to Emma's. Finally, to end the night, the large group squared off against 11 individuals who designated themselves goalkeepers. One by one, the other players did all they could to beat the keepers in a penalty shootout. A few of the boys seemed unaccustomed to the rule against gripping the ball and throwing it. Others tried less conventional ways of scoring, using the walls as bumpers as though they were playing air hockey instead. Very few people actually scored, the majority of goals coming off the hands and feet of people who could use their powers to accelerate the ball. Dalton Sinsheim, the returning keeper, only allowed a single goal, which came from the flaming boot of a fellow senior named Reed Hendricks. Jordan completely mishit the ball while facing easily the worst keeper of the bunch. Johnny ended up beating the keeper with a fake kick off the wall, but the ball struck the goalpost and ricocheted back onto the court. "That could have gone better," Jordan voiced when they had showered and dressed at the end of the 2 hours. Another freshman boy named Sam Carroll overheard, adding, "They told us freshmen rarely make any ranked teams." "Still worth a try," Jordan retorted. "You had him beat, too." "Still a miss," Johnny said, humbled. Emma was already waiting for them in front of the auditorium, her skin pink from exertion. As soon as they reached her, Margot appeared out of the entrance to the math wing. "Anything fun?" Emma handed. "Not really," Margot replied, "unless you think solving complex math equations with a group of math nerds is fun." Emma grinned, knowing that Margot really did find that sort of thing enjoyable. "How about you guys?" Emma asked. "Yeah, we're not making the team," Jordan dejected. Emma laughed. "Me neither. Height would help. A different effect would help," Johnny mumbled. "Only here," Margot defended, following this up with a poor imitation of Xander. "We're the dream team, remember?" She snuck her arm behind Jordan and kissed him on the cheek, neither seeming to notice the other two sharing a look of disinterest. "Should we wait for Liz?" Emma interrupted. "Is she here?" said Jordan, checking the time on his phone as the majority of students were now leaving the building. "She might have left already," said Margot. "She might have not," said Johnny. In the end, rather than try and contact her to see her plans, the 4 left the school without Liz, making their way across the dry grass separating them from the residential center as the sun set behind the taller side of the town. Margot and Jordan, hand in hand, skipped carelessly ahead of the other 2. Halfway home, Emma tugged on Johnny's arm, apparently eager to tell him something out of earshot of the others. "Help me kick them out of the common room," she said. "What?" "This," she said, gesturing to the affection in front. "I can't do this much longer." Johnny sighed approvingly. "I can't either. What's your idea?" "Good question," she breathed. "I think the Astros have the night off." "Margot doesn't know that," he argued. "She will as soon as she looks it up," Emma said. "What about the Twins?" Johnny frowned. "Jordan's not going to let me have the living room to watch the Twins." "You're probably right," Emma sighed. "What else is on a Tuesday?" Johnny tried to think. No other sport was on this early in the season. "Any big news we could claim?" Emma was already on her phone. Russian annexation of Crimea," she read. "Louisiana abortion law. Israeli land seizure. How about that?" "They don't care about Israel," he said bluntly. "Yeah, me neither," she continued. Democracy protest in Hong Kong?" Johnny huffed. "We're not getting that TV." "Yeah, you're right." Emma looked dejected, but she continued to look focused as they made their way into the building. Just before they got to their front door, her eyes popped wide. "I've got an idea," she muttered quietly. "Just follow my lead." When they entered the room, Jordan kicked off his shoes and practically ran to the couch. Before Margot could join him, Emma grabbed her hand and put on a bizarre face full of longing. "Hey, can you do me a favor?" she begged. Margot looked taken aback. Yeah, sure. What is it?" Emma took a deep breath. Johnny was unsure if it was part of the act or if she was still finishing her thoughts. "Johnny and I need to talk about some things." Margot's face flashed from confused to nervous, then to excited. About what? She mumbled slowly. Just, Emma paraded meekly. Some things. Margot looked at Johnny, who gave his best attempt at both nervousness and unawareness. Just for a bit, Emma pushed. Margot hesitated. Can't you use your room? Emma blushed. Real or not, Johnny again could not tell. She hesitated. I don't think we're there yet. Margot nearly blushed herself. Her top lip curled under her teeth as though holding back a smile. Yeah, sure, she said again, perking up to her boyfriend on the couch. Hey, Jordan, let's go. He popped his head over the side of the couch. What? We're going to your room, she instructed. He looked surprised. Oh, are we? I'll explain it later, she pushed, kicking off her own shoes and waiting for Jordan to catch up outside his bedroom door. Let me know how it goes, she said with a sarcastic wink before the pair disappeared behind the cloudy door. Johnny could do nothing but stare at Emma. She kicked off her shoes, grabbed herself a glass of water, and leaned maliciously over the island before he even thought about taking off his own. What was that about? He finally asked. She gestured for him to lean over the countertop so she could whisper away from eavesdropping. Margot has the interpretation that we're supposed to start dating soon, she whispered bluntly. Johnny felt his eyes pop from his head. What? You and me? Emma was smirking. She nodded. She said that, he asked. Her, she started, and my brother, and my mom, and Kent. Johnny felt like laughing. What? Why? Emma leaned in to whisper again. Apparently they all think I like you. A bizarre shudder went through his body, and he couldn't decipher whether it was a thought of excitement or disgust. He hoped she was joking. He looked her straight in her blue eyes. Her face had gone blank with emotion. Well, do you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Emma grinned from ear to ear. For the first time in nearly 10 minutes, Johnny felt completely certain of his friend's thoughts. No, she said, her voice returning to normal volume. Johnny released a sigh of relief. For a moment before, he thought he was going to lose his last remaining friend over something as insignificant as a crush. Huh, good, he found himself saying. Emma, too, her face pink with constricted emotion from the scene, sighed in return. So, what are we going to do out here? What, instead of make out? She teased. Twins and Orioles, still scoreless. Who's pitching? He laughed. Emma continued on her phone. Hughes and Gaussman, she stated. Well, we should check on Kent first. He followed her upstairs to Kent's door, which was shut but unlocked. After a few knocks, Emma opened it to find Kent sitting semi-upright in bed, watching a car auction. Johnny kept his head out of view, still not sure if his appearance would sour Kent's mood. Hey, she said sweetly. You need anything? I'm good, came the reply. I ordered a pizza earlier. I didn't realize this place had room service. Yeah, Emma stumbled. Well, holler if you need anything. She shut the door softly. He does know that costs money, right? Johnny said when both had turned away from the bedrooms. I hope so, Emma replied. He'll learn pretty quick if he doesn't. What's his background? Johnny asked at the foot of the stairs. Like, what's up with his family? You'd know better than me, she said. You're the one who memorized his file. Memorize was a strong word. He'd only really skimmed through the basic information. I figured he would have mentioned it to you when you went on that walk Sunday. Emma grinned secretively. He asked me out on Sunday. She hushed. He did what? Emma's face reddened, nodding. What did you say? Johnny prodded, the TV now turned onto the game. What do you think I said? Judging by Margot's insight, something along the lines of no. Emma continued smiling. I told him exactly what I'd tell anyone, she said plainly. We've got too much else going on to think about something like that. Amen, Johnny consolidated. Their conversation fizzled there, both too distracted by baseball to continue in any notable way. For whatever reason, a strange pull in his stomach distracted him every time he thought about Kent asking the question to Emma. It got even worse when he tried to imagine the question successful. It was bad enough with Jordan and Margot gone, he thought. I can't lose Emma, too. The rest of their night was insignificant. To Johnny's surprise, the twins managed to pull off a 6-4 victory despite having lost all but one of their previous 8 games. He and Emma sat on different chairs to watch, far outside of comfortable making-out range, the thought of which continued to both humor and disgust him. Jordan and Margot never emerged to interrupt them. In fact, their only interruption came around 10 o'clock, when Liz, appearing rather disgruntled, bounded through the door, ignored their calls of welcome, and hustled up to bed without so much as a word. What are you going to tell Margot? Johnny asked Emma as the pair separated for bed. I don't know, she admitted. I'll think of something again, I suppose. The next several days were like poorly made copies of the previous. Nothing of significance continued to happen in each of their classes, except the interpretation that Kent seemed to be warming to Johnny by the end of the week. After-school practices culminated in the conclusion of their week-long tryout, and to no surprise, despite having been, in their opinion, among the best of the freshman class, the boys failed to find their names on the roster above the freshman team. Emma, too, found herself relegated to the freshman squad, though like them took it rather painlessly. The Astros back on TV, she and Johnny now had an actual reason to hog the living room in the week's remaining evenings. Whatever excuse she gave Margot, it seemed to be working. She and Jordan had now made either bedroom their new home, to the point that the others rarely ever saw them outside school hours. Johnny worried their plan may have backfired. The only significant change of note as they tumbled into September were the developments with Xander during missions training. Having quickly adapted to both the digital training interfaces as well as their designated firearms, Xander made a comment after Thursday's session that despite the Monday setback, they were still high in the eyes of the embassy, to the point that an actual assignment may be coming in the next few weeks. At this news, Johnny felt an almost sinful level of pride. They were in this to do a job, and at these words, he felt assured that they were doing said job very well. Even Kent, who had been designated to a special role alongside Xander in the coordinator position, seemed to be adapting spectacularly fast. On Friday afternoon, the last of the summer weather was starting to chill into autumn. Though the air was still relatively warm, Liz said she felt right at home. Rain was on the forecast for that evening, and the girls broke out pants for the first time. Jordan made a snide comment about his claim on Margot's backside in her black leggings, which Johnny thought both crude and unnecessary. Emma appeared much more relaxed in loose-fitting pair of gray sweatpants. The six hobbled over to the training center after language, keeping up with Kent's limited pace. The locals expected to have aced their end-of-week romance languages quiz, though Kent and Liz felt a bit less secure. To Johnny's surprise, Liz changed into her missions wear without turning her back to the group, catching himself gazing at her chest for a few seconds too long and confessing silently to God for his brief act of unintentional lust. On the training floor, they made their way to what was outfitted as a snowy forest, where Xander would send in two of them at random to puzzle their way out of an ambush using the collective abilities of each random pair. Johnny found himself working best with Margot, her superior close combat skills complementing his ability to work a semi-automatic rifle from mid-range. Emma and Liz worked well too, though only if they spotted their targets from a sizable difference. Both effects were virtually the same in mid-range combat, Emma's a bit deadlier, so when Xander added Jordan as a third person to their collective, the enemies rarely even got a shot off in their direction. At 5 o'clock on the dot, Xander concluded their practice session with one last exercise, combining all five. Johnny, now outfitted with a handgun and told to partner with Margot, was able to match her speed in close quarters while Jordan called out locations to the other four. When it was all over, not a single person had been shot in the entirety of the 2-hour session. "Incredible job!" Xander praised, joining the others in the dressing room. "Kent, any thoughts?" Kent was unable to contain himself. "Margot, when you spun around and jabbed the guy through the ear," he huffed. "And Johnny, 83% hit rate? That's not even believable." Johnny felt a wave of relief. The drama from Monday now seemed well subsided. "Saved the company a ton on ammo," Jordan joked under his breath. "Saved the rest of us time and worry," Xander stated. "No wonder they're high on you guys." All six of them gleamed. "I got some good news and some bad news," he continued. Without asking which they might prefer to hear first, he stated, "The good news is they've designated an assignment. We'll get it next week." The tone of the room froze like ice. Johnny, Margot, and Kent, still smiling, were suddenly juxtaposed with the shocked, almost dread-filled faces of Emma, Jordan, and Liz. "What?" Emma choked with half a voice. "What's the bad news?" Xander tossed his tablet onto his chair resolutely. "The bad news," he sighed, "is that I'm not letting you take a long weekend." The six set of eyes darted across from one to the next. It seemed all of them had forgotten Monday was Labor Day. "I need you all here at 10 on Monday," Xander went on. "The embassy wants to try you out with the stress test. All day. 10 to 6. Full training session." Even Kent seemed to understand the bizarreness of this assignment. As far as Johnny could remember, the earliest a freshman squad had ever been forced into a day-long training session was Halloween, and that was a week prior to their scheduled mission. If his memory was unmistaken, that mission had gone on to fail in spectacular fashion. "Yes, Johnny?" Xander called. To his own horror, Johnny found his arm raised, not having instructed it to do so. The words that followed came out of their own accord, too. "This is faster than Canberra." Jordan, Margot, and Emma all had wide eyes. Kent obviously did not know the mission to which he was referring, and Liz, if she was aware, was succeeding very well at not showing it. "It is," Xander agreed. Johnny again failed to stop the question in his head from escaping his lips. "Are they sending us away next week?" Xander only took a second to answer, but the question seemed to hang in the air like a thick fog. No, he denied. God, no. He began to chuckle to himself. A collective sigh of relief circled the room. Even Kent appeared calmer than before. No. Not even close, he rejected further. I can't go into details, obviously, but the mission in question is not only safer than Canberra, we'll have way more time to plan for it than they did. Emma was still holding a small bit of breath. Then why? They just want to make sure they've got the right group for the job, he assured. Simple as. No funny business attached, I assure you. Kent's arm had shot into the air at Johnny's last question. I'm sorry, he interrupted. What's Canberra? Like before, the other 6 pairs of eyes darted around between one another. Xander took an impactful breath. Emma? He started. You're the history gal. Want to elaborate? It took her a moment to catch her still shaking breath. She exhaled, turning to Johnny, who interrupted her. There's a squad out of Canada in 2005 that was given under a week to infiltrate a Republican nationalist group out of Australia. Apparently, the Australian government had gotten word about an attack on the upcoming tour by the royal family in some kind of attempt to force an abdication of the Australian monarchy. The Australians were initially going to send in their own forces, but discovered from another source that the Republicans were planning on using themselves as martyrs and blame the Australian establishment on assassinating peaceful opposition to the royal family, so they decided to employ us instead. Kent's eyes had narrowed, apparently following. The squad was all 14-year-olds. One had the ability to shift his face into virtually any shape. One had the ability to mimic every possible voice. The employment seemed perfect. The only problem was they didn't extensively train up to that point. They were given a stress day with less than 6 days to go, and they learned the material in 5. The only time they had to rest was on a 2-day flight to Sydney. They were so exhausted, one of the boys forgot his accent. And that was that. Only their leader came out alive, and he killed himself within 2 weeks of coming home. Kent's eyes were as wide as the others. What happened to the royals? He mumbled. Queen's obviously still alive, mate, piped Liz. Xander finished on Johnny's behalf. Chinese came in and wiped him off the map. Royal tour was postponed until the spring. But, Kent stuttered, trying to poke holes in the story. Why not just do that right away? Because information is a lot more valuable than just life or death, Xander concluded. But don't worry, this isn't Canberra. He finished with a morose smile before undressing himself in front of them. All but Emma seemed relieved by this news, though Kent now appeared more shaken by his new knowledge of the company's past failures. When they returned home after dinner, cold and wet from that evening's wind and rain, Emma walked to her room without so much as a word to Johnny. There was no practice that night, so he and Jordan helped Kent up the stairs before Jordan and Margot announced their departure to go see a movie at the city cinema. Liz, too, decided to head off on an evening of her own, though she did not disclose details with the others. Johnny turned on the baseball game, expecting Emma to emerge and join him. 4 innings were up and gone by the time her door finally opened. She looked disgruntled, her hair a mess, tucked unceremoniously into the upturned hood of a red lifeguard sweatshirt. Her eyes were smudged and puffy as though she had been crying. Most notable, however, was the teal duffel bag slung over her right shoulder, quite obviously stuffed to overflowing, leading Johnny to realize she wasn't heading for the gym. Hey, he struggled as she blew past him to the front door. A's are up 3-2. Want to watch? She looked at him grimly, then answered his real question. I'm going to my parents. She slipped out of the door before he could ask a follow-up. The whole ordeal and the quickness of it all shook Johnny to a standstill. When he finally realized another inning had passed without a score, he shook himself to full consciousness. He was worried about Emma, certainly, but he thought to himself, girls are like that, aren't they? It was usually Margot who was prone to phases of quick panic, but clearly something about that afternoon had set Emma to do the same. More stunned was Johnny by his own reaction to it. Have I really become that reliant on her? He thought in silence. Realizing he was watching the 2 worst teams in baseball for the sake of someone who was no longer in the building, he took inspiration from Emma and packed his own bag, though heading only for the weight room hidden in the basement of the school. To his surprise, it was nearly empty, and he found himself the only boy there. A rather large girl was squatting far more than he could even think of attempting, and another with braided pigtails was working calisthenics in an open corner. By the time he finished working his arms and legs, the invisible sun was still illuminating the rainy sky. Remembering the training center was open until at least midnight, he returned to the familiar shooting range and worked long-distance target practice with every type of rifle he could get his hands on. Only then, still not exactly tired, but satisfied that his day could now conclude, did Johnny make his way back to the residential center and put himself to bed. The next morning, the common room was as silent as the night before. Emma's bedroom remained dark. He had highly doubted she would return in the night, but the realization that she was still gone weighed on him like a stuffed backpack. He knocked on Jordan's bedroom door, not expecting his brother to be awake, but realized upon hearing two sets of voices behind the door that Margot must be in there as well. Jordan answered the door in only his boxers, his hair disheveled and his bad eye milky white. He opened the door only far enough to sneak his thin figure into Johnny's view. Johnny completely ignored his brother. "Margot, have you heard from Emma?" he called over Jordan's shoulder. Jordan snuck a bashful look behind him into the room. There was no answer, as though Margot was unsure whether or not she should make her presence in the room known. She finally muttered, much to Jordan's apparent chagrin. "No, why?" "She ran off last night," he announced. Jordan was still hiding her from his view. "She said she was staying at the mansion." "She did what?" Margot yelled from somewhere near Jordan's bed. "I just wondered if you knew anything." Margot mumbled to herself inarticulately. "Her location's off," she retorted. "I have no idea where she is." "That's okay," he sighed. "You're welcome to hang with us today," Jordan invited, his face still bright red. "Just give us a minute, we'll be right out." "It's fine," he declined. "You guys do your thing." Distracted by Emma's invisibility rather than his brother's conspicuousness, Johnny removed himself and made his way to the school cafeteria for a lonely 10 minutes with an omelet before jumping onto the monorail and taking it as near to the Prime Minister's residence as he could manage. Still, a 10-minute walk followed, though the cold wind did not much dissuade him. He presented his identification to the guard at the security booth as he had done 100 times before. "Johnny Sparks to see Emma Guerin," he said. "Emma's not here, sir," the guard replied almost immediately. Johnny looked up at the man, who stared back expressionless. "Wendy, then," he said. "Whoever's home." He heard the muttering of a brief conversation between another guard and a voice he recognized as Mrs. Guerin. "You'll need an escort, sir," said the first guard, handing him back his card. "Have a good day." "Thanks," he failed to vocalize. An escort meant someone important was inside. Was it the police? He thought, walking to the house alongside the silent second guard. "No," he rescinded. "There would be cars." Still, something could have happened, the negative half of his head continued. Maybe they haven't found her yet. Maybe they know she's disappeared. His questions were answered almost immediately when he entered through the front door. Mrs. Guerin was there to welcome him with a great bear hug, but beyond her, visible in the kitchen, sat 3 men, 2 of whom he recognized.
"Johnny!"
The Prime Minister echoed from across the hall, matching the sentiment of his wife. He stood up, as did the others, apparently coming to shake his hand. "No need, sir," Johnny declined politely. "I'm just—" But it was no use. Mrs. Guerin had ushered him into the kitchen, where the Prime Minister introduced him to the others sitting beside him.
"Please,"
Mr. Guerin led.
"No need to rush."
The man on his right was as famous as he was. The Deputy Prime Minister Shane Daniels was a moderately sized politician, with a jawline sharper than his inquisitive gaze. With tan skin and wavy brown hair, he reminded Johnny of Emma's brother Riley. He shook Johnny's hand with a firm grip and a slight wink before sitting back down.
"You know Shane,"
Mr. Guerin introduced. Not knowing Shane was hard to do. He was an oddly quiet man, never saying much in press conferences unless necessary, though his appearance was always apparent. Even now, while the other 2 men stood comfortably in sweater vests, Shane was dressed in a full suit. Beyond having the face and figure that would make him a star in both real estate as well as politics, Shane had come back from extended years in Afghanistan as a war hero, and Emma half joked once that her dad only added him to the ticket so his own popularity wouldn't be outstaged. This was, however, the very first time Johnny had met him in person, and was rather taken aback by the wink, starting to question if it had even happened.
"And this is Doug Symbolic,"
Mr. Guerin continued.
"Minister of Foreign Affairs."
Johnny recognized the name but had never seen the face. His shake was rather weak compared to the other 2.
"We were just discussing business," the Prime Minister humbled. "What can we do for you?"
Shane was still staring at him intently. So were the other 2, Johnny realized, but something about Shane's eyes seemed more pressing, and for a moment he forgot why he had even come in the first place. "Oh," he muttered. It's about Emma. Have you seen her?"
"She stayed here last night,"
Bill alibied.
"Honey, do you know where she went off to?"
"She said she was going for a drive," Wendy corroborated, handing Johnny a glass of ice water from the fridge. The other men seemed unfazed by this revelation. Emma was only 14 and therefore unable to legally drive in the state of Wyoming.
"I'm sure she'll be back tonight," the Prime Minister insisted. "Did you need anything from her?"
"No," Johnny declared, realizing himself that he was once again finding himself reliant on Emma. "Just wasn't sure."
"Anything else we can do for you, dear?"
Wendy ushered.
"It's so good to see you."
No, I'm all right," he said. "Busy week." Mrs. Guerin smiled politely.
"First week always is," she agreed. "It was the same way with Andrew."
Johnny noticed rather loudly that she failed to mention Riley. "We'll be all right, though," he dismissed himself.
Thanks again. Any time, dear, she shouted, as Johnny was led back out into the now rainy outdoors.
The Gophers scratched away a win against Middle Tennessee that afternoon, and again that evening Johnny found himself absent-mindedly watching the Astros without Emma. For the second night, he continued his evening gym and rifle routine, and returning to the common room was perturbed to find Emma still not returned, her shoes noticeably absent from the entryway. The next morning he forced himself to wait for late church, not bothering to offer an invitation to any of the others, and was further irritated to see Mr. and Mrs. Guerin not only without Emma, but alongside Andrew and his girlfriend Isla, who he could not remember ever seeing in a church before. The longer the day went on, the less he wanted to see her. Feelings of abandonment were only dismissed by the continued shame of feeling reliant on his friend again, and this cycle seemed to permeate in and out of his head every half hour until nightfall. He finally accepted an offer to go to dinner at the school with Margot and Jordan, realizing this was the first time just the three of them had spent time together in nearly 10 months. And that evening's main course of California fish tacos did a fair deal to brighten his mood. Beginning to worry that Emma would miss their morning start at 10, he found himself calling her one last time, noticing he had done so 12 other times since the previous morning, and again the shame crept back into his head. He tried to distract himself with more football, but the game was a blowout by halftime, and Johnny decided it best to try for a full night of sleep. The best you can do is pray for her, he found himself saying after throwing on a loose pair of pants and a t-shirt before crawling into bed and turning off the lights. He wasn't exactly asleep when he heard it, but he wasn't happy about waking up either. Outside the door, the sound of shattering glass rattled around the common room. Johnny reached for the hockey stick hidden between his door frame and slowly opened the door, hoping that if it was indeed an intruder, he could try and catch them off guard. In the kitchen, every single light was on, and Emma, who looked no better than when he saw her last, though she was at least showered in pajamas, was frozen, mortified, in the realization that he was looking at her. At her feet, the scattered remains of a glass remained rolling on the fake wood floor. "Johnny, she started. "Are you okay?" he said, putting away the hockey stick. She remained tense. She stuttered. "Yeah, I just can't sleep." She leaned down and began picking up the shards of glass. Johnny rushed to help her. "What's that smell?" he found himself asking. The entire kitchen reeked of hand sanitizer. "Oh, bleach," she continued. I cleaned the sink after I did dishes earlier." "I don't remember there being any—" "I made pasta," she interrupted. "They were all mine." She picked up the last of the visible glass shards before grabbing a broom and dustpan to finish the job. "Seriously," he prodded. "Are you all right?" She did not look up at him. "We were worried about you," he continued. "We?" She finally smiled. "Margot didn't call me 15 times. 13, he corrected, finding his own face reddening and turning his face away bashfully. "I missed my friend." "I'm fine," she resolved, showing in her eyes that she meant it. "I just needed to get away for a minute. Or 3. She sighed. "Everything's happening really fast," she continued. "I needed a breather. I drove to Rapid and spent last night out there, but I promise I'm fine." He looked at her earnestly. "You're fine?" "I'm good," she insisted. "Bueno, A-OK, all good in the state of Denmark." Johnny grinned. "All right," he descended. "You need anything before I go to bed, then? A new glass of water?" "I'll just drink from the tap," she smiled. Johnny turned to head back to his room. His hand on the door handle, he heard Emma squeak with uncertainty. "Wait." He looked up. "Will you—" She started hesitantly. "Will you lay with me?" His eyes peeled. "Will I what?" She backtracked. "I need to sleep." Johnny looked at her incomprehensively. "And," she continued, "and I just don't know if I'll be able to, and I just figured maybe if someone else was there, I don't know." He continued to look at her, puzzled. You want me to lay with you?" She spun around the counter, obviously worried that she had said something wrong. Not like in a Jordan Margot way, just like an I can't sleep without another person sleeping sort of way, you know? She looked at him in a way somewhere between desperate and regretful. "Oh, we can," he said aloud, to both his own surprise as well as hers. Her mouth hung open for a second. You will?" "Why not?" he said casually. "All of us should be on our A game tomorrow. If it helps you sleep, I'm all for it." Emma did not seem to know what to say. "Come on," he gestured, moving from his own door to hers. He let her open her own door, Even in the dark room, which was now illuminated by the still bright kitchen, he could see her bag ripped apart with clothes strewn all over the floor. She turned and gave an embarrassed look, but Johnny just smiled and pretended to ignore the mess. Emma crawled over to the clothes quietly to the other side of her equally disheveled bed, waiting for him to get in first before shyly cocooning herself away from him. They remained in the very edge of each side of the bed, with Emma turning one last time for a brief good night before curling up even further and leaving him alone near the door. He prayed himself to sleep again, trying his hardest to ignore the new atmosphere and the different feel of Emma's bed. Looking at the clock on her dresser, he realized it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. He shut his eyes, only to be interrupted by the aggressive shifting of Emma's body amongst the covers. She unfurled herself from her cocoon, scuttled to Johnny's supine body, and to his utter fascination, refurled herself up against him, her face tucked violently against his chest. He did not dare move. "Thanks," she whispered, though Johnny did not know if she was even conscious. "You bet," he hushed. "Good night, Emma."
Chapter 5. Roses and Revelations. Emma's alarm sounded at 8:30 the next morning. Shutting it off and trying to ignore it for several minutes, she was shocked to full consciousness upon realizing she was alone in her own bed. Had she dreamt Johnny being there? A strange panic in her chest was quickly subsided, realizing the other side of the bed was too neatly made for her to have done it herself. The other pillow was fluffed in a way she was unfamiliar, and examining that side, smelled the familiar pine scent she associated with Johnny. So he had been there, she thought. The panic resumed, accompanied by a wave of shame. What had she done? It was so unlike herself to instigate something like that. So intimate, even if it was with someone as platonic as Johnny. And what if someone had seen? What if Margot had seen, or Jordan, who would obviously relay that to her? She didn't think Johnny would ever tell someone, but what if his guilt became worse than hers, and he had to get it off his chest? What then? Emma stared at herself in the mirror, her eyes bagless and clear. Only then did she realize something that made the entire situation that much more confusing. It was the best sleep she'd had in ages. Another wave of panic followed, realizing why she was awake at this time. That was why she had left, after all. She had lied to Johnny the previous night. She hadn't gone east to Rapid City, but south, all the way to Denver, locking herself in a hotel room for Saturday's entirety and trying her best not to focus on today's stress test. What if she failed? Had been her constant worry since Friday afternoon. What if I miss and someone sees? She and her father had painstakingly trained for years. Target after target, weight after weight, shape after shape. Target practice was second nature now. She could do it in her sleep, and yet there was always that purveying worry that some unforeseen variable, whether real or imagined, would affect any random throw, and someone might finally notice. At least it wouldn't be Johnny, she thought. If the previous night had proven anything, it was his complete naivety. He had completely bought her story about cleaning the dishes. Of course she hadn't been doing dishes. There had been no chance to hide the evidence of her broken glass before he came rushing out of his bedroom ready to strangle her, and if anyone else had come out but Johnny, it would have been obvious to them that she'd been drinking. Even that had failed to calm her nerves, and in truth the whole broken glass situation had amplified them that much further. If her father found out she had snuck alcohol into their common room, she would never have privacy again. There was a fine balance between feeling safe in the squad thanks to her father and coincidentally feeling watched around the clock. If Johnny were to spill things to her parents, as he most certainly could, it would be the complete end of her autonomy. Nervous shame continued to wrap her as she dressed for the day. It was cold and cloudy, uncharacteristic for early September, and she dug a pair of black leggings out from the bottom of her drawer to combat. Knowing they would be changing as soon as they reached the training center, she added over a gray t-shirt a white sweatshirt with the large navy seal of rice. What was Johnny thinking? She thought, exiting her bedroom and finding only Liz in the kitchen, eating a brand of cereal Emma had never seen before. His absence from her bed surprised her the more she thought about it. He was a far heavier sleeper than she was, so how had he woken up before her and left without her knowing? The thought pounded around inside her head. She had driven all the way to Colorado without a license. She had smuggled alcohol into their common room. She had completely abandoned all responsibility and ignored her friends for an entire weekend. And yet, all she felt sorry for, even in the slightest, was that she had spent the night in the same bed as a boy she knew, a boy she trusted, and most importantly, a boy she felt no desire towards whatsoever. Why did she feel guilty? Who was she supposed to apologize to? Herself? God? There wasn't an outright answer to it. It wasn't something she should have felt so upset about, but she did. And who could she talk to about it? Obviously not Margot or Jordan. They already expected the two to suddenly fall in love or something. This would probably prove their suspicions. Emma could never try to deny their accusations if they knew what happened. Her parents? That'd be too embarrassing. As far as they were concerned, she was the last innocent child they had left, and destroying that image would probably push them into favoring Andrew even more than they already did. She couldn't talk to Andrew about it. He'd never had a platonic relationship in his life. He'd probably see this as a stepping stone into some political side strategy, sleeping around for favors when name alone wouldn't do the trick. The thought of that made Emma sick. Sure, there had been offers. Never outright, but some of her father's lower aides had made subtle passes over the summer, probably thinking they could weasel something out of her for their own political gain. All this had done was prove which members of the embassy were creeps, and whom she should avoid, but Andrew had been taking advantage of similar offers for years, practically in an on-and-off relationship with Pema Tanner, the Deputy Undersecretary of Internal Law and Justice, who, despite being over 10 years his senior, had helped him out of a number of potential legal problems, which also could have marred their father's image. Of course, their parents would never know. Even if they did, Andrew was never punished, which was part of the reason she felt she couldn't trust him. He had no concept of consequence. That left Riley. Sure, he might criticize her decision to do what she did, but he was as real with her as anyone ever was, and would ease her mind about everything tangled inside it. But he'd been somewhat short with her the last several days, and she struggled to find anything to say to him. After 5 minutes of struggling to formulate anything over text, she simply wrote, "Stress test today. Wish me luck," before committing to the kitchen and making herself a peanut butter bagel. "You good?" Liz barked with a mouthful of cereal after Emma downed both bagels in quick succession. "What?" Emma sidestepped. She'd blanked out of thinking about Johnny again. "You look worried," Liz said. "I didn't sleep last night," she lied. "Cheers to that," Liz returned. "We'll be fine, though." "I hope so," Emma thought, but found herself unable to say. At that moment, Margot had emerged, matching her in every aspect of her outfit except the sweatshirt's text. Hers was plastered with the long, faded face of an unrecognizable musician. "Morning!" She grinned carelessly, as though oblivious to the day they were all about to suffer. She swept around the island to Emma's other side, where for the first time she noticed a glass vase filled to the brim with pink roses. Seeing the other two looking at her curiously, she explained, "Jordan got me flowers. 1-week anniversary." Emma could sense Liz rolling her eyes along with her. "Hell of a week," she teased. "Longest week of my life," Margot retorted, though unable to hold her grin in for long. She reached a pair of fingers amongst the flowers and pulled off a petal that would have soon fallen on its own. Realizing the others were still watching, she blushed, put the petal in her mouth, and swallowed it whole before choking back a chuckle. Kent hobbled down the stairs next, his hair untidy as if he couldn't be bothered to try combing it straight out of bed. Soon after came Jordan, and lastly Johnny, with a broad glance toward Emma amidst the others that completely masked any awkwardness between them. "You could always just talk to him about it," a voice said inside her head, and she once again felt a shower of guilt drip down her shoulders. She turned away from Johnny, blushing, and hurried for something to keep her attention occupied. Liz had finished her bowl of cereal, and Emma was quick to add it to her stack of dishes. Toning out the others' conversations and doing her best to distract herself in the sink, she was snapped out of her working trance when Margot began to help Kent put his shoes on, and with 20 minutes until their call time, the squad exited the residential center and made their way to the dome. The wind was whistling across the flat plain between the buildings. In spite of the weather, dozens of other kids were scattered around the circle, a handful tossing a football, others just clumped in different groups, hanging on irritably to windswept pages of homework. It was bizarre that other people were just going about their day as normal, as though nothing else was happening. People just went on with their lives without a care in the world, while Emma and the rest of the squad marched anxiously toward a day full of mental exhaustion. A few contemporaries even waved and said hello as they passed. Margot looked like she wanted to stop and talk as long as she could, but realized smartly that her mind was already focused on the task ahead. In fact, nothing really felt different to a normal weekend until they finally walked through the doors of the training center. The bustling noise of squads moving throughout the many corridors was absent, replaced by an eerie mechanical hum which emanated from the training floor itself. Emma could hear every pipe and duct rattling with haunting reverberations, and in finally making it through the uncanny corridor to their dressing area, realized they must be the only squad in the entire building. Inside the meeting room, Xander sat behind the front desk, immersed in his tablet, already dressed in his mission suit beneath a white sweatshirt and jeans, a look which didn't seem to fit him in the slightest. Hardly glancing up, he spoke pure instructions. "Street clothes over suits," he began. "Grab a weapon or two and pack a bag. It could be your only companion all day." The six stared around at each other. Kent looked desperate for more instruction on account of his leg. "You have exactly 5 minutes. Go!" The stress on this final word told Emma there was an urgency in the time given. She thought immediately of Riley and desperately wished he were here with them. He was good at keeping time in his head. She tried counting silently as long as she could, but concluded rather quickly that there would be little chance of doing the task in time if her focus wasn't entirely there. In the center of their dressing area, 2 separate piles on the floor gave the room an essence of a crime scene. One pile was scattered with dozens of black firearms and ammunition, the other energy bars, meal packs, and various medical supplies. In each of their locker bays, new sets of clothes hung around their usual seats, atop which sat a matching black backpack open in every compartment. Immediately, Emma, Johnny, and Liz rushed to the floor, grabbing anything they might find helpful during the exercise. Jordan and Margot both started to dress, as did Kent, who started to sweat when he was unable to properly fit the suit over his cast. As soon as he was dressed, Jordan pulled a medical scissors from the pile on the floor and cut off the bottom pant leg of Kent's suit, much to the latter's objection. Finally being convinced it was the only way it would fit, Kent conceded, allowing Jordan and Margot to help him with the rest of his tasks. Johnny yelled abruptly at Liz, who jumped in surprise after he stopped her from stuffing all the remaining medical supplies into her own bag. His reasoning, rather justifiably, was that there was a strong chance any one of them could be separated from the main group, in which case losing the entirety of any supply would dock them serious points. Instead of arguing, Liz simply dropped her bag, told Johnny to finish for her, and switched her attention to getting changed. Once Emma was satisfied with her own haul, a large roll of gauze, a thermal blanket, and a package of bandages, she joined Liz in stripping as fast as possible, worrying that their time was coming to a swift end. As Margot and Jordan were concluding their own hauls, Emma pocketed a single pistol and strapped it to her belt alongside 2 magazines, while also managing to scalp a set of matching carving knives, which were all heavier than her preference, but nothing she found uncomfortable. Finally satisfied with her preparation, Emma turned to exit back to the classroom. Without warning, the door was quite literally broken down in front of her. Kicked in at the handle, it swung with such speed around its hinges that it hit the wall behind and shattered into 100 pieces before Kent, who stood cautiously frozen in front of the pile of guns. Behind it, 5 men and a very large woman, all heavily armed, burst through the threshold and held every one of the squad at gunpoint. "On the ground!" the leader yelled deafeningly, grabbing Emma by the ponytail and shoving her to the floor, where she collapsed inches away from her dropped knives. Johnny, Jordan, Liz, and Margot all dropped to their knees, their hands in the air. The woman kicked Kent's crutches aside and forced him painfully onto his own hands and knees. Out of the corner of her eye, Emma saw Johnny crawl his outstretched fingers toward a loaded pistol on the floor, but apparently so did his guard, as he growled, "Don't even try it," before whipping him hard in the cheek with the butt of his rifle. All 6 were frozen in fear, none more so than Margot and Liz, both of whom seemed utterly shell-shocked by the intrusion. Emma was able to find her sense after a few seconds of thought, knowing this all must be part of the exercise, but upon recognizing the magazines in the soldiers' rifles as legitimate compared to their own brightly marked training rounds, became more worried about an accidental misfire. "Get up!" the leader spoke assertively. The 6 of them managed a quick glance at one another before following the directions. One by one, they were shuffled back into the classroom, where Xander sat still at his tablet as though the escorting of the squad at threat of gunpoint was an everyday occurrence. The squad were forcefully sat around the center. Then the rest disappeared back into the dressing area, returning far more peacefully to return their packed equipment, and then disappearing out the hallway door. Xander gave them a look of mirthful incompetence. "I told you, 5 minutes, he grinned. Emma huffed. The boys seemed to take the joke in stride too, shaking off the stress from their shoulders, Johnny massaging his now bruised jaw. Margot and Liz remained static. "All right," Xander reconvened without hesitation. "Down to business. Our mission today looks like this." A holographic model of a house flashed in the center of the room. "This is the retreat home of Valtteri Lehkonen, the Finnish Minister of Foreign Affairs. For the last 5 years, he's been accepting bribes from the Kremlin to block Swedish claims on drilling rights in the Bay of Bothnia, until a few months ago, when a joint Scandinavian consortium privately outbid the Russians and threatened to expose his corruption in union courts, if he retracts their current agreement. As you would expect, the Russians are a bit pissed he's not answering their emails, so they intend to replace him with his more flexible junior minister, Pekka Suominen, who they've already committed to their payroll. To get Lehkonen out of the way, they've shipped a short-range explosive device in amongst a goodwill package coming from Lisbon on behalf of the Portuguese. It's crudely made, but specific enough to bypass any security sensors between Lisbon and Jaltseno. The schematic rotated to display the interior of the house. Our job is to intercept and dispose of the package before it detonates near enough any individuals who might recognize the threat. That means we have to go completely undetected. Again, the visual rotated, this time zooming out to show a map of the larger area. Emma shifted her attention to the screen at her desk, working her way through the house to locate its numerous exits. Now, the house is minimally guarded. However, the house's location near the Russian border makes it the perfect place to host foreign relations parties. About double the normal security will be on site because of the presence of Gabriel Reznikov, a private petroleum executive coming from St. Petersburg. The Russian Foreign Department are under the impression that if the attack happens with Russian citizens in proximity, it'll take the blame completely away from Moscow, and maybe even implicate the consortium. We're anticipating about 30 armed security in and around the complex, with an internal population between 30 and 40 unarmed civilians and diplomats. You must go completely undetected by anyone outside the house's basement receiving center, and anyone who sees you there must be taken out with one of these. He held up a small vial about half the size of a pencil. It works like an EpiPen, he explained, demonstrating the retractable needle at the flat end. Shot of this anywhere below the neck will knock them out instantly, and reverse their memory for about 10 minutes prior to the shot. Jordan raised his hand. How long are they out for? About half an hour, Xander replied. Kent's hand went up next. What happens if we stab them above the neck? You might kill them, he replied nonchalantly. Too many nerve endings and blood vessels that close to the brain. You might fry something. Best to stay under the ears if you don't want a body count. Emma found her own arm lifting. So, no kills? Unless absolutely necessary, Xander courted. Extreme self-defense or escape only. Any bodies could leave a serious international crisis on our hands. What about the unconscious ones? Johnny added. Leave them, Xander demanded. We'd rather let them argue into an economic stalemate than risk believing an external assassin was sent to disrupt proceedings. The visual once again zoomed through the house, and Xander walked them through the plan. Kent was to be calling the shots, but removed from the property on account of his leg. Emma and Liz were to stay back from the house on opposite ends of the tree line, keeping the group alert to the comings and goings of any unaccounted personnel. That left Jordan, Margot, and Johnny to infiltrate the actual building, with Jordan tasked with reading the building and keeping an overview of the facility and the people inside, while Johnny and Margot made their way to the mailroom to find the package. The second half of the plan was a bit simpler. Since the package was to be detonated away from any people, they had to drive 10 minutes to the southwest and dispose of the package in the forest before claiming the mission a success. And remember, Xander concluded, it may just be an exercise, but I want you to treat it like a real mission. The explosive isn't a decoy. It's an actual live bomb, so be careful. Just because you know we're at the training center doesn't mean there aren't serious things that could go wrong. With these words, Margot and Liz continued to look completely bewildered. Even the boys seemed caught off guard. Kent, on the other hand, seemed to register his relative safety within the confines of the control room. When the plan had been recited a few more times, Xander instructed them to gather their things and led the way out the hall, where, parked just ahead on the lip of the training floor, was an unmarked white delivery van, one of the missions vehicles Emma had heard her brothers discuss so many times. Ripping open the rear doors, Emma's first thought of the van's interior was that of a miniature cargo plane. While the front and passenger seats were the standard you might find in any vehicle, save for the lack of a middle console, the rear floor was bare, with 2 padded benches adorning either wall, above and below which sat netted storage cubbies, currently bare of any additional materials. It felt a bit like a smaller version of their dressing room. Inviting Kent to the front seat, Xander instructed the rest of them to find a seat in the back and buckle themselves in, before turning on the van and driving them beyond the outskirts of the caverner's floor space. Almost as soon as they started moving, the front windshield was obscured by a brief blackout, before returning to an obviously simulated view of a winding road. Xander, too, seemed taken aback, as he stopped driving to register his surroundings, then continued at the wheel and pedals, now driving through the simulation. Emma and Johnny were cramped next to Liz on the driver's side wall, with Jordan and Margot on the opposite, cuddled closer than necessary and interlocked in a side embrace. Thankfully for their observers, the simulated drive to the compound was no more than 5 minutes, with the vehicle coming to a halt about half a kilometer away from the light of the house. One more time, Xander led them through the plan, able to show them a brief overview of the complex through a screen built into the windshield. Having taken only a pistol for the sake of weight, Emma traded for Johnny's rifle, though kept her knives at her hip while leaving her bag alongside the others in the van. Choosing to forego the bulbous helmets which might be beneficial in less stealthy missions, their last task before exiting was to fit and test their earpieces. As quietly as possible, the 5 in the vehicle's rear opened the doors and hopped out on the simulated grass. A wave of cold rushed through every layer of Emma's clothes. Holy hell, she constricted, able to see every breath despite the only light coming from within the van. The others seemed just as taken aback. In the 5 minutes they'd been inside the van, the temperature on the floor had dropped to below freezing. Welcome to Finland, Xander joked, to the absent response of everyone else. Grab hats and gloves. With the slight sound of moving over the van's metal floor and zipping open bags, they each found a black set of covers for their extremities, before resuming their respective tasks. Coming from the empty black ceiling high above, accurately simulating a winter sky, snow began to fall. Kent, you're calling the shots, Xander's voice whispered in her ear. Kent started on the other side. All right. Emma loaded her rifle. Huddle up. 212, he continued. Girls, escort the other 3 to the house. Stay clear of the main path. Give them a route, Xander coached through the headpiece. Oh, Kent stammered again, clearly figuring it out from within the van. 30 meters to the right of the drive, he continued. Stay within the first line of trees. The 5 did as they were told. Emma and Johnny in front, Liz and Margot in the rear. Snow continued to fall heavy in their faces, but the house was the only source of light, gleaming from the end of their path. 2 of them, Jordan whispered into his comm. 40 meters to the right. Xander and Kent took a moment to respond. Confirmed, came Xander's voice. Don't engage unless they do first. Stay en route. Liz and Emma kept their eyes peeled to the right, but they were quickly approaching the house. I don't think they see us, Jordan relayed. Emma continued to look through the tree line, but could see nothing. A fake wind was howling from that direction instead. She could feel her jaw chattering. The tree line took a dramatic veer to the right as they approached the compound. There was no fence, but instead a large assortment of various black vehicles that blocked any clear path into the building. To the right of the main entrance, an ice-covered staircase tucked its way down to the hill to the lower level. We're here, Johnny whispered. What now? Tell them how to separate, Xander instructed. Emma and Liz backtracked 50 meters. Liz crossed the path and covered the northeastern side of the woods. They did as they were told, rifles to their shoulders as they abandoned the other three and listened to Kent continue instructions. Emma could still see nothing. Jordan had mentioned in previous training sessions how poor his vision was on the shifting floor, but he had sounded so certain when they approached. She had long thought his ability was interesting, but for the first time, alone and freezing in the dark woods, did she seriously envy it. She continued to step solitarily through the woods. "Jordan, are you sure there were two to the west?" she whispered into her ear. "Don't answer," Xander interrupted on Jordan's behalf. "Emma, he's inside. He can't talk. Just keep your eyes peeled for movement and stay hidden." She did as she was told, but her heart was now racing. What if they'd seen her? She felt foolish for not considering them in the exact position as her. A rustling of branches some 20 meters to her left forced her to jump. There's no way they have scouts in the trees, she thought. With no light, she turned behind a trunk and lifted her rifle, finding only a large squirrel hopping between the snow-covered branches. Her heart continued to pound. "Emma, make your way back to the building," Kent's voice drilled her back into focus. "Liz, stay put. There's a guard approaching your 5. Instinctively, Emma turned and looked across the path. With no clue where Liz was hidden on the other side, she also failed to see any guards moving in the open. Maybe they've seen you too, she thought, and started moving back toward the house. Rifle back at her shoulder, her pace began to increase, and with it her gait became sloppier, but she could not control the increase in both her heart rate and her shivering, and found herself longing for the ability to control the temperature. 15 meters from the wall of cars, she spotted Johnny, Jordan, and Margot sliding through the lower door and climbing the side stairs. "I'm right in front of you," she whispered into the comms. Jordan spotted her first, as she had expected. The trio joined her in stride as they worked their way back toward the van. Halfway back down the drive, Jordan slowed to a halt. "Hold on," he said pensively. "Johnny, let me see that." Johnny had been the one carrying the small envelope-sized box. His head swiveled to check the trees. He handed it over. "Do not open it!" Xander echoed through their ears. Suddenly Jordan froze, his confused eyebrows pinched. "Xander, it's not a bomb," he whispered. A line of silence permeated through the comms. After a few seconds, Xander returned. What do you mean it's not a bomb?" Jordan started to feel his way around the edges of the box, looking to unpack it. "Are you sure this is the right package?" Xander's voice began to rise. "It has to be," Jordan frustrated, sliding his finger under the tape and pulling hard on the flap. "It's the only one that fit the description," Margot seconded. "I can't feel it," Jordan argued. "I'd be able to feel it if it was a—" His hand wrenched open the box, and he immediately dropped it. In the darkness, Emma couldn't see what was spilling out onto the ground, but Jordan covered his nose and mouth with his shirt. "Anthrax?" Emma started, but her contemplation was halted by a loud ringing in her ears. All 4 of them ripped out their earpieces, the line screaming its demise, as just then a massive explosion came from down the path. Where the van had been parked, an enormous golden fireball burst into the sky, illuminating everything around them. The 3 of them shocked into silence. Emma knew with every sense of logic she had left Xander and Kent couldn't possibly be dead in this training exercise, but the sight of the vehicle obliterated by flame atop her already heightened senses threw all logic aside, and Emma focused everything in her power to not run for her life. Their momentary fixation was interrupted by shouting from within the trees. "Go!" Johnny shouted, shoving Emma into the trees and toward the hidden voices. Gunfire erupted all around them as they had been spotted, and the 4 darted in and out of the forested maze to avoid it. 20 meters in, Johnny physically ran into one of the guards, and with zero hesitation, blew the man's head off with his sidearm. Emma stood frozen to the spot. "Give me your rifle!" Johnny urged, swapping his handgun with hers. She couldn't even find words to respond. "We have to scatter," he continued. "Find your way to the edge of the floor and stay there. It's got to be the safest place." Jordan and Margot agreed, both bolting in separate directions, but Emma was still frozen in shock, continuing to forget this was all just an exercise. "Emma, you'll be all right," he whispered. But as she continued to stand frozen, he gripped her by the collar and spun her around, shoving her forward and forcing her onward. "Run!" She sprinted as fast as she possibly could, doing her best to avoid tree roots and uneven ground. Every few seconds, gunfire seemed to whistle past her head, but still she kept running. Just keep going, she thought over and over again, knowing that wherever she was on the floor, eventually she would reach the edge. Then she literally hit a wall. Crumpling to the ground, the wind knocked completely from her system. Emma looked up at a great barrier of blackness stretching as far as her limited vision could see. She did not dare shine a light on it for fear she was still being followed, until she realized the sound around her had changed. She was no longer in the forest, or at least not out in the open. She clicked her tongue a few times and realized the ceiling above her was no longer the ceiling of the training floor. She was in a more confined space, and daring to try the flashlight from her belt, discovered that she had run 10 meters directly into the mouth of a cave. Where she'd hit the wall, the cave veered off sharply to the right, where she could hear the dripping of running water. The temperature, too, had increased, and when she noticed the sweat dripping down her forehead, stripped herself of any warm layers and swore loudly when she realized her backpack was gone. Only then, naked in her black skin suit, did she allow herself to breathe. It took everything within her not to break down as her heightened state lowered. The image of Johnny's blank face was plastered permanently to the inside of her eyelids, emotionless and swift as he blew the artificial face apart. Would he really do that? She thought, struggling to separate the concepts of practice and reality, before realizing that was the whole point. They want us to break. Jackets, pants, gloves, and hat at her feet, the cave now sweltering and misty. She blinked hard and crumpled pensively to the base of the cave wall. How had Andrew done? She wondered, trying to imagine her brother in a similar situation. She was sure each exercise was tailored to each squad's strengths and weaknesses, and instead began to think about the creativity in building each of the simulated exercise. Then her mind shifted to Riley. What had his first mission been like? He'd been in Scotland at that time. What was their training center like? Was it as large and modern as the one in Tylersville? Surely it had to be, but she struggled to imagine a large white dome plastered against the side of a massive castle. The thoughts of Riley calmed her, but no sooner had she relaxed when a familiar voice bounced through her head. "Em?" it called. It took a moment to register her own name. For a moment she wondered whether it was just the sound of the cave water, but the voice spoke again. "Emma?" It was coming from the cave's entrance, the way she had come, and the voice was unmistakably Riley's. "That's not possible," her best senses shouted, but still her voice responded. "Riley?" She flashed her light upon the curve to the cave, where the shaggy figure of her second brother threw up his hand upon the exposure to the blinding beam. "Whoa!" he blinked. "Chill out there." Emma could feel her jaw on the cave floor, but nothing between her brain and body could pull it back up. "I'm glad I found you," Riley said. His caramel hair was even wavier than usual, as if he had just been dragged out of bed. His eyes looked tired, his shirt and pants slightly baggier than should fit a boy of his size. Emma could not be more convinced it was him. She felt the light drop from her hand as she rushed to hug him. Tears flooded down her cheeks. He'd grown taller and stronger in the years since she had last seen him, but he still felt the same. He still smelled the same. "Why are you here?" she shouted. "How are you here?" Before he could take a breath to answer, she added, "Does Mom know you're... Does Dad know you're here?" His smile, his usually sly grin, his eyes scrunching to their thinnest Hawaiian shape, he responded, "Of course Dad knows I'm here. Nothing happens in this town without the boss knowing. You should know that." For a split second, Emma remembered the previous night, and had the terrifying image of her father watching her cuddled beside Johnny in her own bed. Riley's next words snapped her back. "Mom doesn't." "But," she stuttered. "Why?" "They flew me in for your stress test," he claimed. "They brought Andrew in for mine." "But why?" Something family connection," he lied. "I'm just kidding. I have no idea. They just do." "Well, who'd they bring in for Andrew?" Riley shrugged. "I don't know. He never told me. Uncle Mark, maybe?" They hadn't seen their father's younger brother in years. "Well, what are we supposed to do together?" she wondered aloud. "Fight our way through the cave," Riley claimed. Emma peeled her eyes. "You had a cave too?" Riley nodded. "Everyone has a cave." Emma tried to imagine Johnny and Jordan in their own caves at the other end of the training floor. Who would they have brought in? She turned back to Riley. "What's at the end of it?" "I'm not allowed to tell you," he claimed. "There's nothing there, is there?" Her brother was a bad liar, but his poker face stood firm. "I can't tell you." Emma clenched her jaw. "All right, but you're here to help me, aren't you?" His face broke into a smile. "Of course I am." "Then where's your gun?" He was dressed in his usual casual clothes. His pockets were obviously empty. "You have it," he nodded. "What? I'm taking yours," he claimed. "That's part of the mission." "Riley," she sighed, but he was adamant. He held out his hand with a continued smirk. "Them's the rules, sis." "Riley, I... She hesitated to hand over the pistol. Her voice was small. "I'll be defenseless." "Use your effect," he urged, grabbing hold of the gun. "I can't use my effect," she scolded. "Should have brought your knives then," he conked, measuring the pistol in his hand. Emma froze. "What do you mean I should have brought my knives?" Riley began to move onward through the cave. "Your effect," he explained nonchalantly. "If it requires a tool, you should always have one on you." She pulled one of the knives she'd taken from the dressing room out of her belt. Riley turned. "Oh, he noticed. Never mind. Why would you... She started, stopping herself mid-sentence. Riley knew, she thought. Riley would still know. Why would I what? The figure in front of her continued with her brother's voice. Her brother's finger was tucked casually around the trigger of the pistol. Emma's heart was accelerating. Nothing, she squeaked. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Get out, her brain screamed. The figure was still gripping the pistol, but his eyes remained unsuspicious, and his posture remained relaxed. Stay calm, she thought. Come on, she gestured, urging the form of her brother forward to go ahead of her again. Lead the way. All right, it re-embarked, turning to face the blackness ahead. Give me some light, will you? Emma breathed low and deep, focusing everything in her power not to allow her shaking hands to distract the beam of light. Next chance, she thought. So, she hummed, did you reach out to Dad for this, or did he reach out to you? The figure kept moving. I'm sorry? Riley's voice bounced around the walls. Did Dad recruit you for this? She asked again. How'd that conversation go? Oh, it said. Fine, I guess. We didn't really talk much. And you haven't talked to Mom at all. Emma, I told you I haven't really... The cave veered left. As soon as the figure moved ahead with it, Emma spun on her heel and bolted back the way she'd come. It had noticed. It shouted at her to come back, first with Riley's voice, then what sounded like Andrew's. She could hear it chasing behind her, and knew she would never beat it out of the cave. But there was the entrance. A light spilled from the outer floor through the wall to the left. The thing's breath was at her neck. Emma's heart was so fast its beating had disappeared. Almost there, she begged. And then it touched her. And with a visceral reaction, she spun fast once more, bringing with her fist the lit flashlight and all the momentum she could muster. The bulb shattered, and darkness once again plunged the last length of the tunnel. The figure fell, and with it the gun skidded across the floor of the cave, where it was illuminated by the cave door. Emma launched herself onto it, grasped it with both hands, and fired every remaining shot into the face that was recovering atop her, the bloodied face of her mother. The thing fell with a thud. It remained her mother, though the small sounds it attempted to make could have come from any one of her family, and the face was now utterly unrecognizable. It could have been seconds that she stood in the doorway. It could have been minutes. Time came second to processing everything that had happened so far, when it suddenly took on a completely new importance. What time is it? She wondered. And how much more of this do I have to endure? Riley would know. She laughed, wishing once again that he was, really and truly, here with her now. Emma shook herself back to urgency. The gun was out of ammo, but she picked it up in case she needed a device more threatening than the knives on her hip. Exiting the cave, she found not only the temperature the extreme opposite as when she had entered, but the grass and trees were gone, replaced by a dry stone floor and a maze of Mayan ruins, refocusing her to the center of the building. The entire outer edge was a sheer wall of black obsidian. The cave entrance had shut and sealed behind her. They're trying to herd me back to the middle, she thought. I need to find the others. No sooner had she thought this than an ear-piercing scream came from close by. The empty gun in hand, Emma hugged the ruined walls with her right shoulder and slowly worked her way to the noise. A cardinal set of open gates led off from a central courtyard, a dry fountain in the middle. Tucked around to the nearest gate, Emma heard another scream beyond the wall, followed by a series of moaning and grunting coming from a voice unmistakably female. Her first thought being of Margot, she kept her hands tight around the pistol and dared with held breath to peer around the gate's edge. A great black bonfire stood unlit at the center of a bare orange grove. Without flames, the wood of the fire was still recently charred, but to Emma's horror, she realized the pile was not firewood at all, but burned human remains. This shock was nothing compared to the sight between her and the tower. 5 meters from the body stood Liz, hunched over maniacally with a 2-foot-long machete in her left hand, its blade and her entire front painted red from sprays of blood. At her feet, 4 unburned men were as black as their charred counterparts, though their ebony skin too was drenched in blood, for them their own. Though they were certainly dead after the blows from Liz's hand, she continued to hack them to pieces methodically, one body after another as though she were striking an instrument. The sounds issuing from her nose and mouth told Emma that Liz was finding nothing but ecstasy in the act, but she realized with another jolt that Liz was sobbing, wailing in fact, before releasing another scream of unidentifiable emotion that chilled Emma frozen. Then Liz spotted her. All intent of reuniting with her squad fled Emma's body as Liz, red in the face, snot-nosed and bloodshot, froze with equal horror at being discovered. Run! Emma bolted to the next gate, beyond which stood another maze, this one carved from thickly planted birch trees and undergrowth. Forced to split at another wall, she jolted left, then right, then left again, before tripping over a large exposed tree root and scraping her knee just shy of a river bend, which flowed fast in front of her, separating her from the continuing path by a width of 10 meters. The water was dark and black, appearing bottomless. She turned back to the maze exit, ditching the dead gun for a single knife, and praying she would not falter her next shot. Noise scurried through the forest all around her, but neither Liz nor any other thing, living or otherwise, came from where she had. Instead, the undergrowth off to her right snapped and rustled. Something was trying to climb its way through the brush, but the trees and plants remained so thick she couldn't see past its outer layer. Her heart palpitating as high as ever behind her chest, she refocused her aim between the two large white trees and waited with bated breath for the thing to emerge. It was Jordan, who tripped on the outer edge just as she had done before holding up his hands in surrender to his armed companion. "Hold up!" he begged. "It's me!" "Prove it!" Emma demanded, her knife still steadied against her thumb, unwavering. "How the hell do I prove it?" he parried, shaking worse than she was. I don't know, she argued. "Say something only Jordan would know." He took a deep breath and spoke. Though Emma spoke little French, she knew exactly what he had replied. "I want to get the hell out of here." Emma was calmed, but still not off her guard. She wanted more than anything to trust Jordan, but she could not get fooled again. "They would know that," she optioned. "They would know you speak French. Say something only Jordan Delarue would say to me." They'd been friends for years. She, Margot, Johnny, and Jordan had done everything together. Skiing in the mountains, weekend sleepovers at the mansion, even church youth group. Surely there was something he could say or do that would prove to her without a shadow of a doubt that this was him. She certainly didn't expect him to drop his pants to the ground. She let her knife drop as low as her jaw. It took her a second to realize what she was looking at before moving her eyes back up to his face. Though he had little reason to have a smug look on his face, she half expected to find one, but his eyes were only filled with desperation to be trusted. "Why would you— So you know it's me!" he shouted. Emma could not argue. She put her knife back in her belt. Whoa, 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 he paused, his pants still around his ankles. "How do I know you're really you?" She huffed a laugh through her nostrils. "I'm not pulling my pants— Fucking hell, Emma, he frowned. "I don't need to see you naked to know it's you. Just complain about something like you usually do." She hesitated blankly. "When we get out of this, I'm going to kill my dad the next time I see him." Jordan smiled. There she is. Screw off. He reached down to grab his pants from his ankles, but to her continued horror, he took them off entirely, along with his shoes. Only now did she realize his belt was missing. "Dude, what?" he replied innocently. "We have to get across the water. I'm not getting my clothes wet." He has a point, she thought, but she still wasn't planning on joining him. To either side, the river curled around the trees in a way that gave them no certainty of its beginning or end. A waterfall might have dropped a few meters beyond their line of sight, and they would have been none the wiser. "Have you seen any of the others?" he asked, still eyeing the distance between their bank and the far side. Her mind jumped to Liz, the demented look on her face while she gutted the dead bodies. She lied. No. She sat on the bank, hoping Jordan would stop nakedly pacing and allow her a moment to relax. To her relief, he noticed her and joined. "I wonder how Johnny's doing," he wondered aloud. Emma grinned. "Johnny? Not Margot?" Jordan deflected. "Margot can handle her own. I don't know about Johnny." "You didn't see him gut those guys in the forest?" she recounted. "He was like a machine." "That's my worry," he elaborated. "He doesn't get emotional. He's too goal-oriented to maneuver when things go wrong." "That's not what I saw," Emma thought, though she kept it to herself. Jordan turned to her. "Who's in your car?" "My what?" "Your car," he doubled. "The car that came to pick you up before reaching the edge of the floor." "Oh," Emma hesitated. She hadn't thought about each of them encountering something different. "No, I had a cave. There's a big wall that popped up at the edge, and I ran into a cave." Jordan was staring blankly across the water. "Who's in the car?" she asked. "Your mom?" He grinned melancholically. "Well, it certainly wasn't my dad," he huffed. "Would have revealed the secret from the top." His eyes were sullen and watery, but Emma knew he wasn't about to cry. "How—" she found herself saying. "How'd you know?" "Figured it was too good to be true, honestly," Jordan admitted. "Had my suspicions from the start. Didn't ask enough about Johnny, that sort of thing. Final drop was when she—" He paused, thinking for a second whether he should reveal his secret aloud. She didn't know something she should have." "I'm sorry, Jordy," Emma resigned. He looked thoroughly shell-shocked. Riley had been enough of a surprise to warrant her anxious state. She couldn't imagine being reunited with someone who might actually be dead, just for the whole thing to be a ruse. It was Riley for me, she breathed. Yeah, no shit. He changed, though, she dismissed. I think he changed to Andrew for a moment, but by the time I shot the thing, it was my mom. Again, Jordan was staring blankly across the water. I strangled her, he whispered. His face was whiter than usual. Emma wanted to say sorry again, give him a hug as tight as she possibly could, but then she remembered he was naked and sat pensively beside him. A few minutes passed in silence. Well, he finally gathered, I suppose we should try to cross this thing. How deep is it? No idea, he admitted frustratedly. My powers are shit underwater. Anything in there? She cautioned. Only one way to find out, he shrugged. Just then another rustling came through the thickets. On the opposite side of the maze door from whence Jordan emerged came Johnny, covered in claw marks and scratches up his freckled arms, but otherwise unhurt. He was still carrying the rifle. Emmy was happy to see him smiling as he walked into the open, probably at the bizarre scene of his brother naked beside her, but his smile dropped as fast as he had arrived, and he lifted the gun, not at Emma, but behind her toward Jordan. John, it's me! She heard Jordan shout over his shoulder, but as she spun around, she could see why the rifle was raised. Rising up from the water was a thick silver tentacle, several meters long, with long barbs like teeth armoring the entire underside. It grabbed hold of Jordan, who screamed as Johnny let loose a barrage of bullets at the creature, but they simply bounced off the hide as Jordan was dragged into the stilling water. Johnny continued to fire. Emma continued to scream, but there was nothing they could do. Finally, the gunfire stopped. He's fine, Johnny accepted. What? Emma squealed. What do you mean he's fine? I mean, this is a simulated environment, Johnny reasoned. Think rationally. That thing isn't real. They just programmed it to separate him from us. Emma's mind raced to regather her senses. The same thing happened with me and Margot, he explained. I was swallowed. It took me below the floor to an obstacle course. Emma blinked herself back. Hold up, she exhumed. Swallowed? Dinosaur, he said nonchalantly. A big freaking dinosaur popped out of the floor like a gopher and dragged me underneath the floor. Emma was half horrified, half comedically bewildered, trying to imagine a theme park-style animatronic popping up at the end of the ride. You're with Margot? She found herself asking. She found me, he explained, slinging the gun around his shoulder after the water fell back to its normal pace. After the warehouse, she... He paused, looking her up and down. Without warning, he grabbed her shoulder and spun her around, peering at the back of her head. Oh, good, he relieved, spinning her back. Emma stared at him, frozen. You have a freckle on the back of your ear, he explained. Fake you didn't have it. Fake me? Emma relayed. Then the realization slapped her, and she could feel her face reddening. He saw me as his fake. The heat in her face was almost too much to handle. She felt lightheaded, but before she could think to sit down, he pushed. We should get going. He grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the doorway to the maze. No, Johnny, wait, she started. Liz was... I just saw her with Xander, he insisted. They're fine. We're fine. He had squeezed her hand again, the same way he had done at the bowling alley to calm her, the same way he had done to put her to sleep. She took a deep breath and followed his lead. Johnny dropped the rifle back into his hands and crept cautiously around the first turn. Emma kept her knives ready. She was starting to get used to their weight. After just the second turn, the landscape had once again completely changed. The open courtyard was now replaced by a small set of high-rise buildings, making their walk into one through a series of tight, dark alleyways. The sound of dogs barking and distant car horns echoed around them. Hold up, Johnny signaled. The space between their buildings was thinning, forcing them into a single file. They had reached an opening onto a larger street. Above them, rain began to fall in thick droplets. What do you see? She whispered. Nothing, he relayed. There's a single cop off to my left. I'm guessing we're supposed to avoid being seen. What if he's friendly? She wanted to joke, but the words stayed tucked in her throat. I don't want to risk a shot, he said, so quietly Emma had to crawl up to his shoulder to hear. She blushed again. This was the closest they had been since last night. She could smell the usual pine deodorant underneath his arms. Her heartbeat was increasing, but not because she was scared, she realized. If anything, being with Johnny had made her calmer. I need you to get him. He turned so she could hear. You got knives, right? Yeah, she whispered. Are we supposed to kill? At this point, I don't think it really matters, he said. Either we get by him or we don't. We weren't given any orders. All right, she agreed. They had to backtrack a few meters so Emma could slip in front. Despite the fact she would need to step into the open to get the throw off comfortably, they figured one body out in the open was less noticeable than two. The rain had turned to a downpour. She noticed the bright red and gold shop signs were written in Chinese rather than English. Lucky for them, it seemed to be very late. All the stores were either shuttered up or empty. She walked out very slowly onto the exposed pavement, sneaking closer and closer behind the helmeted cop who seemed to have no care in the world except continuing his cigarette. Cautious to avoid detection, Emma tiptoed to about 15 meters behind, then balanced the knife in her right hand, confirming the weight and balance. It was a trick she had painstakingly practiced thousands of times. Even in the rain, 15 meters was easy. She raised her hand to her ear and took one last measuring look at the man's back before letting the knife fly. It missed. The officer had not even moved, and yet the knife sailed a foot wide to the right of the man's head, bouncing off the pavement and attracting his attention. He spun around to find its source. Oh no, she thought. Quickly, Emma flipped the other knife from her left to her right and took aim again. He was moving fast, but he was still 10 meters away, shouting in Chinese, his gait slowed by the effort of removing an electric baton. Emma aimed the second knife and let it loose, and it missed again. She was too stunned to even defend herself. A jolt of electricity shot through her body so hard she couldn't feel its source. She fell to the concrete, shaking, struggling to breathe, as the man prodded her again and again. "Emma!" she heard Johnny shout. She was facing up now. Bullets flew over her head and struck the officer, who crumpled in a pile beside her. The rain fell over her face, but she couldn't make the effort to block them. She felt as though she was drowning. Johnny's footsteps rushed beside her. "Emma, what in the world was—" he started, reaching out a hand to help her until he saw her face. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't speak. Even crying wasn't an option. Oh gosh, she heard Johnny exhale above her. "Help! Xanders! Someone in the control room!" Emma still couldn't shift her eyes. Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably as the rain continued to pound her face. "What happened?" An unfamiliar voice bounced from her right. I don't know," Johnny tried to explain. The blurred outline of his face bent over hers. "I think she's having some kind of anxiety attack." Chapter 6. The Spy. They had hardly made it halfway through the test. Jordan found himself underneath the main floor in a sort of maze, the tentacles removed from his stomach to reveal a track of gashes all around his middle, as though he had cut himself with 1,000 razors. They weren't bleeding much, but it still stung like a bitch, and worst of all, he was still naked. The control room must have seen this as a problem. On a table in the corner of the room were a pile of clothes. His clothes, he realized, as he unfolded a familiar blue Tampa Bay Lightning t-shirt and a pair of mottled gray shorts. He couldn't pull them as high as he would have liked, given the cuts, and became grateful the thing which grabbed him hadn't missed a few inches lower. He could feel the layout of the floor ahead of him. Dozens, if not hundreds, of yellow rooms, empty as far as he could tell, arranged in a grid of inconsistent entries and exits. Some rooms had open doors on all sides, others only one. The shag carpet below his feet felt dirty, old even, though he knew this could only be an illusion. Unarmed, he made his way through the first entry, where he sensed a large, hunched creature form from the floor a few rooms behind him. He only made it to the third room before the alarm started blaring. A loud, slow-crawling whoop echoed through the entire floor like an industrial fire alarm. The maze of rooms quickly lost its color, and the default white blocks in front of him rearranged themselves into a kind of guideway to a brightly marked exit doorway. "This is not a test," a commanding voice echoed through the loudspeakers. "Training is over for today. Please make your way to the main floor as quickly as possible." Surely they wouldn't trick us like that, Jordan thought, moving swiftly up the stairs but keeping his eye out for anything out of the ordinary. He knew the alarms were real when the staircase emerged into the upstairs hallway. The cubes up here were moving fast, but still repositioning themselves to a default flat state. The only exception came from near the center, where he could see everyone gathered around someone on the floor. His vision failed him, but his feet revealed it to be Emma. She can't actually be hurt, he thought. Training accidents did happen, albeit rarely, but Emma was the PM's daughter. There was no way Garen would let something happen to her, was there? He rushed over, nearly slipping barefoot on the smooth cube floor, which was now lacking any sort of texture. His curiosity subsided as soon as he approached. Even with one eye, Jordan could see her face was white enough to match the ground, her entire body shaking feverishly, her eyes glazed over and almost as milky as his. A door slammed open from the back edge of the room, and Emma's father burst in with his usual entourage of Shane Daniels, as well as another man, Jordan barely only recognized. Tate Schuler, the Minister of the Constitution. What business he had at a training session was anyone's guess, though he, like Emma, looked rather white in the face. Daniels was his usual stoic professional self. Garen was absolutely livid. For some reason, Jordan expected him to start screaming and swearing, but he only clenched his jaw and spoke in a firm voice. "Who saw it happen?" Emma, who could not see her father, began hyperventilating at the sound of his voice. Margot knelt down beside her and started rubbing her back gently. 3 men from the command center raised their hands awkwardly, as did Johnny. "With Shane," he demanded. "Now!" His voice carried, echoing through the dome's ceiling like a distant explosion. Kent and Liz looked his way for help, Jordan shrugged, as terrified as they were. Garen turned to Xander. Clark, you get the other three undressed and home. No one leaves until everyone understands today did not happen. Is that clear? Xander looked ready to wet himself. Yes, sir. Good. Garen dismissed them to the dressing room. Margot, you come with me and Schuler. They began hobbling off the training floor. Jordan tried to sneak a glance back at Margot, but was stopped by Xander, who glared at him and pushed him back the other way. Johnny and the others had disappeared upstairs, out of his range of vision. The door was still shattered when they returned to the back, but someone had been in to sweep the shards off the carpet. What the hell was that about? Kent broke when he heard the exterior door seal them in from the hallway. Zip it, Xander demanded. He looked uncertain himself, which made him that much more intimidating. But how's it she gets the break? Liz prodded. I can't be the only one who saw what I saw it, though. Why does everything shut down for her? Xander threw a flexed finger in her face and marched uncomfortably close. That privilege? He began. That's keeping you out of harm's way. You of all people know that. Don't make me remind you why you're here. Liz's eyes floated between the boys, her face gaining all the color Emma had lost. Xander had clearly struck a nerve. Jordan was the only one with the courage to ask another question. Why'd they take Johnny? Xander spun on the spot, but hesitated, no answer prepared. I don't know, he finally admitted. I don't have any clue. I don't know what happened, I don't know why they're responding this way, and I don't know what this means for the squad. He swallowed hard. But the orders come from above me. You heard the Prime Minister. We do not speak about this. We do not ask questions about this. Whatever is going on is above you. It is above me. It is above anyone not named Garen, so it's in all of our best interest to drop it. Xander turned, waiting for agreement from each of them in turn. Jordan joined Liz in nodding their understanding, though he still had every intention of learning what Johnny had seen. Emma wasn't just his squad mate. She was his friend. And if it involved Margot too, then his best interest was to find out and keep them safe. Their agreement was interrupted by Kent. What if someone asked us what we did today? He argued. The Prime Minister said today didn't happen. Jordan felt the words spill from his teeth. Who's going to ask you? He said. What friends are you talking to about our training? He couldn't stop himself. They lying up in bed with you all day? Xander turned to scold him, but Kent did not miss a beat. That's where you hide yours. Jordan propelled himself off his bench seat, but before he could even get to Xander, he was knocked to the ground in a cloud of purple mist. Liz had her hand outstretched, matched by Kent in a defensive hold of his crutches. Boys! Xander screamed. How about we all just calm the f*** down and accept our options, huh? Kent flipped him off behind Xander's back. Review the options, Xander repeated. We don't have any. Today didn't happen. Say you stayed home and watched, I don't know, 90210 or something. I don't know what you kids watch anymore, just... He took several deep breaths, but could not find the words to end his thoughts. Go home, he finally concluded. Kent and Liz, go home. What? All three of them growled in opposition. You heard me, he repeated. Jordan, you stay with me. Jordan threw up his hands. But he's the one who... Xander's glare stopped him in his tracks. Fine. He continued to sit on the ground while the other two undressed in front of him. Finally, they exited through the broken door and out into the main hall. Do you know something you shouldn't? Xander broke, once the outer door had once again sealed. What? Jordan said, taken aback. What do you know about Emma that I don't? Xander repeated, a sense of urgent curiosity in his eyes Jordan had never seen. Jordan stuttered. I don't know. What do you know? You tell me. Xander rallied with the same intensity. Jordan took a step back. I don't know, he said again. She's overly sarcastic. She's insecure about herself in every way you can imagine. She's got a weird obsession with conspiracies in the city of Houston. He expected to be interrupted, but Xander remained silent. He added, she's super close with her brother. Andrew? Xander poked. No, Riley, Jordan clarified. The one in Italy. He left as a freshman, right? Jordan nodded. Why? Well, he admitted. No one knows, do they? That's why she's so anxious all the time, especially around her family. People don't just transfer out as soon as they start in the program, Xander doubled. Jordan's mind jumped back to Liz. Does she blame anyone for him leaving? Jordan bit his lip to keep from laughing. Everybody but herself, he claimed. Mostly her dad, but she's pissed at her mom, and Andrew too. Only person in that house she finds innocent is Margot. Xander stared pensively. What's her relationship like with her dad? Hates him, he admitted bluntly. Well, not hates necessarily. I think she's scared of him and scared of screwing up in front of him.
I think she's worried she's going to end up like him. Do you know any more than that? Jordan paused, skeptical, but answered honestly. Not that I can think of, he said. Why? Xander dropped his gaze, then walked around the room as though he was talking to himself. Because something happened on the floor that shouldn't have happened, he refreshed. The Prime Minister doesn't just show up on an afternoon if something goes wrong, even if it's his kid. And you want to know why? Jordan concluded. Xander shook his head. Not me, he claimed. But the company needs to know if something's going on. Like what? I have no idea. Xander scratched his face. Maybe I'm reading too far into things. Maybe it's inappropriate to be bringing this up in front of a 15-year-old. No, it's... Jordan wanted to say fine, but his brain jumped to another conclusion. Are you asking me to spy for you? Xander's face had minimal response to his question. The two stared callously at one another. No, Xander admitted. Not spying. I just... He paused. If you see something, if you hear anything you think I should know, she's got a serious drinking problem, Jordan blurted out. He wasn't sure why he even said it. For a 14-year-old, I mean. She hides bottles of vodka underneath the kitchen sink for when she's stressed. This revelation finally hindered her response. She what? Does her dad know? No, Jordan cleared. But he did know about her disappearing down to Denver for the weekend. Underage driving, mind you. Not drunk, but still. So he's covering for her. Jordan shrugged. Do you think she was drunk on the floor? Xander prodded. The alcohol seemed to have piqued his interest. Absolutely not, Jordan worded. I was with her for 20 minutes. I would have known. All right, Xander relinquished. Anything else? Jordan was desperate to be done talking about his friends, but something pulled the words straight from his head. One thing, he concluded, failing to keep his mouth shut. Xander glared patiently. She spent the night with Johnny last night. Xander opened his mouth twice to speak, but failed both times. Finally, on a third go, he knit his eyebrows. How do you know this? I can see everything, Jordan stated bluntly. Xander pursed his lips. Well, keep your one eye on that, he said, and tell me if there's anything I should know. Jordan knew himself to be dismissed and walked back home alone. Halfway there, he realized how much he'd betrayed his friend's confidence, his brother's confidence, and he cursed himself for it. When he reached the common room, Kent and Liz were sitting on opposite chairs, clearly discussing what had happened. Hey! He shouted sternly when he kicked off his shoes. Xander told us not to talk about it. They stared at him uneasily, perhaps waiting for a follow-up, but Jordan walked straight through them on his way to his room. The thoughts about Johnny's trust became more fervent as his brother stared at him from atop his gray dresser. The picture was less than a year old, but they had both changed so much in that time, at least physically, that it felt like another lifetime. Hammering this thought home was his mother's cracked smile between them, her black face lined and aged from years of service and taking the place of 3 other parents. Jordan pulled off his shirt and threw it at the photo, knocking it and a much older picture of his father backward and out of sight. All the better, he thought. The shower helped calm his nerves, but once his hair dried and the stupid pocked color returned, his anger returned. Luckily, so had Johnny. Jordan walked out into the common room where Johnny was standing between the couches, fumbling through channels to find the first 2 Monday night football games. Hey, Jordan mumbled. Johnny looked up, emotionless. Hey, he returned. What did Shane have to say? Nothing crazy, he admitted. Probably the same thing you were told. Keep your mouth shut? Johnny nodded. Yeah, but you were the one who saw what happened, Jordan pestered. They didn't try to brainwash you? Johnny stayed stone-faced, but puffed a laugh through his nose. If they could, they probably would have, he admitted. Geez, what happened? Johnny turned, his face dark. I really can't say anything, he stated. Those are my orders. I'm your brother, Jordan wanted to push, but the hypocrisy was not lost on him. Keeping it inside kept it from being real. There was an awkward air of silence between them. Look, Jordan broke, sauntering into one of the chairs. I'm not in the mood to go to school tonight, or anywhere else for that matter. What do you say we order a pizza from downstairs and watch football till the girls come back? Johnny nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, they were both in pajama pants and t-shirts, the TV muted after the first game, and a large pepperoni sat between them. You know I'm going to keep asking you, Jordan continued. Johnny frowned, keeping his mouth shut. Jordan gritted his teeth. John, I know you slept with Emma last night. His brother's face dropped. He stuttered, trying to find some route to defend himself. It didn't... He swallowed hard. You're blackmailing me? Jordan kept his composure. I'm not blackmailing you. You are! Johnny huffed. You're trying to use that as leverage. His face dropped to a worry. Don't you dare tell Margot. I'm not going to tell Margot. Swear it! Johnny demanded, his face becoming as red as his hair. Swear it on your mom! Fuck my mom, Jordan swore. Johnny cringed like he had just defaced God. She's dead, and the sooner we come to terms with that, the better you and I will be. Jordan, Johnny growled. You know she is, he doubled. I know she is too, and after the mess we went through today, I don't ever want to think about her again. Johnny breathed hard, his chest rising visibly under his white shirt. It wasn't like you and Margot, he said defensively. How do you sleep with someone not like that? Jordan asked. For the last time, we don't like each other, Johnny screamed. I think she's been having panic attacks. She couldn't sleep last night, so I agreed to help her fall asleep. It was for the squad, if anything. Jordan remembered hearing the glass shatter in the middle of the night. Johnny would have been clueless about the alcohol. Is that what happened today? He wondered aloud. What? She had another panic attack on the floor, didn't she? Johnny bit his lip, again breathing deep. Swear to me, he said again. Jordan held his hand up honestly. Johnny looked at the stairs. Is Kent here? Jordan felt upstairs. He and Liz were in her room, sitting on the floor watching something together. We're good, Jordan vouched. They can't hear us. No cameras or bugs? Of course not. He didn't even need to look. The company had a strict no surveillance policy, especially in rooms. Johnny sighed again. Picking up another slice of pizza, having risen to their feet in the heat of the argument, they sat once more. You're right, he finally admitted. That's why she was on the floor. That's not why they stopped training, though, Jordan mused. Is it? Johnny dropped his eyes to the floor. No. So what's Garen covering up? Johnny looked back up, his eyes desperate to be believed. I genuinely don't know. Like, Shane never even brought up what happened. He just said not to repeat it outside the room for fear of penalty. Then the control guys were taken out, and he just chatted to me about specialized training. What does that mean? Johnny shrugged. He thinks my memory isn't the full extent of my effect, he explained. He called my memory a surface level ability. He thinks there's more hidden underneath. He gave me his number to call him when I have the time. Jordan grimaced. The DPM gave you his phone number? That's... He hesitated. Weird. The words creepy and predatory popped into his head. Johnny just shrugged again. So he wants you to train privately? Not exactly, Johnny denied. He wants to get me in contact with people who know more about brain-based effects. He says there's a specialist in Scotland who would take me in over the summer if I wanted. What'd you say? Another shrug. I told him I'd think about it. And then he just let you leave? Yeah, he relieved. No brainwashing. No cover-up. Johnny turned even more sullen, clearly conflicted about admitting something out loud. Jordan, he said, I don't think it's the panic attack they want to cover up. Jordan squinted in concentration. What do you mean? Johnny closed his eyes hard, deciding on what to say. I mean, I saw what caused the attack. The room fell silent. What do you mean? Jordan repeated far softer. Emma missed a throw. 1,000 different emotions flooded Johnny's face. So what? So her effect, he marked, was ineffective. Jordan wasn't following. Yeah, so what? He said again. Mine doesn't work sometimes. No, yours doesn't work when it has reason not to work, Johnny argued. Yours doesn't always work on the training floor because the floor is always moving. It throws you off. Johnny was completely right. It was like sand, but everywhere else he could see clearly. So maybe something caused her to miss, Jordan defended. It was point blank. Maybe she did it on purpose, he argued, trying to deduce what Johnny was avoiding accusing outright, but before Johnny could answer, the door opened, and the girls returned to the common room. Instinctively, the boys curled around the couches to greet them, but the girls just stood in the doorway awkwardly. Margot looked joyless. All her usual color had drained completely from her face, and somehow Emma looked worse. Small no longer described just her features or her height. Standing next to Margot, tear-stained cheeks and red eyes bulbous in a round skull, she felt somehow lesser than Jordan had ever seen her. Margot looked like she'd carried Emma's weight the entire way back. He opened his mouth to speak, to at least offer a welcome back home, but words continued to fail him. The look in Margot's eyes made him expect her to run and hug him, but to the surprise of everyone in the room, most of all herself, Emma lunged forward and buried herself in Johnny's chest. The three still standing all had their mouths open. Johnny held up his hands innocently, unsure of what to do with Emma bawling into his shirt, until Margot managed to close her mouth and give him a nudging nod, after which his arms wrapped tightly around Emma and he caged her in a tight hug. Margot held out a hand for Jordan. "Come on," she said, guiding him to her room. She shut the door behind them, but his attention remained on Johnny and Emma, who remained stationary in the middle of the entryway. It wasn't until he realized Margot had pulled off her shirt that he focused on the room in front of him. "You all right?" he managed, taking a seat on the edge of her black bedspread. "Why wouldn't I be?" She deflected. "What happened?" he pressed. She put her hands against his face and kissed him hard. "It's not my place to tell, even to you." He was tired of asking questions, so he fell onto his back, refusing to continue and staring up at the twinkling lights Margot had strung across her ceiling. She lay down next to him, staring for a moment too before rolling atop his limp body and kissing him from nose to neck. It was the one thing he had thought about all day, but now that they were together, the thing she had promised was the last thing he wanted. His stomach still fluttered at the idea, but he was so tired, and with everything that had happened, it almost felt inappropriate. "Stop," he refused, his shirt to his wrists. Margot looked taken aback, even affronted by his hesitation. "What?" "Not tonight," he closed. "I can't." She threw his shirt on top of her dresser, sitting up where she was. He wanted to punch himself in the face. Margot looked beautiful, her hair pulled back, her makeup somehow unmarked after the complete marathon of the day. He still wanted it. He still wanted her, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. Johnny and Emma had left the common room now, but Jordan didn't care to look where they'd gone. This was the only thing he wanted to focus on, but what he had seen on the floor kept replaying over and over in his mind. He sat up, nearly knocking Margot onto the floor in the process, then edged his way to the headboard where he pulled his knees to his chest. "What's wrong?" she asked, literally crawling toward him across the bed until she sat beside him, wrapping her arms around him. The side of his brain not in control of his body was trying to strangle the side that was. He swallowed, staring at the floor. "Who'd you see?" he voiced. "We all saw something pretending to be someone we knew. Who did you see?" She released her grip, moving a hand to his bare shoulder blades. "You," she said. Jordan expected this answer. Maybe she was telling the truth, but he had a feeling there was more. "Who else?" "Just you," she started, until she noticed him grinning doubtfully. I don't want to think about Quebec." She had switched to French. "You can tell me what happened," he replied just the same. "No," she cursed. "I'm over it. I'm here now. I don't ever have to return to that place." It was the only thing Margot kept covered, the one thing about her he did not know. In their years of friendship and now a week of dating, she still wouldn't tell him about her family. "The Garons are my family," she insisted, holding his face in her hands again. "You are my family. Can't you trust me when I say that?" "How can I trust you if I don't know you?" he prodded one final time. "This isn't up for debate," she deflected, for the first time all night looking angry, and Jordan knew the effort was lost. "Was the rest of it fine?" he said, switching back to English. French only made him think of his mother again. "I got shot twice," she shrugged. "But otherwise, yeah. After the, memory lane part, I found Johnny and saved him from Emma." "He saw Emma?" Jordan wondered aloud. He figured it could have been Johnny's dad, but he supposed that too would have been too definitive. But why Emma? Suddenly, Johnny's justification for his night with Emma held less weight. Yeah, Margot confirmed. And then the weirdest thing the entire freaking day happened. "You got pulled underwater by an octopus?" he remembered. "What?" She laughed, only then noticing Jordan's scratched ribs. "Oh, mon Dieu, what happened?" Jordan felt his hand against his own stomach. It hardly hurt anymore. "Giant octopus," he joked. Margot's face turned to one of genuine concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he pacified. "Only stings, if anything." She put her hand over his. "Is Emma all right?" he continued. "She will be," Margot stated. "Her dad'll keep us all safe like he always does." "Is that a bad thing?" he asked. "No," she admitted. "I won't have to worry about you going anywhere." She kissed him on the cheek again, and this time he let it happen. "With my track record, you're the one we should be worried about." She stopped, pulling back abruptly. "You saw your mom, didn't you?" "My dad would have been too easy," he argued. "Still," she pouted. "They could have given you your birth parents or something." He considered the idea for a moment. I don't think that would have been effective, he said. Introduce me to a complete stranger only to have them disappear a few minutes later? Yeah, but what they did to you is cruel. He flushed a smile away before resorting to the ground again. I know she's dead, he said. She has to be. You can't think like that, Margot began. No, but I have to think like that. His voice raised to a shout. She didn't have a fucking reason to go back, and her being dead is the only way to frame her as any kind of hero. He couldn't stop himself from crying. I strangled her, he flooded. I crushed the life out of her, and then I shot her, and I'd do it every day for the rest of my goddamn life if I could, because I just fucking hate her for leaving us. His tears had turned to sob, and he could not help it. He crumpled into Margot's chest just like Emma had done, and cried. Margot breathed deep. Talk to Johnny about it. Why? He shouted. So he can lift my spirits with all his hope bullshit? And how dare he criticize me for not loving my mom for what she did? Isn't he the one who's been pissed at his dad all these years? We don't have to beg for a single thing in this town for the rest of his life because of his dad, and he has the gall to consider that a suicide mission? His eyes were so badly burning he could hardly keep them open. And now we've got to worry about Kent and his stupid broken leg? And Liz and whatever the hell she's hiding? His voice dropped as the anger continued to pour out. Xander wants me to spy on Emma, by the way, so if you have any material that might boost my role, now would be a great time to admit whatever Bill was yelling at you about back at the training center. Jordan hadn't meant to say that part out loud, and its effect was immediate. Margot's face went whiter than her sheets. What? There was no way to backtrack. Shit. Margot, you cannot tell anyone I told you that. Not Emma, not the Garens, and especially not Johnny. I don't think he trusts me right now, as it is. She held out her hand, fingers open wide. He hesitated. What was she playing at? Do you trust me? She said softly. What? He whispered. Of course I... Do you trust me? She said again, louder and sterner than before. He gulped. Yes. Good, she resolved, pulling him into a tight hug. I trust you too. Even if I keep things from you, I don't want to go back to in my head. It's not healthy, for you or me. She let go and he stared into her eyes for a moment. She traced her hand down his scar before resting it under his jaw again. I love you, he relented. Her eyes thinned and sparkled. I love you too, she returned. I think you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Yeah, you better, she grinned. And I trust you, he admitted. Completely. I trust you too, she said again, pulling the covers over her knees and falling onto her back beneath them. And if it makes you feel any better, you're not the only one who's glad their parents are dead. Chapter 7. Nation Bowl. By Friday, things started to feel normal for the squad again. Their daily training sessions continued as if nothing had happened, with the single shred of evidence for Monday's mishap being the apparent removal of their original unknown assignment from the mission board's docket. Without any goal to work toward, they continued basic training as they had done the previous week, with various scenarios echoing a short form of their excursion to Finland. It was also obvious that Emma was given a pass on matching their intensity. Whatever had happened on Monday, Emma was no longer being put into scenarios that really tested her. Where she had previously served as a sort of squad executioner, her knives had noticeably been replaced by rifles. Liz was given no such luxury, but despite her relative exposure within the squad, the setback provided a wave of relief from the missing mission, which she had worried violated her family's initial agreement. With the attitude of the squad still off for the remainder of the week, Xander decided to take them on a weekend morale booster, going to the city's indoor water park, Farrows. Located in the back of the shopping center like the bowling alley, Farrows was 10 times the size of the pool area in the residential building. A dozen different slides whizzed around the inside of a massive cavernous room, decorated without spot like an ancient Egyptian metropolis. There's a full-size tsunami simulator, surf machines, secluded oasis pond, quarter-mile lazy river themed with different landmarks along the Nile, a water playground, a splash pad filled to burst with screaming toddlers, and to Liz's complete amusement, a massive indoor beach made of actual beach sand, scattered atop which were 2 beach volleyball courts. As thrilled as she was to see it from the inside, her jaw was nowhere near as low as Kent's. "How much money do you people have?" he said passively. "Do you guys have this in England too?" Liz could not answer honestly. She'd been to Blackpool once, and even that had failed to match the private luxury of this place. "Maybe," she answered. Despite Kent's crutches, the pair of them managed to access the tube slides a handful of times by way of a side lift, mostly sticking together to avoid the sickening romance continuing between Jordan and Margot, who popped themselves at the beach with no hint of dispersing. They were joined not just by Emma and Johnny, but Xander and his wife Lisa, who all seemed to meet for the first time except Emma. Liz continued to feel self-conscious around the other girls, especially Margot, who donned a bold white two-piece, causing every boy in the building to catch a glance. She found herself unconsciously staring at Kent every time they stood in the queue together, hoping that he was not doing the same. Today she felt especially bloated, overexposed in the patterned violet suit covering enough of her body to still feel it all covered, and knowing that if he did catch a glimpse at her, it would obviously be less rewarding than staring at the other two. These thoughts started to dissipate around the 6th slide run. In fact, Liz was having so much fun at just the pair of them that at one point she forgot the others even existed. She started asking Kent basic get-to-know-you-better questions, all of which he cited plainly and bluntly, before something seemed to break from him and he started asking her things instead, taking an interest in her family and where she came from. There was only so much she was willing to share, but what she revealed was far greater than anything Kent submitted about his, so she let him continue asking rather than answering, and by the end of that evening Liz finally felt like she had started making friends with her next-door neighbor. The following week, the results of Xander's team-building excursion were starting to pay off. The squad seemed less on edge than they had been since the start of the year, not just in training, but regular classes as well. In history, they began learning about the past prime minister of the program, and when Kent mentioned that Craig Tyler, the man after whom the city was renamed, looked a bit like Johnny with a lazy eye and a crooked nose, Johnny threw the comment not back at Kent, but at his brother. "Why would I want to look like Jordan?" he said, with Jordan taking it in stride and even managing to laugh. Back in the common room, Liz felt less of a desire to escape the others and run upstairs to her room. While the overabundance of baseball and Polish politics on the television rubbed her a bit, as did the regular appearance of a lengthy table prayer, Emma had started cooking meals for more than just herself. By the end of that week, everyone in the squad was coming together to eat a family dinner, either at the school or back home if the menu left one of them less than appetized. The Wednesday of their 4th week, the weather was starting to turn. What few trees existed in eastern Wyoming were turning yellow, creating a bizarre green and gold mosaic of a landscape that, when penetrated by the evening sun, made Liz feel like she'd moved to Norwich. The girls were regularly wearing trousers now, while the boys left for school wearing jumpers and returned each day with them tied around their waists. Lunch that day was titled Cajun Creole, the visuals of which left a lot to be desired in Liz's stomach, so she settled for a large salad from the bar at the end of the queue. To her further dismay, the table was occupied by the familiar face of Emma's brother Andrew, as well as a skeletally thin girl with jet black hair and a hooked nose she could only presume was his girlfriend. "Hey, Liz, right?" He nodded as she sat down alongside the others. "Liz, this is Janine. Janine, Liz." The two girls caught a glimpse of one another and nodded, furthering no more pleasantries. Emma seemed visibly irritated, but the others took Andrew's presence as normal, if not a bit inconvenient. "Started planning your Hoko fits yet?" He eyed toward the other girls. "Maybe." Emma swiped with a mouthful. "I haven't been asked yet." Her eyes wandered to Johnny for the quickest of moments, but everyone around the table appeared to notice, except for Kent, who was playing with his bowl of mystery foods. "John, who are you taking?" Andrew continued. Johnny too looked back at Emma before considering his answer. After a long pause, he replied, "I figured I'd take Margot." Everyone at the table burst out laughing except for Janine, who seemed incapable of registering anything they were saying. Johnny poked the bear in turn. "Who are you taking?" Andrew grimaced at his question. "Well, Janine, obviously." Then came Emma's voice, which seemed to blurt out before she could stop herself. "What happened to Isla?" The laughter which had died was now replaced by complete silence. Even the noise in the cafeteria seemed to diminish all around them as Andrew glared at his sister. Janine looked up, but her face still showed no sign of caring. "Don't worry about it," he returned. "Seems like you're doing fine," she nodded, gesturing to Janine. "Don't be an ass," Andrew frowned. Emma just shrugged. "You could always take Pema." Andrew stood up loudly from his seat, drilling his knee against the underside of the table. For a moment, Liz thought he might lunge across the top and throttle her. He seemed to consider it. Finally, he shot his finger in her face with gritted teeth. "Your mouth is going to get you killed." He held the pose for a second longer before grabbing Janine's arm. "Let's go." They left their plates behind, still half filled with uneaten food. All eyes turned to Emma. "I like Tyler," she shrugged. No sooner had the pair left than Andrew's seat was taken by someone else. A nerdy-looking boy, maybe a year or two their senior, sat down without invitation. Jordan's expression was utter bewilderment.
"Hey, Emma," the boy said in a rather squeaky voice. "Glad I could catch you. I've been meaning to ask you something."
Jordan glanced around the table at each of them in turn, his face unwavering, before catching Liz's eye and mouthing, "Who is he?" with a few additional expletives. Emma stared in disbelief. "Yes?"
So first," the boy continued analytically, "I overheard you say to Andrew that no one has asked you to the homecoming dance this year."
"Oh, good lord," she blinked, searching for anyone else to take her place.
"And I figured, since your dad and my dad have worked so closely together over the years, you'd feel comfortable enough for me to ask you."
He continued before she had a chance to respond.
Now, I know you're a freshman and I'm a junior, and so that might turn some heads, but really, I'm not asking you as a date necessarily, just as someone to take you who has experience with these sorts of things. I was going to ask your dad first, because I'd want it to be okay with him first, him being the prime minister and all, but I figured you're your own person, and you deserve to have the question asked directly. Radley! Emma finally held up a hand to interrupt him. Stop. Her face was the same color as the ketchup on the table. I'm sorry, but no. The boy was perplexed by her interruption. But I thought I don't want to go with you, she said sternly. I'm sorry, but no. He stared at her with his eyes peeled, apparently unable to understand her answer. Emma glared back, stone-faced, waiting for him to disappear. Finally he did. Without a word, without an apology, without even so much as a note of dismissal, the boy simply stood up from the chair and rushed off. When he was out of earshot, Emma released her breath and swore loudly. Jordan burst into laughter. There's no way he thought that would work. Kent started laughing too. If that's the competition, I'll ask you. I don't want to go with you either, Emma shouted, maybe a bit quicker than she had planned. Rather than red, Kent's face turned white, and instead of rushing off embarrassed as the boy had done, he sat silently in his chair and stared back at his food. Emma tensed. Kent, I'm sorry, she said across the table to deaf ears. She looked around at the rest of them. Why do people keep... She clenched her jaw ferociously. I'm sorry, I'm just sick of it. You're the PM's daughter, Jordan offered. They're not asking for you, they're asking because you're a prize. Margot shot him a nasty look, but then turned away before he could notice. Exactly! Emma screamed. I'm freaking sick of it. I don't need anyone. I don't want a date. I don't want a boyfriend. I don't... She stopped herself, unsure of what else she needed to say. Liz looked around the table at 5 other people, on whom the magic of Friday's outing had now completely worn off. Tensions returned that night in the common room. Kent locked himself back in his room while Johnny and Emma removed themselves from the others by way of baseball on the big screen. Liz was eating beans on toast alone at the kitchen table when Margot burst from Jordan's bedroom and slammed her own door shut behind her. Jordan emerged into the common room at a loss. What the hell is her problem? He yelled into the room at large. Emma turned her head carelessly. Well, what'd you say to her? Nothing! Jordan insisted. We were literally watching TV, and I asked her something about her sister, and she just ran off. Well, there's your problem, Emma noted. Stop asking about her family. I didn't mean to trigger anything. Still, Emma pushed. Not the best idea. She doesn't even talk to me about it. Yeah, well, I'm not you, he huffed. Clearly, Emma shot back, turning her attention back to the game. Something in Liz forced her to speak up. She might be mad about what you said about Emma. Jordan stared at her, perhaps shocked she was entering the conversation. What'd I say? At lunch, Liz prodded. You're the PM's daughter, Johnny recited robotically. They're not asking for you, they're asking because you're a prize. Jordan looked between Liz and his brother, unsure of what to say. I didn't mean that as an insult. He turned to Emma. I'm not the one who took it as an insult, Emma defended. Jordan threw his hands up and turned back to Liz. Why would that bother her? He yelled, gesturing to Margot's door. I literally said nothing to offend her. I don't know, Liz offered. Maybe she doesn't feel like a prize. What more could I possibly give her? He growled. I spend every waking hour of my life with her. I take her to movies. I take her out to eat all the time. I cannot possibly think of anything more I can do for her. Emma turned on the couch to face them again. Did you ask her to homecoming? Jordan stood frozen, glancing back and forth between the girls. Why would I have to do that? Emma looked at Liz, and both shared a moment of awkward understanding. What? He inquired nervously. Well, you should probably ask her, Liz stated bluntly. Jordan stuttered. But we're dating, he puzzled. Why would I have to ask her? Because you're dating, Emma vetted, as if this was the most obvious solution in the world. But who else would I go with? He shot. I thought it was a given. It's not a given, Liz added. Ask her. But... He continued to stand rooted to the spot, bewildered. But what... Finally he threw his arms up, exasperated, shouted, Women! And stormed back to his room. Johnny turned to Emma. You sure you don't want to be asked? Not in a million years. The two turned back to the game as Liz continued to finish her toast. When she emptied her dishes into the sink and turned to go back upstairs, the two had moved closer together, and Emma was resting her head on Johnny's shoulder. Back upstairs, Liz knocked on Kent's door. Hold on, he groaned from the other side. He opened it shirtless, clearly comfortable enough with the rest of them not to care. Hey, she said, keeping her eyes on his face. Sorry about earlier. He shook his head. What happened earlier? With Emma, Liz explained. She didn't have to snap at you the way she did. Oh, he realized. I don't care, I was just trying to be nice. He looked to the floor when he said it. Look, I know I always ask and I know you always say no, she offered. But there's an Orphan Black marathon on and I wondered if you wanted to watch with me. He looked back up inquisitively. What is that? It's about clones. It's Canadian. You might like it. He thought about it for a long moment. Would I be confused? Liz shrugged. You might be, but I'd be willing to start at the beginning with you, see if it's something you'd like. He didn't smile, but his eyes softened just the slightest bit. I think I'd rather watch Doctor Who, he offered, if that's still an option. By Friday, Jordan had apparently asked Margot to the dance as her attitude shifted on a dime, and everything seemed normal to the rest of the squad. Jordan himself was made happier not only by her change in demeanor, but also by his promotion on the Nation Ball team. Having performed well during the team's training sessions and proving to be by far the best playmaker on the floor, a claim less enthusiastically seconded by Johnny, he had been promoted to the junior varsity squad, which meant that he would be traveling with the team to an away match in Mexico for the weekend. Margot, desiring desperately to go with and watch, was given no such permission and was forced to instead third-wheel a trip down to Denver with Johnny and Emma to watch an American football game. Liz and Kent had been offered invitations too, the latter of whom declined on account of traveling with his injury, and Liz herself declining to avoid awkward conversations where the crux of every other sentence was something Peyton Manning. That left the two of them alone in the common room for the entire weekend, having access to the big screen for something other than sports. Kent made microwavable popcorn and Liz added her share of Walkers to the mix. They were well into the second series by the time the sun went down on the Saturday evening, when Kent offered to order the pair of pizza. Liz asked who was going to pay for it, to which Kent replied, "Don't worry about money," and silently agreed to handle it. It was the best weekend she'd ever had. The next week, all anyone could talk about was homecoming. Emma had been asked no less than 4 times, all thankfully less awkward than Radley's lunch attempt, and even Margot had been asked twice, once in front of a fuming Jordan. In Liz's art club, conversation had shifted there as well, and despite having longed for one of the boys in class, Michael Rice, to catch her eye, learned from another girl that he had a girlfriend off in France, and was therefore off limits. She learned in her first week that prom, which had been one of her list options upon moving to the States, was reserved for upperclassmen, due to the sheer size of the student body, and therefore her only option to attend was if she was asked by an older student. This seemed unlikely, and coupled with the fact that Liz was still unsure if she wanted to stay a second semester, made homecoming her only apparent option at getting the full high school dance experience. It didn't even matter that there was no date. All the other girls in the art club were in similar situations. Morgan McAllister, who had just moved from Omaha, hardly knew anyone outside her squad or the club, much less developed any connections with a boy. Raina Davis, a twig of a girl who wore so much makeup she looked monochrome, was convinced her boyfriend was cheating on her with a girl in his squad, and fully expected him to take her instead. There were 5 of them in total who came to the conclusion at the end of the week that they would have no dates, and one completely refused to go without one, leaving Liz, Morgan, Raina, and another girl named Everly to decide on going all together as a group. They talked about colour coordinating dresses, though given that Raina was the way she was, and Liz had bought her outfit before even leaving England, black was the only option. The week of homecoming, John received another shock surprise. Having scored multiple goals in the junior match against Mexico, and continuing to impress the coaches in the weeks since, he was to be suiting up for the varsity team against Canada in the homecoming game, with Margot continuing to pour on praise by claiming him the first freshman to do so in 3 years. Jordan insisted it was unlikely he would even see playing time, but Margot would not hear it, bragging about her boyfriend to anyone who would listen. The news of Jordan's promotion and the general air of the attitudes about the upcoming dance led Xander reducing the intensity of their missions training even more than it already was. Weapons were non-existent all 4 days of the week, and the usual exercises were replaced by training in field medicine and emergency scenarios, to which Kent seemed to take a liking. Thursday evening, after they'd all returned together from their clubs and teams, Margot brought up the subject of outfits, not for the dance, but for the following day. "Obviously blue," she said excitedly. "I'm sure other people would be wearing red, but given that we're playing Canada, I don't want to give them the satisfaction." "Aren't you Canadian?" Kent budged. "Not anymore," she sang with a smile. "I thought we were playing Germany for homecoming," Johnny uttered. "Schedule shift," Jordan announced. "They couldn't field a team this weekend, too many guys off on missions. Plus we're right next door," Margot continued, ignoring the others. "Which means they'll be sending people who will either be wearing red or white." "But not you," Kent bullied. Margot shot him a look. "Not when my boyfriend is dressing for the Patriots, I'm not. Loyalty only goes so far." Liz wondered if Margot was trying to show off for someone, as if her real family might be one of the visiting crowd. To Liz's surprise, Margot had turned to her. "What are you wearing?" Liz stuttered, unprepared for the question. I don't know," she mumbled. "I don't really have anything that would—" "You can borrow one of mine," Margot urged. "I don't know if you have to dress up," she insisted. "Nobody goes to the game without dressing up. It's homecoming." Liz took a breath to process. She looked at Kent for help. "I wasn't really planning on going." Both Emma and Margot burst out laughing. "Of course you're going!" Margot shouted. Emma gave her a disbelieving look. "You're going to the dance, aren't you?" Liz froze. "Well, yeah, but then you're going to the game," Emma demanded. "You don't miss out on homecoming if you move here. You're either all in or you're out." Liz looked around the room for someone to defend her, but realized no one would. "I don't," she stuttered. I don't even know how it works." "It's like soccer," Emma said. "Or football," Margot imitated in a crude British caricature. "If we get the ball in their net, it's a good thing," Jordan instructed. "If they get it in ours, it's a bad thing." "It's pretty easy," Johnny insisted. "Just follow the girls. They've been there plenty of times." The next morning was the least educational school day Liz had ever experienced. Meeting in mass for no purpose other than attendance, the class did next to nothing as they waited for 10 o'clock. When the time came, they rushed out of the room into a sea of blue and shuffled into the school gymnasium on the building's far side, which quickly passed to bursting with 1,000 other students. Margot had been unsuccessful in convincing her to add star stickers and face paint, but had managed to fit her into a navy jumper with a cartoon bull on the front, under which read Texans in bold red lettering. She and Emma were decked to the hilt, hair bows, multicolored plastic jewelry, red eyeshadow, and stars and stripes adorning every visible inch of cheek. They both wore matching blue jeans, on which they had decorated flags and flames with fabric paint. Jordan had successfully convinced Margot to let him paint his hand white and then smack her backside, leaving a very noticeable mark which Liz was shocked had not yet been brought to the attention of a teacher. Other kids had taken it even further, with one boy in what she now realized was a designated senior section dressed head to toe in a white Regency wig and matching attire, apparently to emulate the look of the American Revolution. Only now did Liz notice the enormous crest painted at center court, a large blue 18th century soldier, under which read, "Patriots, United States." She'd never given much thought to the colours and mascots of the different cities. She knew a few. Britain were called the Royals, their colours the reverse of the United States, and their logo a regal lion much like that on the coat of arms. Germany were Deutsche Adler, though everyone in Britain just referred to them as the Eagles, and her brother had always found a crude fascination in the light and dark blue chicken which represented France, the Cocks. She realized she did not know the mascot for Canada, and was curious to find out. The pep rally began with a word from the assistant principal, Mr. Jarris, who gave an awkwardly silent prayer to bless the weekend ahead of them. A few kids snickered, as though their weekend to come was in need of preemptive forgiveness. After this, the school band marched out and played the national anthem, followed by a school song and other patriotic hymns Liz recognized from stereotyping on the telly. This was followed by the cheerleaders leading each level in a sort of competitive cheer, then the dance team, who performed to music far less patriotic than what had come before. Liz recognized Mr. Della, their fitness instructor, who had also apparently been the manager of the Nation Ball team. He took the mic and called down a handful of senior players, who gave rather unenthusiastic remarks about their season so far, promising their first victory of the year over a Canadian side they referred to as easy. The cheerleaders returned to lead a set of 20 volunteers in a bizarre balloon-popping game, at which a number of boys involved appeared a bit overenthusiastic about bouncing on one another's laps, followed by another performance, this time by the school choir, and then finally one last rendition of the school song before they were dismissed for lunch. Making room for the evening ahead, training was shifted up several hours to take the place of the afternoon classes, but when they arrived at the training center, Xander dismissed them from the building entirely, instructing them to run 10 laps around the perimeter of the student lawn and then call it a day. Kent, who had skipped the previous day's session for a checkup on his leg, was thrilled to learn that his leg was healing far faster than normal, likely on account of his effect, he explained, and was now permitted light exertion away from his crutches. His inability to match the speed of the others made Liz only slightly less embarrassed by coming in otherwise last place. The early evening hours crawled past. John disappeared right after training to prepare with the team, leaving an anxious Margot hanging out in the common room, desperate for someone else to give her attention. Johnny remained in control of the telly, glued to the screen regarding some arms treaty being voted on by the United Nations, while Kent was doing laps up and down the stairs, testing the strength of his leg further now than he was permitted to do so. Liz thought the fervour with which he strained went a bit beyond light exertion. At 5 o'clock, the 5 remaining all bounded back to the school for that night's homecoming dinner, which was fittingly titled Classic Americana. Liz stacked her plate with multiple sets of burgers and chips, caring less about her figure than she ever had in front of Margot, who appeared to have the same attitude. The cafeteria was emptier than expected, and hundreds of people were pouring in through the front doors to turn instead toward the gym. Emma explained there was the junior varsity game which had already started, and sometimes people liked to go early to get better seats ahead of the main event. Liz could see why. By the time they had finished eating and made their way to the repurposed ice rink, available seating was spotty at best. Thankfully, Emma's parents had saved them a row in front of them, though she was unsure how she felt being surrounded by a set of armed security guards. The atmosphere in the arena was raucous. If the pep rally had been a tidal wave, this was a hurricane. Now surrounded by thousands of supporters beyond just the student body, nearly every available inch of seating was filled with screaming spectators. Flags, posters, and bunting adorned the upper edges of the hockey boards, save for the single section behind the far goal, above which sat a single Canadian flag. Behind this, every single supporter wore not red, but white, and in the surrounding chaos of navy and blue, their silence was deafening. Liz saw the scoreboard and understood why. The first game ended 7-0 in favor of the States. A final horn blew and the Blues erupted, with pop music blaring through the overhead so loud she could barely hear herself think. Margot disappeared for several minutes, then came back with 2 enormous sodas and a bucket of buttered popcorn. "Full experience!" she shouted. Kent, too, was looking around, stunned by the sights and sounds. "Why don't you guys play football in the fall?" he yelled. Liz had to recalibrate her visual thoughts to the American version. "Plenty of reasons," Margot shouted back, her mouth full of popcorn. "Head injuries mostly, but who else would we play? Canada's rules are different, and I doubt any local schools would want to challenge a team with kids over literal brick walls." She passed the bucket around. Liz hesitated but ultimately gave in. If this was Tylersville's attempt to Friday Night Lights, then she might as well live it up. She turned to Margot. "All powers are legal, right?" Margot smiled. "All powers are legal." The music blared a few minutes more, with the Canadian wall of white regaining their composure while the floor was swept and resurfaced. Finally, the 2 squads made their way out to the floor and began tossing yellow balls at each other faster than Liz could comprehend. Perplexed by how they were even able to follow their drills, the warm-ups flew by, after which each team sent the majority of its players to the benches hitting in the side wall, while 8 remained on the open floor. The music quieted, and a voice boomed over the loudspeaker, finally clear enough for Liz to understand. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's homecoming matchup between the Lumberjacks from Canada!" A roar of applause and the ringing of bells came from the far end. "And your United States Patriots!" The Canadians were dwarfed by the thunder of screaming, air horns, and just about every noise a person could make with their bare body. A chant of USA echoed around the arena. "Beginning with the starting lineup for the Lumberjacks," it continued, but every name was incomprehensible under the bellows of boos rained down upon the team in white. Liz thought she understood a number of the names to sound French, but the only one she really caught was the keeper, Hast, simply because she was the only girl on either team. The crowd grew silent. "And now, the starting lineup for the Patriots." Somewhat to her right, the drumming of footsteps rattled through the senior section. "At left back, a senior from Phoenix, Arizona," the voice echoed. "Number 81, Fabian Geiger." The applause ringed around the arena once more, then died just as quickly. "At right back, a junior out of Dearborn, Michigan, number 32, AJ St. Croix." Applause again, then silence. "A left mid from Princeton, New Jersey, the captain, senior number 16, Damian McCollum." Liz's heartbeat grew with every passing name. "Right mid, the sophomore sensation from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, wearing number 3, Luke Clement." A roar of what Liz first thought were boos echoed from the stands. Then she realized they were howling the boy's name, and he relished in the noise. "The left wing from Atlanta, Georgia, a senior wearing number 54, Casey Jones." An enormous black boy cracked his neck methodically before pointing to someone in the crowd. "A right wing, a junior from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, wearing number 75, Nick Backlund." Margot turned to the line of them with a massive grin. "That's who Jordan's subbing for." The voice interrupted her. "The center, from West Newbury, Massachusetts, the junior, number 92, Jacob Forrester." One last applause preceded the keeper. "And in goal, making his first varsity start tonight, the sophomore from Pomfret, Connecticut, number 8, Easton Fairchild." The applause returned even greater than before. Liz was on her toes, eager to see the match begin, but the crowd died yet again to the emergence of a single girl, who she recognized as one of the choir singers from the pep rally. She sang into a microphone a song Liz had never heard before, but it was obvious from the lyrics and the part of the crowd singing that it was the Canadian national anthem. Margot, too, despite what appeared to be great effort not to, joined in, though when she reached the midway point of the song, jumbled a number of lyrics which mismatched those of the singer, and did not even sound English. When the girl finished, a cheer from the white was drowned by the start of a second song, the American national anthem, which the singer had barely begun before her voice was completely drowned out by the entire arena singing in unison. The hymn reached its finale, the crowd roared, and the senior section belted the annoying "I Believe" chant Liz had had only the first time during that summer's World Cup. Finally, an official wearing a jet black top climbed to a seat hanging above the boards over the center line and blew his whistle for the players to take their positions. Then he tossed a single yellow ball into the air. The players all waited until it bounced. Then a flash of something dragged the ball out of sight, and Liz realized that the Canadian left wing, now holding the large ball in his mouth, had grabbed it with his tongue like a frog. "I love this game," she let out involuntarily. The boy dropped the ball to his feet and kicked it back to the keeper, who rolled it up and held it patiently, eyeing the field. "So, they can't use their hands?" she asked over the growing chants from the students. "They can use their hands, but they can't hold it," Margot explained, eyes fixed on the game. "Only the goalie can hold it, but he can't throw it at the other net." Liz tried to follow, as the girl lobbed it to the right wing, who caught it against his chest and began dribbling like a basketball. Margot explained, "You can dribble for possession so long as there's no cupping the ball." The boy kept a hand against the side wall, then bumped into the American wing as he crossed the center line. "You can only cross center if you're touching another player or the wall." The Canadian tried to make a move around his opponent, only for the opponent to pull out of the way. The Canadian with no wall to grab was forced to whack the ball back to his team. Margot continued, "Now he has to get back on side if he wants to touch the ball again." Liz stared at the 2 lines 10 meters from each goal. "What are the other lines for?" "That's the back zone," Margot explained. "Goalies can't leave it. Fronts can't enter it. Only the 2 defenders can cross it." Just when Liz thought that might make things less impressive, the Canadians made an attack. The left back ran forward, kicked the ball from the foot of his center, and the ball ricocheted through the American defenders before they could even touch it. The ball bounced back to the Canadian side while all 7 mobile players wove around each other, creating a wave of white that not only confused the blue side, but allowed the ball to disappear without any sense of where it might exit. Finally, an unidentified right hook drilled the ball out of the air and bounced it off the wall, which passed straight past Backlund and Clement before Fairchild managed to caress it. From there, the game never slowed again. Even with the ball painted yellow, Liz lost it completely, only able to follow the direction of play by the compilation of bodies diving on either end of the floor. The Canadian wing without the long tongue managed to sneak along the wall unopposed, making it nearly to the American back zone before the ball bounced his direction. Before he could touch it, his right leg slipped an irretrievable distance, falling forward in a split before clutching his groin in agony. An audible cringe reverberated throughout the arena, and the official blew his whistle to halt play. He held up a thumb to a roar of boos from the white wall.
"Ruling on the floor is a fair play," echoed the loudspeaker. "Injury timeout, Canada."
A pair of gloved medical personnel ran onto the floor to check on the player. The American left back was holding his hands up defensively as 2 forwards from the Canadian side shouted obvious expletive insults. "That's Geiger," Margot announced. "He can shift the ground." As the medical team walked the boy off to the benches, Liz noticed a carved ridge, like a raised scuff mark where the boy's foot had been. "And that's legal?" she asked. "Why doesn't he do that to everyone?" "Effects are limited to your own side," Margot explained. "Leclerc crossed the line. It's fair game." The boy sat down to piteous applause. A red-bearded boy took his place on the court.
"Subbing in for Antoine Leclerc," announced the loudspeaker. "Number 12, Jason Beard."
The official blew a resuming whistle, and the American keeper Fairchild bounced the ball high off the floor. McCollum rushed in from the left side, appearing to take several steps on invisible stairs before smacking the ball with an open right hand. It zipped through the Canadian wall only to be stopped by Hast, who, still having both feet planted on the ground, tipped to the side like a metronome and caught it. "Oh, that's cool," Emma huffed somewhat to Liz's left. The ball disappeared again, bodies flying across the floor for a minute of continuous action before the tongue of the Canadian left wing whipped it against the wall and beat the reaction of Fairchild's left arm. The white wall exploded into chairs. Margot swore so loudly it drew a reprimand from Emma's mum.
"Scoring for the Lumberjacks," said the loudspeaker. "Number 18, Dawson Ockler."
A large number 1 appeared under the Canadian flag on the scoreboard. The whistle blew again and Fairchild started play from the American net. Once more the ball disappeared. The Canadian wings, cautious to enter into the opposing end, remained trapped on their side, but it changed very little. The American side was completely incapable of getting the ball through Canada's web of moving defenders, to the point Liz wondered if Haas was not getting a bit bored standing in an actionless net. To her amazement and the disbelief of the crowd, a single ball made it slowly to her feet, where she teed up her own shot, managed it perfectly over the heads of both teams, and hit the far crossbar so perfectly Fairchild could not have possibly attempted to defend it. The ball ricocheted downward into the net floor, to another blast of applause from the supporters in white. The home crowd was completely stunned.
"Scoring for the Lumberjacks, number 1, Amy Hurst."
The American players were obviously frustrated. Forrester tried to rally a fast offensive return, but managed to mishit a slap to the side wall. The ball bounced over the high glass and into the stands, followed by a whistle and a cuss word from Forrester's mouth that echoed so loudly throughout the arena, Margot turned to Mrs. Guerin and grinned in retribution.
"Patriots penalty to number 92, Jacob Forrester," announced the loudspeaker. 2 minutes for delay of game.
Liz turned to Margot. "It's like a temporary red card," she explained. "It's just like hockey. They play a man down for either the first 2 minutes or until the other team scores, whichever happens first." A smaller timer of 2 minutes appeared on the board below the 9 remaining in the half, but it disappeared long before it was set to expire. The Canadian centre had drilled a kick off the face of Geiger, allowing Beard to rush into the zone by distraction and slip an unopposed kick into the far corner of the goal. By the time the horn finally sounded to end the half, the board read 4-0 in favour of Canada. A depressed air had taken the energy from the crowd, as about half the arena emptied for halftime concessions or toilet breaks.
Margot looked livid.
They have to put him in, right?
She glared maniacally around the crowd, speaking to no one in particular.
Honestly, what would that help?
Emma offered. They're dominating us. Margot's eyes widened.
Score some effing goals, maybe?
She retorted.
You know he's averaging over 2 a game right now.
JV and freshman scrimmages, Emma noted.
Good luck against this team. I think you should go down and ask Della for his job,
Liz added.
You'd probably make a better gaffer anyway.
Emma gave her a wink. Margot turned red.
Shut up, both of you.
But Margot's assessment had come true. When the teams fielded the second half, Jordan had taken the front wing from Backlund. The loudspeaker announced the new arrivals. Halftime substitutions for both teams. For the Lumberjacks, subbing in for David Perrault is Dalton O'Neill. For Gavin Midas, Matthew Kapnerhurst. Substitutions for the Patriots. For Casey Jones, Holden Gaspard. For Luke Clement, Austin Michelson. And for Nick Backlund, Jordan Delarue.
Let's go, Jordan!
Margot screamed, but her enthusiasm was in stark contrast to the rest of the fans. A melancholic taunt from their own senior section echoed freshman as Jordan took his place, though from where they were seated he did not seem to notice. With no hesitation, the starting whistle led Fairchild to whipping the ball to Michelson, who knocked it to Gaspard, who kicked it down to Forrester, though he missed the pass and the ball fell back into Canadian possession. It disappeared in the returning weave, and Liz joined the crowd in sitting on her hands, waiting for Fairchild to miss another shot. When the ball finally crossed centre, the one who dove to block it was Jordan. Margot squealed as Jordan got back to his feet, retaking his spot in front while Forrester corrected his mistake and fouled on goal, though Haas made an easy claim. The Canadians began weaving again, and Liz noticed Jordan moving back toward the end line. While all the other defenders were darting around trying to find the ball, Jordan stood absolutely still, and finally Liz understood. Jordan can see every player at once and knew exactly who'd be moving in for the shot. When the ball flew again, he dove to the right, and though he missed the block, his motion allowed Fairchild to make the right move, collecting the shot easily. The Americans made a move of their own, with McCollum taking a shot, though it sailed high and ricocheted off the wall above the net. However, the ball bounced so fast back toward their side, every man in white failed to stop it returning, until Auckler grabbed it again with his tongue. The referee's whistle blew, and the boos from the Canadian fans were drowned out by a roar from the home crowd. The loudspeaker bellowed again. Lumberjack penalty to number 18, Dawson Auckler. 2 minutes for offsides. Auckler took his seat on the bench, while the remaining Canadian forwards moved to the centre to fill the space. Delhi yelled something from his own bench. Fairchild began the play, a slow progression zigzagging the ball from wall to wall, until a roar of delight from the home crowd led Liz's eyes to Gaspard, who had climbed the left side boards like a lizard, and hung above the defender in the far corner, who shouted to his own bench, "How do I defend that?" Before instruction came his way, Jordan was the last to touch the ball on their side of center, delivering a perfectly placed ball over the heads of Canadian defence and allowing Gaspard to finish a kick off Haas' left cheek. Liz had never had a louder sound in her life. Margot was elated. "Scoring for the Patriots on the power play, number 20, Holden Gaspard!" The noise continued as Auckler returned to the floor, and Haas restarted play with a rolling pass to Baird. Baird took no time reversing the pace, sailing one off the post and causing a massive sigh to reverberate through the stands. The Americans resumed the attack, finally managed to break through the wall and landing a handful of shots on target, but none made their way to the goal. Finally, the ball bounced back to Jordan, who held the ball under his foot and stared down the keeper. As if on cue, Gaspard climbed the wall again, and the entire Canadian side started to reposition themselves in response. But this time Jordan did not pass, instead carrying a shot directly into the open corner on Haas' left side. The building exploded. Margot leapt to her feet, eyes and mouth agape, screaming with disbelief. Jordan could not believe it either. He stood staring at the net in shock until a mixture of teammate congratulations and his own name over the loudspeaker brought him back to himself. Still up 4-2, the Canadians were rattled, but time was on their side. The clock was ticking past the 10-minute mark, and so long as they kept their defence in check, they would be out of danger. Pondering this, Liz asked aloud why they would not just keep the ball behind the half, to which Margot introduced an unspoken 30-second possession penalty. Taking up as much time as they could formulating a new attack, the Canadians launched a volley concluded by an impressive overhead, though Fairchild made an excellent diving save and the ball bounced into the corner for St. Croix. He took a moment, nodded to the rest of the team, and returned the ball back to Jordan. Everyone in their row sat on pins and needles. Jordan turned his head to where Gaspard had been, and everyone jumped to the far wall. But Gaspard had not moved this time, and using the distraction, Jordan passed the ball to Gaspard, only to have it returned right back. Jordan kicked the ball to the same far corner and beat the keeper a second time. Liz lost her hearing. Margot might have wet herself. Shaking from head to foot with shock, her mouth was fixed in a wide O, the only noise she seemed capable of making. "Scoring for the Patriots, his second of the night, number 91, Jordan Delarue!" The chants of freshmen returned to the floor, but this time they lacked the mocking demeanour. The home crowd was entirely behind Jordan now, and the Canadian defence crowded his side to block an impending hat-trick. Della called time out,
and Fairchild exited the floor, replaced by a muscular blonde boy with a large ponytail. Though when he took his position, it was far from the net as he could be.
Empty net substitution for the Patriots, announced the loudspeaker. Number 64, Van Hansen.
Liz turned to Margot, hoping she had caught her voice enough to explain, but it was Emma who answered instead. It's like hockey again, she explained. Teams can pull their goalie for an extra attacker, but they can't cross back into the back zone. But the defenders can't hold it now, can they? Liz asked. Why would they do that? 1 goal a game, 4 minutes left? She pointed to the board. Sometimes a risk pays off. Deli yelled something to Jordan, who stepped back to midfield and allowed Hansen to take his place on the wing. The Canadian defense dispersed, and the American defenders pulled together to guard the empty goal. Are they going to let him shoot? Emma asked aloud.
They better,
Margot growled. Hurst aired a high kick over the court, hoping to catch the crossbar as she had earlier. The shot dropped too low, allowing St. Croix to head it up to Jordan, who set it like a volleyball to McCollum. McCollum hammered it downward at the feet of the Canadians and caught a pretty deflection off a toe which would have beat Hurst on the redirect, but the shot bounced wide. One of the defenders whistled one past the American front, but Jordan again made a spectacular dive and let the ball ricochet peacefully back to the defenders. Back and forth the action went, each team making more and more desperate attempts at the goals until finally Jordan had one more touch under his foot. Gasper looked ready to climb a third time, but instead Jordan tossed the ball to Forrester. Forrester elbowed the ball hard toward the goal, but the tongue of Ockler made a connection one last time, dropping it at the foot of a midfielder who kicked it hard in the direction of Jordan's face. He dove out of the way, the ball sailed through the defense, and the Canadians found themselves with a final nail in the coffin. The board read 5-3 when the clock finally expired. While the result took the wind from the sails of the crowd, there was still an energy that had returned to the building throughout the second half. Chants of USA bounced through the school corridors even after the loss, and as the players finally emerged up the stairs from the locker room after the match, they did not look completely defeated. Jordan was one of the last to leave as they all waited for him near the doors. Took you long enough, Margot teased. He was drenched either from sweat or shower, and only now could Liz see the penalty for his many dives. His hands and forearms were completely red raw. Coaches wanted to talk to me, he explained. About what? Margot asked. Jordan glanced around at his teammates, each returning to their own squads and families. He looked Margot in the eyes. I'm starting next week. The words had barely escaped his lips when Haz found his, jumping into his unexpected arms and struggling backward to keep her up. His hands found his earlier print for support. A pair of older boys emerged from the staircase and wolf whistled in their direction.
Yeah, attaboy! Go get some of that, Jordo!
Jordan dropped Margot back to her feet, his face flush. Sorry, he said, finally addressing the others. This is the one time it's actually okay to do that, Emma groaned. Don't apologize. Jordan frowned. But we didn't even win, he slumped. If I had stood my ground on the empty net, we might have had a chance. It's not your fault the other guys let in 4 in the first, Johnny argued. You were +2 after they put you in. You had a role in every single goal, Margot lauded. Plus, you scored 2 in your debut as a freshman. Jordan blushed. Yeah, but nothing, Margot interrupted. Embrace my idea. She gripped his face and kissed him hard again, and the rest of them seemed to collectively understand that they had no more place in the pair's evening. All right. Well, Emma concluded awkwardly. You guys have fun. We'll see you tomorrow. The pair were still tying tongues when they exited the front doors. Hey, Johnny! A man in a suit to the right of the front stairs had been chatting to a cluster of other well-dressed individuals. Johnny stopped in his tracks. Mr. Daniels, he greeted. Nice to see you again. Can I see you for a moment? The man asked, gesturing to the hut around him. There's someone I want you to meet. Oh, Johnny looked around at the squad, then looked specifically at Emma when he said, I'll meet you back in the common room. He ventured off, leaving the remaining 3 rather stunned by his sudden dismissal. They stood still for a moment until another crowd of existing fans pushed them on toward the residential center. Was that the deputy PM? Kent asked once they were out of earshot. Yeah, Emma confirmed. Why? And you don't think that was weird? Think what was weird? Kent notched his eyebrows. Do they know each other? Emma shrugged. Not really, why? Kent frowned. You don't think it's weird that the second most powerful person in town just pulled him aside like that? Emma dismissed the thought. Well, no, she said. He obviously wanted to introduce him to the Canadian PM. That's who was standing next to him. And you don't think that's weird? Emma stopped walking. Kent, why would I think that's weird? Plenty of politicians are friendly with the students here. It's what makes the system work so well. Kent was flabbergasted. Politicians make friends with 14-year-olds, and you think it's beneficial to the system? Emma rolled her eyes. Kent, Honestly, you don't know enough about the system to be criticizing it. Shane is obviously keeping an eye on Johnny because he thinks either him or his abilities are beneficial for Shane's vision to the program. It's common. It happens all the time. And if you really wanted to learn how things work around here, you'd find a politician of your own to take an interest in you. Liz wanted to keep walking, but worried how leaving might make things even more awkward. Kent bit his tongue and tried to keep his eyes on Emma. I'm not trying to be mean, she continued. That's actual advice. Kent shrugged. Can you get me in with your dad? Emma glared at him. Why would I want to get you in with my dad? So I can get to know him better, he answered. Get to know the system better. His voice cracked. Get to know you better. Good Lord, Emma hushed. Liz is right there. She stomped off. For the last time, I'm not going out with you. I'm not going to homecoming with you. I'm not going on a date with you. Stop asking. But leave me alone, Emma shouted, turning her back on them and storming off back toward the residential center. Kent finally turned to Liz. What did I say? Liz huffed a laugh through her nose. Other than everything you shouldn't have? He threw up his arms in exasperation. I was just trying to be friendly. She doesn't want you to be friendly, Liz chided. And she doesn't like you. Surely you realize that. Kent's face drained of color. Look, I'm sorry, but it's painfully obvious to everyone else that the sooner you realize that, the better it'll be. He growled in frustration. But she's not even seeing anyone. Liz shook her head. Just because she's not seeing anyone doesn't mean she's an option for you, she explained. You can't expect every available gal to just buckle every time you ask them. I'm sorry, but you can't. If Margot wasn't with Jordan, then maybe she'd be an open girl, but Emma isn't like that, and the quicker you come to terms with that, the happier you're going to be. But, he started. But, whatever thought he was trying to formulate, it failed to solidify. Have you even tried just being her mate? She asked. Well, no, he admitted. But she's always off doing stuff with Johnny. Maybe she likes doing things with Johnny, she started, but stopped herself before voicing her thoughts on what she had seen in the common room. How do you expect her to go out with you if she doesn't even know you? He shrugged. How do I get her to know me if she's always with other people? Exactly, Liz pointed, but Kent appeared yet to follow. That's a sign. You should be going after people who actually want to take an interest in you. Stop pretending like she's playing hard to get and accept that she's actually not interested. Kent looked at his feet. Liz was worried he might end up crying. Look, she continued. I know you're bummed about not having a date for the dance tomorrow. I am too, she wanted to say, but figured that might be a bad idea. A group of my friends and I are going together without dates. I think they'd be more than happy to have you with. I'm sure one or two would love to have you dance with them. Kent looked over his shoulder at Emma, who was just reaching the building, then back at Liz, who tried to remain as resolute as possible, though she felt unexpectedly vulnerable. All right, he agreed softly. Fine, I'll come. What am I wearing? Do you have a black suit? He nodded. A black tie? Yes. Then that's all you need, she concluded. All right, he sighed, finally seeming to find joy in the conversation. It's a date. Liz rolled her eyes. It's not a date. It's a couple of dates, he boasted. A few if I'm lucky. Liz grinned. You're a bit of a cocky prick, you know that? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know yet, she said honestly. But I think I have the energy for another episode tonight if we hurry back.
Chapter 8. Homecoming. Kent had too much free time on his hands. Having been left upstairs with no easy way down them for the better part of a month, he began to relish the times he was forced to spend time with the squad, and cover the times he was not. Without the ability to do much of the activities they did in their free time, Kent was left alone with little to do except scroll through channels on the TV in his room. To his own bewilderment, a month's worth of solitude had bored him of his usual loves, race and car actions, and instead became hooked on watching golf. Not one for sports, though was golf really a sport, or was it just a game with a bit of exercise? The mind-numbing regiment of watching a tournament from beginning to end had become enough of a comforting distraction in the week after the stress test that he began to actively long for the next one, like some sort of middle-aged white man's drug. Even without a full tournament, the Golf Channel often showed highlights, cycling through the best bits of the past year, which was usually enough to keep Kent occupied mentally for an entire empty evening. He figured when he was given the chance he might be pretty good from having watched so much. He knew he was right-handed, he knew the proper way to swing a club, the constant commercials had seen to that, and could probably strategize a full round once he'd figured out his distances. The issue came from obtaining a set of clubs, and then finding someone to go with him. Emma seemed the likely candidate. Rich kids and politics probably went hand in hand with a game like golf, though he got the impression that Margot might have some experience too. Part of him felt a bout of guilt obsessing over the game. Golf was what had caused such a rift between his parents so many years ago. Having built so many courses around his properties, Kent's father would have been naturally drawn to it, but the issue came in how much time he spent away from home, and then who he was making the rounds with, until finally it became too much for one side of the coin and the whole penny dropped. Moderation, he thought over and over while watching. If I get the opportunity, I'll play in moderation. There would be no golf today. Instead, Kent woke to the sound of hammering rain outside his window. Against primal instinct, he managed to crack one side open, and raindrops flooded the polished concrete below. It was the first fresh air this room had seen in months. Glad to finally have permission to move his leg, Kent leapt from the floor to his bed, and to his pleasant surprise, there was no pain, not even the slight sting where the break had been. The doctors had pronounced the initial recovery time as 7 months, though last week both parties were surprised to find that the period had now been reduced to 2. One of the nurses mentioned that the same hollowness and shape of his bones which made his running so fast was now causing them to heal faster. Now he wanted to show off, to run around the city as fast as he could without a care in the world, but a heavy gust of rain splashed once more on the floor, and his plans canceled themselves. Not until he stepped foot in the shower did Kent remember what day it was. Emma's words echoed in his ears like she was there in the bathroom with him. Why did she hate him so much? What had he ever done except try to be nice to her? He could see plainly that she didn't have many friends. Maybe it was because of her dad, the same reason she seemed so paranoid about people trying to get close to her, that she had so few. Now with Jordan and Margot out of her life, the only person she seemed to gravitate toward was Johnny. Kent remembered how she had described him before, and every time he saw the pair together in the living room, a knot of pity boiled in his stomach. It was like watching a girl only ever spending time with her dog. Maybe Liz was right. Maybe it wasn't worth his effort to keep extending olive branches Emma's way. All that had done was lead her to insult him, and now here he was having wasted his time with her all the while he could have been venturing outside the squad, trying to find another date. It would not have been hard, but now here he was taking Liz as, what, a courtesy? Her and her weird friends he had never met before? Liz had been another person he would have guessed had no friends. He figured she just did the same as him, locked up in her room all day and night, waiting to be included by the others. At least he had an excuse. For her, he just thought that she was shy and awkward, uncomfortable around new people, though now that he had thought about it, it had been her who invited him to watch her show. And now he found himself thinking about England and her family more than his. It was as though a new side of himself had emerged from somewhere he'd never expected, a side he would rather keep hidden from everyone else. There was no strength and compassion. By the time he was dressed, the rain had somehow become worse. Down in the kitchen, he expected to find everyone else, mainly Margot, fussing about her outfit or something similar. But instead, the sole occupant of the couch was Liz, who was half watching something on BBC America. "Hi," she sighed, noticing him rushing down the stairs. "How's the leg?" He ignored her question. "Where is everybody?" "Emma's parents took Johnny to breakfast for his birthday," she explained. "The others must have gone too. How's your leg?" Again, he swept over the question. "They didn't invite us?" "Didn't think you'd be so bothered," she yawned, standing up from the couch. "And honestly, I don't know that's where the other two are. They could be still sleeping for all I know." Once more she added, "How's your leg?" "It's fine." He swiped. "Great, actually. I don't feel a thing." "Feelings are good sometimes," she joked. "But you meant pain," he assured. "I don't feel pain anymore." He looked around the empty common room. "I thought Johnny's birthday was yesterday," he remembered. "Yeah, well, we were all a bit busy yesterday, weren't we?" she noted. Kent frowned. "But nobody said anything." Liz beckoned him closer, as if to tell him a secret. Confused, knowing they were alone, he leaned down to let her whisper in his ear. Loudly and sarcastically, she whispered,
"I think he wanted that."
He grimaced. Johnny's constant act of humility was starting to wear on him. "You know, you're allowed to throw me a whole party for my birthday," he announced. "I don't know when it is," she dismissed. "August 15th, he winked, grabbing himself a bowl of cereal. "When's yours?" 23rd of December. "Ooh, a Christmas baby," he lured, pulling a spoon from the drawer. "Not quite," she argued. "Close enough, though," Kent patted. "I'll remember to do something for yours. Even if I wanted you to, which I don't mind, you can't," she explained. "I'm going back for holiday." "Back? As in England?" "No, Pakistan," she fended. "Of course England." Kent blushed. He wasn't used to her being so quick with him. "I'll have to come with you then," he claimed. "Do it there." Liz laughed. "I'm trying to imagine you trying to sit with my family for Christmas." "Why, what's wrong with me?" "Nothing," she smiled. "I've just never seen you with kids is all." It was true. He had no experience with kids. He was the youngest in his entire extended family, and even if there were others, he would never have gotten to spend much time with them. "How many?" he began. "Oh, I'm the second of 6, Liz interrupted. Elder brother, younger sister, twins. Both boys, those two. Just turned 6. Well, that's not too young, Kent defended, now trying to imagine himself entertaining them over a roast turkey. Where's your brother? He asked. The older one. The color drained from Liz's face. For a moment he thought something had happened to her, but a second later she regained her composure, and staring at the cabinets behind his head answered, He's dead. Kent opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came. Liz clenched her teeth, still avoiding his gaze as though she were about to cry. I'm sorry, he said plainly. She sniffled just once before finding his eyes again and saying, We've all got our things. He was suddenly overcome with the urge to learn more, but knew this was something she was very far from being ready to discuss with him, so he tried to put it out of his mind. An awkward pause only lasted a minute, as the sound of a keycard unlocking the front door preceded the other 4 bursting into the room, drenched from head to foot despite the girls carrying closed umbrellas. You know you're supposed to open those to use them, he cheeked. Emma shot him a look. They're not much use when it's blowing sideways, Margot argued. Some trees might help, Emma growled. Welcome to Wyoming, joked Jordan. Despite the cold, his face remained red, as though embarrassed, and Kent thought he saw Jordan strategically tucking his chin, hiding something beneath his neckline. He rushed off to his bedroom to get changed out of his wet clothes, as did Emma. Margot and Johnny joined them at the counter. Where'd you go? Liz questioned. Lambeth, Johnny stated. Margot jumped in. It's this cute little B&B in Old Town, literally in the living room of this old house, surrounded by, other actual houses. I don't think they really do the bed part anymore, but there's only 5 tables, so it's super exclusive. Literally everyone in there was embassy. Kent looked at Liz, who looked back for just the briefest glance. Both seemed to be thinking the same thing. Was Shane there? Kent stabbed. Liz looked again, this time a glare, accompanied by a warning shake of her head. Neither Johnny or Margot noticed. He said he wanted to be, Johnny claimed innocently. He flew to Poland last night. The program over there is in danger, I guess, with their whole, election thing. What election thing? Liz asked. You guys haven't heard about the stuff in Poland? Johnny looked astonished. Margot nudged. John, you're the only one here who cares about foreign politics. It might not be so foreign, he continued, oblivious to the reality of Margot's comment. Back in June, there was that snap election in Poland. You guys familiar with Milo Chervinsky? The 3 nodded indifferently. I heard the name, Margot spoke. Well, Johnny continued, he belongs to far-right party in Poland, which basically threatened to forcibly remove the current president if he refused to resign from office. The current president, Marek Bozek, was trying not to appear corrupt or something and arrest them all, and decided to try and embarrass the movement by challenging them to a surprise election. Chervinsky won. The president refused to accept the results and vacate office, but the movement marched on Warsaw and started nationwide protests in retaliation. Bozak had the UN and the EU on his side, though, so he agreed to another snap election and threw all the money the government could fund at his second legitimate election and trying to prove that the first one was a fluke. Liz looked up at Johnny. This was a few weeks ago, wasn't it? I remember you watching something. Let me guess, Kent interrupted. Chervinsky won again? Johnny nodded. It wasn't even close. Now he's in office with 80% approval ratings. But don't you guys want that? Kent argued. I thought the IRA was super conservative. Margot rolled her eyes. There's a difference between conservative and a psychopath, she shrugged. I have heard about this guy. Even then, it's not the platform, it's what he's doing with it, Johnny explained. He's currently leveraging state secrets against the European Union to get approval for a nuclear arsenal. Kent nearly spit out his cereal. Like that would ever work, he choked. A few hidden scandals for nuclear bombs? It already worked, Johnny rebuffed. UN just voted in favor last week. Kent was unable to follow the line of logic. I'm sorry, he went on, but a few state secrets and the rest of the world is just giving them nukes? Who do they even need them for? Their argument was presumptive, Johnny continued. They're surrounded on either side by Germany and Russia, and the man's running on a platform on national individuality. It fits. His people are all for it. Yeah, but what kind of leverage does he have against every country in the world? It wasn't every country, Johnny stated. Just the big ones. The ones with voting power. Okay, then what does he have against them? Kent continued to argue. Obviously something the rest of the world shouldn't know about, or... He stopped to think. If the major countries are a majority, it would have to be something the governments don't want public to their people. Liz's eyes grew wide. Us? Kent stirred back. What? He leveraged us, she said again. What do you mean? Kent, you know we're not public, right? Margot rattled. Surely your mother told you to keep your effect a secret. Well, yeah, but... He stopped. He'd never considered there might be consequences if someone actually believed him. Hold on, I thought the company was independent of the government. It is, Johnny agreed. But it didn't start that way. The experimentation and all the fallout from it, those are extreme top-level secrets. I bet our president doesn't even know the entire truth of us, or even that we still exist. The embassy would see to that. Kent frowned. Then how would Chervinsky know? Someone royally effed up? Margot joked. So that's why Shane left? Kent prodded. To go salvage things in Poland? I don't know if it's that simple, Johnny guided. But if the secret did get out about someone like us to someone like Cherwinsky, then the Polish program might be in serious danger. Why would they be in danger? Because the exact same thing happened in the 80s, Liz recalled. The Iranian program was wiped off the map. Then why don't we just assassinate the guy? Kent asked. And make him a martyr? Johnny pointed out. That's the exact sort of thing he's currently warning his people about. Besides, offered Margot, do you want to pull that trigger? Because that seems just the perfect kind of job for Xander's dream team. The conversation on Poland ended there, as Emma emerged from her bedroom toweling off her hair while dressed head to toe in black. I suppose I should start getting ready too, Margot stated. Kent looked at the clock above the stove. They'd yet to even pass noon. It's not even lunchtime, he argued. How long can it possibly take to get ready? Liz looked at him with the now familiar disapproving glare. Kent, you need to spend more time with women. By 5 o'clock that evening, the rain had only increased. Kent needed little time preparing. After another shower to wash off the minimal exertion of walking to the school for lunch, his outfit consisted of the simplest of suits, a black coat, black pants, white shirt, and black tie. It was the only thing he owned. Spraying himself liberally with what was also his only cologne, he tossed up his short hair and returned downstairs to the common room. There he was met by Jordan, who had put a bit more effort into his look, most certainly at Margot's request. His speckled hair had been done up similarly to Kent's, but their similarities in attire diverged there. Every single item on his body had plainly never been worn before, and was perfectly tailored to Jordan's lanky frame. The three-piece suit was a bold burgundy, with a tie striped in silver and gold to match. Kent had never realized before that Jordan's left ear was pierced. A diamond stud outlined in gold shone brightly in place, matching the tie, a golden tie chain, and a golden wristwatch which peeked proudly beneath his sleeve. To complete the collection, a brand new set of brown shoes stood firm atop the floor, perfectly polished. Nice suit, he wanted to say, but he knew that Jordan could not honestly return the compliment. Any jealousy he had for the outfit was overtaken by jealousy for the date as soon as Margot exited her own room. Margot was hot before the dress. Every boy in town knew that. But where Margot had previously felt accessible to Kent, her current glow took it to the maximum. She no longer felt safe. She looked dangerous. Side by side with Margot, Jordan's suit looked darker, more purple, and almost blood red. Her hair was woven into a loose braid, swung to the side over her bare shoulder. A kind of sash hid the other, and came down diagonally to wrap around the matching dress and blended into a hidden tie behind her waist. Her long white leg was exposed on the side by the thinnest of open slits, under which Margot hardly tried to hide a matching leg garter. Close your mouths, she said, hardly looking. You'll make the rest of us look stupid. Jordan and Kent caught each other's eyes. Both had been ogling Margot as she left the bedroom. Jordan shot Kent a death glare. As she approached, still fixing one of her earrings, Kent realized why she looked so threatening. Her makeup was significantly heavier than usual, her eyes dark and heavily shadowed, and as a result she looked older. The difference was so startling she could have walked into a liquor store completely unopposed. Jordan seemed nervous too. You look... he started, choking on several adjectives and unable to secure one. I know, she replied damningly. Just then Johnny emerged. In stark contrast, every item except his shoes were blue. A navy jacket and pants preceded a baby blue shirt, which stood as a background to a striking plain turquoise tie. His ensemble lacked the nuance and pizzazz of Jordan's, but it was still custom-fitted, and also put Kent's to shame. At least his hair, too, was the same, though it was growing longer. He was followed almost immediately by Liz, who Kent hardly recognized. Her usual arrangement of black on black, or something in between, gave way to the polished version, a sleeveless ebony thing which cut off just below the knees, accented at the very extremes by sequins of the same color. The color worked perfectly. It was sleek and sharp and managed to mask any shadows that would have exposed her imperfect figure, the way that Margot's dress accented hers. The bushy tangle of hair which usually sat unkempt atop her head had been sprayed down and straightened, tucked into a neat bun which looked almost too correct. Kent had grown so used to her roughness that, taking it away, Liz was close to unrecognizable. He was not attracted to her the way he was Margot, but she still looked attractive. If there was a perfect version of Liz, he figured this was it. You look nice, she lied, loud enough for the other three to look their way. Margot looked the pair up and down and only now seemed to piece together the coordination. Are you two going together? She asked. Yes, he thought, almost speaking the words aloud out of spite. Liz spoke first. No, there's a group of us going, she said. So, I guess, yes, actually, but not like, you know. She gestured between them. That's when Emma's door opened.
As soon as she exited her room, Kent's face turned red with rage. Whatever Margot had done to her accessibility, he thought, Emma had found it. On either side of her tanned face, Emma's yellow hair was looped back into a straight tie with the rest of it, leading as far as it would go halfway down the circular opening in her back. She was not lacking makeup, but whatever she had done, it looked almost identical to her normal face, just accenting it the way that pulled out the best parts of her features. The shape and texturing of her dress was not dissimilar to Liz, but the dark shine of black sequins was instead made from a sparkle of smooth fabric, with little spiral and floral patterns hidden in the dress through the blending materials. Her jewelry was entirely silver, bedazzled with a collection of earrings all up the sides of her left, while 2 necklaces adorned her illogically exposed neckline. The lower was plain steel, a cross. Everything popped vividly against the color of her skin. She looked utterly beautiful, but how she looked was only fuel for Kent's anger. The cause was the color of the dress. It was turquoise. Coming toward them and standing amongst the group, it was abundantly clear whose tie her dress matched. She was flaunting Kent's failure straight to his face. She was not just going with Johnny. She was going with Johnny. She was taking her dog to the dance. That should have been me, he repeated on a constant stream behind his eyes. Holy hell, Jordan exclaimed, earning a backhand on the upper arm from Margot. Emma smiled. I don't look 12 anymore? 13 at least, he repeated. Another slap. Johnny had not stopped blinking. Wow, he finally broke. I'll take that as a compliment, she smiled. You look bloody brilliant, Liz lauded. Emma gleamed, as though there were no higher compliment. Thank you, she grinned. But look who's talking. Kent wanted to vomit in his mouth. The only thing worse than watching the girl he wanted go carelessly with someone else was watching her trade fake pleasantries with his consolation prize. We better get a picture, Margot said, pulling out her phone and crowding them all together, reasoning that a first school dance together was a worthy first picture to place in their shelf of empty frames. Kent feigned a smile. His ears ringing and heat rising to his face, all 6 made their way to the ground floor together, where the others disappeared in a crowd of familiar faces while Kent followed Liz to the pouring night. Everything in him wanted to stay, to fight for what was his, but Liz stood in the doorway staring back at him, the look on her face telling him exactly what he did not want to hear. Give it up. The ringing grew louder as he left the building, where it was gradually replaced by the abundance of rainfall. Before he could apologize for lacking an umbrella, he realized neither was getting wet. With a hand over her head, Liz was creating a shield of purple energy which deflected the drops in every direction but on them. A number of students walking near them were given dirty looks, as though envious of Liz's abilities. When they entered the school through the main doors, they were met by a wall of dripping bodies. Though the dance had plainly started, the noise coming from the cafeteria hall was deafening. A heavy majority of attendees were waiting for others to break the ice. Liz took his hand and pulled him left down the equally cramped concessions hall, which was already taking a line of patrons, and did not stop until they were at the end near the bathrooms. They're really not doing this in the gym? He shouted over the noise of conversation. Liz didn't answer. She pulled a phone from her chest, began typing, and then paused to look up at the crowd. A smile lit up her face as she waved to what could have been any number of approaching students. Eventually it was obvious which 3 were Liz's friends. A ghoul of a girl led the pack. Not quite as tall as Kent, but so thin that she looked giant in comparison. She wore a plain 2-piece outfit consisting of a plain black top and a skirt so eye-catchingly short he had to force himself not to look at it. Underneath this, to some degree of modesty, she wore thick netted leggings, which darkened her otherwise bleached skin. Every bit of jewelry, there was plenty, and her makeup was all black. To her left was a very wide, very short girl with long brown hair who waddled their way in what Kent could only compare to a white and black potato sack. There was no dimension to her outfit whatsoever, falling over her body from a seam atop her shoulders with nothing else to show. It was at the same time too long for her body, and she was obviously struggling to move in the dress which neared her ankles. Last was, by default, the most forgettable of the 3. A girl with a round face and small elfish features stood no taller than the other, but obviously had some sense of fashion that rivaled the dress Liz wore. All black but not nearly as bright or flashy. A bunching of fabric on her left side made the pattern look like the center of a sun, with rays of similar fabric stretching outward to the extremes of her neck, shoulder, hip, and knee. Her shoulder-length black hair sat straight in sheen, with a pair of barrettes pinning bits back to her outline of tiny ears. Her small beady eyes were outlined gracefully like Emma's, and a pair of round crimson lips had slightly crooked smile which squinted her eyes and made them even smaller. Hi, the last girl said, reaching out a hand. I'm Morgan. Kent returned the gesture. Kent, he replied, shaking her warm hand. The ghost girl shot forward. Reyna, she said quickly, hardly touching Kent's hand before shooting it back and then fidgeting with her black fingernails. The girl in the potato sack kept her hands together, and shyly whispered, Everly. Nice to meet you, he said kindly, though he had yet to decide if that was true. Reyna kept picking at her fingers but looked Kent thoroughly up and down. You're cute, she noted. Like, Really cute. How did Liz score you? Unsure whether to be embarrassed or flattered, Liz answered before he could respond. We're not here together, she said flatly. He's one of us. He's definitely not one of us, Rena denied. Look at him. Again, a confused cluster of emotions caught in his throat. If you ended up without a date, I feel a little less embarrassed, Morgan chirped. For an angry second, Kent wanted to respond, but Morgan's eye twinkled, and he could have sworn that she threw him a wink. The others appeared not to notice. The conversation shifted to Rena's boyfriend, and she went off on a winded essay Kent was only half listening to. His attention had moved to the crowd around them, and almost wondered if they had not all overdressed. The upperclassmen had clearly not put in as much effort as someone like Emma. The girls continued babbling about relationship trouble when the hall began to empty. The music on the other end was getting louder. Shall we? He interrupted, gesturing to the thinning congregation. Why not? Liz said, eager to move on the same as him. It was standard pop radio, nothing he hadn't heard a million times back home. The effectiveness was in the atmosphere. A great black curtain had been dropped over the championship banners, and the music video for each song was projected onto it in real time, creating something to watch for the many students like Everly who seemed to enjoy sitting along the outside of the floor, rather than actually dancing. The tables had all disappeared to some unknown storage closet, and now the tiled floor was completely empty, save for a large DJ setup in the back corner, where lights and lasers were illuminating the haze coming from machines in the other corners. No curtains had been placed over the windows, so occasionally the sky would light up alongside the colors inside, followed by a successive boom of thunder that shook the building even more than it already was. He spotted groups of a few others he knew from their classes, as well as Emma's brother Andrew, who appeared to have already ditched Janine and was instead having a boisterous conversation with a red-haired girl in green. Margot and Emma were across the room chatting with a handful of attractive girls they must have known from previous years in the city. Jordan and Johnny were nowhere to be seen. For a second he thought Margot might have gestured him over to the gaggle, but both not wanting to be rude nor misread the situation, Kent stayed put, surrounded by the other three. About 5 songs in, Rena, who had moved to clawing at her already scarred forearms, nearly keeled over when she spotted her boyfriend, Eric, who then approached them cautiously, looking as uncertain as Kent at what was happening. Apparently, Rena had ignored his text for the previous 3 days after having decided to go together. The other girls became progressively as confused as the boys, Morgan asking Eric where his other date was, and Eric proclaiming in the most bewildered voice that he did not have another date. At this, Rena basically threw everything she had on the floor and ran out of the school into the rain, with Eric desperately running after her. Liz and Morgan looked at each other, then over at the chair where Everly had been, which was now empty. And then there were 3, Morgan breathed perplexedly. They stood there a bit more exposed, while Liz and Morgan tried to piece together what had happened with Rena. Kent was growing increasingly bored. By the 10th song, his desire to be there, or even his reason for coming, had left him completely. A slow song began to play through the speakers, and suddenly he remembered. Before the end of the night, I'll get her to dance with me, he thought. But Emma had disappeared. Standing alone on the floor where she had been were Margot and Jordan, tied together so closely he was surprised they could even breathe. A boy approached them wearing a simple black dress shirt, unbuttoned to nearly his belly button, a gold chain set beneath highlighting his tan skin. Paying no attention to the other two, he looked at Liz and said in a thick Australian accent, Hey, you're at Andrew's sister's squad, yeah? Liz looked at Kent. Emma? She asked aloud. Yeah. The boy completely ignored her answer. Mind if I take you for a dance? Liz was stunned. She'd clearly not expected anyone to make a move on her. Again, she looked at Kent, and then at Morgan, who nodded eagerly in her favor. She stumbled. Sure. He took her hand and pulled her to a clear area of floor, close to where Emma's brother was still in heated debate with the red-haired girl. That left Kent alone with Morgan, who grinned maliciously. Well, that was fun, she said. Just you and me now, I guess, Kent replied kindly. Oh, no, she wondered aloud sarcastically. Guess I gotta dance with you now. Don't worry about it, he assured. I'll be back. There's somebody I have to find. He left her standing there, only realizing later how rude his dismissal had been. But with the song already into its first chorus, his time was winding down. A half hour until the first slow song? That gave him, 5 more opportunities at most? He did not want to wait that long. His eyes darted around the room, circling the floor, trying to spot the turquoise dress. It was difficult with the changing lights, but eventually he spotted her. To his dismay, she had defaulted to Johnny, and the pair were stepping back and forth awkwardly as though they wanted to be anywhere else in the world. Well, that's a good sign, he thought. I can catch her for the next one. He watched them from the other end of the room until the song was over. They didn't even seem to realize they were dancing. They were just talking, as though this was the most normal setting in the world to just have a chat. But Kent could see a chance to swoop in before the next one. He just had to pay attention. When the song was over, the pair dispersed in an awkward sort of way, with Johnny returning to Jordan's side after he and Margot had finished a minute-long kissing session. Emma was talking to one of the girls from earlier, who was standing alongside her own date, a plain-looking boy in a pink tie to match her bright dress.
Liz and Morgan returned from their own ends of the floor. "And?" Morgan pried. "His name is Ethan," Liz blushed. "He's heading back to Australia for a second semester." Morgan grinned. "You still got time." "I really don't think it was like that," Liz replied. "Definitely a friendly sort of thing." "Worth a try, though," Kent piped up. "Not interested," Liz swept aside. "What are you interested in?" Kent found himself wondering, but managed to keep his mouth closed. Eventually, they were swept into a circle of older students, none of which seemed eager to introduce themselves, but instead provided a place to feel less exposed. Kent kept finding himself between Liz and Morgan, as if they were clinging to him for protection. A large crackle of thunder shook the building in a space between songs, and Liz, echoing the audible scream from a number of the girls, grabbed his arm in response. A half hour later, the music once again slowed. Immediately, Kent's eyes shot to where Emma's group was stationed. In the chair near the edge, Johnny sat alone, his eyes down to his hands where they rapidly scrolled through his phone. Margot and Jordan were again tangled on the floor nearby. "I'll be back," he dismissed himself, only then realizing his hand had been holding Liz's. He rushed over to Johnny, who did not look up from his reading. "Have you seen Emma?" "I think she went to the bathroom," he replied blankly. Back in the hallway, a crowd had once again retreated, and it was obvious by the look of those off the dance floor why. He squeezed his way through the concessions line and over to the bathrooms, hoping to wait her out. A minute later, he realized how awkward he must look standing outside the girl's side, and trying to avoid some kind of weird reputation from one of the onlookers, bolted inside the men's room, pretended to wash his hands, and then retreated back to the hallway, where he thought he saw Emma walking back to the floor. He almost grabbed her shoulder before realizing the girl's dress was green, and it wasn't Emma. Pausing for a few seconds to give a comfortable amount of space between he and the girl, just in case she were to notice, he reached the corner to go back to the floor, where to his surprise and infuriation, the real Emma was back out dancing, again having found Johnny. Kent swore silently to himself. If he had just waited... Determinedly, Kent stared her down even after the song was over. If he had to resort to using his speed to swoop in the next time, he would. "She break your heart or something?" Morgan appeared below him. He stuttered, breaking his eye contact with Emma and blinking her out of his mind. "What?" he managed. "No, I just... It's normal," she said apologetically. "They tend to congregate together, don't they?" He wasn't following. "Who do?" "The locals," she said. "I can tell Liz feels it too. It's like we're interrupting their perfect little world. I have 3 in my squad too." Kent looked more intently at Morgan. She was sipping from a red plastic cup. "Punch?" she offered. "Where is Liz?" he asked. "Probably bathroom," she indicated. "She said she wasn't feeling well. I told her I'd keep you company, but then she rushed off." Kent looked toward the hallway, then back at Emma. "So tell me about her," Morgan continued prodding. "Who?" he blurted out louder than anticipated. "Emma," she deduced. "Liz told me you have a huge crush on her." "Yeah?" he grumbled. Kent was determinedly not happy with Liz talking about him behind his back. "What else did she tell you about me?" "Oh, loads," she lied sarcastically. "Nothing. Just that you guys hang out together while the locals go off and leave you behind." "That makes me feel really good, thanks." "Don't whine about it," she retorted. The same thing happens to me." Kent kept his eyes on Emma. "So, what is it about Emma?" Morgan deduced. "I mean, I know she's the PM's daughter, but you're not after her because of that, are you?" He looked back to Morgan. "How do you know that?" "Well, because if you were after her for power, you'd be making more of an effort," Morgan chided. "You wouldn't be waiting so long to make an actual move." "I've made actual moves," Kent defended. "She just keeps saying no." Morgan shrugged. "That could be a sign." "Stop saying that!" Kent rallied, and seeing Morgan's confused look, added, "Liz is always saying that." "All right," she said, holding up her hands. "Who are you anyway?" Kent nudged. "How do you know Liz?" "Oh, I don't, really," she admitted. "We're in art club together, that's pretty much it." Kent rounded. "Then why is she telling you things about me?" "Maybe because you're her only friend." "Yeah, I know I'm her only friend," he said hotly. "Why do you think I was so surprised to hear that you guys were coming with her?" "Well, maybe because we're nice people and we care about her, as little as we know her. You think you're the only person here struggling to fit in?" She turned her head inquisitively. Kent's face felt hot. "So? Why her?" she said again. "A boy who looks like you, why aren't you here with anyone else?" "Because I didn't try," he thought, though somehow he figured Morgan already knew the answer. "Maybe if you stop putting so much pressure on yourself to be something you can't possibly be, you might be a little happier than you are right now." Kent looked back at Emma. Morgan was right. Liz was right too, but how could he possibly admit that to her, even if she had been there? "All right," he conceded. "What's your solution?" "Well, you're going to try to dance with her again," she said.
aren't you? Obviously. And if it doesn't work, she continued, how are you going to move on? He stuttered. I don't know. She looked around the room. You're going to find the next best thing you can find. I don't care if she's tall or short. I don't care if she's 18 or 14. You find someone who's second in line to Emma with whatever bar you set, and you take them out on the floor. You forget about her altogether, and for the love of God, try to enjoy yourself. It was an honest plan. A jolt of electricity ran through Kent's body, as though he just remembered it was possible for any number of the girls in the room to be more attractive than Emma. Hell, half the girls in the room were more attractive than Emma. And as he continued to look at his options, he started to really wonder why he was so set on Emma in the first place. Morgan's plan was going to work. There was no reason for it not to. Another 4 songs later, it was time. He expected it, but as the first few notes of the third slow dance played, the sight of Emma and Johnny coming together a third time was just as irritating as the first. For the briefest moment, he considered rushing in and stealing Johnny's spot, but he realized how stupid that would look. Not just to those in the squad, but everyone watching around them. It wasn't romantic, it was weird. The next one, he conceded again. Morgan nudged him with her elbow. He looked around the room, spotting a number of beautiful girls, some of whom he recognized from the halls and some of whom were complete strangers. There was one particular girl, a tall brunette in a yellow dress, who he'd noticed a few times throughout the night, but she was now dancing with another guy. The girl in green, who he'd thought was Emma, was also nearby, but she too had her hands around the neck of a date. In fact, everywhere he looked, all of the girls on the dance floor who had already been asked and taken by other boys, and those who stood alone, were nowhere near up to Kent's standard. Behind the girl in yellow, Andrew must have made up with the red-haired girl, as they were now dancing even closer than Margot and Jordan. Even Radley, the boy who had so foolishly made a pass at Emma in the lunchroom, had found his own date. And behind thick round glasses and heavily banded braces, she could be mistaken for the happiest person in the world. And he was alone. And he had failed. And to make matters worse, Johnny and Emma were no longer just swaying side to side, but actively dancing. He was spinning her around like they'd practiced it 100 times, and she was smiling bigger than Ken had ever seen her smile. Then she caught his eye. Still dancing with Johnny, Emma was sneaking glances over at Kent every chance she could manage, and still smiling from ear to ear, rubbing in the naked truth that Kent wasn't the one dancing with her. Enraged, he turned to Morgan. "Come on," he said. "You're dancing with me." He took her hand and dragged her closer to Johnny and Emma, her face as surprised as Liz's had been during their first slow song. He had never danced with anyone like this, but that didn't seem to matter. Putting his hands around Morgan's waist, she continued looking up at him as though she was actually enjoying herself. A voice in his head said to stop looking at Emma, so he forced himself to stare back at Morgan, and saw his face reflecting back at him in her large brown eyes. A piece of her hair had fallen from her barrette and now stood awkwardly down in front of her face, so he swiped it aside and wrapped it behind her ear. Trying desperately not to think of Emma, he pulled Morgan closer, and she buried her face in his chest. He closed his eyes, trying to focus on the music. The lyrics were something about a photograph. The picture, he thought at this. I'm going to have to remember this night forever with that stupid picture on the shelf. He opened his eyes and looked down at Morgan. Her eyes were closed too, and her smiling even bigger than Emma. At least she's enjoying herself, he concealed, and tried with everything in his power to share in some of Morgan's happiness. Then the song came to a close. Morgan backed up and looked at him, her eyes shining happily. Kent thought for a moment she was going to try and lean up to kiss him, but the sound of cheering to his right finally drew his attention, as did Margot's familiar voice, yelling, "Yes, finally!" Turning with gritted teeth, he saw plainly alongside everyone else in the room, Johnny kissing Emma, who opened her eyes and stared dead at Kent before continuing the embrace with her new boyfriend. He ran off without even saying goodbye to Morgan, bursting through the doors and not even caring that Liz wasn't there to keep him dry. Chapter 9. Whispers. It was about time. As early as June, Margot had been urging Emma to go after Johnny, especially when she herself began working towards a relationship with Jordan. Then came the months of denial, the repeated dismissal of feelings between them, but finally the wall had fallen, and Margot woke Sunday morning with an irrational grin on her face when she remembered what had happened the previous night. Per usual, she was awake and out of bed before Jordan. Emma deserved the morning to sleep, she thought, so alone Margot tossed on a sports bra, sweatshirt, and pair of leggings and made her way outside toward the school. She did it nearly every morning. In an otherwise empty weight room, Margot was able to mostly free her mind from anything that might bother it. When she was alone, adrenaline pumping through her body and her mind able to stay focused on nothing but working out, she was able to forget about Quebec, forget about her parents, forget about her siblings and where they might have ended up. If she was having a particularly bad day, a number of boxing gloves were open for the taking in the corner, and she would imagine her mother in place of the punching bag. Jordan and Emma had both asked her what her secret was to staying so fit. It was easy, she said plainly both times, but if she didn't have this as an outlet, she would probably end up dead. Therapy helped too.
Her longtime counselor Jackie White was the only person she was completely honest with. There were truths Jordan was too defensive to know, and Emma too naive. Even Emma's parents had stayed willingly blind to the whole truth when they took her in. Jackie took the entirety, and Margot had to respect how many secrets that man must have stored inside his head on behalf of other people. Emma was supposed to start seeing him this week too. It had been Margot's advice to Mr. Guerin after her breakdown during training. Maybe it was too much to lay completely on the shoulders of a 14-year-old. Margot's torment was far more personal and had far fewer ramifications than Emma's, but as she had explained to the pair in their little debriefing session, if anyone could be trusted to confide a secret like that, it was Jackie. Her mind traveled to the night before as she switched from arms to legs. She wondered if Emma would tell Johnny now that they were together. He was certainly the last person Margot would share secrets with, given the whole never forgetting thing. But if he made Emma as happy as she appeared last night, then why not? She had not taken her eyes off him all night. She remembered seeing Liz and Kent together, and wondered what had gone down in their group. First there had been some sort of argument between one of Liz's friends and a boy, then after Liz went off with a boy Margot did not recognize, she returned to argue with the last of her other friends, after which she looked ready to burst into tears and ran off. Margot thought about chasing her, but was too worried about leaving Jordan to the wolves with how incredible he looked. Maybe she would come to regret that. Liz was a nice girl, and Margot was really starting to appreciate the balance she brought to everything. Even Kent seemed to have a good time, dancing with the other girl from the argument, though he too had disappeared before the night was over. Her thoughts were interrupted by movement in the mirror ahead of her. Approaching her from behind was a very muscular boy in a gray top, who had been eyeing her for weeks every time they shared the gym. She dropped the bar to the rack and turned. "Yes?" she said rather irritably. Sorry," he returned in a low voice. "Didn't mean to bother you. I've just noticed you around here the last few weeks." Margot stared at him without response, waiting for him to get to the point. "What are you working on?" he continued. Margot shrugged her shoulders. Lifting?" she retorted. The boy looked confused by her answer. "Well, yeah," he kept on. I'm Dylan." Again, Margot waited for him to get to the point. "And you are?" "Margot?" she returned, offering that much. "Margot," he repeated. "That's a pretty name." She choked. "What can I do for you, Dylan?" He stepped back, finally sensing her hostility. Well, I was just wondering if I could maybe buy you a coffee or something sometime." Margot rolled her eyes. "I have a boyfriend," she stated. He stayed put, apparently not reading her hints. "So, is that a no?" She crossed her arms. "Parles-tu français?" she asked. He knitted his eyebrows. "Sorry?" "Do you speak French?" she repeated. No, why?" She turned around and went back to her weights. "I only date boys who speak French." Dylan remained rooted behind her, still failing to understand her disinterest. After a long moment of contemplation, he turned and went back to his own station. Margot thought she heard a few insults under his breath as he walked away. Once seated on his bench, he kept staring, though this much she was used to and could handle. If anything, the looks helped feed her drive. It was the approaching part that bothered her, as if anyone other than Jordan had a chance. Sure, she had dated other boys before, and none of them spoke French. Until Jordan, she'd never realized how much she missed having that kind of familiarity with someone else. Margot had spoken English as long as she could remember, and it had been the only thing she spoke for the last 5 years, but all of her thoughts were still in French. Her default would always be Quebecois, no matter how long she spent away from Canada. Even with Jordan's Haitian Creole, there was enough familiarity between them to make Margot feel at home again, without having to think about all the drama and pain that really entailed. Dylan remained in the room until Margot left, but she was almost certain he stopped lifting when she had shut him down. The grass between the two buildings was still wet from the night before, but the air was now cold and dry. Wind whipped the buttes as always, creating a whistling that seemed to chase itself around the circle. When she arrived back in the common room, Emma was sitting on the couch in her pajamas eating a caramel roll. "Hey," she welcomed, turning to see Margot coming through the front door. "Hey," Margot returned. "I figured you'd still be sleeping." "Well, how'd you get up for church?" Emma returned with a mouthful. "You in church," Margot chided. Emma rolled her eyes. "You're welcome to come if you feel so inclined." "I'll wait for Wednesday," she returned. "Once a week is good enough for me." "Never enough church," Emma continued to tease, taking another large bite out of the roll. "I can't listen to Jack preach for an hour," Margot replied. "There's a reason they make another night for people our age." "All right, that's fair," Emma conceded. "How's the gym?" "Fine," she stated, considering bringing up the conversation that interrupted her workout. Maybe Emma would feel better about being asked all the time, but maybe she wouldn't, knowing the questions came for a different reason. She decided to keep her mouth shut. "Johnny still sleeping?" Margot added. "No, he's in the shower." Emma returned quickly, poking her head up to catch herself. At least he told me he was going to—" "Relax," Margot laughed. "You know I know, right?" Emma's face turned red. "What do you—" "Jordan can see everything," Margot explained.
Emma's hands went to cover her face. Margot, you can't tell your parents? She interrupted again. Why in the world would I want to do that? We live on our own. You're your own person. It's none of their business. Emma took a deep breath. Thank you. Is that why you're going to extra church this morning? Margot joked. Need a little extra forgiveness or something? That's not how that works, Emma scolded, before adding, and we haven't done anything. Uh-huh, Margot winked. Emma's red face started to whiten. Why are you so convinced everyone lives the same way you do? Why can't you believe some of us are decent people? Margot shrugged. Hey, you're the one sleeping with your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend! Emma shouted, so loudly she might have woken the others. Margot held her hands up. Whatever you say. And just because we fall asleep together doesn't make me the same as you. With these words, Margot knew she had pushed too far. Emma was nearly crying. This is exactly why I didn't want you to know. Margot walked silently over to one of the chairs in the living room and sat down. She took a deep breath. You know you can still trust me, right? Emma blinked away tears. I've never said anything to anyone about your effect. Why do you think I'd say something about you and Johnny? Emma opened her mouth to answer, but struggled to find the right words. To hold something over me? She finally said. Margot looked her square in the eyes. Emma, your family gave me a home here. You've been my best friend for 5 years. Even if I tease you sometimes, I'm never going to hold anything like that over your head. You don't deserve that. Emma wiped her face. Margot stood up to hug her. I love you, she affirmed. You know that, right? Emma sniffled into her chest. A door opened off to the right. I don't know what I missed, said Johnny, looking somewhat horror-struck. But if it makes you feel any better, I love you too. Emma made a choking noise halfway between a laugh and a cry as she peeled herself from Margot. Oh, for the love of God, just call him your boyfriend already, she cracked. Emma ran over to Johnny and hugged him just the same, and knowing they wouldn't kiss in front of her, Margot turned her back. In school the next day, they were comfortable enough to hold hands in the hallways. Behind them, Liz kept her eyes down on the floor, and for some reason, Kent looked utterly miserable. Margot figured something else must have happened between them and their third friend. At lunch, their table was noticeably quiet. Kent had disappeared, and the casual appearance of Andrew, which was pretty much daily, even in passing, was absent. Emma broke the news of a surprise mission for him and his squad, which apparently sent them overseas the day after the dance. That was one of the perks, if you could call it that, of proving your effectiveness to the organization. Less time to train for pop-up missions. His girlfriend Isla, with whom he had clearly made amends over the weekend, sat in silence amongst another group of older kids. Margot thought about inviting her over, but figured bringing her in with freshmen might break some sort of social etiquette. In missions training, Xander announced a schedule for returning to normalcy. They would still be taking it easy, but the squad was once again under pressure to prove their worth to the organization, and the board wanted to see them in action at least before the end of the school year. In all honesty, Margot hoped their first mission would arrive sooner. The expectation at the start of the year, which had since disappeared, left her bored most afternoons, and she found herself longing for the same intensity that preceded their failed stress test. Emma's health was more important, though. If that meant taking a step back for her sake, then Margot could tolerate the boredom. As they went off to the floor to practice a search and destroy initiative, she turned to ask Emma if she was okay with it, but apparently she had known this was coming. It's okay, she whispered. Dad's had me throwing again, I'll be fine. The training session went off without a hitch, with Emma being the one to take down the final target, eschewing her rifle for her knives. Margot could not help but grin. On Tuesday, a similar session was preceded by a rather awkward lecture in their science lab about adrenaline and its importance in the consistency of their effects. Mr. Kelster droned on about how their effects were at the performing best when influenced by fear and adrenaline, and how it was crucial to the success of their missions that they remain on heightened alert every second of their training. That wasn't the awkward part. In collaboration with your language class, Kelster began, you are to write an essay about your biggest fears, and how you can use them as motivation during your missions to keep you performing at your very best. Nothing crazy, 3 to 5 pages or so. Just outlining what you feel when confronted by those fears, and how they can be translated to you and your squad's benefit. A girl in the other squad raised her hand. Sir, are we going to have to share these with our squads? Kelster would have laughed if he had the personality to do so. I certainly hope you will, he replied. After all, it's their lives that are influenced by these fears. Perhaps it's worth them knowing. Everyone in the lab turned their eyes nervously around the room. Liz had turned white. To Margot's relief, Emma looked relaxed, which gave her a small satisfaction. If Emma wasn't planning on being completely truthful, then neither would she, and she most certainly wouldn't be writing about her father. The next morning, a test on linear functions put everyone else in the squad in a sour mood. They had seen a rise in homework over the past few weeks, but math was one of Margot's strong suits, breezing through the thing and feeling confident in at least a 95. Kent still found it difficult to believe Margot was good at something academic, which he tried to take as more of a compliment than a slight, then proceeded to tease him about his speed. His speed came in handy during fitness. Just to show off, he ran his portion of their squad relay backwards, still obliterating his competition despite almost biffing it near the finish line.
This time Jordan took over the bullying, noting that they still had not seen Kent run forward the way they knew he wanted to. Xander seemed off during their afternoon training, like something at home was leaking into his work hours. He dismissed all their questions about it, but his attitude only seemed to worsen, and as if to take it out on them, chose to separate them for individual training exercises while the others watched. Margot was tasked with weaving her way through a simulated minefield, and after failing on 3 separate attempts to make it to the final quarter of the field, heard an earful from Xander about learning from her mistakes. She chose to ignore it. He kept glancing at Emma anyway. That night, Margot was actually looking forward to youth group. Now that homecoming was over, anything that shook up the mundanity of any normal day was something she appreciated, which meant church once a week was no exception. Emma had once again offered an invite to Kent, promising it would cheer him up after the stress of the previous day's assignments and exercises, but per usual they were met with a crude answer. This time, why the hell would I believe in a god? Margot sometimes wondered this herself, but thought Kent's approach to his answer could have been toned down a hair. Emma, in her naivety, responded with, "Why the hell wouldn't you?" To which Kent simply turned shoulder and went home. The others returned to the school for a dinner titled Pacific Salmon Feast, after which the two couples took the rail across town to Destiny Baptist. The building was more like an arena than a church. A large circular room stood home to another large circular stage, around which rows of seats were bolted to the sloped floor like an auditorium. High above them, a ring of upper-deck seating looked down upon the cross, which Margot knew was fairly common in larger congregations, but the real eye-catcher was the floor of box suites that separated the seated sections. Emma's family owned one, in which were photos consisting of all types of family arrangements, most with all 3 of the Guerin children, but some without Riley and some including Margot. The religious equivalent of Live, Laugh, Love artwork was plastered around the little room, along with a pair of armchairs which faced a TV tuned to the church's service stream. Missing the glass partition that would have completed the arena atmosphere, the end facing the sanctuary housed 2 rows with a total of 8 black leather seats. It was there that they would have sat on Sunday, but youth services were typically more intimate, with the congregants dissuaded from watching from the upper floors. Instead, any adults in attendance stood in the back, while the middle and high schoolers crowded near the stage in a sort of mock pit. Emma released Johnny's hand as soon as they entered the sanctuary. "You know you don't have to hide it from your parents, right?" Margot whispered as they walked through the doors. Emma turned around looking ready to retort, but stopped herself. "I don't see them." It was true. The Guerins were usually plastered against the back wall directly below their box on a Wednesday night, but they were conspicuously absent. "Did they say anything?" Margot wondered aloud. Emma checked her phone. "Nothing." "Well, maybe something came up," Jordan interjected. "It's probably nothing." They kept walking toward the front, Emma repeatedly swiveling around to see if her parents had arrived, but their seats remained empty. On the stage, a countdown from 5 minutes was accompanied with swinging lights and smoke machines, masking the cross at the back in a thick layer of illuminated fog. When the countdown approached 0, the usual team of musicians made their way to their spots and started playing the first song. It was the same as always. 4 loud, bombastic power ballads from some songwriting factory in Los Angeles, with the most minute message about God, always accompanied by some show-offy performance from the lead singer or guitar player. It was still a distraction, but it reminded Margot why she hated church so much. It was so much of a show that it felt like a competition to see who could prove their worthiness over everyone else. The people raising their hands the highest and singing the loudest were the same people doing stupid things in their cars in the church parking lot before the service. Margot didn't have the confidence to say that God didn't exist, but if he did, she figured this probably wasn't living up to his standards. After a short message from their youth pastor, they were separated into their small groups, where they said goodbye to the boys and sat through a half-hour of discussion on Luke 12:3. Margot thought the topic was fitting for their group. 2 girls sat in opposite sides of their circle had been notorious in middle school for spreading rumors about each other, hence why they were no longer friends. Everyone else's eyes seemed to linger towards them as well. When this concluded, they all met in the youth room for a social hour, a large warehouse-like room plastered on the backside of the church. Jordan and Johnny were over against one wall, playing a youth-friendly version of water pong alongside 2 older boys Margot did not recognize. She and Emma made it to the table just for a few seconds before they were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Hey, Emma, can I chat with you in private for a sec?" It was Pastor Luke, the short, stocky 20-something in charge of the whole youth ministry. Emma's face turned white as though he was about to confront her about her deepest, darkest secrets. She looked at the other 3, then turned. Yeah, sure." They stepped aside, but to Margot's surprise did not venture out of the room, instead standing beside a support beam and chatting like they were everyday pals. Occasionally Emma would cross her arms, realize she was doing so, and then hastily uncross them. "What do you think that's about?" Jordan asked. Before either Johnny or Margot could respond, Luke called out, "Hey, Johnny, come here quick." Johnny looked cautiously toward the other 2, with Margot comforting him by offering, "I'll take your spot, don't worry." Johnny scampered over to the pole, with Margot taking a ball and bouncing it off the edge of a cup. "Seriously, what do you think that's about?" Jordan asked more nervously. "You didn't tell anyone, did you?" "Jordan, why would I do that?" she huffed defensively. "And even if I did, why would they be in trouble?" He sighed, taking his own throw and missing the table completely. "I don't know," he argued. "'Cause it's a church?" "A church operating underneath the embassy," she reminded him.
Whose laws are more important? He shrugged. I suppose you're right. Margot had seen it play out plenty of times. Anytime a high schooler was confronted about their conduct outside of the church, all they had to do was bring up the town's rules, and that was the end of it. The church operated at the mercy of the organization, which was also why the Sixth Commandment was so often washed over. The conversation did not last long, and before Margot had even taken her next turn, the pair had returned, both with emotionless faces. Well? She started. Did he chew you out or give you his blessing? Huh? Emma responded, apparently confused. Oh, it had nothing to do with us dating. Then why? He wanted to know if we wanted to get baptized this year, she said nonchalantly, taking the balls from Margot's hand and wiping the table in a single turn. He didn't ask about you two at all? Jordan continued. Why would he? Emma responded, grinning at her return to form. It's not his business, is it? At the end of the hour, the four made their way back around the front of the sanctuary, where Emma had once again hoped to find her parents, but they remained missing. The other adults sat huddled in the back, finishing their glasses of wine, Bibles closed. I'm sure it's fine, Margot reassured, seeing Emma's face drop. The dishwasher probably broke or something. She returned her hand to Johnny's as they left the church alone, riding the rail back to the residential center. Margot realized how little she had been focusing on Jordan, and she took his hand too. She rested her head on his bony shoulder as the rain rattled the car around the city, the sky black and windy beyond the windows. His heart was pounding harder than usual. She looked up. He seemed distracted by something, almost irritated. What's up? She whispered. He held up a finger. Wait until we're off this thing, he said. Margot did as she was told. When they were back to the residential center, the pair took a step back from the other two, telling them to go ahead to the elevator without them. Instead, they took the stairs. Is Xander still hounding you for something on Emma? She pieced together. Jordan nodded. He thinks I'm hiding something. I haven't given him anything, and I don't think he trusts me anymore. Well, it's BS he's asking you to spy in the first place, Margot argued. Tell me you don't know anything. You don't think I've done that already? He raised. I was trying to see if she would tell Pastor Luke anything, but she was being honest about the whole baptism thing. Maybe she's not hiding anything, Margot offered, trying to move off the topic. Maybe there's nothing Xander doesn't know about, and he's just being paranoid. I mean, don't you think it's a little creepy that he's hiring a teenager to gather dirt on another teenager? Not the way he puts it, Jordan defended. And we both know she is hiding something. I'm just trying to... He paused, staring at Margot. There was a menace in his eyes she had never seen. You know, don't you? Margot stepped back on the landing. What? You know what she's hiding, he accused. What her dad is hiding too? Of course you would know. You freaking lived with them. Margot took a shallow breath. Jordan's look was manic. Why the hell wouldn't you tell me? Margot had no idea how to react. She pressed her hands against the wall. Jordan, I don't... Yes, you do, he pestered. There's no way you wouldn't know. She tells you everything. If there's something you don't know about her, she hasn't told me. Liar! He shouted, and it echoed down the stairwell. Margot's breathing grew heavier. Jordan, I'm telling you the truth. I don't... Why should I believe you now if you've been lying to me this whole time? I'm not lying to you, she fidgeted. You are, he screamed. I can feel you lying to me right now. You're hiding something. You're covering up for Garen too. I know you are. Jordan. Margot paused. He was terrifying her, his eyes wide in a crazed accusation. Of course he knew she was lying, and part of her wanted to spill everything just to bring him back to himself. But she couldn't. Not after promising to Emma she would keep things quiet. Jordan started shouting before she even got the chance to decide. I'm sick of people hiding things from me, he continued. Jordan. No, you know what? Screw you. I'll figure it out myself. He turned from her and bounded up the stairs. Jordan! She shouted, trying to chase after him, but he was too fast and did not care to listen. At the top of the landing, she saw him bust through the front door of the common room. If anything, she was worried he might barge in and start accusing Emma without warning. She sprinted to the door to catch it before it closed. Inside, Jordan had stopped in his tracks. The TV was on, turned to the news as usual. Emma and Johnny stood hand in hand, frozen just the same, a few feet behind the couch. To Margot's surprise, Liz and Kent were on the couch watching too. The familiar face of the new president of Poland was plastered to the screen. It's been on this for the last hour, Liz claimed. There's a shallow terror in her voice. I thought you wanted to know about it. Chervinsky was rambling in Polish, but the subtitles were easy enough to follow. The attempt against my life is a cowardly act by individuals too weak to accept the wants of the people. To approve of such an act is a declaration of war against the Polish people and democracy itself. The individuals responsible have been captured and dealt with, and their employers will soon be confronted with the same. I will make an example of them and their allies, the likes of which has never been seen but by the almighty hand of God. He alone will have the strength to forgive me. Europe and NATO and all their allies will be brought to justice, weighed against the hypocrisy of the lies of peace they preach. The camera cut to a large city square, in which a gallows had been hastily constructed. 3 men were marched to the center and their heads placed inside nooses. The first Margot recognized as the former president. The second was short, with pale skin and puffy eyes. Margot did not know his face, but certainly knew the outfit. Torn to shreds, but still recognizable, he and the boy to his left wore the same skin-tight black mission suit of the IREA. To her horror, she knew the third immediately. Beaten and whipped, but still the same black face which had joined their lunch table just weeks before, was Andrew's best friend Sam. The floor dropped before any of them could turn their eyes. Margot could not help but grab Jordan's hand and yelp along with the others. Emma's phone began to ring. "Oh God," she whimpered. "Andrew." Chapter 10. The Essay. Johnny's first thought was of Shane, but with the deepest exhale Emma could muster, the Prime Minister's voice bounced through her phone, announcing that both Shane and Andrew were all right. "Andrew made it out before they could capture him," Emma relayed. She had to sit down to allow herself the energy to speak. "Every American has been evacuated from the Polish city, including all of our ambassadors. They're worried something bad's going to happen." "But what about us?" Kent wondered aloud. "Aren't we in danger if the secret gets out to our government? We didn't just try to assassinate Obama," Margot bounced. "I think we're fine." "But won't the government come after us if we're the guilty party?" he continued. "Like, use us as a scapegoat or something? Honestly, Kent, do you ever think?" Jordan spoke up. "The whole world is against this guy. Who do you think employed us?" Liz added. "Weren't you the one who said we should take him out?" "I wasn't being serious!" Kent stood up. Johnny looked down at Emma, who had hung up the phone and stayed staring at it in her hand. She was still shaking. The truth of her brother's safety had not been enough to calm her nerves of the situation. In Johnny's eyes, too, the image of Sam hanging continued to flash in front of him. "Guys," he raised, pointing at the TV. "Turn that off. I don't need to keep seeing that." Kent looked ready to argue again, but Liz grabbed the remote and turned it black. "Emma," Johnny continued. "Are you all right?" Emma was frozen. Her blue eyes glazed over in a trance of thought. "Em," he repeated. Suddenly she jerked back to attention. "I need to call Riley," she hurried, bolting off to her bedroom alone. "It's 4 a.m. over there," Jordan tried to remind her, but his concern fell on deaf ears. A knock hit the common room door. Xander walked through. "I got her as soon as I could," he huffed. "Where's Emma? I need to speak to—" "You need to leave her the hell alone!" Margot shouted. An awkward silence filled the space after her words. They all looked at her concerned as she eyed Xander with a malicious glare. "There's a situation she needs to know about—" "We know," Jordan interrupted. "It's all over the news." "Andrew's safe," Liz revealed. "If that's what you're going to tell us, we know. Her dad already called." "Well, who's she talking to now?" he roared, turning to her bedroom, where her raised voice was breaking through the doorframe. "Riley," Johnny said. "I don't know if they've told him yet." "Well, they probably wouldn't need to tell him unless Andrew was dead," Xander argued. "How much do you know?" "Everything that was televised," Johnny relayed. "The assassination attempt, the hanging, the threat of retribution." "Who gave us the order?" Jordan asked. Xander took off his cap and scratched his head. "That I don't know," he said honestly. "If it's external, then it's not as big a deal. If it's internal, then we might have some serious problems." "Who would give that order internally?" Kent voiced. "Yeah," Margot echoed, turning to Johnny. "You said yourself the other day that that would just make him a martyr and justify his cause." "Well, that's exactly what's happened," Xander continued. "I just came by to see if Emma knew anything more than what they briefed me on." Jordan stepped forward, his eyebrows tightened. "Xander, why would you need to know that?" Xander's face sloped downward in confusion. "I'm sorry?" He looked around at all of them cautiously. Jordan continued. "If she knew more than you, why is that any of your business?" Xander shot Jordan a dirty look Johnny was unable to decipher. Again, he glanced around at all of them in turn. "I'm your missions leader," he justified. "You guys are supposed to tell me things like that." "But her dad's your boss," Jordan went on. "Why would you need to report it if he's the one she's hearing it from?" Xander's look turned deadly. Jordan took a step back. "It doesn't concern you why I need to know things," he growled. "I answer to my superiors the same way you guys answer to me." He turned his focus directly on Jordan. "If I ask any of you for information that is beneficial to the organization, you will relay it. Otherwise, you're in contempt of the basic hierarchy under which we operate. That will not be tolerated. Is that clear?" Johnny was unsure what Xander was referring to, but both Jordan and Margot went white. A threat had clearly been made, and all of them were meant to be compliant in its request. "Tell Emma I'll need to speak to her privately before training tomorrow," Xander ordered. "Same with all of you. One-on-one with me as soon as you get to the training center. Is that clear?" They all nodded. With one last look around the room, Xander walked back out as quickly as he'd entered. They all stood there shell-shocked. "What was that about?" Kent broke. Margot shot an inquisitive look at Jordan, before Jordan turned to Kent. "I have no idea," he said passively. "But somebody's hiding something." It was Liz that turned white, though Johnny attributed this to nerves. The tension in the room, even without Xander, was palpable. Emma's emergence from her bedroom did little to pacify it. "Is he all right?"
Johnny asked. Emma looked up. Who, Riley? She lied. He didn't answer. Is Xander gone? She hardly slept that night. Emma was constantly rolling over trying to get comfortable, that Johnny was tempted to go back to his own room for the first time in weeks. She hadn't kissed him goodnight. They hadn't prayed together as had become routine. She simply rolled over and tried, and failed, to fall asleep on her own. The next day, they all waited for the afternoon training session, all clearly wanting to ask questions about Xander's one-on-one time, but all keeping silent. Whatever thoughts they had failed to formulate to words. It was the quietest day Johnny had experienced in a very long time. Lunch was unusually awkward. Kent continued his week-long self-exile from the rest of the group for reasons still unknown. Liz announced her intention to work on her science essay back at the common room, despite the fact that it wasn't due till the following Friday. Johnny hadn't even started. He still didn't know what to write about. Science that day turned to the longest class yet. In his monotonous lecture, Kelster glossed over the assignment and process, and instead turned their attention to the scientific nature of effects. He stressed the concept of complete chance, that there was no way to anticipate a person's eventual development of a radiation effect. There were no genetic links between a parent's abilities to their children's. There was no way to anticipate if a person would even gain an effect, or if they would be one of the rare cases of a skipped generation. There was no way to enhance an effect or pacify it by way of surgery or medication, or even a way to prolong it into a person's late 20s or 30s. The more he talked, the more it became clear to Johnny that despite the decades of testing and research, despite killing his father in an attempt to make sense of it all, the IREA still knew virtually nothing about the effects, beyond the basic idea that pumping a human body full of radiation would either kill it or enhance its bloodline for eternity, no matter how minimal. The thoughts of his dad began to depress him even more than the class was. Maybe I should write about that, he thought. His attention perked when Kelster returned to the generalization of complete chance, and noted that the only constant link they had found in relation to effect development was what they called the ITI, or isolated trauma incident. In every single person who developed an effect, it was almost always directly related to a traumatic experience between the ages of 10 and 14. They were currently doing research on whether or not all skips lacked these experiences. Johnny was well aware of the ITI concept. His had been the seizure when he was 11. The difference in his memory before and after the incident proved that. Jordan's was the same event that cost him his eye. In losing his vision, he had gained a new way of seeing the world. Margot had never been sure of hers, and neither had Emma, but strangely, he'd always known her brother Riley's, partly because they joked about it all the time. When he was 12, he locked himself inside a closet during a game, and it took them 5 hours to find him. In that time, he developed the ability to track time down to the millisecond. But it was Emma's lack of a definitive incident which was bothering Johnny now. What kind of event required you to learn how to throw things accurately? He'd been trying to piece together what he had seen since the stress test. There were things about Emma that stopped making sense when held under a lens, and the more he thought about her effect, the more he realized she was keeping something hidden from him. He'd hoped the relationship might soften her to telling him, but she didn't. Even shame seemed to realize that something was wrong. When he spoke to Johnny after the breakdown on the floor, he told Johnny to keep his eyes open but his mouth shut. So that's exactly what he had done since. He didn't like the idea of microanalyzing his girlfriend, but it was difficult not to. Even more difficult now he realized that they were spending so much time together. But every time he slipped into hypothesis mode, he reminded himself that the relationship was real. He really did like her the way he ought to. There was just more he wanted to know to make himself feel more at peace beside her. The end of the day bell rang, and they joined the herd toward the training center, each one of them remaining silent on their march. The day was bright, but the sky remained gray and cloudy, as though the light was coming from the earth itself. The wind was somehow getting worse. The air was freezing. Johnny knew it would likely snow soon. When they got there, Xander called Johnny first. They sat alone in the classroom part of their squad bay, while the others waited back in the dressing room. He took a deep breath and unfolded his hands. "What are your thoughts on being team captain?" Xander started. Johnny was surprised by the question. "Sorry, sir," he cued. "What?" Xander shrugged his shoulders. "You're a natural leader. You take charge well," he listed. "Everyone in the squad seems to trust you. What are your thoughts on being my number 2? Johnny hesitated. "Sorry," he replied again. "That's just not what I was expecting. I'd be honored, sir, but wouldn't you rather have someone like Emma? I mean, she understands people better than I'll ever be able to. She's the Prime Minister's daughter. I figured she doesn't take instructions as well as you do," Xander interrupted. "At least, not from me. She'd listen to you. You know she would. So would Jordan and Margot and Liz. Kent might take longer to come around, given that you broke his leg." "I didn't break his leg," Johnny laughed. "Nobody thinks you did," Xander issued. "And that's part of the problem." "Is that why he hates me so much?" Johnny mused. "Oh, I don't think he hates you," Xander continued. "And I have no idea why he has such a strong aversion to you, but that'll diminish in time. He does a decent job of following my instructions, though, which is why I think you and me would make a strong duo at the top." Johnny considered the offer. He'd always figured Emma was the obvious candidate. She was the center of everything their group did, just like Andrew was to his group. Andrew. Johnny's mind wandered. Sir, he began. This doesn't have anything to do with Poland, does it? Xander stared inquisitively across the table, waiting for Johnny to continue. I mean, you're not taking it away from her because her brother didn't get the job done or something, are you? Xander scratched his beard. Why would I do that? Johnny looked cautiously back. I don't know. He paused. He took a long look at Xander's face and tried to read the blank expression. Pardon me for asking, sir, but yesterday it was like you were trying to find something. I don't know what specifically, but it felt like you wanted to find a way to pin the assassination on the Garens. Xander took a deep sigh, and his facade dropped. Where Johnny expected to see defensiveness and worry, there was only a kind of weariness. Johnny, he started. What grade are you in? Johnny opened his mouth slowly. 9th, he announced. Freshman year, sir. And next year you'll be a... He gestured, expecting Johnny to finish the line. A sophomore. Again, Xander took a deep breath. Do you know what the word sophomore means? Like, the literal definition of it? No, sir. Xander's eyes locked straight forward. It means wise enough to know what you don't know. He relaxed, but continued. I learned that when I was about your age, but I never really understood what it was supposed to mean until now. Johnny swallowed awkwardly, then answered, Sir? Has Jordan told you what I asked him to do? Johnny shook his head. No, sir. What? Good. Xander waved. Sometimes this place makes you forget how old 14 really is. Jordan's 15, sir, Johnny thought, but now was not the time to interrupt. You 6 are living together, Xander continued. You're risking your lives together. You're being asked to sacrifice everything for the good of the world together, and it was the same thing a decade ago when I was 14, too. He lifted his cap and scratched his forehead. But at the end of the day, 14 is just 14. Johnny wasn't quite sure what Xander was trying to say. Sir, all you need to know, Johnny, is that I tried to play a game that I wasn't smart enough or prepared enough to play. It's simple as that. I thought I was doing what was right for the organization, but the way I went about doing it was wrong. And at the end of the day, I choose to fight and defend the IREA. And if the embassy is in charge of the IREA, then I support the embassy. And if Bill Guerin sits at the head of the embassy, then my loyalties lie with him. Xander swallowed hard as if admitted in defeat. So, if you're going to be my number 2, I need you to consider the same thing. He paused, his voice becoming quieter, more intimate. Who do you answer to? Johnny's answer was easy. You, sir, he said aloud. Fair answer, Xander conceded. That's all, John. Johnny stood up to return to the dressing room. Sir, he paused. If the offer is legitimate, I'd be happy to accept it. It is, Xander returned. Give it time to tell the others. Yes, sir. He retreated back to his locker while Jordan was called in next. The others looked at him with caution, but knew it was best to let Xander depress their worries himself. The only peacemaking glance he shot toward Emma, just to give her some assurance that everything was all right. Even if it wasn't, he knew that she had the wherewithal to deal with it. Instead, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through a conversation with Shane. He began typing. Xander asking questions. The response took less than a minute. We know. Andrew returned to Tylersville Friday. He had survived and escaped custody after the failed attempt, but unharmed was nowhere near an accurate adjective. Beyond completely shell-shock, where he found it difficult to talk to almost anybody, including his parents, he had been shot 3 times, once in the leg and twice in the shoulder, which rendered his arm completely immobile, though the doctors assured them it was only temporary. When he was finally alert enough to share the story, they learned that one of his squad mates, Judith, had triggered a known silent alarm while entering the campaign office at which Chervinsky was to be making an appearance. Andrew's squad leader had instructed them to stay put, but was himself captured outside the party headquarters and later killed. In their escape, Sam and the other boy, Jared, were shot and captured, but Andrew managed to make it to the Vistula, and using his effect, travel upstream rather than down, where he managed to make contact to an evacuation team in Visubro, then travel with Shane to the base in Germany for a medical attention while the rest of the Americans in Poland were evacuated. After a day or two, they had pumped Andrew full of enough painkillers and trauma pills that he was slowly returning to his usual joking self, but his eyes remained looking 20 years older, and Johnny knew that with 4 of his squad mates, including his leader, dead, and 2 more missing and presumed the same, the mission had taken a permanent toll on Andrew's psyche. Emma was finally falling asleep, but now woke up at random hours of the night, thrashing and screaming. The only thing Johnny could do besides hold her as tight as possible was to pray about it, but by the following Thursday the prayers seemed to have little effect, and even Jordan and Margaret were asking about the wailing traveling through the walls in the dead of the night. Friday afternoon, snow finally fell. It was light enough that it did not last, but the distraction helped to somewhat lift the spirits of the rest of the group, even if Emma remained depressed. Earlier at lunch, Isla had come over to their table, and without needing to say a word, Emma stood up and embraced her, and the two cried until it was time for the next period. Johnny had been noticing that more recently. A boy on the nation ball team was sent off to help clear a war zone in Central Africa and lost his leg to a mine. Obviously unable to play the game on crutches, he still showed up to practice to support the squad in their final push for the playoffs, but his presence felt more like an omen than a morale booster. He'd written his science essay on his dad, the worry and frustration about it not meaning anything, having sacrificed himself for nothing more than a lifetime supply of groceries for Johnny and Jordan. He thought about adding something for Jordan's mom too, but it didn't feel like his to write, and already sitting close to 5 pages decided to let it be. They all tossed their finished papers into the submission tray at the end of class. Emma was nearly a book. To Johnny's surprise, he noticed that Liz had hardly written 3 pages. Jordan disappeared for the weekend as the nation ball team played their final scheduled match against the Caribbean. Johnny had expected Margot to third wheel alongside him and Emma, but she instead announced plans to take Liz to the western half of the state and stay near the parks, since she had never even seen mountains. They vanished early Saturday morning, leaving Johnny alone with Emma, wishing he could offer her a trip to the mountains to cheer her up, but knew she would decline anyway. They spent the early afternoon back at the mansion to see Andrew again. The feeling had returned to his arm, but in significant pain, so again he was high on pain meds when they arrived. He had been granted a special dispensation to remain at home with his parents the rest of the year, but given that he would be turning 18 in the middle of November, they were going to try to find him his own place in the next few weeks for some recuperation of his independence. No one ever expected him to return to the empty common room. On a positive note, he had been accepted to San Diego State, which at least provided some hope of distraction away from home after he graduated. The real challenge, Mrs. Guerin told them out of earshot, was getting him through the rest of the year without anything to keep him occupied. With Sam gone, there was nothing very obvious that drew his attention. The hanging continued to play in Johnny's mind. He expected Emma was seeing the same, and maybe that was the cause of her nightmares, but he could not imagine what Andrew was suffering inside his head. When Emma escaped to the bathroom, he mentioned the screaming to Mrs. Guerin, and she offered to let them stay the night at the mansion for a bit of change. Knowing Emma would probably decline that as well, he accepted on behalf of the pair of them. If anything, the size of the house would guarantee him a full night's sleep. There was no way they were going to risk sharing a room here, so even if Emma woke up screaming, he would be off on the other end of the house, finally getting a restful night to himself. She was forced into her old room. Johnny took Riley's. It reminded him very much of Jordan's. They both had been born near the ocean, but whereas Jordan had a childhood full of memories to connect back to Florida, Riley had been with the Guerins for probably as long as he could remember. His shrine to Hawaii then was probably nothing more than another escape from the family he so loathed. None of the pictures on his dresser contained Andrew. Very few contained Bill. Even in the ones with just Riley and Emma, it was obvious how different they were physically. Had Andrew been included to add a second white kid to the frame, Riley would have stood out that much more. His dark tan skin, brown curly hair, and odd eyes marking him as an outsider in his own family. Johnny could relate to that. Having to explain for the last few years how 2 white kids who looked nothing alike could have a single black woman as a parent was hard enough, and he actually felt like family with them. Even his connection to Minnesota went no further than his dead parents. He had moved around so much after he was born he could have called anywhere his real home. Jordan had Tallahassee. Emma had Houston. Liz had Cambridge. Kent had New York. Even Margot, try as she might, was forever tied to Quebec. He thought about what Xander had said about loyalties. If Johnny was loyal to anything, it was Tylersville, the place he had called home longer than any other. He kissed Emma goodnight before shutting off her lights and settling into the empty bed across the house. As soon as his own lights were off, he slept like a rock. In Monday's language class, they had a quiz on the Arabic alphabet. He'd completely forgotten to study until lunchtime, but lucky for him, a single look at the page was typically all it took to keep active in his mind, and he figured he could breeze right through it. It was difficult to explain to people that, even though he remembered everything, it wasn't always the case that he could easily recall the information, especially when it came to remembering things scheduled for days of the week. He had heard the word Monday thousands of times throughout his life, so when it came to recalling what he needed to do on a Monday using his mental sorting system, it was never that easy to pull up. Had she said something like, "You have a test on October 27th, then he would have had a simpler time, but he knew the others didn't think that way. So he resigned to figure if anyone deserved an academic handicap, that it would probably have to be him. His mind still on the language test, he was surprised to find in science that Kelster had already managed to grade their papers over the short weekend. Johnny received a B for what he realized were fair critiques. Though his writing was good, Kelster noted that his anger and resentment towards his father were not quite valid responses to categorize as fears, and took a letter grade deduction for that reason. Emma was also awarded a B, though for exactly the opposite reason. She had written about Andrew and the failure in Poland, as Johnny particularly expected, but as she explained, the words had poured out of her in emotional rant over a single evening. She had not even proofread the paper, and its length came at a detriment to her grade, as the quality of her writing was abysmal. Johnny skimmed through it and concluded that a B might have been generous. The others kept their grades to themselves, though judging from their expressions, Kent had done poorly. Margot had received exactly what she expected from a paper in her second language, and Jordan was pleasantly surprised by his. Academics of any kind had never been as strong for him, especially not writing. They realized very soon after this that Liz had not been given back her essay. "Elysian Granhook?" Kelster called to the quieting crowd. The 2 squads fell silent as he turned to Liz, her face draining completely of color. Come up here, please, he ordered. Liz complied, making her way slowly to the front of the lab on what were very obviously wobbly legs. Mr. Kelster handed her the paper. Her eyes and mouth both opened in shock. Whatever was written on the front they never got to read, but they didn't have to. Both Liz's face and Kelster's following announcement told them everything they needed to know. I have been teaching for close to 25 years, he went on, and in the last decade and a half that I have issued this assignment, I've never had a 14-year-old student completely grasp the essence of what this assignment is meant to be about. He put his hand on her back and turned to face the room at large. This organization is built upon the crucial injustice of free will. We are all well aware of that. When the nuclear scientists who founded the IREA began this experiment a century ago, they could never have been aware that a success for them would mean a constant succession of generations plagued by something that separates them from the rest of the world. Now sure, he continued, we could pack up shop and try to live our lives alongside so-called normal people. At my age, it would be easy, but as many of you have probably already learned, living with your abilities is a difficult thing to hide when surrounded by people who cannot understand what you have. So separation is different and essential. And because of our separation, the system we have built around us provides us with a means to excel over the rest of the world. Our employ on their behalf is what gives us the ability to have all of this, and the ability to remain silent from the rest of them if we need to. But that excellence comes at a cost. Some of us have been directly impacted by that cost. All of you have seen the news in the last couple weeks. You all know that. But for some of us, it has taken its toll directly in our families. He turned to Emma. Miss Guerin, you know it. He turned to a boy in the other squad. Mr. Thompson, you know it too. He turned back to Liz. But of all the people in this room, at least if the essay was anything to judge by, then there is no one in here who has suffered more under the injustice of this organization than you, dear. And for that, I'm very sorry. I am honored that you shared this with me. It's not my place to say, but I think that your squad would be honored if you shared this with them, too. The only thing I can say to you is, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm grateful for your sacrifice, and I'm thankful for your service. A hug was the last thing Johnny expected between Liz and Kelster, but when he offered, she wholeheartedly accepted it. Give her a hand, he concluded. They all clapped somewhat awkwardly, since despite the praise he heralded onto her, none of them had actually read the paper, nor did they have any clue what she had written. But Margot seemed to know. She was struggling to hide herself crying from the rest of them. The squad was obviously distracted when they ended their day in language, and having co-graded the papers, Mrs. McLeish also lauded praise on Liz for her essay, and gave them all an extra day to study what was now an alphabet and a grammar test. When they arrived afterward in the dressing room, Xander was seated in his locker, his day clothes still on. Sit down, he sighed, seeing the looks on all of their faces. They did as they were told. Xander stood and walked between the two sides. Your afternoon teachers let me know that they gave your essays back, he started. Usually my job exists a bit outside your academic sphere, but when it comes to language specifically, there's some teamwork that goes on inside and outside the classroom. Holding a water bottle in his hand, he uncapped it and took a drink. They introduced the Fears essay a few years before me, he said. Their goal was to try and open up people to their squads, to get them to trust each other more by making them more vulnerable to themselves. It worked the way it was supposed to, but a consistent theme began to emerge in those who really laid out their feelings in the essay. Yet very often when a major incident occurred during a mission, specifically when it affected the writer's family or friends, they have a habit of questioning authority. Everyone seemed to shift their eyes between Liz and Emma. One of the recurring themes of tragedy is looking for someone to blame. It's easier to take responsibility if you know that it's your own fault than to try and place the blame of failure on those closest to you. When I went down to UNC for my freshman year of college, I lost my brother, he continued. They all straightened in attention. He was in Brazil trying to snuff out a gang kingpin, and just like that, he snapped. Shot and killed. Was it his fault? Maybe. Was he in the wrong place at the wrong time? Almost certainly. But I needed someone to blame. And so for the longest time, I blamed your dad. He turned to Emma. The last few weeks I haven't been a good example of listening to authority instead of questioning it. I have a family to provide for and keep safe, and when I feel something in the world threatening that security, I want to take it out against the people above me. He turned to Jordan. Jordan, I put you in an unnecessary and uncomfortable position, and I'm sorry. He turned back to Emma. Emma, I thought I had reason not to trust you or your family, because of my own anger and insecurity. I was projecting something onto you that simply wasn't true. I thought you were hiding something from the rest of us, and we deserve to know it. And that was unfair to you. I'm sorry. Johnny looked between Xander and Emma, wondering if he too had come to the wrong conclusion. This group needs to operate like a family, he went on. We all have our secrets, but if those secrets make one person in this family mistrust another, then we need to figure that out ASAP. Your life could be in anyone else's hands, and I don't want any hesitation when it comes to rising to the challenge. He walked to Liz. Without hesitation, she opened her bag and handed him the essay. Johnny was close enough to see it now. On the first page, written in red pen, were two simple words. Thank you. That being said, Xander continued, only one of you has reason to mistrust the authority of the IREA. I spoke to Liz, and she decided she's finally comfortable letting you know why she's here. He handed the essay back to Liz. You sure you're okay? She nodded. Then Xander backed away and gave her the floor. She held the essay in both hands, looked around at all of them in turn, and took a deep breath. She was shaking. Margot Rosen stood beside her, rubbing her back comfortingly. You can do it, she encouraged. Liz nodded. Finally, she looked down at the paper and took another deep breath. I remember where I was and what I was doing when we had the news. My piano teacher lived on High Barn, so I had walked all the way across town by the time I reached the front garden. There were no yellow vans, no ambulance, just a single black vehicle with a Scottish license plate waiting for me in the drive alongside my dad and the twins. My mom was inconsolable. My sister knew what death was, but I don't think she quite grasped the finality of it. Dad sobbed while the man from Camp Mountbatten told me Aiden was dead. That much I think I could have handled on my own. I knew something bad must have happened when I saw the state of my parents and when he mentioned where he was from. Just like that, my brother was gone, and I was an eldest child. That I could have handled. It were the two things to follow for which I was not prepared. I'm not sure how my parents expected to tell my grandparents since my mum was not part of the program, but the legal battle that followed required them up in Scotland, and we moved to Ipswich for the time being. I think the legal battle convinced them not to ask too many questions. My grandparents are the only two Reds in East Anglia, and they probably thought this was a chance to talk down the Tories. I wish it was just that he died. I wish I never found out what had happened, but the reason for the legal battle was the reason we learned the truth. 2 months after Aiden was killed, the parcels started arriving through the post, always labeled the same. To the family of Aiden Granhook. Liz paused, her breath shaking, then continued. Those words still haunt me, because as the months went on, the more we realized what they were and how they were trying to torment us. The first my brother Reese opened. Neither of us knew what it was, nor apparently did my parents. I thought it was some sort of crude toy, a bit of leather stitched with fur or something. I opened the second parcel alone. My mother heard me scream and came running from the kitchen, but there was no way to shield me from what I had pieced together in an instant. 2 weeks after the first, I opened the bloodied ear which had been hacked from my brother's head. I pray he was dead before they did it. A third came with a tow the next Friday. By then my father had warned us not to open any mail, even letters addressed to ourselves individually, but he was already contacting the embassy in Scotland, and twice they ignored his calls. The eyeball was what sent him over the edge. We were sent to Ipswich in June, and my parents travelled up to Orkney to deal with it in person. The individual who shut down Dad's calls declined any meetings, so Dad forced his way to a meeting with the Deputy Prime Minister, and all hell broke loose. None of the other kids were allowed at the trial, but because I was next in line, my parents made me the exception. I needed to know what had happened, so the same thing wouldn't happen to me. I sat in the court and listened in detail as the sole survivor of my brother's last mission was forced under oath to reveal what had happened to lead to where we were. There'd been a cargo ship off the coast of Eritrea, making its way from Singapore to Istanbul, which had been overtaken by pirates. Aiden's squad had been working on anti-piracy missions, so they were next on the list to try it out. It was their first mission, but the threat of the pirates was deemed tame enough to let a group of freshmen try their luck. He never revealed why he did it. I don't know if he even knows why, but as they left the coast of Jeddah, a second distress signal was picked up from a passenger vessel in the Red Sea. Maybe he thought it would get them home quicker if they stayed north of Yemen. But Aiden's mission's leader changed their mission to rescue this new ship against orders. Pirates are pirates, after all. How different could one ship be? But the new ship wasn't a cargo liner. It was the yacht of a French industrialist, and the pirates who had taken over were terrorists, far more efficiently armed than the pirates they had trained for. As soon as they boarded, it was a slaughter. Aiden managed to survive the initial wave and take down 10 of the invaders, but as he was hiding in one of the staterooms, he was given up by one of the captured passengers and taken to the cell leader. They wanted their revenge for his success against them by taking it out on us, but Aiden would not budge, even after they tortured him mercilessly. They hung him over the side of the boat and let him drown half submerged in the waterline. The only one left was the mission's leader. The coward had survived on his own failure and watched as my brother was executed because of his stupid decisions. Worst of all, he was the one that gave us up when they threatened to torture him too. He said nothing about Camp Mountbatten, or the IREA at all. The only thing he told them was that Aiden was called Granhook, and he lived in Ely. That was all they wanted to know. After he'd been rescued and returned, the leader hid his failure as best he could. He denied changing course, blaming the readings on a faulty navigation circuit, and fictionalized everything to make himself look like the hero. That's when his brother got involved. His brother, the same individual my dad was so desperate to hear from, who upon learning the truth chose to hide his brother's idiocy rather than make things right for 6 other families. At least they didn't suffer the parcels the way we did. Sometimes I'm surprised we even got justice. Bureaucracy had served our enemies well enough up to that point, but when the sentence was passed a year later, 2 dismissals from the program wasn't enough to fix what had happened. I wish they'd been executed. I wish the coward was burning in hell instead of mindlessly living a new life in Germany. My parents just wanted the rest of us safe. That's why I was sent here. My parents still felt owed, and given that only one of us was dead out of the 6, we did not qualify for sole survivorship. So for the remainder of my time before school, my parents did everything they could to appeal my service. Until finally, they conceded that another place less susceptible to corruption would temporarily suffice. I still don't trust them, here or back home. The system was what killed my brother, kept it hidden from my family, and traumatized my family and me. I can't count the different nightmares I've had over the past year and a half. Body parts, boats, knives, the post. Even mundane things like seeing my grandparents, thinking about that courtroom, or even seeing my brother's name takes me back to where he took his last breath. My biggest fear is that one day I'll have to go through that again. Or worse, that it'll be my name on the packages that are sent to my family. My body ripped up to torture an innocent family which showed nothing but love and compassion in their 6 children. My squad mates who will have to suffer the ill-fated decision-making of one lazy man. I dream them every night. I feel those fears every time I step onto the training floor. I hope someday soon I don't have to deal with them any longer. She'd managed to make it through to the last page without stopping, but Liz was now dripping with tears. Emma and Margot were crying too. Kent and Jordan looked distraught. Xander walked over to Liz and hugged her. "I'm sorry," he said simply. "We'll make sure you get home safe." One by one they stood. Margot, who was already standing, walked around to Liz's front and hugged her. The rest followed, each walking to Liz and hugging her as she cried. Margot remained by her side and continued rubbing her hand against Liz's back. Xander, off in the corner, safe under his white and blue cap, was stifling a sniffle. There was a sense of family in the room Johnny had not felt since his parents were still alive. All 7 of them seemed to come to an agreement that no matter what happened outside these walls, or the walls of their common room, they promised to have each other's backs through it all. If their sole mission was to make sure nothing ever happened to Liz, they were going to put their lives on the line to make it so. Their cries turned to sentimental smiles as they all piled in against Liz together before backing away. Johnny squeezed Emma's hand to comfort her. She did not squeeze back. Instead, he could feel her shaking. He turned and saw her eyes wide, staring blankly at the floor. Before he could say anything, she swallowed hard and interrupted. "I need to tell you all something," she said, and seeing her face, the rest of their smiles faded. "Emma?" Margot reached out to stop her. "What are you doing?" Emma swatted her hand away. "No!" She stiffened. I can handle the fallout from my dad. I can't keep hiding it from all of you. No secrets, right?" Liz wiped a tear from her face. Jordan looked over at Xander, who had his eyes wide and jaw clenched hard. Emma squeezed her face to keep herself from crying. The room went silent, waiting for her to speak again. When she opened her mouth, she confirmed the truth that Johnny had pieced together weeks before. "I don't have a radiation effect." She stared directly at Margot as she said it. "I'm a skip." Chapter 11. The Prime Minister's Office. They were all staring at Emma. The truth had come out, and while she felt a massive weight fall off her shoulders, the repercussions of what she had said fell back onto them like the opening of Pandora's box. No one seemed to know what to say. Xander kept silent, swallowing hard while glaring directly at Emma. Suddenly Liz's essay seemed far less important. She had stolen the moment, and just when Xander had professed little reason to distrust the authority, Emma had returned reason to question them. She covered her mouth regretfully. She fell into Johnny, who held her, but she knew it was only because he was expected to. If it were up to him, he probably would have let her fall to the floor. Their eyes burrowed inside her, asking the question she was now asking herself. "Why did you say that?" "Who knows?" All eyes turned to Xander in the corner. His eyes barely visible below the shadow of his cap. The only emotion left on his red face was rage. Jordan spoke up nervously. "Sir, I swear I—" "Shut up, Jordan!" Xander scowled. "It's pretty obvious you didn't have a clue. Who knows?" Emma looked up grayly, but Margot jumped in. "Just me," she sounded. "Everyone in the family and me." Jordan's expression switched on a dime as he shot daggers into Margot. "And my counselor," Emma squeaked. "Our counselor. Jackie White. And a few in the embassy," she almost revealed. but knew once Xander found out that truth, he might run to one of those people who didn't. The room dropped 10 degrees colder. "Wait, what's the problem?" Kent spoke up. "I thought skips were normal." "Kent, for the love of God, shut your mouth for once in your life and stop asking questions," Xander roused. "This isn't about her being a skip." He ran to his locker and grabbed his binder full of information, then marched to Emma, shoving it in her face. "Tell me why this says you're not." She caught her breath, backing into Johnny, who kept her from falling. She stuttered. "My dad forged the records." "Why?" "I don't know why," she shouted back, almost to tears. I don't know." She fell into Johnny and started crying. "My uncle was," she admitted. "I don't know how my dad knew that I would be too." Xander kept his eyes locked on Emma's. "Explain the throwing, then." "I've been training my entire life," she cried. "As long as I can remember, my dad has had me working on it in secret. Anytime I'm alone, I practice throwing things." She dropped her head shamefully. "That's what happened during the stress test." Xander finally broke his gaze and moved quickly to his locker. He gave away his intentions, picking up his phone and mumbling to himself, "I don't even know where to start with this." He looked back up, furiously darting between Emma and Margot. "I'm sorry," he said, "but this has to come out." "No, please!" Emma tore herself away from Johnny and rushed over to Xander. "You can't—" "Talk to Shane," Johnny interrupted before she could get any further. Emma's heart dropped. The same debilitating panic she'd felt weeks before on the training floor was returning. "Daniels?" Xander clarified, turning his attention to Johnny. "Why?" Johnny looked maliciously at Emma, then back at Xander. "That's what he talked about after her breakdown," he announced. "He said that if any of us saw something again, he needed to be the first to know." Xander pondered Johnny's words carefully. "Well, Shane's his number 2, he argued. "Not by choice," Johnny claimed. "Garen only put him on the ticket so Shane wouldn't run against him. Shane wants anything he can get to force Garen out of the way." Emma couldn't believe what she was hearing. The tears had stopped, her fear replaced by complete bewilderment at her boyfriend selling out her father, betraying her to her own face. Her voice was a whisper. "Johnny, what—" "He told me to spy on her." An audible sigh by everyone else in the room masked the breaking of her heart. Margot turned on her heels and stared open-mouthed at Johnny. "Oh, you asshole!" But before she could reach him, Kent swung first, running at Johnny and landing a punch below the corner of his eye. Johnny stayed on his feet, turning a fist of his own and knocking Kent clear onto the floor. His nose shattered. "Whoa!" Xander intercepted, holding Johnny back from going at Kent again. Jordan beside him. Margot had dropped back to defend Kent. Liz was still off to the side, watching everything happen with her essay still in her hand. "Johnny! Jordan, with me, now!" Xander growled. "The rest of you patch up Kent and go back to the common room. We'll deal with this when I get back there." "Xander, please!" Emma tried. "Emma! Zip it!" he scolded. "This is a bigger issue than you know." Johnny did not even look at her before walking out the door. Emma stood in shock as the first door shut behind them. Liz had finally snapped back to sense, dropping down beside Margot to help out Kent, who was dripping onto the carpet and still looked dazed. "Em, help us carry him," she heard Margot's voice. "We need to get him to the medical room. I think he's concussed." But Emma's mind was racing. She knew the boys were heading directly for the embassy, and if they spoke to the wrong person, her father's job— no. His life could be on the line for abusing his power like this. And it's all my fault, she thought. "Emma!" She bolted through the door as soon as she could feel her legs, Margot's voice trailing behind her. She could see the backs of Jordan's legs heading up the main stairs, so she sprinted around the outside hallway to the back loading bay. Without a coat, flying into the darkening night as snow drifted slowly down through the freezing sky, there was only one thing on her mind. I have to beat them to the embassy. It took 2 hours for her father to come back. He'd been in his office when she arrived, but as soon as she started explaining what had happened, he told her to stay put, while he moved swiftly out the door and left her behind. She could hear the door locking her in as it closed. Once per hour, his receptionist would enter, offer her a glass of tea, and then leave, the door again locking when Emma sat alone. She could only imagine what her father was doing in his absence. By the end of the first hour, she started chewing her nails, a habit she thought she'd kicked years before, but the anxiety of the situation forced her to fidget with something. When the second hour approached completion, she could no longer sit still. Her father's office was at the very top of the tower. Behind his desk, a curved window made up the entire wall from floor to ceiling. Looking south toward the student lawn where she imagined Liz and Margot confusingly discussing what was going on outside the common room. Kent was no doubt locked in his room licking his wounds, probably congratulating himself for standing up to her. She thought of Johnny. How much she hated him, but how much she longed to be comforted by him too. How could she ever get over this? She'd put off her feelings for so long exactly for this reason. Opening herself up to another person risked never getting part of her back if something happened between them. She would have to hide or endure that emptiness alongside a whole other person. But this was worse than a breakup. It would have been easier if Johnny were dead. The sudden urge to throw herself through the window tickled her mind, but she knew with an office this important, they were probably sealed tight and bulletproof. The thoughts disappeared with the sudden rumbling of the heating vents in the wall. Her attention turned to the pictures on the wall to the right. A single wedding picture of her parents decades before stood beneath dual degrees from Rice in Kansas State. At the bottom, an array of scattered photographs littered chest height like leaves fallen from a tree. Everything from formal engagements with foreign leaders to selfies she had taken during a trip to Wrigley Field. There's a single family portrait with all 3 kids, the only place Riley appeared on the wall. Her mind had just turned to her brother when the rumbling of events stopped as abruptly as they had started. The door unlocked, and her father marched back in, sighing heavily as he returned to his desk. "Well, that was an experience," he breathed. He leaned down to open one of the drawers, pulling out a lavishly decorated bottle nearly empty of whiskey, and poured himself a glass. "Sit," he commanded. Emma did as she was told. The chair was far colder than it had felt when she stood. He hinted toward the bottle. "Want one?" Her mind went immediately to her stash under the kitchen sink, wondering how many other things she had failed to keep hidden. Are you serious?" "Of course not," he pacified. "But I figured after the mess you made, you might need one." "Daddy, I'm sorry." "Save it," he said. "You've always been a garbage liar, especially compared to your brother." As harsh as his words were, his face was devoid of anger. He looked at peace, which unsettled her even more. He grinned. "It was a long shot anyway, really," he continued. "Trusting you to hide something like that. I just figured since you were my daughter, you might be able to try a bit harder at winning." Emma felt a tightness in her throat and tried hard to swallow it. "What do you mean?" His expression finally sterned. "I mean, try to fight through the battle instead of giving it up for other people to solve." The Prime Minister narrowed his eyes. "Were you even provoked?" Emma sighed. "No." "Then why the hell would you admit to that? Unless you were backed into a corner." She was sure there was an obvious answer hidden inside her. Shame? Guilt? Paranoia? Whatever it was, she failed to answer his question. "Your boyfriend saved your ass, by the way." Her head perked to attention. "What do you mean?" Her dad grinned, taking a sip from his glass. "I mean, he's the reason this whole thing was taken care of so easily." He noted her bewildered expression and continued. "He told us everything that happened. Suggesting Shane as the first point of contact saved someone else getting in the way of things." Emma swallowed hard again, trying to piece together what her father was saying. "But he said he was spying on me for Shane," she argued. "He said Shane was after your seat." Her father set down the glass and leaned over the desk. "He lied." Emma's heart began pounding hard again, though this time she could not understand why. "I've got to hand it to him," her father continued. "He's a lot quicker on his feet than you give him credit for. He was being honest about spying for Shane, but he's keeping an eye on Xander, not you." The pounding was getting faster. "Then Shane's on your side." "Of course he's on my side," he laughed. "You're right about him wanting my seat, but he knows to wait his turn. He's only 29 after all. Running to replace me next cycle would even be too early for him. He'd be a lame duck before he's middle-aged." Her father looked around the room like he was taking it in for a final time. "I've only got 2 years left before they force me to retire. I have no idea what I'm going to do after. I can't imagine being forced out in my mid-30s, and I know he doesn't either, so he's playing his part in the second seat." He took a deep breath and another swig. "So, we can trust him?" "Yes," he answered bluntly. "Shane knows everything that's going to happen before it does. It would be hard to surprise him with anything, let alone try to undermine him as part of a greater plan. That's why it's such a good thing he owes me." Emma swallowed nervously. "Well, what happens when he doesn't owe you anymore?" The Prime Minister smiled maliciously, more to himself than her, and his voice trailed off as if forgetting she was even in the room. "Oh, his secrets aren't conditional," he said, then turned back to face her. "But that's politics." Emma tried to read him. "So, who can we trust?" He grinned widely. "The better question is, who can't we trust?" He held out his hand to count on his fingers. "Mike Richmond, obviously, but that's why we're letting him take over after my term is up. He's been working closely with Shane over Poland, so I think we've convinced him to let Shane continue as deputy after he's elected. Shane can keep our business out of Richmond's plans for 4 years, 8 if all goes well, and then succeed him properly after the term's over." He stuck out another finger. "His higher-ups in foreign affairs are no-go too, but let them be distracted with their business. Once this Polish nonsense is taken care of, they'll stay distracted with the new branch plant in Egypt. Point is, stay away from foreign affairs as much as you can. Stick with law, constitution, and local interests if possible. Rule of thumb is anyone can be trusted if you present it in the right way. That's how we got Symbolic on our side." Emma knew her father was a schemer, but she was shocked to hear him outline it in front of her. "Does Mama know you're doing this?" she asked cautiously. "Your mother trusts me with controlling the narrative," he admitted. "She hates it, certainly, but she understands why it's necessary for the two of you's futures." Emma stiffened. "So that's why you sent him away, isn't it?" she growled. "Because your plans only involve me and Andrew." Her father slammed his palm down on the desk. "Don't you bring up Riley in front of me," he hissed. "You be grateful he's safe in whatever godforsaken country he's chosen to visit this week. I kept him alive. Me sending him away kept him alive. You'd be wise to realize that." "Yeah, I figured you—" "Enough!" he roared. "What happened between your brother and I stays between your brother and I. And if it's anything to keep you quiet about it, he left on his own. I didn't even have to influence his decision." There was a rageful sadness in his eyes, but Emma was more drawn to his last sentence. "What do you mean, influence his decision?"
she asked. A snort of laughter shot from the Prime Minister's nose. You don't really think we could talk our way out of it with Xander, do you? Her eyes widened. Her father continued. Just because we control the narrative doesn't mean we own the system. Rewriting records? Falsifying information on a government-level scale? Those are high corruption-level charges, Em. They wouldn't just banish me if it came out. They'd probably execute me. You and your mother and your brothers, and possibly even Margot, too, could be considered accomplices. That's a potential banishment for every single one of you. Enjoy your new life somewhere nice, he teased. Complete memory wipe, falsified backstory, implanted memories. Em was shaking her chair. Oh, God, she started to cry. Daddy, please don't tell me you're going to kill him. Kill him? He smiled, throwing his head back and laughing. The first real smile she'd seen all day. Emma, relax, he joked. We're not the CIA. We don't just kill people who get in the way. She caught her breath, nearly hyperventilating by the time he assuaged her worries. But then there's a third option, he claimed. If you know how to use it responsibly. Emma's mind raced to find it before her father continued, tracing the beats of the conversation. She started. You're going to wipe his memory? Not wipe it, he admitted. He's the best leader we can give your squad, but modify it, certainly. All of them will. Emma sighed desperately, trying to calm herself back down, still terrified of her father and the way he was admitting this all to her. Xander, his wife, Jordan, Liz, Kent, he went on. Even Margot, to an extent. We'll tamper with their memories of you and your effect. They'll remember you never having one. Their memories and the records that support them will show that you've always been a skip, and nothing is ever stated otherwise. Emma wiped a tear from her cheek. But what about digital records? Well, we've already combed their phones, he stated. There's nothing there. But, she choked. That goes against the privacy... I don't give a damn about the Citizens' Privacy Charter if it means keeping my daughter safe, he spat. Emma took another deep breath. What about me and Johnny? Well, Johnny can't be touched, her father pushed. That's the one variable we don't have in our back pocket. He remembers everything. If you tampered with his memory, he'd know something was up and might start raising alarm bells. The good news is he's completely loyal to Shane, and I'm almost certain he's completely loyal to you too, even if he has to play it off the way he did with Xander today. All things considered, he might be the best spy we have at our disposal. Emma winced. Something about the person she shared her room with being lauded as a spy sat uncomfortably with her, even if he was her boyfriend. What if he's ever compromised? She bounced. What if something happens where we don't know if we can trust him anymore? Her father's face hardened. Then we'll do our best to make sure that never happens. As for you, you need to remember this. Let this be a reminder how serious the repercussions are for not listening to me. Dad, she interrupted. I don't even understand what this is all for. He took one final sip of his whiskey. And as long as you don't, he started, it's impossible to tell you with words. He narrowed his eyes and leaned in over the table. Legacy. Emma felt herself readjust in the chair. What do you mean, legacy? I mean, he articulated, I will not have my children simply be an afterthought in this place. Rules? Limitations? Those are all for lesser people. People without the drive and the skills to shape them the way they see fit. I will not have my children limited by the bounds built by others. Your brother understands that. I need to see that you can be trusted to understand that too. So after the horrific job you've done with it today, maybe you can mark that as a step in the right direction. He folded his hands atop the desk. Prove to me that you deserve it. Emma clenched her jaw, reinvigorated. Yes, Daddy. Her father leaned back in his chair. I do have some bad news, though, he said. Emma did her best to keep her face emotionless. On the topic of Richmond and the foreign folks, he continued, I do need you to take some of the pressure away from this trail. They're currently up my ass about Andrew surviving the assassination in Poland. She caught herself. They're upset about him surviving? But he got shot. Yes, and he's also the only one that got out alive, the Prime Minister went on. Regardless of how messed up your brother is right now, I'm the one who called the hit on Chervinsky. And my son is the only one who came back after failing to do his job. But that wasn't on him. It doesn't matter whose fault it was, he deflected. The Prime Minister sent his son to get the glory in a highly volatile mission. The Prime Minister's son didn't get the job done, and the Prime Minister's son is the only one who came back alive. He stared over the desk into her eyes. You're smart enough to realize how bad that looks politically. Okay, she agreed. But what does that have to do with me? Her father stiffened, then leaned in toward her. With a deep breath, he said, I need to send you on a follow-up mission. The words hung in the air like a bad smell. Emma knew her reaction would be meticulously analyzed by her father, so she did everything she could to keep the terror flooding through her without showing on her face. Finally, she replied in a stiff voice. When? Her father relaxed. Early after New Year's, he claimed. We're still figuring out the details, but Xander should be prepping you by the end of the week. Emma's heart was racing like before. Her emotion broke through in a small squeak. Daddy,
she managed. Please don't. You'll be fine, he pacified, for the first time dropping the guise of the Prime Minister and reaching across the table to hold her hand. She felt the nerves slipping out of her through her fingers as he continued to speak calmly. Don't think about Andrew, he ordered. Yours will be completely different. We'll keep you out of any real danger. Anything will be made to look real. But every position and movement you have will be choreographed to a T. It'll be entirely for show. We'll make sure you and Liz are nowhere near any danger. He looked into her meaningfully. And Johnny, and Margot, and Jordan, he continued. You'll all come back safe and sound, I promise. He released her hand and held up a single pinky. Emma replied with her own. Promise? He took hers in his and squeezed it the way he always did. Promise. Her father released her hand and straightened back in his chair. Now, he instructed, forget about today. Go and focus on your schoolwork for the rest of the week. If you need to, go decompress with Johnny. I'm sure he'd talk to you about anything he's told me. He stood up, ready to dismiss her. She did the same. All you have to do is play your part, he concluded, circling around the desk to pull her into a goodbye hug. Play your part, and trust me. It was a straight shot on the monorail from the embassy to the residential center. Emma was worried about what to say to her squad mates if any were waiting for her in the common room. It was almost certain they had already been washed. Her father would not have wanted a danger like that lingering longer than it needed to. But what could she say that wouldn't trigger something? She had no clue how the stuff even worked. Did they drink it? Were they forced to eat it? Was it some kind of gaseous drug that could still be in the air of the common room when she entered, making her susceptible to a secondhand whiff of the stuff? The more she thought about what would happen to them, the less she wanted to find out. And the more she wished her dad would have wiped her memory too. This was such an enormous violation of everything she'd been taught to trust in with the program. Every part of her wanted to scream the truth to anyone who could hear it. Luckily, the common room was empty. She was starving, and upon seeing the barren kitchen, began considering what to make herself before going to Johnny. Then she smelled garlic and realized his bedroom door was open. Johnny was sitting cross-legged on his bed, a large unopened paper bag sitting in front of him. Hey, he said, noticing her in the doorway. I got Olive Garden. She stood there, mouth agape. I figured you hadn't eaten yet, and I knew you had a really crappy day, so... Well, Game 6 isn't until tomorrow, but the Cowboys are beating the Redskins at halftime if you... She tackled him before he could finish his sentence, half crying, half laughing as she kissed him harder than she'd ever kissed anyone before. All right, he choked, managing to pull away for a brief second. At least let me put the food down first. No, she stopped herself. Don't. I'm starving. She sat up next to him, struggling to put to words what she was thinking. I wanted to kill you today. I know, he replied, taking her simple statement far better than she had expected. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, she critiqued. You saved my dad's life today. He grinned, his green eyes narrowing in on hers. I was just trying to protect you. I know, she said, kissing him again. You probably saved mine too. He opened the bag and handed her a breadstick. So you still remember everything? Well, Daddy didn't give me the option, she explained. Well, me neither, Johnny claimed. But he explained why he couldn't. He likes you, you know, she chided, her mouth full. Not nearly as much as my mom does, but still, more than most people get. Yeah, well, he's the boss, he stated. Like Xander said, it's my job to support him. Even if it's illegal? Johnny took a bite of his own. I know he and Shane know what's best, he argued. I'll follow them where I'm needed. Just like a soldier, she thought to herself. Just like Jordan's mom would have raised him. I'm sorry you're a skip, he said solemnly. If it makes you feel any better, I figured it out a while ago. I just didn't know how to talk to you about it. It doesn't, actually, she mused. It just proves how bad I am at keeping secrets, just like my dad said. Johnny opened his mouth to say something but stopped himself. He took another bite of his breadstick. What do we do with the squad? He asked. Emma had been wondering the same thing. I don't know, she admitted. I don't really know how it works, so maybe we just avoid bringing up my throwing for a while. Maybe it'll just normalize for them if they observe it themselves. We could throw the attention back on Liz, he noted. She'd completely forgotten about Liz's essay. Oh, God. She put her hands to her face. I took that away from her. Johnny put an arm around her. You didn't take anything away from anyone, he supported. I did, though, she choked, trying not to cry again. That was her moment, and I went and screwed it up by opening my mouth. He sighed reflectively. Well, he started, if they don't remember what it is you said, then why don't we put the focus back on Liz? Let her continue to have that moment, then they'll all be focused on comforting her. Emma rested her head on his shoulder. I guess you're right, she agreed, turning back to the food and grabbing her entree from the inside. She took a bite of linguine before continuing her thoughts. Jeez, could you imagine? She said aloud. Getting your brother's body back in pieces? The realization of what she had said hit her as soon as her mouth closed. Johnny sat still, his fork frozen in his mouth, obviously thinking now about the same thing she was. The car bomb that had killed his mother and 6 others, including Jordan's father. The event that had made them brothers. There had not even been bodies to bury. "Johnny," she clutched. I'm sorry, I didn't... "It's fine," he breathed, clearly startled by the reminder. "No, it's not," she huffed. "That's something I shouldn't bring up lightly." "Well, you didn't bring it up," he argued. "So don't worry about it." Emma dropped her head down to her pasta, trying to think of what to say. Her eyes wandered over to the picture hanging on the wall above his bedside lamp. It was the only picture in the room. "Have I ever told you why I keep that one there?" Johnny voiced, as if he were reading her thoughts. "No?" "Mom died before the seizure," he said. "All of my memories with her are blurry." He turned back to Emma. "In all honesty, I can't remember what she looked like." Emma hesitated, struggling to find something reassuring to say. "But you have that one," she stated. "Can't you memorize her face through that?" "Oh, I can memorize it," he claimed. "But that's just one memory. I can't paste her face onto every memory I have with her, even the ones with my dad, and trust me, I've tried." Emma turned to hug him. "I'm sorry, Johnny," she comforted, trying to imagine how difficult it would be, able to remember everything except your own mother. He offered back a consolatory grin. "As much as you might hate your parents sometimes, be thankful you still have them," he sighed. "I've lost 4 now." The week flew by quicker than expected. All appeared back to normal, even Kent's broken nose, which everyone seemed to attribute to a training incident the previous week, though there was a vagueness to everybody's memory in trying to remember the details. It was creepy seeing everyone else acting normally. With only she and Johnny remembering the truth, Emma felt like she was walking around in a video game. Everyone around her programmed characters guiding her through a day-to-day life, including Xander, the only person who was supposed to be giving her instructions. She found some solace in remembering her fear that he might be executed for knowing the truth, and realized quickly how great this third option was in handling that secret. Everyone was still alive, and everyone remained blissfully unaware of how close things had come to disaster, for either Emma or her family. Reality returned in the form of Liz's essay. As far as Emma and Johnny could piece together, this was all the others remembered of Monday afternoon, and thus it was the thing that they were all still, or at least trying to avoid, talking about. Emma was taken aback Wednesday evening when she offered another church invitation to Kent. Expecting his usual insult, she was not quite prepared for the line, "Last week you asked how I couldn't believe in a God. Take a look at Liz and try to ask me that again." Everything considered, Emma thought that was fair, though she knew there existed a theological reply she was not quite wise enough to articulate. By the time they reached the training center on Friday afternoon, the details of their mission had been finalized by the embassy. Emma had discussed everything she knew with Johnny, but had no information beyond what her father had said Monday night in his office. Xander stood at the end of the dressing room. "So," he began, "as I mentioned before, the embassy is very high on you 6 as a squad." "Even with a skip?" Emma wondered silently to herself. "Why are we going?" Liz voiced calmly. Emma wondered if she too had been given warning by someone at the embassy, with the same promise her father had given her. Xander sighed, partially ignoring the question. "I brought up a few weeks ago the possibility of our number returning to the mission docket, and despite our previous mission being pulled, this squad's overwhelming success in the stress test last month has made you all a prime target to rejoin the schedule." Emma turned wide-eyed to Johnny, who shot her the same disconcerted look. Xander continued. "You'll all be aware of what's going on over in Poland." The eyes in the room traveled to Emma, no doubt all thinking about Andrew. "With the assassination attempt coupled with the threat of nuclear attack, our foreign department is scrambling to figure out ends by which we can put a lid on Milo Chervinsky's government, especially with the threat that he's now carrying over the head of the IRA in Poland." "So, they're sending us to finish the job this time?" Kent pitched. "No," Xander frowned. "The mission they've offered us has no contact with Chervinsky or anyone in his immediate circle." "Then what does it have to do with Poland?" Margot voiced. Xander held his hand up to halt the questions. "The aim of our mission is complete autonomy," he went on. "Now that the Polish government is armed with a nuclear arsenal, any ties to nations outside NATO or the European Union are viewed by the West as dangerous. We have reason to believe several high-priority governments are making efforts to coerce the Polish into anti-Western alliances." Johnny spoke up this time. "Red Scare 2.0? Exactly," Xander confirmed. "They want us to infiltrate one of those alliances and keep information about the IREA from leaking out to an even more dangerous enemy." "So they're sending us to Warsaw?" Emma asked. "Not exactly," Xander warded. "Everything in Poland is off limits to the company right now. Even missions coming in and out of the city are on a long-term hold. It might be a while before any part of the organization heads back there." "Then where are we going?" Jordan interrupted. Xander looked at him, then tossed him the ream of paper he'd been holding under one arm. Jordan read the front cover with his one good eye, then looked up puzzledly. "What does any of this have to do with China?" Chapter 12. The Party. Honestly, Jordan was sick of everyone being so depressed. Sure, they all had fair reasons. Liz had her brother, Emma was a skip,
Margot had whatever she continued to refuse to share with him, and everyone was still a bit shaken from what had happened with Andrew's squad in Poland. But if Jordan had the ability to recognize that his own mother was probably blown to pieces, if not being actively tortured in an Islamist prison camp, and still wake up with a smile on his face, he couldn't see why the others were incapable of doing the same. This morning, his smile was caused by Margot, who woke him by kissing him while he slept. As soon as he realized where he was and what was happening, he grinned from ear to ear and flipped her upside down to prove he was in charge. That week had been fuzzy. For whatever reason, time seemed to accelerate and jump around when he tried to remember how each day had gone. Maybe it was Liz's essay. Maybe it was the stress of next week's Nation Ball playoffs. Jordan was off again for another weekend in Brazil for the first round, and they'd been training like crazy to play against the Brazilian team's strengths. This, coupled with Margot starting her hockey season, meant that they had seen very little of each other, and also that Jordan was able to forget about the secrets that she was hiding from him until they were alone together. That had been the cause of their fights, hadn't it? The image of her shouting at him in the stairwell kept popping into his head each evening, but her words were mumbled. He was unable to remember what exactly they had been fighting about. Every so often, Xander's voice replaced hers in his memory, and he remembered something about a conversation alone with him, but even that was a dead end. He had never been so unclear about remembering things before, which made Jordan wonder if everything he imagined about them fighting wasn't just in his dreams. "Good morning," he whispered, rolling his mouth under her chin. "Hi," she smiled back. "Your breath is terrible." "Well, yeah, what's new?" "Happy Halloween," she deflected. "You still want to go to Rachel's tonight?" He rolled off her and sat up on his side of the bed. "I think it'd be good for everyone," he argued. "Did you invite Liz?" "I invited everyone but Johnny," she mused, sitting up with him. "Good," Jordan replied. "He'd probably flip once he sees what everyone else is doing." "They said no alcohol." "Yeah?" He laughed. "Of course they did." "That means Emma's out too, though," Margot sighed. "Someone's got to stay behind and distract Johnny." "That's what she signed up for," he shrugged. "Still, I wish she didn't have to miss it because of him." "We'll take turns," Jordan insisted. "I'll cover the next one." Margot got up and cracked her back loudly. "Did you ask Andrew to come?" He said no. On Tuesday, Jordan had extended Andrew an invitation after Emma had seconded her mother's request that they try to get him out of the house. He'd replied rather bluntly, "Honestly, Jordan, I'm not going to an underclassmen party just so y'all feel better about me." If Andrew had somewhere to be on Halloween, it was not with them. Rachel Tennant, the daughter of the city's head of secondary education, had the house to herself for the weekend. She had been among Emma and Margot's inner circle since the beginning of middle school, now separated by just 3 floors in a separate squad. Having not seen the rest of them virtually all semester, save for brief interactions at homecoming, they had been few the first she reached out to about throwing a Halloween party while her parents were away. "Did you decide what we're going as?" he picked up as Margot moved toward the bathroom. She held up a bottle of brown hair paint. "Hunger Games," she determined. "Katniss and Gale." "That book's been out for 4 years," he argued. "You know she ends up with the other one, right?" "I don't care," she dismissed. "It was the wrong choice, and Gale's cuter." He stopped asking questions as Margot closed the door to the bathroom to take a shower. The translucent door allowed him the slightest of images of her obscured figure. She never allowed him access while she was in there. Not for his sake, but for hers. One of the few things Margot had let him in on about her past, showers were her refuge, and he didn't dare take that away from her. The school day was a normal Friday. The only things distracting Jordan throughout the hours were fitness and history, the latter of which began a 2-week-long unit on 1974, the year of the program's infamous administration change. In the former, Jordan had been standing amongst the others waiting for instructions on a rock climbing exercise, when a slight glance over at Xander triggered what he could only describe as a premonition. It couldn't have lasted more than a second, but suddenly Jordan's mind traveled to the dressing room of the training center, where Xander was telling him something about a spy in the squad. It had to have been a daydream. He'd never lived this before, but it sat in his head like a memory. But every other word Xander spoke was muffled, save for the word spy. And his mind jumped to an argument with Margot in the stairwell, but again the words were muffled, and it played out differently than he remembered. She too was talking about a spy. Jordan shook his head and found himself back in the gym, now dispersing amongst the other squads to start climbing a temporary course. He looked back at Xander, who paid him no attention, and Margot, who gave him her usual flirtatious smile. Whatever the vision had been, he was rattled by it, but it gave no more thought as they continued with their day. It completely left his mind when Xander threw the file into his lap. "What does any of this have to do with China?" he said aloud. The other stared at him, as though he had the answers to his own question. He paged through it as Xander continued. "We have a bit of a task ahead of us, and not necessarily an execution, but planning it and preparing for anything that might go wrong." Jordan looked over at Liz, the contents of her essay playing through his mind. To his surprise, she appeared calm, and he reasoned that she had already been briefed, and her worries about the mission assuaged. "The IREA believes the new Polish government are attempting to broker some kind of trade and weapons alliance with China, and they're going to use top-secret government secrets as payment. Our mission is to infiltrate the Polish embassy in Beijing, hijack the private computer of the ambassador, and clear his drive of a very extensive but a very specific set of files. Xander reached over and took the stack of papers back from Jordan. It seems easy enough, he went on. The issue comes in the roles you 6 need to play, as well as the fact that you must be completely weaponless. All 6 of you will be given false identities as the children of various Polish businessmen, studying at a multilingual prep school in Beijing. Now, your first names won't be too far from real names, but when we're out on the training floor, from now on until then, your new names are your only names. Then comes the tough part. Starting Monday, you 6 will need to start painstakingly studying both Polish and Mandarin. The Mandarin is going to be easier, you just need to appear as though you understand it the same way an extra-national student would. The difficulty is going to be the Polish. Accents, conjugations, and the ability to both answer and ask questions without hesitation will be a necessity. But by the beginning of December, you won't be allowed to speak English in your language class anymore. Kent's hand shut up. Why doesn't a Polish squad take this one? Xander scratched his forehead. Usually the IREA doesn't greenlight missions in local jurisdictions unless absolutely necessary, he stated. Although the fact that this is taking place in China would probably make it okay. He took his eyes from Kent and walked them around the room at each one of them indiscriminately. But the Polish program is under some pretty heavy scrutiny from their government right now. They're not even supposed to know they exist, but after what happened with Emma's brother, things aren't looking too hot. That's why our mission has 0 room for failure. Margot knitted her eyes. I thought you said this mission would be easy. Well, it should be, Xander determined. But you're not allowed to get it wrong. The assignment hampered the mood, but the temperature rising back over 50 for the first time in weeks helped Jordan from feeling too discouraged. Still, the images of Xander and Margot repeating the word spy kept echoing through his mind. Emma managed to snap him out of it when they sat down in the cafeteria. A collection of orange and black cookies, cakes, and pies filled the table around their otherwise bland serving of pot roast. What are you guys doing tonight? She asked, setting them up to dissuade Johnny from asking more. Margot answered before he could. Erickson's is hosting a Disney Channel Halloween marathon, she announced. All those crappy movies from our childhood we grew up watching before bedtime, they're showing them on the big screen. Kent narrowed his eyebrows. You grew up watching Disney Channel? Honestly, Kent, Margot piped, where do you think Quebec is? Oh, I'd love to join you, Liz added, her face bright with curiosity. We got everything Disney secondhand. She turned to Kent. Want to come too? Nah, he staged. There's a mini golf course in the industrial district that's redecorated for Halloween. I've never played before. I figured it'd be fun. By yourself? Jordan noted. I've gone before, Johnny admitted. It's not worth it. Still, Kent shrugged, taking a bite of orange ice cream. It's that or stay home. Emma cringed. She literally just asked you to go with her. What are you two doing? Jordan interrupted. Emma turned her attention, her expression changing as soon as her eyes peeled away from Kent. My parents, she said. They always hand out candy at the front door for a political tool. Mom didn't want Andrew doing it with him alone. Well, that's nice of you, Margot rewarded. You too, John? I figured I might as well, Johnny remarked. I suppose we're getting too old to trick-or-treat nowadays. Honestly, if I were back home, I'd probably be doing it, Liz admitted. With the kids, I mean. When do you go back? Margot voiced. 15th of December, Liz stated. That gives you time to show me Thanksgiving, doesn't it? Emma brushed past the second question. You're coming back your second semester, though, aren't you? Today was the transfer deadline. Liz looked around the table. It's only been 2 months, but yeah, I'll stick around till May. Jordan could feel her feet shuffle in her seat, as though not sure this was the correct decision. He spoke up. They told you about the mission before, right? Like, you didn't choose to stay and then Xander sprung it on you as a surprise, did he? No, Liz claimed. He told me a few days ago, and my family and I agreed to do it. She looked to Margot, whose eyes had turned worried with Jordan's question. It's right after I come back, she went on. That gives me a whole semester with nothing to worry about. Besides, if I chickened out and transferred at break, I'd lose my mission opt-out clause for the next 3 years. Liz took a bite of pumpkin pie, but felt Margot's eyes still trained on her. Plus you heard, Xander, she calmed. As long as we all do our jobs, there's nothing to worry about. Emma and Johnny left shortly after dinner, luckily for the rest of them. After Margot and he dressed, Jordan sat in the common room waiting for the others. Had he known what her intention was, he would have never known who they were dressed as, even with their hair now dyed brown. Their outfits were just regular clothes. Sure, they matched the costumes in the movie, but he wondered how many other people would notice. Liz and Kent took his attention away from his own look. Both dressed in black, Liz had spiced up her already tangled hair with streaks of white and gray, tying it all together with a Day of the Dead-style face mask she must have painted on herself. Kent had allowed her to do the same to half of his, leaving the unmarked side of his face plain and recognizable, but masking the side which was otherwise still swollen from his broken nose. Rachel's family lived outside the city near Reeves Creek, a small 7 cul-de-sac development located just east on the highway beyond the direct jurisdiction of the program. This made it less likely that whatever extremes this party reached would be busted by authorities,
but significantly more difficult to get in and out of the city gates once the sun was down. Margot, having learned one of Andrew's old tricks, commandeered a government SUV for the four of them under her status as a member of the Prime Minister's household, claiming that the four of them were visiting her aunt for the holiday. Her plan was then to use the same vehicle service to get back after midnight, using the cover of a personal emergency back at the common room. Per Andrew's experience, neither the drivers nor the system ever checked the legitimacy of the claims. The sun was just peeking below the lights of the city when they reached Reeves Creek. Margot thanked the driver as they all bound out to the boulevard and wished him a happy Halloween. The man drove off without so much as a thank you. In the right corner of the cul-de-sac, a driveway full of cars and bumping noticeable music was masked from attention by the still rapid flow of costumed children, several dozens of whom were circling their way through the various streets. Kent spun around, taking note of the different houses. Who lives out here? Margot was quick to respond. Rich assholes who think Mr. Guerin is watching their every move? That's already half the city, Jordan thought to himself. Kent continued asking questions. Is it part of the program? Legally, no. Technically, yes, Margot replied. It's not its own town, so everyone here works and lives through Tylersville, but its legal jurisdiction is the Converse County Sheriff, so the chances of something happening if we get caught are slim to none. Jordan could feel Kent's steps slow down as they approached the house's front steps. Get caught doing what? This time Liz spoke up first. Kent, honestly, open your eyes. Margot knocked on the door and their friend Paige opened, dressed head to toe in a bright pink cowgirl outfit. Tucked under her arm was a pumpkin-shaped bowl full of Reese's peanut butter cups. Hey! She cried, opening the door and giving Margot a huge hug. Catching their confused look at the bowl, she relayed, for appearances. She turned and greeted Jordan, before turning to the other two. I don't know you. They're cool. They're in our squad, Margot defended. Liz stuck her hand out. Kent did the same. Paige led them through the house's enormous entry hall before circling a corner into the back living room, where at least 20 other people were gathered in various circles, music pounding so loudly it was affecting Jordan's vision of the upstairs rooms. One boy was already passed out completely, tucked behind the back of a couch while two others drew on his face. He was messed up by the time he got here, Paige explained. I promise no one else is that bad. I should have shown up earlier, Kent joked, raising his voice over the music. No thanks, Margot added. I hate when people come early. Paige shrugged. We said 7. She pointed to a clock above the fireplace. It's 7:30 now. Where's Rachel? Margot asked, surveying the carnage. Probably downstairs, making sure the boys aren't breaking her dad's batting cage, Paige led. Come on, I'll help you find her. Jordan waited to see if she wanted the others to follow. Make yourselves at home, she dismissed. All right, stupid question, but I've never been to an American party, Liz announced. What am I supposed to do here? Second that, Kent added. Geez, really? Jordan looked around and began pointing. Well, I'm going to the kitchen to grab a drink. There's a pong table set up in the garage, a dartboard downstairs, a little mini golf course set upstairs. Otherwise, just find a place to chill and hang out. The two followed him into the empty kitchen before making their decision. Liz grabbed herself a Coke can from the open cooler, then tossed another to Jordan. Kent immediately took a red cup from a stack on the table and poured himself a glass from a keg of lemonade next to it. Jordan nearly choked. Starting out strong there? Kent gave him a look. What? You know that's probably... Liz shot her hand in front of Jordan and interrupted. No, let him figure it out. Her skeletal face was grinning from ear to ear. Kent looked mortified. What? He hesitated. It's lemonade, right? Jordan laughed. I'm sure it is. He bit his tongue. Try it. Kent looked up fearfully, before taking a deep breath and taking the slightest of sips. Immediately his face contorted, and he stumbled backward, nearly spilling his cup all over the table. Oh, God! He choked. What is that? Jordan and Liz looked at each other and laughed. Lemonade, Jordan insisted. But it's almost certainly spiked, added Liz. Kent's face returned to normal, though still skeptical of the situation. What do you mean spiked? Oh, stop being so thick, she chortled. Why do you think we didn't want Johnny to know? Jordan added. Kent looked down at his cup, still trying to figure it out. So, you mean this is... Yes! The pair said together. Kent's eyes slowly moved between them and his cup, before he looked up at Jordan with a note of determination and shrugged, drinking from it again and throwing the entirety down his throat. Jordan and Liz both stared at him, horrified. Kent's face contorted again, but he threw his fist over his mouth as though about to bomb it. Liz ran to his side, but he held up his hand and took a small breath. All right. He blinked his eyes open. I'm going to go downstairs. He left his cup on the table and walked away, ignoring them completely. Liz looked at Jordan, still wide-eyed. You think I should keep an eye on him? She asked. Jordan held up his hand and tapped his finger. I got it, he replied. You go have fun. She grabbed herself a bottle of water to go along with her Coke. They moved toward the second living room, where a handful of girls were throwing cards across the floor while sitting in a small circle. Jordan took a moment to compose himself and laugh at Kent another time before working his way over to the garage. After watching the first game, Jordan joined the table alongside Luis Rubio, an athletic sophomore he had known since his first year in Taylorsville's elementary school. The pair weren't close by any means, but knew each other through spring soccer and had enough awareness of each other's skills to make a formidable team. 4 games later, they had won every contest and lacked a new challenger. Walking back into the house, a hand stopped him from going further into the entry hall. "So did you finally lose?" He looked down on a familiar freckled face. "Oh," he frowned. "Hey, Carissa." She looked at him, waiting for an answer to her question. "No, we didn't lose," he admitted. "There's no one left to beat." The girl smiled. Her small eyes, already pulled tight by her light brown hair, tucked back in a Star Wars braid, were made even smaller. "I'd take you on," she boasted. "Yeah, I bet you would." "I need a partner, though," she sighed. "I hear your girlfriend is giving the boys downstairs a run for their money." She paused a second. "In floor hockey, I mean." Jordan gave no reaction. "How's that going?" she continued. "You actually care?" "Of course I care," she lied. Why wouldn't I care?" Jordan had a million responses to that particular question, but kept all but one to himself. "Are you seeing anyone?" Her nostrils flared. One side of her mouth twitched in an irritated smile. "No," she admitted. "Not since homecoming, at least." "What was wrong with him?" "Too clingy, I guess," she joked. "I always want to make it known that we were together." Jordan rolled his eyes. "I can't even imagine." "Well, that's what I told him," she claimed. "No one else?" Jordan asked courteously. "Any of the boys in your squad?" "No," Carissa shrugged. "One's gay, one's way too into video games, and one is a psycho girlfriend who accused us of dating one time." She took a breath. "But no." "That's too bad," Jordan dismissed, eager to move on and be anywhere else. "I guess," she sighed. "How's your brother?" Jordan finally let himself look her in the eyes. The malice he'd expected to find was instead filled with genuine curiosity. He's fine." "I like your brother." "No, you don't," he stuttered. "But whatever. Well, who cares? Tell him I say hi, will you?" He looked down again to find a small grin on Chris's face. "Yeah," he conceded. "Will do." "Thanks, Jordy," she dismissed. "I'll talk to you later." Before he could have the final word, she zipped around a corner and disappeared. Infuriated, Jordan moved over to an open couch in the living room and sat down, letting the music distract him. A familiar voice snapped him back to attention. "Did you know Rachel's dad has a custom Cobra in the garage?" Kent was back, clearly sobered from his initial buzz. He sat down in the seat beside him. Jordan half turned, keeping his full focus to himself. "You mean that car that I've been using as a coaster for the last hour?" Kent's face looked more shocked than with the lemonade. "You did what?" "Dude, I know nothing about cars," Jordan relayed. "Ask to drive it sometime if you're so obsessed." "Ask to..." Kent caught himself. I can't drive. Then why are you so into cars?" "I don't know," he admitted. "Because I'm Italian, probably?" "Then you should be into fashion and fascism too, shouldn't you?" Kent ignored the question. "Who is that you were talking to?" Jordan looked up, finally giving Kent his full attention. "Who, Carissa?" "Yeah, No." Jordan stopped, sensing the direction their conversation was headed. "You should stay as far away from her as possible." "How did you... You really have a terrible read on girls, don't you?" Kent opened his mouth, looking for something to say, but was unable to formulate anything beyond... "What's that supposed to mean?" "I mean," Jordan went on, "your obsession with Emma and Margot when they're in obvious relationships." Kent closed his mouth but looked on impertinently. "Like, you could probably have every other girl if you wanted in this house, if you paid attention to the ones who were not taken or not borderline psychopaths." Kent continued to stare at Jordan, before Jordan lowered his voice. "Is your mom that way too?" "Excuse me?" Kent stirred in his seat so loudly half the room turned to stare at them. Jordan held his hand up to pacify him. Taking a second's pause, he waited until the room returned to its prior buzz before continuing. "I'm not being an asshole," he claimed. "It's an honest question. You show up here out of nowhere the week before this all starts, and you hardly mention a thing about your mom and nothing about your dad, which tells me they're either dead like mine or it's a bit more complicated than that." Kent's stare lost its edge. He looked down at his feet for a moment before returning his gaze softer than before. "All right, so maybe it is." "I know it is," Jordan agreed. "I looked up who your dad is." Kent swallowed like it was some dark secret, but his immediate calmness told Jordan it was a truth he was comfortable admitting. "When Johnny read your file at the bowling alley, I didn't think twice about the name, but your dad is the Dalton Hawk, isn't he? Like casino billionaire playboy Dalton Hawk. Kent swallowed again. Yes? He voiced quietly. You're not listed on his Wikipedia page, Jordan continued. It just says he filed a defamation lawsuit against an Italian model in 2000 for a false paternity allegation, and it was settled out of court. Kent's face turned white. That's you, isn't it? He looked down at his feet and choked. Yeah. Jordan held his breath. I'm sorry. Kent's head shot back up to stare at Jordan, his eyes now filled with uncertainty. What? Jordan repeated himself. I'm sorry. Don't feel sorry for me, Kent barked. Why not? Jordan argued. Your dad has his own reality TV show. You have 3 brothers who are constantly in and out of the news cycle. I see your dad's ex-wives on jewelry advertisements every time I go through the Denver airport, and your dad publicly sued your mom for the fact that you were even born. He raised a shoulder apologetically. That sucks, dude. Of course I feel sorry for you. Yeah? Well, Kent mumbled. I know, Jordan proceeded sarcastically. My parents are dead, and we're both in this stupid program against our will, so I shouldn't feel sorry for you. Kent smiled. Yeah, something like that. Well, too bad, Jordan shrugged again. I feel genuinely terrible for the way you grew up. Kent paused for a moment before arguing. So why are you still such a dick to me all the time? Jordan had expected the question. Because I still don't like you very much, he replied honestly. What he had not expected was Kent's reaction. Instead of his usual jump to defense, he just sat there stoically, accepting what Jordan was saying without pouncing. All right, he conceded. Why'd you even bring me then? Because Liz wanted you to come, Jordan stated bluntly. You could have said no, Kent gestured. You're right, I could have, he agreed. But just because I don't like you doesn't mean I can't learn to like you. Kent stared pensively. All right, how? Just because you have a reason to be a contentious dick doesn't give you a right to be one, Jordan advised. Whatever garbage you lived with in New York, leave it there. Figure out who and what you want to be here and leave the rest of it behind. That sounds a lot easier than it is, Kent voiced. Yeah, but you also hardly know anybody, Jordan raised. And all I needed is to, see you put in the effort. All right, Kent nodded, not breaking a smile, but his eyes full of something new. How do I... Hey, guys! His question was interrupted by the voice Jordan had been waiting for all evening. A thin girl with long, braided brown hair sat on the table facing the couch. How are you guys doing? She asked. Fine, Kent growled. His expression changed to one of awkward irritation. I'm Rachel. She offered a hand. Kent took it cautiously. You must be Kent. Margot's been telling me all about you. Has she? He replied with further irritation. Rachel just smiled back kindly. I was showing her my dad's model car collection downstairs, she continued, ignoring Kent's attitude. She said you were into cars. I'm sure she did, he barked. Rachel's cheeks turned red as she turned to Jordan for help. He buried his teeth into his lip and watched it continue. Well, Rachel continued patiently, I was going to go upstairs and see if I could get in on the mini-golf action. You guys want to come with? Kent threw one foot over his knee defiantly. Look, he deferred. Thanks, but we were kind of talking here, so maybe we'll catch you in a little bit, all right? Rachel's red cheeks turned white as Kent dismissed her from the table. She shot one last look at Jordan as he struggled to keep his composure, before finally mumbling, All right, see you around, and leaving them alone. As soon as she disappeared from the room, Jordan burst out laughing. Kent's face dropped. What? Buddy, that was painful, Jordan continued, choking back tears. Do you know who that was? Kent looked back to where she had disappeared. Rachel, but... Understanding began to dawn on his face. First off, Jordan listed, that's our host. Second, she's super hot. And third, she's super available. And she was flirting with you. Kent's eyes darted back and forth. She was... What? How could you not have noticed that? Kent's face began to turn white, too. Now, you want to start with a step in the right direction? Jordan urged. At the very least, you find her and apologize. Moreover, you take her upstairs and do what you lied to Johnny about doing in the first place. Kent ran off before Jordan had time to start laughing again. He finally found his way back to Margot downstairs, where he found her holding her own against the boys from the freshman hockey team. With her size and skill, she probably could have done the same on the ice, but in the miniaturized version, and especially on her knees, she was dominating. He made it to the bottom just as she whipped a one-handed slap shot across the room and into the opposing net. A few surrounding the game gave a moderate applause. Margot just kept staring at the two boys she had just defeated, sweat dripping down her forehead. What do you say, Jack? She boasted. Best 3 out of 5? The frontmost of the pair got to his feet and threw his stick at the ground. storming up the stairs with a reply that was mostly expletives. His partner did much of the same, while Margot jumped to her feet and caught a glance at Jordan. "Hey!" she smiled, and he noticed the temporary hair dye now dripping slightly down the sides of her face. "Hard game?" he offered. She switched to French. "Hard game," she agreed. "Not difficult." "When's the last time you saw Liz?" he asked. Talking up a storm with the other British girl upstairs," Margot claimed. "I guess Jet Devers has one in his squad, too." "What are the odds of another being here?" 50-50, she grinned. "Either is or she isn't." Jordan chuckled back at her. "What about Kent?" she fanned. Upstairs with Rachel," he smiled. Her eyes widened. "What, like Rachel? Jordan nodded. "Yep." "As in upstairs? Jordan nodded again. "Whatever you said to her, it worked," he added, not without a few stumbles on his part. "Well, good," she calmed. "Maybe that'll get him off Emma's tail for a bit." "That's a step in the right direction," he agreed. "I hope so," she pondered. "He's cute. I feel bad for him." Before he could agree again, her face dropped. I'm sorry," she blurted. He narrowed his eyebrows. "What? Why?" She switched back to English. "I shouldn't have called him cute," she said quickly. "It's fine," he rejected. I know what you meant. You know I don't get jealous." "I know, but I shouldn't have said it." Her eyes looked nervous, afraid to see bother in his. Margot, he spoke as firmly as he could. I don't care. Like, his mom was a model. Of course he's objectively attractive." Her demeanor changed. "What?" Jordan was quick to move the conversation. "Oh, I looked up his mom. She was an Italian fashion model in New York." "Was?" Her expression turned worrisome. "I mean, she's still alive," he pacified. "She's just not a model anymore. I have no idea what she does anymore." Margot contorted her face in surprise. "What about his dad?" Jordan grinned. "Dalton Hawk." Margot raised an eyebrow. "What about him?" "He's Kent's dad." Had Margot been drinking anything, she would have spit on the floor. "Shut up!" she gasped. "I'm serious," he flirted. "Dalton Hawk from the development," she shrieked. "That's Kent's dad, yeah." "Screw off!" She backed away. "And his mom is a model." She finally concluded that Jordan was telling the truth, a bewildered smile showing on her face. "What the hell is he doing here, then?" "Well, your guess is as good as mine," he shrugged. "I'm pretty sure his mom grew up where Riley's living." Margot's bewilderment held for a long pause. "And he thought Rachel was rich," she broke. "That's a weird thing," Jordan thought aloud. I don't think he comes from money." Margot's face grew even more perplexed. "His dad's the richest native in the world, and his mom's an Italian model," she speculated. "How doesn't he come from money?" "Well, I don't think he's even met his dad," he added. You notice how fascinated he is with everything in town. Plus, he hardly ever mentions his mom." "It doesn't mean he's not loaded to the gills," Margot argued. "Maybe he's just embarrassed by them." "Is that the matter with yours?" he thought briefly. "I don't know," he uttered. "Something still doesn't add up. You don't know anything, do you?" "I didn't know his dad was Dalton effing Hawk, so clearly not." "I don't think Liz does either," Jordan claimed. "Oh, she definitely would have told me that," Margot chimed, suddenly eager to run up the stairs. "I've got to go tell her that. Even I knew who he was before I moved here." She kissed him on the cheek. "Margot, wait." She stopped briefly on the stairs. "Meet me upstairs in like 10 minutes, she rushed. Upstairs. We can, She ran off before finishing her sentence, leaving Jordan to wonder how he had been capable of keeping the secret for more than a week without needing to tell someone. Realizing he was alone and desperate for another Coke, he followed Margot's trail far more slowly before diverging toward the kitchen. He reached for the cooler, only to find it empty. Desperate for something to drink and needing more than just water, he turned his attention to the still half-full glass keg of lemonade and thoroughly considered the repercussions of taking a cup, before ultimately deciding to fill one and take a sip. It was just lemonade. Sure, it was perhaps the sourest, least appetizing lemonade he'd ever tasted, but it was nothing beyond that. His feet found Kent in an upstairs bedroom and he started laughing out loud. "What's so funny?" Looking up from his terrible drink, Jordan was perturbed to once again see Carissa standing across from him. "Don't you have anywhere else to be?" She frowned, but not in an unexpectant way. "Harsh," she courted. "But no. In fact, your girlfriend asked me to come get you. She went outside for a sec." Jordan grimaced. "Margot told you to come get me for her?" Carissa frowned again. "I was the only person there," she argued. "Don't think I'm beyond being friendly to her." "Still, she wouldn't send you," he voiced. "Whatever," she dismissed. "Stay here." She walked out of the kitchen. Jordan could hear the sliding glass door open and close in the dining room. Something didn't feel right, but maybe there was a chance Margot had sent her. After all, it had been months since he'd even spoken to Carissa. Maybe she was telling the truth, and Margot wanted to show him something stupid in the sky outside. It wouldn't be the first time, he thought. He followed the sound of the back door, unable to see anything in the dark yard before opening it and stepping out in the freezing night. Margot wasn't there. Instead, Carissa was alone, standing just to the side of the door where he could not immediately see her through the glass. As soon as he shut the door, he realized his mistake. He had completely forgotten to use his effect and even check outside to see if Margot was really there. Using it now, he could see her inside the front living room, gossiping with Liz about Kent. He turned to go back inside. "Wait!" Carissa yelled before he could reach the handle. "Just let me talk to you alone quick before you go back inside." 1,000 voices in Jordan's head told him it was a terrible idea to stay, but his feet remained planted to the concrete patio. He turned to stare at the shadow speaking to him beyond the light of the house. "What?" he growled. I just wanted to say," she started, before her voice broke off. Jordan heard a sniffle from the darkness. "It's freezing out here," he glared. "Hurry up!" "I just wanted to say I'm happy for you," she sighed. "I'm happy that you're so happy." Jordan hesitated. "Thanks," he replied, turning to go inside again. "And I'm sorry," she interrupted. "I just wanted to tell you that, in case you thought I was just going out with you because I felt bad about your mom or something, or that I broke up with you because I didn't like being around your brother." He turned back aggressively. "Carissa, I don't give a single damn why you broke up with me. I genuinely didn't care then, and I really don't care now. So, will you let me— Wait!" she screamed again, desperately grabbing at his hand and walking into the light. He tugged away. "Don't touch me!" he barked. I'm leaving next week," she cried fearfully. Her announcement held in the empty night air. "Sri Lanka," she continued. "Pirates. We're expecting them to be armed." Jordan threw up his arms in frustration. "And you want me to feel sorry for you? I don't want to die alone," she sobbed, again reaching for his arms. "You're insane," he thought, but the words to come out of his mouth were, "That is so far from being my problem to deal with. Please," she begged, and Jordan couldn't believe the scene playing out in front of him. "One last time, in case I never get to—" She practically threw herself into him. He pushed her back. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he shouted, and finally she stayed back, silent. Something forced him to lean toward her. With vitriolic disgust, he concluded, "Don't get chopped to pieces." Before he could turn, the door opened without him, and again he realized he had completely forgotten to use his effect. Margot was staring at him leaning over his ex-girlfriend, his forehead practically touching hers, alone in the dead of night. "Jordan, what the hell?" He couldn't even respond. So shocked at her seeing something he knew she would take out of context, he had nothing to even begin to say. Then Margot turned, and realizing too late that her claws were extended, he failed to stop her arm as it swung at Carissa's face. The sound was unforgettable. Carissa hit the ground with a neighborhood awakening scream. Every light in the surrounding houses shot to life. The party froze, and everyone inside came rushing to the back door. Through it all, Margot stood completely petrified, her right arm hanging limply to the ground, blood dripping from her elongated fingernails. With the first motion anyone made to help Carissa, Margot bolted for the side gate. "Margot!" Jordan shouted, chasing her as fast as he could. He didn't reach her until they were beyond the last cul-de-sac. "Where are you planning to go?" he shouted breathlessly. "Back to the city? It's another 2 miles to the gate. They'll never let you in like this." Margot was crying, her claws retracted, but her blood-stained hands covering her face shamefully. "Margot, you didn't see anything. Just leave me alone!" she cried. "Margot," he breathed. "Nothing happened." "Well, you obviously let her get that far." "No, I didn't," he lied. Honesty was the wrong answer for Margot right now. "I went outside because I was tired of the noise, and she was out there." "And you didn't see her there beforehand?" she shrieked. "God, Jordan, you're such an idiot sometimes." I'm the idiot," Jordan spit. "You just cut her face open a week before she's sent to go on a mission." Margot clearly had not been aware of this. Her own face dropped as hers turned into hyperventilation. He instantly regretted telling her. "Margot," he whispered. Margot, it'll be fine." "No!" she screamed. "No, nothing's ever fine!" Jordan held his breath. He had no idea what she was talking about. "Margot," he tried again, but she cried louder. He looked around the horizon. Depending on who got word to whom first, patrol cars could come from either direction. "Are you really just going to sit here until they find you?" She was sitting on the ground now, her head covered between her knees as she sobbed. She completely ignored his question. "Fine," he brandished. "I'll just leave you there." "No!" she screamed, her loudest yet. "You can't leave me!" She shot to her feet and threw her arms around him, tucking into his body with her entire weight. The same confused disgust he had just felt with Carissa was now challenging his feelings for Margot. "You can't leave," she mumbled into his chest catatonically. You can't leave. You can't leave. Margot." He peeled her away from him. "What are you talking about?" Even in the faint moonlight, he could just make out her red face. Her eyes were so bloodshot they were practically glowing. You can't leave me," she repeated pitifully. Jordan cringed. I'm not gonna... Why would I leave you?" Margot straightened, wiping her face with her jacket sleeve. "Because everyone always does." "What do you mean?" he pushed. "Who always leaves?" "Everyone!" she escalated, threatening to burst again. "Emma left me for Johnny. Riley left me behind. My mom..." She stopped, breaking down into her hand. "She left me behind with him." Again she fell into him, but this time Jordan caught her. They took them away," she bawled, looking up with tears flowing down her face. "Jordan, I don't know where they are." He shook his head, confused. "Don't know where who are?" My sister," she muttered. My brother, they took them away." Jordan had no idea what to say. Margot stepped back again and stood on her own, facing him desperately. "You wanted to know what happened," she cracked. The thing I don't tell you." She paused, composing herself. "He hurt us. My dad, he hurt us." Jordan's breath caught in his throat. "He hurt us, and she let it happen, and then he forced me to hurt them, and she let it happen, and he forced us to hurt each other, and then she disappeared." He could feel tears welling in his own eyes. "I don't know what happened to her," she sobbed. "All I know is she let it happen, and when somehow the authorities found out, he hurt us again, and then they took us away and separated us so we couldn't hurt each other anymore." Margot's voice was practically non-existent from crying so hard. "And I miss them," she admitted. "And I don't know where they are, and I want to know they're okay. And I want them to know that I'm sorry for hurting them." The only thing Jordan could do was pull her into him again and hold her. Once more tears dripped down from his jacket as she sobbed, and this time he joined her. A faint whisper from his chest repeated, "You can't leave." "I'm not going to leave," he said aloud before repeating it silently to himself. "We're going to stay here as long as we need to. And then we're going to go find Kent and Liz and get back home and deal with everything in the morning." Margot sniffled one last time. "You promise?" "And I'll be with you every moment you need." He took a deep breath and kissed her hard on the forehead. "I promise. I'm never going to leave." Chapter 13. On Holiday. They took Margot into custody the next morning. She went willingly. The four of them who had gone to Rachel's were awake in the living room discussing what had happened until the sun came up, and by the time the police knocked on the door of the common room, Margot opened it and walked out with a mask of confidence. All had had it happen. It would have been difficult not to with Carissa's scream, but Liz had been right in the kitchen with Margot when the latter had noticed Jordan outside. Now she was facing a potential expulsion from the program, and the realization that they had been worried about Kent's parents was almost comedic. When Jordan and Margot had disappeared, Liz for a moment feared being trapped in that unfamiliar environment. Kent had come rushing down the stairs, and though others were quick to rush to Carissa's side, he was the only one to take action, completely abandoning whatever he had been doing, his focus solely on helping stop the bleeding. By the time the city paramedics arrived, he had taped up the near entirety of her left cheek, with bandages over her eye giving everyone fear of the worst. The Taylorsville police beat the local sheriff to the scene. Even though they had no technical power over the rest of them while outside the city, they all realized the party was busted, and without consequence, everyone at the house was slowly ferried back to the city gate in a pair of cars, after which they kept an awkward silence through several stops on the monorail between there and the residential center. Neither Liz nor Kent went upstairs. Keeping quiet to avoid Emma or Johnny, they waited another hour before Jordan and a horrifically disheveled Margot stumbled through the front door. Jordan forced her to take a shower, but even after she returned without sweat and blood, she looked so little like her usual self she was hardly recognizable. Jordan had explained what happened, and while Liz thought Margot's confrontation was warranted, her jump to violence was shocking. Margot was clearly remorseful. Then Jordan told them about Carissa's upcoming mission, and the severity of the situation dawned on all of them, even Kent. Margot turned even whiter, and managed to make it to the kitchen bin before feeling it was sick. She did it twice more before the police arrived. By that point, all had made a plan to address the situation. Jordan called Xander and explained it all again, then went with Margot as far as he was allowed. Kent and Liz stayed downstairs to tell Johnny and Emma when they finally woke the latter of whom took it in stride and called her dad immediately to try to rectify the situation. Johnny was absolutely livid. Whatever offense he would have taken to them going to a party outside the city, it was nothing compared to his fury at their hiding it from him. Liz had never seen him so emotional. Usually stoic in his responses, Johnny blew up on all three of them when he realized Emma had known of their plan all along, then stormed off while Emma was still on the phone with her father, leading up to awkwardly chase him out into the hallway. By some miracle, Margot got off easy. When she and Jordan returned several hours later, escorted by embassy guards rather than city police, they explained that Carissa's injuries were deemed ineffectual to her upcoming mission, and thus Margot's charge of assault was relegated to a misdemeanor on account of her age. It took them several minutes to explain to Kent the fine line between injuring another citizen and inhibiting their effectiveness to the program, which would have been the catalyst for Margot's expulsion. Margot explained that she had missed Carissa's eye by less than an inch, and that Kent's immediate medical attention stopped what could have been a serious infection. Rather than Margot, it was Jordan who rushed over and hugged Kent, wordlessly thanking him for saving his girlfriend's life. However, Margot's actions were far from going unpunished. She was given a 2-month travel ban limiting her ability to leave the city, a second weekly counselor to undertake violent response therapy, a month's worth of after-school detention, and an immediate cut from the hockey team, which she took as the worst punishment of them all. These were nothing compared to the social toll her actions had taken to her reputation. Everyone had already stared at Margot wherever she went, but the familiar tone of jealousy or lust that accompanied the glances was now replaced by fear and contempt. There had been enough witnesses to what had happened in Reeves Creek that the story had spread overnight, and as another week passed, Margot remained the most popular girl in their year, but for an infamous reason. Liz felt terrible for her. For the last several weeks, Margot had been the only one to try to make the city feel more like a home for her. She'd been Liz's rock whenever she began to worry about the past or the future, the first person with whom she felt comfortable sharing Aiden's story, and the reason she had grown comfortable enough to share it with the rest of them. Now the girl who had become her temporary best friend was completely gone, replaced by a ghastly shell of the hot girl that used to be. Worst of all, Johnny had stopped speaking to her and Jordan. He'd taken it out on all 5 of them to start, but soon realized the impracticality of his silence after just a few days. Liz and Kent seemed the easiest for him to forgive, probably because he knew them the least and figured they did not know any better, followed soon after by Emma, who apparently made a grand gesture at their Wednesday church group to make him soften to having lied to him. But when it came to Margot and Jordan, and specifically Jordan, he pretended they didn't exist. The only exception came in missions training. Since their task in Beijing required no weapons, Margot and Liz were tasked as enforcers given their natural skill sets. As soon as they stepped on the floor each afternoon, Johnny turned on an entirely different act, probably helped by the fact that they were now using replacement names. Margot was now Malgo, and every time Johnny addressed her, it sounded like his mouth was full of mallow. Liz was now Isa, shortened from the Polish version of Elizabeth, which was the closest they could do. Johnny was now Jan, and with the 3 of them doing most of the work in their training exercises, it was those 3 names which echoed through their earpieces most often. Despite the increased difficulty of their training, coupled with the increasing reliance on Polish and Mandarin ahead of their December deadline, Liz was happy to watch Margot regain some self-confidence in her abilities. She was picking up the Polish faster than any of them, and by the week of Thanksgiving, it was all she and Johnny used to communicate during training. For Liz, Mandarin was easier to learn. She figured this was probably because she was not expected to know more than the basics, so her bar was lower. But when it came to Polish, she continued to trip over the pronunciation of multiple consonants, and remembering which ones to drop in the billion words ending in Z. The only one not progressing as fast as the rest of them was Kent, as they all expected. Being the only monoglot in the group, he was at a significant disadvantage when it came to even approaching learning another language, and Mrs. McLeish was forced to spend every day neglecting the rest of the class while she and Kent focused on verb conjugations. By Thanksgiving, he was the last of them unable to hold a responsive conversation, though he had finally broken through his conjugation wall, and to their surprise was in line with Johnny when it came to the most believable accent. To Liz's frustration, hers was repeatedly criticized as the worst, with Mrs. McLeish telling her near daily to shorten the vowels. Their goal was to sound Varsovian, but with Liz's natural Eastern accent slipping over into a Polish, her pronunciations were threatening to sound Russian. The Wednesday before, the final day of training before a 4-day-long weekend, snow hit the city hard. The weather was not particularly windy or cold, which was unusual compared to the many weeks previous, but snow fell in enormous flakes everywhere across town, the likes of which Liz had never seen. She woke earlier than usual that morning to the sound of massive plows clearing the streets, the irritating monotonous beeping interchanged with a huge industrial scraping sound which vibrated all the way up the building. Looking out her window, the landscape was virtually unrecognizable, especially beyond the city limits. The familiar hills and buttes of eastern Wyoming were now a canvas of deathless white. The brief excitement she felt for the snow gave way to a dread for winter, as she thought of exactly the reason she had chosen this place over Canada, but that thought was washed away with the rest of her sleep as she hopped in the shower. 2 unit-ending tests in history and biology preceded their afternoon training. The former turned out harder than she expected, but her having to repeat the story of the coup to Kent, who was, per usual, completely new to it, helped her remember the names of everyone involved. which side they were on, and whether or not they were involved with Watergate or the assassination of Craig Tyler. On the other side, biology was less of a challenge, their unit on generational effect trauma also having been helped by Kent's lack of knowledge on it. Margot had been in the common room when he and Liz were working on homework. Kent reading the line in the textbook about most citizens not living into their 60s, and Margot then asking if she still had grandparents on his mother's side. Liz could practically see the wires connecting through his eyes. Margot and John were beginning to spend more and more time with them, outside training, a result of Johnny's ongoing streak of silence and Emma's aggrandizing effort to side with him over the rest of the squad. Though their initial interactions together had been mostly dominated by Jordan's abrasive personality, the two boys had become closer since Halloween, the reason still uncertain to Liz. It didn't feel her place to ask. Regardless of its origin, Jordan's confrontations with Kent had, in the weeks since, taken on a more brotherly tone. Unable to be the big brother to Johnny as he was accustomed, Jordan was now turning that energy on Kent, who, if his backstory being the son of Dalton Hawk was to be believed, looked more desperate than ever to be influenced by that sibling whose name was not splattered through the tabloids. The afternoon, all four walked together from the school to training, leaving Emma and Johnny behind. That day they were met in the dressing room per usual by Xander, who was flanked by a very tall woman with platinum blonde hair, and a Chinese man with a large mole to the right side of his nose. When the other two came in shortly after, Xander introduced the pair as Vilma Zainhofsky and Peter Ling, separate owners of Polish and Chinese restaurants in town, where the squad was to make regular weekly appearances going forward ahead of their mission. "Anytime you're there, it's that language only," he commanded. "I may or may not be there, so both they and each of you will have to keep each other accountable." The pair went around the room in turn, grilling the squad with basic questions or comments to then respond. Liz was only slightly corrected on her Chinese pronunciations, but, as usual, critiqued of her accent when it came to Polish. Her usual embarrassment was short-lived, though, as even Xander was put under fire, and he confused the word for dress with tracksuit. When the pair finished their initial grading, they exited, leaving the squad to their regular business, dressing casual and unarmed and finding their way to the floor to set up the primary task of their mission. The full compound was unnecessary for today's exercise, and 5 of them walked through an unedited wall of cubes to find themselves in a wood-framed sitting room, made smaller by the projection of ornate rugs and hangings. Xander and Emma remained outside in a missions van, where they would be outside the facility during the actual event. The setup for their actions was a meeting with the ambassador himself, under the false pretenses of easing travel regulations for Polish nationals entering China. During their actual meeting, a fire alarm would be triggered remotely by Emma, causing an immediate evacuation of the office, whereupon they expected to be escorted by a second, less timely security team than the one protecting the ambassador, allowing Kent to sneak away and wait for the new team to realize that one of the kids was missing. The following confusion would allow them time for the rest of the office to evacuate, leaving the 5 roughly alone with 2 escorts, possibly unarmed, whom they could easily overpower and incapacitate by numerical advantage. From there, Margot and Liz would keep watch on the two, practicing both conscious and unconscious, while Kent would rush to the exterior reception doors and bar any accessible exits, and Xander deactivated the elevators. If any individuals were left on the floor, Liz would see to them joining the downed escorts, while Jordan would keep an eye on the doors and report any movement below once the authorities realized the kids were still upstairs. Meanwhile, Johnny would be hijacking the ambassador's private computer, which would almost certainly be left behind in the chaos, but locked immediately upon the emergency alarms having triggered the evacuation. A meticulously crafted memory stick would bypass these firewalls, and having only seconds to memorize the deactivation password decoded and transmitted back from the IREA base in China, Johnny would have to then swiftly enter it to prevent an automatic wipe of the computer's hard drive. He claimed what followed was easy work, if not time-consuming. Having memorized every single file name the company was aware of, Johnny was to access and cleanse everything relating to Project Noah, a data leak originating from the IREA, which they were given very little information about its subject matter, only that its exposure could put serious life-or-death pressure on the program in Poland, which they already knew about. Once that was complete, Johnny would pull the stick and return the computer as if nothing had happened, while the 5 would then face the most desperate part of the mission, escaping the facility and making it to the van parked just down the block, where Emma and Xander would be waiting to make a quick escape to the closest company safe house. Of course, getting out would have significantly more complications than getting in. If the escorts were unarmed, which would help the first half of their plan, it would leave the squad without return fire for their escape, which would almost certainly be coming unless they surrounded completely on the spot. And this would only work if they escaped custody prior to the escorts being recovered, and so long as there were no other witnesses to their initial insubordination. The best bet, and the one they were more often practicing given its lack of exterior protection, was to escape out the ambassador's office window. The second floor created a 17-foot fall, a hedge lining the wall below cut the distance by half, and while an 8-foot drop onto a bed of branches was less than comfortable, it did allow them options for changing directions of escape. In addition to surrounding shrubbery between the wall and fence, it also provided obstacles in the slim chance an armed guard had eyes on the window during their exit, and updated knowledge of the situation to stop them. The expectation after reaching the van would be a neighborhood on lockdown, leading to a several-hour-long journey of escaping Beijing completely, westward into the mountains, where the company had ready one of their many secure safe houses. There they would remain for a night's rest or two, while the situation died down, then a retrieval team from the Chinese hub city could pick them up. Today's training was focused on choosing their escape route. With Johnny trapped doing his job at the computer, the other four were responsible for keeping a lookout on when and where a second set of security was going to break through their locks. This mostly fell to Jordan, given his ability, but while he was focused on the building itself, and specifically the stairwells, someone had to watch the windows. This was where Liz was given her assurance of safety. Though her power was the only one capable of stopping an armed assault if the squad remained weaponless, danger could arise if someone below got one of their intentions quicker than expected, be it a neighboring sniper or some fence officer with a steady hand. Therefore, she was to stay as far away from the windows as possible, keeping an eye on their temporary hostages with Margot out in the adjacent hall, which left Kent to run between windows and keep an eye on the street-level situation beyond the sight of the van. The only exception would come if the stairwell locks were compromised faster than Johnny could manage his task, in which the squad would join him in the office, barricade themselves inside, and Liz remain as low to the ground in one corner as possible while they waited out the finishing of the files. This situation had only been practiced in the training once so far. The extermination of these files was deemed of such importance to the IREA that the abandonment of its completion was the ultimate last resort. Liz's anxiety in the mission came from the unarmed blind escape, which is what they practiced over a dozen times that afternoon. The only one with the reach to stop someone with a gun multiple meters away meant that if she failed, even in the slightest capacity, any one of them could end up dead. She may be in the least danger of any of them, all things considered, but their safety was in her hands. Twice that afternoon, Kent was shot in the escape from the window, when she was late to register Jordan's warning of a rear guard. At the sound of Xander calling their day to a close, Liz's heart finally settled. They had finished with a perfect completion rate. Even with Kent's wounds, both were non-fatal injuries, and all had managed to reach the van before security could apprehend every single time. The prideful atmosphere spilled into the dinner at school. Now free from hard training for the next few days, the Thanksgiving weekend was preceded by a holiday feast in the cafeteria. Liz and Kent were both blown away by the fixings, but Emma bragged the selection was nothing compared to that which her mother was set to serve all of them that following afternoon. High on the spirit of the weekend to come, Liz had hoped to experience her first American Black Friday down in Casper with Margot, or even Denver if they could manage it, but given Margot's lockdown and the state of the roads as they walked back to the common room, it seemed increasingly unlikely. The next morning it was even worse. It had apparently warmed enough during the midpoint of the night that it rained, rather than snowed, and a morning chill resulted in the ground literally frozen over in a thin layer of ice. Jordan joked about the six of them putting on hockey skates to make their way uptown, but given that Johnny was still ignoring him, and Margot was the only other person in the squad who could ice skate, the notion fell on deaf ears. The reminder of her banishment from her favourite pastime seemed to demoralise Margot a bit. The weather was not all that bad, despite the roads, so Liz tossed on a knitted red jumper over a long-sleeved black turtleneck. Upon seeing her, Kent commented that it was the most colourful outfit he had ever seen her wear, causing her to question the choice. Her embarrassment was mediated by the reappearance of Emma and Jordan, who had both thrown on football kits. Even though neither was playing, the pair judged Thanksgiving enough of a football event that the pair sported their favourite clubs. Jordan an ungodly red and brown thing with numbers shaped in the font of a digital alarm clock, and Emma a more cohesive navy piece with matching black leggings, which sported the team name Texans down the right side. Very carefully, especially Kent and Liz, who were both unfamiliar with this kind of weather, the squad shuffled their way to the monorail station, from there heading off toward the circular tower of the embassy, then past it to the next residential station. Liz would have thought 4 weeks enough time to get over his grudge, but even with Jordan's best efforts at humour and occasional inappropriate comments, Johnny continued to ignore him, leaving the rest of them awkwardly watching the brothers go on in one-sided silence. 3 blocks down, the Prime Minister's mansion was the largest house on a street of already enormous houses, even compared to the ones in Reeves Creek. Almost Victorian in its look, its light grey stone exterior was blinding next to its more subdued neighbours, and in the ice and snow appeared to pop like silver. Through the single security gate at the front of the house, which they passed without more than a wave between Em and the lone guard, the squad trudged up the drive to an equally enormous set of wooden double doors. Emma knocked, and it swiftly opened. A very short woman with reddish-brown hair walked them in, immediately introducing herself to Liz and Kent as Emma's mother. She guided them inside a massive plain foyer, beyond which stood a threatening staircase ahead of the largest kitchen Liz had ever seen in a house, in which sat and stood a mix of at least 20 people, all bunched and chatting in their various cliques. She recognized Emma's father, as well as his deputy, the one with the fixation on Johnny. Behind them sat a pair of grumpy-looking gentlemen arguing over something inaudible at her distance, with what she assumed to be their wives already starting on glasses of wine before the noon hour. A set of 5 primary-age children were chasing each other around the center block. Adjacent through an open frame, Liz could see a large parlor area, where, dressed in a Texan jersey to match his sister, Andrew sat watching the first of the day's games. The melancholic mask he had adopted since his mission in Poland had remained plastered on his face, though his arm was wrapped some way lovingly over his girlfriend Isla, who sat carelessly on her phone. A set of other teenage boys she did not know sat around them in various sofas, and so too, to Liz's bemusement, was Emma's friend Radley. They were the last of the expected guests to arrive, and then they were greeted soon after by a rather awkward prayer from one of the arguing men, after which they joined a queue to stack very large plates with more food than she had ever seen in her life. Indulging in loads of turkey, candied yams, a breaded hash, cranberries and sauce, and a sort of potato tortilla thing brought by one of the unknown guests, Liz failed to find room at either the dining table or in the parlour, and made her way to the neighbouring sitting room where she was more than happy to find a break from the unexpected wave of noise. Kent came to join her. "You know you don't have to sit out here," he lied politely, taking a seat opposite a small wooden reading table. "I know," she said. "I'll take it of a hand egg, though." He smiled, shoveling a fork of green beans into his mouth. "You don't need to comfort me, though," she added. "I'm fine here. You can go watch if you want to." He looked up over the table. "I thought you knew me better than that." "What?" she noted. "Not a fan? I thought that was, like, illegal here or something." "Sports in general, honestly," he grinned. "I don't know. Give me something like a race any day. Something with a finish line." Liz managed a bite of the sugary tortilla. "If you had to choose one sport to watch for the rest of your life, what would it be?" He took no time to respond. "Golf," he said. "Easy." She felt her face grimace. "Ew." "What?" he laughed. "You've never watched golf before?" "Who do you think I am?" she crossed. "Some kind of sicko?" They were interrupted by the appearance of a third person, Emma's father, who wandered in empty-handed. "Hey," he chimed. "You two are welcome to hang out back here if you like." "We know, sir," Liz thanked. "We're all right here," Kent added. The Prime Minister eyed him introspectively. "We've never formally met before," he noted, then shot out his hand firmly. "Bill Guerin." Kent fumbled his fork and returned a shake. "Kent," he announced. "Del Vecchio." Guerin turned to Liz. "Miss Granhook? Nice to see you again," he said genuinely. "Likewise," she smiled. He turned his attention back to Kent. "New York, right?" He waited for Kent to nod before adding, "Giants or Jets?" "Neither, sir," Kent corrected. "Never really been into football." He turned to Liz and gave her an awkward shrug, showing an understanding that this was recently trodden territory. "Not for everybody," the Prime Minister retorted. "This family probably takes it a bit more serious than most." "I'm surprised you're not matching your kids, sir," Liz tossed. "You and your wife could have rounded out the family look." He threw back a laugh. "Wendy, maybe," he explained. "No, I grew up in Kansas. I'm a bit embarrassed to say I'm a Chiefs fan." He seemed to notice neither of them found his comment as funny as he did, and was quick to move on from football. Say, I know you two already know this," he began. "But just in case you need reminding, you're always welcome to reach out if you need anything. From me or Wendy." "Sir, you're the Prime Minister," Kent started. "You really don't have to—" Guerin shot up his hand. Now, he said. "You're a friend of Emma's, you're a friend of mine. Seriously, don't hesitate. My door's always open." Kent looked over at Liz, then back at the Prime Minister. "Thank you, sir." "Any time," he assured. "Well, I'll leave you two be. There's plenty more food in the kitchen if you want more." With another quick smile, he moved back out of sight. Liz turned back to Kent. "Golf?" she returned. "Really?" He smiled. "It's not so bad, really. You should try it sometime." Liz rolled her eyes. "I thought you knew me better than that," she mimicked. Kent bit back a laugh, his face growing red. "I'd say I know you pretty well," he argued. "Oh, yeah?" she replied, scooping a large cranberry off a plate. "What's something about me nobody else knows?" He turned his attention toward the upper balcony, considering his answer. "I know you like being left alone," he joked, grinning slyly. "All right. Why?" His face lost its sudden colour. "What? Why do I like being alone?" He stared at her, utterly confused. He sat there staring at her, waiting for her to make some remark, but then realized she was serious about the question and took time to think it over. "Your family?" he uttered uncertainly. She shrugged in agreement. "You grew up in a family of 8, you learned to appreciate your private time," she said. "Makes me feel important." "All right," he voiced. "So, why do you let me in on it?" Liz almost spit out her next bite. "What?" He doubled down. "Why do you let me interrupt your private time?" She stared at him, wondering if he was trying to get something out of her. "What do you think?" she allowed. The sly gleam returned to Kent's eyes. "I don't know," he joked. "Maybe you like me." "Ha!" Liz let out a laugh loud enough to be heard from the football game. "In your dreams!" Kent looked an odd mix of glad and insecure. "You sure about that?" "If I liked you," she prodded. You'd know. All right, he offered. Why then? She eyed him over cautiously. Someday you'll know, she stated. Not now, but someday I'll tell you. When? When you don't need to ask me that question. He looked over at her, bewildered. Am I that easy to figure out? She smiled again. Not in the slightest, she added. But maybe someday I'll get there. The pair made an evening telly a nightly thing, with Kent becoming more and more enamored with her little comforts. One night, after arguing about the proper way to say aluminium, Kent tried his hand at a London accent, which left her on the floor in complete stitches. Whatever had happened at Halloween, he seemed not only more honest with her, but with himself about who he was. And every so often his reservations would slip, and he would let her in on little bits of himself she never would have imagined. Another night, an episode with a companion in medical school led to Kent revealing a closeted desire to one day do the same. He became increasingly obsessive the closer they came to Liz leaving, convincing her to first 2 episodes a night, and in the week prior to her departure, 3. You do know I'm coming back second semester, don't you? She repeated. And you're welcome to watch on your own while I'm gone. I've already seen it a billion times. I know, he would say. But then I'd be missing the full experience. She kept his obsession at bay by spending time with Margot and Jordan. Though Margot was banned from leaving the city, she allowed Jordan to take her and Kent on Liz's dream shopping trip down to Denver. And while the boys were clearly there on her behalf, they pretended to enjoy even the bits at the mall. Travelling back, Jordan spent a sizable stretch blasting their escort's radio at full blast, annoying Kent for a time before managing to force him to sing along to a series of charting pop songs. The day before Liz was set to leave, Xander set up a sort of pseudo-Christmas party, so they could all celebrate together and exchange gifts before she went home. The 3 managed to convince Kent into an ugly jumper to match the rest, and once Emma joined in hazing and convinced him to add a Christmas hat to his attire, his demeanour broke, and he went through the rest of the night in good spirits. During the gift exchange, all had managed to get gifts for the others, including Xander, who was given a green jumper with the branding of Colorado State University as a prank from Emma, apparently a rival school to his alma mater, then forced to wear it alongside the rest. Johnny gave perhaps the best gift of the night to Emma in the form of a framed button set, from the political campaigns of every winning president since Kennedy. Another Johnny gift made its way to Jordan, a set of surfboard wax, which caught all of them by surprise, even Johnny, who kept glaring over at Margot as Jordan read the label and proceeded to open it. Liz had not expected anything excessive, nor did she receive it, though a new CD from Margot of one of her favourite bands was her favourite of the bunch, and Kent had made a nice effort of making a basket of British goods he had found at the imported grocery store. In return, she had found him a model of one of his favourite cars, complete with a removable bonnet to see the model engine. All in all, it was a fun Christmas, and though eager to see home again, Liz was hit with a wave of sadness when she and Kent finished one final episode before bed. She expected a goodbye hug before he went off. Even Johnny had given her that before doing the same, but Kent just rolled to his feet and went off to bed as usual, leaving her to question how much she was going to miss Taylorsville, and if anyone here was going to miss her. The next morning she drove off from the city with Xander before any of the others were awake. The helicopter ferries that usually transported citizens down to Denver were primarily reserved for squads on mission and diplomats, so they travelled east to Rapid City, where Liz was to catch her first of 3 flights. With the sun barely above the horizon for the first half of the drive, Xander stayed quiet and let Liz attempt to sleep, but her excitement for returning home was keeping her eyes wide awake. About 2 hours into their 3-hour excursion, they hit a stretch of highway that was unnaturally straight and completely empty, and Xander put the car into relative autopilot. Noticing her alert, he turned and grabbed a red gift bag hidden underneath his seat. I know we already did Christmas last night, he started, but I figured it was appropriate to give you a birthday gift before you head off. He handed her the bag. Liz was at a loss for words. Xander, she started. You didn't have to... She was trying to remember any of their other birthdays. The only one that came to mind was Johnny. She was almost certain Xander had not bothered with a present then. Open it, he instructed, returning his hands to the wheel to maintain their straight path on the road. Liz dug her hands into the paper and pulled out a framed photograph that she soon realized was a letter-sized film poster. Centered at the bottom was the familiar metallic logo for Doctor Who. Xander, she sputtered again. I know you and Kent like that show, he said bashfully. He gave me some ideas. They just had their 50th anniversary, right? He pointed to the girl scribbling around the photo. It's signed. I'm not sure who, though. Liz stared at it, then up at its sender. Xander, she said a third time, unable to find the right words. Instead, she leaned over and hugged him as tight as she could inside the vehicle. You probably won't want to fly with it, he noted. I'll leave it in the common room for you when you get back. Liz blushed. I don't even know what to say. You don't have to say anything, he insisted, before catching himself. Actually, text me when you get to London and tell me how the food was. My wife's been watching a lot of Seinfeld lately and wants to know if the airline food is really as bad as they say it is. Liz laughed. It was on the way there, she claimed. Has she never been out of the country? Xander smiled the way he always did when talking about his wife. She's never been east of St. Louis. You should take her on holiday. Xander nodded. That'd be nice, he agreed. I don't know if I could find the time until next summer, but that's not really... He stopped himself, hesitating on his thought before finishing. Not going to be possible. Liz eyed him curiously, seeing a look of uncertainty on his face. He turned to her and sighed. We're due. End of July. The words took a moment to register, but finally Liz felt her face light up. Xander, that's wonderful, she cried. Do you know what it is yet? No, he swiped. It's still way too early to tell. She has an ultrasound next week to make sure everything's in order. We just found out last week. You're the first person I've told. Liz grinned wider than she had in a very long time. I'm going to give you the biggest hug when we get out of this car. And she did, an hour later when they finally reached the airport. Xander squeezed her tight and wished her luck, then turned away and drove off without a second look. Liz had the odd sense he started crying as soon as he closed the door. She landed at Heathrow the next morning. The weather, even for December, was unusually sunny, and Liz found herself unreasonably disappointed at this imperfect welcoming home. Tylersville had slowly been replacing England as her place of comfort. The weather only served to remind her. It took nearly 3 hours to make it to Epping, the closest station the Underground could get to Ely. Her father was insistent against driving the family car into London, so he waited for her outside the station in Essex. She could see his familiar round head silhouetted through the rear window of the Vauxhall. When he finally noticed her approaching, he looked to be having a heart attack before composing himself inside the vehicle and stepping out stoically, grabbing her in a tight hug without saying more than her name. Brant Granhook was not a crying man. Only once that she could recall had he ever shown that kind of emotion in front of his family. The day they had won the trial for Aidan. Now the moment he wrapped himself over her, she could feel him break with the comfort of once again having his eldest daughter in his arms. The weather seemed less of an issue now. Liz was home again. Once they were on the road, he returned to stoicism. Occasionally he would turn to ask her about life in America, but mostly he let her sit and watch the world return around them. With the familiar London-based pop radio playing through the car's speakers, they were soon surrounded on every side by the flat, lifeless cornfields of East Anglia, now chopped for the season and covered with a small layer of snow. Liz's heart skipped a beat when she saw the cathedral approaching in the distance. Unsure how she was going to feel when she finally saw Ely again, she was surprised, albeit elated, to feel nothing but overwhelming joy at coming back, though this feeling drained a fair amount when they reached the city's edge. After the incident with the post, the family had moved houses from the southern to the northern side of town. As her father drove past the high street where she could just make out the town in that old lane, she was flooded with an array of happy childhood memories, then soured by the reminder of their last few months on Pilgrim's Way. That taste stayed with her the remainder of the journey, through the town centre and up to King's Avenue. There he finally turned onto Felton and approached their new house, where Liz had spent just shy of a year before leaving England. It was in every way a nicer home than they had before, but without Aidan in the life of their first, Liz sat in the drive feeling uncertain until her father honked the horn and hopped out his side, whereupon her entire family emerged from the front door, save for Dallin, who wrapped his arms around the open doorframe and eyed her uncertainly. First to give her a hug was his twin Topher. Both boys had only just celebrated their 7th birthday, but to her bewilderment, Topher was already taller than her breast height. Thankfully, his face was only able to reach her navel as he burrowed himself into her and kept pulsating his grip around her midriff. "All right, you nutter, let Lizzie have a breather." A pair of hands pulled the boy off, and Liz found herself face to face with a girl she barely recognized. In the 4 months she was gone, not only had her sister gone through the most obvious parts of puberty, but had followed in Liz's own footsteps with her choice of attire. Gone were her usual misarrangement of bright pinks and blues, now replaced by a whole array of black on black, with platforms high enough to now bring the girl's eye level. Liz choked on her words, her only tangible thought being, "Dear God, is this what I look like to other people?" "Mira," she stammered. "What?" She could feel her own mouth drop, as her sister leaned in to kiss her on both cheeks. On the second side, she stopped to whisper, "They're called tits, love, stop gulping." As Mira pulled herself away, Liz finally made her way to her sister's face to fully comprehend what she was looking at. Already the fairest of the siblings, she had started lightening her face with makeup and accenting it black. Liz thought about Raina from her art class and felt a wave of relief for having given up on a goth phase. Her sister stepped aside, and her mother, who was already crying before the hug, dropped to nearly collapsing when she finally put her arms around Liz. She managed to pull herself away for a momentary glance, where the two were able to eye each other up and down. "Elysian, love," her mother choked. "You look—" She struggled to find the right words as her eyes filled with tears again. Mira interjected. "Bloody fit!" The mother laughed, tears streaming down her gleaming face. "I can't believe you're finally home," she said. "I can't either," Liz thought, but her mother stepped aside to let her brother reach through. Easily the tallest of the bunch, he'd been leaning against the side wall while the rest took their turns. Just that teen, he reached out for a hug and Liz buried herself in his armpit and felt herself close to bursting. "Missed you, sis," he whispered, before backing swiftly away. He gave way for Dallin, who remained planted in the doorway. "Hey, mate," she smiled cautiously. "You gonna give me one too?" He eyed her apprehensively, then ran off into the house and disappeared around the corner. Liz couldn't help but laugh. "I suppose he's not used to me," she choked.
"He might hardly recognize you," her dad filtered. "Give him a week or two. He'll be all over you by the time you leave."
The house was as she had left it. The mirror had completely taken over her half of the room. "Mum said I couldn't take a bed out for a sofa," she moaned when the two returned together. "Said there'd be no room for you if you ever came back." In addition to a physical look, Mira had changed everything about the room's decor. Cute little paintings she had made or found of her favorite cartoons were replaced by an expansion of Liz's own tastes. Dark movie posters and bands from long before either of their times did make the space more cohesive, but the remainder of her sister's change continued to scrape at her. Even her accent was different, darkening her vowels and slurring certain sounds and syllables to sound like an urbanite. "Why wouldn't I come back?" she half chuckled, tossing her bags onto the lower bunk. "I don't know," Mira shrugged. "Maybe you found a cute boy over there, and you wanted to stay. Aiden loved his squad. What's yours like?" Images of her and Margot in the mountains popped into her head. Thoughts of Kent watching TV alongside her every evening. "Solid group," she said truthfully. "We've all become pretty good friends." "Friends," her sister mimicked. 4 months and you even sound American." "I sound American?" Liz choked. "Excuse me, Miss London, when did every word get a V in it?" Mira kicked off her shoes and spun around on a desk chair. "All the kids at school talk like this now," she argued. "You know what it's just like." Liz snorted. "Do I?" "Well, obviously I'm not the oldest," she noted. "And Reese agrees with me too." Liz eyed her sister curiously. "It's like with the boys," she went on. "Evie Taylor said she wouldn't let Ollie Green kiss her on the first walk home together because she wasn't like that, but everybody knows if Ollie Green wants to walk home with you, he likes you, and if you don't let him kiss you, you're a complete prat because Ollie Green is the hottest boy in the year. So if you make a right mess of things, you just don't deserve to fit in with the rest because he's Ollie flipping Green, right? That's why we don't talk to Evie Taylor anymore." Liz paused, completely at a loss by her baby sister and what she was saying. "Elmira Granhook," she scolded. "Did you let Ollie Green kiss you on the walk home?" "Well, no," Mira quickened, almost too enthusiastically. "He hasn't asked me yet." She could feel her face reddening. "You're bloody 11! Well, Hannah Haynock claims she kissed a boy on holiday in Brighton when she was 9, Mira argued. "I mean, we all know what she's like, but still, everyone's doing it." Everyone is certainly not doing it, Liz thought to herself almost jealously, though she kept her thoughts to herself. Mira leaned forward as though this kind of talk was completely normal to her. "So," she initiated, "tell me about your boyfriend. Surely you've got one by now." Liz threw her hands up. "I don't have a boyfriend!" Mira rolled her eyes. "Bloody hell, shite chance I have then, innit?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "I mean," Mira gestured, "cute girl like you doesn't get one. Someone like me could never. Mira. And you look good," she continued. "I mean like proper fit. What have you lost, a full stone since last I saw you?" Liz buried the compliment privately. "What makes you think I even need one?" she calmed. "Well, I don't know," Mira mumbled. "Last I knew, you were straight as an arrow. Don't tell me the state's changed that too." Liz scowled. "I can't say it's high on my priority list," she scoffed. Mira wouldn't stop. "What about the one boy?" she added. "The dark one. He's a right looker, isn't he?" "Who? Kent? Is he the bad boy looking one, the West Side Story and all that?" Liz laughed. "Yeah, I suppose that's an accurate description." "Well, what's he like?" Liz shrugged. I don't know," she closed. "His dad's a celebrity, though." Mira's face lit up. "No effing way," she screamed. "Who?" You know, Dalton Hawk, from The Development." Mira was finally quiet, the elation on her face now replaced by a confused mope. "I don't know who that is." "The real estate developer," she added. Her sister's face remained blank. "Oh, come on," she went on. "The Development."
"I'll build it better than you could ever believe."
"Honestly, Lizzie," Mira shouldered, "now you're just making it up. His stepmom was on the cover of Vogue." Mira laughed. "What am I, a housewife?" Liz threw her hands up in exasperation. "Whatever!" she shouted. "You wanted to talk about boys." Mira grinned dismissively. "Well, yeah," she tossed. "But I mean ones in the real world. Didn't he take you to the proms?" Liz could feel her face continue to redden the more agitated she became. "Homecoming," she corrected. "And no, we went as friends." She caught herself. As mates." "Did you snog him?" Liz felt ready to smack her sister across the face.
Mira was quick to add, "Did you at least dance with him?" She snapped. "No, I didn't snog him," she screamed. "Nor did I dance with him, and even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be bloody likely to share my snotty, boy-obsessed, prepubescent crisis of an excuse for her sister." She rushed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. "Already got to you, didn't she?" Liz turned, about to swing at the next person she saw. Luckily, she was able to stop herself. Reese was standing there, iPod in one hand, his eyes wide. She flushed. "Did you hear that?" He pulled out his earbuds and stuffed the device in his pocket. "I wasn't peeping, if that's what you're on," he clarified. "I just came out of the toilet and heard shouting." Liz crossed her arms. He continued. "She on about Ollie Green again?" "If ever," she sighed loudly. "How long's she been like this?" He shrugged. "What? Boy crazy? I thought she'd always been like that." "Not like this," Liz argued. "What about the outfit?" He looked up pensively. "Same time as everything else," he noted. "Mom made a big deal of the first time. I think that was mid-September?" Liz smiled. "What else did I miss?" Reese ran a hand through his wavy hair. "Bloody right," he considered. Gramps brought the boys new kits for their birthdays, so Toph's all about town now. Won't shut up about the fact United's down in League 2. I think Dad's ready to take a shears to them if he takes it any further." She rolled her eyes. "Anything that's not sport-related?" she asked. "You know I don't do sport." "You watch Nation Ball, though?" Reese's eyes lit up. A few times," she claimed. "My mate Jordan's on the top squad." "Brilliant game, that," he glamoured. "At least, that's what Aiden told me. Can't wait to try my luck." "In Scotland?" she eyed. "Don't you have to be a local to play sport?" His eyes grew small, and Liz realized she had touched on something unexpected. "Are they letting you stay here?" He grimaced, then looked down the hall toward the kitchen, where Mum was evidently teaching Dallin to make scones. Liz understood. "Not here." "Grab your coat," he whispered. "Let's walk about." The pair made their way up the street and over near the local ground. Wind whistled off the nearby fields, and Liz was momentarily distracted by longing to be back in Wyoming. "What's it like being the man of the house now?" she managed. Reese smiled, his crooked tooth and small eyes making it seem that much more genuine. "Dad still exists, you know." "I know," she went on. "But still, the eldest at home." Reese kicked a broken bit of pavement on the walk. "Honestly, a bit lonely," he claimed. "Well, with Aiden gone and you off in America, I don't really have a ton of people to just chat with. Dad's busy at work most days, Mom's busy with Dallin. My mates at school are all becoming pricks. Toph is at that age now where he's realizing Dallin's a bit different than he is, so he's starting to gain some individuality. You'd think that would make him more fun to hang with, but honestly, he's just got more selfish and annoying to be around. As for Mira, well, you've seen her. God forbid she's seen spending time with her older brother, even if he's a boy." Liz thought about Emma and her brother Riley, how she always seemed to be off on the phone talking with him. "You're welcome to give me a call," she offered. "Can't say how much fun, but I can do my best." "Nah, don't worry about it," he deflected. "I'm fine, honestly. I mostly just read." "You read?" she laughed. "And what are you reading these days?" Reese grinned. "You seen Game of Thrones?" Liz stopped in her tracks. "No way Mum and Dad are letting you watch that." "Oh, God, no," he agreed. "They don't really seem to care about the books, though. They think it's literature, which, I mean, it is, and really good at that, but still got the fun bits in." Liz shook her head and smiled. "You're a right piece of work," she said. "Always have been, haven't I?" They continued on, making their way past Liz's old primary school. "How's America?" he asked. "Why?" she bounced. "Thinking of joining me?" He shrugged. "I've still got a whole another year to decide because of my birthday," he noted. "But no, it's not looking like that'll be on the table." Liz turned to face him. "What? Why?" His dark face looked down toward his trainers. "It's sounding like they want me to stay here." "What?" she choked. "Up at the care? After what happened with Aiden?" Liz felt her face stretch around, perplexed. "They'd never go for that." I don't know," he mumbled. "I don't know if they want me here, but they don't seem to like the PM in America much either. Your mate's dad." "Garen?" she marveled. "Why? What's wrong with him?" I don't know," he said again. Dad's got this conspiracy about him having a weird obsession with that Polish guy. Wasn't his son the one who tried to kill him?" 1,000 odd thoughts bounced through Liz's head, but she found herself unable to sort through them. "Dad needs to stop reading The Sun." "It's not The Sun, you know that," Reese scolded. "This is company chatter." Liz shrugged it off. Politician or not, Bill Guerin had seemed to her a decent man at Thanksgiving. "Well, he's kept me safe so far," she defended. And even if they don't let you come to Tylersville, they're not going to let you start here. He grimaced. I'm not so sure anymore. What do you mean? She wondered aloud, knowing they were now far away from listening ears. Mom and Dad have been a bit erratic, he explained. You remember how they were with the house? Liz nodded. They're like that again. She chuckled. What? Are they going to buy every house in the city by the time they die? Not here, he went on. Dad wants to go back to the Dales. Mom's been talking a lot about the coast. What? Move in with the folks in Ipswich? Father, he stated. Last I heard she was talking about Boston. Liz scoffed. I do hope you mean Boston, England. What? He stuttered. Yeah, of course. Gran and Gramps hate America. Could you imagine them having a visit? She finally felt a smile return to her face, if only for the briefest moment. But they can't take Dallin out of Cambridge, she argued. Or even Ely, for that matter. He'd never recover. Rhys shrugged, but gave no indication he was going to speak. Liz lowered her voice. Do you think they're going to split or something? No, he was quick to assuage. I don't think so. I just don't know if they know. You know? He looked up, realizing the avalanche of words which had fallen from his mouth, and the pair shared a smile. And what do you want? She ventured. Me? He looked over the road for a moment. I just want to keep doing what I'm doing until I have to make that decision. Liz stopped, letting him walk ahead of her as she eyed him with astonishment. Realizing he was alone, he turned to face her and continued skipping backward. Italy seems nice, though, he added. Good food, I hear. She laughed again. My mate's brother's over there, she acknowledged. Garen's kid. Rhys knit his eyebrows. He's got another one. Adopted, yeah, she explained. Riley. Never even heard of him, he reflected. I've never met him, she noted. He was a freshman transfer like me, I guess. Rhys looked bewildered. A freshman transfer? He questioned. And the Prime Minister's adopted kid? Blimey, must be a hell of a skeleton in that closet. Your guess is as good as mine, Liz offered. I know they weren't close to begin with. Yeah, no doubt, he agreed, turning on a snarky smile. Maybe Dad's conspiracies are right. Maybe he heard something he wasn't supposed to and they sent him away as a punishment. God, could you imagine? She smirked, then seeing the puzzled look on his face added, Dad being right for once. Rhys laughed out loud, and the pair kept walking toward the cathedral. The next couple of weeks were filled with rather dreary days. The weather turned stereotypically ugly and kept the family inside for a spell, by the end of which Liz was desperate for some form of the privacy awarded her in Tylersville. Sharing a room with Mira would be the death of her. When the weather finally cleared again, she made an effort to get outside with Rhys, and the pair kept up a routine of walking down to the high street and grabbing a coffee at the Nero on Checker. On one particularly nice day, they left the house in nothing but jumpers and made it all the way to Witchford and back, during which Rhys proceeded to explain to her the entire fictional history of the Kings of Westeros. The morning of her birthday, Liz had gone about the town with Tara Sidgwick, an old friend from primary who, much like herself, was back home on break from boarding school, housed down in London. The girls faked small talk while they went up and down the high street, after an hour of which Tara began fielding questions about Wyoming. Having grown up keeping the program a secret, continuing that narrative was not difficult. Liz was still able to talk about her friends in the squad if she skirted the whole missions aspect, and once she had to remind Tara that Aiden's death was the reason for her going abroad. The family's official narrative was a pedestrian hit and run while on weekend in Glasgow. Tara began venturing into her own life, which took the brunt of the pressure off the secret, but Liz was bothered to find the conversation shifting to a love life, which reminded her too much of Mira. Tara boasted of a large love triangle forming around herself, with 2 boys at the neighbouring college, and Liz found herself longing for the basic relief of her brother, or even of Colin Kent, but knew the hour was still much too early. That night they all gathered round the tree like it was Christmas Eve. Her mother and Dallin had spent the afternoon constructing a large chocolate cake, though despite her praise and thanks while they ate together in the room, her brother was still cautious to acknowledge her being home. That was until the presents, where upon receiving a new reading tablet filled with her favourite books, he began clapping loudly, and seeing the smile on Liz's face, he finally ran to hug her, snuggled into the chair with her, and would not slacken his grip. Mum broke out the board games not long after, and when another hour had passed, Liz was alone in the parlour with Rhys, getting absolutely slaughtered in chess. Mate, he sighed, flicking a king over unenthusiastically with his attacking bishop. Please tell me you'll beat me one of these times, I'm getting bored. Liz smiled. I don't think I can anymore, she admitted. Bollocks, he spat. I'm going to bed then. She watched him throw the pieces into the filled-up board, then saunter off up the stairs. A guilty sense of pride came over her about him, but she could not entirely understand why. Her attention was rerouted by the slapping down of a glass on the table, where the board had been. A spray of cold liquid coated her arms. The table, too, was now coated in a thin layer as the liquid from the glass foamed and flowed over the sides. Her father had placed a full beer in front of her. He held another full in his own hand, Her mother was nowhere to be seen.
Happy birthday, love.
Liz smirked. Dad, you know I'm 15, not 16, right? Her dad groaned as he sat down in the seat across.
I don't care how bloody old you are. You're having a beer with your old man tonight.
She eyed him cautiously, not moving her hands any closer to the glass. His face calmed.
I never got to do this with your brother,
He explained.
I'd like to do it with you if it's all right.
She repressed a smile. Of course it's all right, she comforted. But we can wait another year, you know. I'm not going anywhere.
I know,
He agreed, unsure of himself.
but for your old man, calm his nerves.
She hesitantly reached for the glass. It was cold and damp, but lighter than she expected. She lifted it cautiously, and the table splattered again as her father tilted his own tickling hers.
Cheers, love.
Cheers. The pair took a sip, and Liz found her face cringing at the sour but not unfamiliar taste of Amstel. She opened her eyes again and saw her father's glass down beyond half.
Be honest with me.
He bapped, his face turning red as he grabbed the glass again.
Do you trust them?
Liz pushed herself to take another sip. It was nowhere near as startling as the first. Who?
Your mates,
He expanded.
Clark Xander, Bill Guerin.
Liz shrugged. I think so. Why? He took another long swig. His face darkened and he leaned in over the table.
Your mother and I are up every night worrying about you,
He admitted.
I have nightmares. Everything going wrong again. You ending up on our doorstep the wrong way, same as him.
Liz could see tears forcing themselves to the surface in his eyes. A lump caught in her throat as she struggled down another sip.
You trust this mission?
Of course I do, she defended. They assured us I'm not in any danger. He took the final pour of his drink. She could see his thoughts written on his face. That's what they told us last time. They built it to keep me safe, she continued, desperate to seem assured. I'm nowhere near the window and the door when we're on the inside. I'll be fine, even if something does go wrong. Her dad shook his head frustratedly.
I just don't get why they even need you in the bloody room then.
Because I'm the only one with a weapon, she noted, flexing her hand to remind him of her purple glow. No guns, they need me.
If something goes wrong, he added. What about the Guerin girl? Where's she in all this?
Liz could tell he was getting more frustrated, and thus more aggressive. In the van, she admitted, but quick to add, she's helping Xander guide us through the building. Everyone else is a part of it. She saw the anger behind his eyes, ready to point a finger at the Prime Minister. She's a skip. There's not much she can do anyway. The last bit got her dad's attention.
She's a what?
A jumper, Liz clarified, but the look on her dad's face did not change.
You never told me that,
he said. Well, she is, she argued, taking another small sip of the beer.
Who's the one that can throw things?
Liz narrowed her eyes. Well, Emma, she stated. But that's not her effect, she's just good at it.
I swear to God, he mumbled. You told me that was a power.
Liz gestured toward the empty pint. I think you've been imagining things, she bullied.
Still, he recovered. Gives her as much right to sit this one out as you have. I don't care how many false promises they've given me.
I can handle things on my own, Dad, she yelled. The room suddenly felt deafeningly silent. He looked across her unconvinced. I'm not a little girl anymore, she continued. You want someone to protect Elmira. God knows she might need it. Her dad's redness lightened to pink as embarrassed color flashed to his cheeks. Liz calmed herself. I know I'm your oldest kid now, and you feel the need to shelter me because of Aiden, but I'm fine. I can handle things on my own. Her dad was close to tears again. He sighed.
I know. That's what scares me.
He lifted his empty glass and the remaining dregs trickled into his mouth before taking another deep breath. Here, Liz offered her own. He swaddled it back sorrowfully.
Don't be a chick and drink it yourself,
he ended. Liz took a large gulp and felt it finally working its way through her. I've made it this far, she argued. I'm good. I'm happy. I feel beyond safe with my mates in Tylersville. She turned to look around the room, indicating faces no longer there. You've got 4 other kids who need you right now, more than I do, she admitted before correcting. 3. Reese seems to be doing all right on his own. Her dad was now very obviously intoxicated and on the verge of losing his grip in the late hour.
He's a good lad,
he agreed sleepily. He is a good lad, she confirmed. Let him lead the way. I can do my own thing. Her father sighed harshly one last time.
All right, he conceded. You promise you feel safe?
I do, Dad. And I trust these people.
She waved him toward the stairs. Now, go to bed. I can tell you're exhausted.
All right, Lizzie.
He stood, wrapping his arm around her and kissing her head.
Happy birthday, love.
Thanks, Dad. His foot was up the bottom step before she added, and just because I say that, doesn't mean I don't still love you. He turned and grinned.
I know.
He slipped away upstairs while Liz fixed her attention on the drink still on the table. To her surprise, there were only a few sips left. She took a breath and chugged the remainder, before making sure the coast was clear and pulling out her phone. Kent answered immediately. Hey! He shouted through the speaker. You wanted me to call? Yeah, he echoed cautiously. I just figured I should wish you a happy birthday in person. Well, not exactly in person, but you know what I mean. I do, yeah, she smiled. Thanks, mate. I have a present for you that I forgot to give you before you left, he claimed. I was going to wait till you got back, but I suppose I can tell you over the phone. Xander already gave me the post-it, if that's what you're referring to. What? He sounded puzzled. Liz explained Xander's gift, to which Kent came across as both disbelieving and overjoyed on her behalf. Capaldi too? He asked. I think so, she claimed. I couldn't make out all the signatures, but if I counted right, it's all the ones still alive. That's awesome. That's not your gift? Kent paused a moment. No, he stuttered. I think I found something better. Better than an autographed Doctor Who poster, she weighed. Are you sure? He paused again, and Liz imagined him smiling at himself over the other end. The 1975 are coming to Denver, right? Liz could feel her eyes widen. Shut up, she said bluntly. Another pause. Another vision of him feeling good about himself. How much? You don't need to know that, he stated. But it doesn't matter, I already got them. Liz's heart was racing. You're joking me. No, he said. That's your present. Liz was at a loss for words. All that came out was a series of disbelieving huffs, which she later hoped hadn't been audible over the phone. She was wordless for a moment longer than she meant to. Is that all right? He broke. Her voice returned. I could bloody well kiss you right now. She blushed as soon as she said it, and imagined his face doing the same on the other end. You don't need to do that, he insisted. Just come with me. You're brilliant, you are, she continued, smiling. How did you even afford them? He hesitated, clearly hiding something. Don't worry about that, he dissuaded. Give me something for mine next year, we'll call it even. An overwhelming flood of gratitude came over her, and Liz found herself smiling, alone in the parlour close to tears. I am, you know, she stumbled. I'm going to bloody well kiss you on the mouth next time I see you. This is brilliant! She felt herself laugh and continued grinning like an idiot with no one to see. Kent took a moment longer than expected to respond. Are you all right? He asked. What time is it there? A burp rose through her chest, and she failed to stop it from interrupting. Just shy of midnight, she caught herself. Sorry, I just had a pint with my dad. Another long pause. You were drinking with your dad on your birthday? It's a long bloody story, she loosed. A lot of nonsense about my dead brother, but I'm fine. She composed herself, then quickly added, I promise, I'm fine. All right, he slowed. You promise? I promise, she uttered. He slowed even further. I should probably let you go to bed. It's late. Half of her wanted to stay on the phone forever, but the more cautious side won out. I suppose you're right, she agreed. I'll see you soon, though, he said hopefully. 2 weeks. Perfect, he said. Enjoy the rest of your trip. Liz felt herself blush. I will, she agreed. And thanks for the present. I bloody love you, mate. I miss you too, he echoed. Happy birthday, Liz. Her grandparents arrived next morning from Ipswich. Sorry we couldn't make it over last night for your birthday, love, her grandmother chuffed, giving a passing hug and handing her a blue paper bag. Inside were a pair of dangling gem earrings she had no plans to ever wear in her life. Cuppa, Tom, her father offered when the pair had settled themselves in the sitting room.
Double for me, Brunt, thanks,
came the reply of her grandfather, a weathered and tired man with the look of an old briefcase. He sat down from his cane into a lounger from which there was no hope of escaping alone.
Christmas traffic was terrible, not to mention the hellish ice freezing over.
Liz made a small laugh, and mumbled more audibly than intended. You should see the roads in Tylersville. Her grandfather rather threw his cane on the floor, and Liz realized her entire family was instead staring at her.
Don't get me started on your Yankee nonsense,
he growled to a shouting volume. Liz's mother elbowed her in the ribs, and whispered into her ear. They're still not big on the whole
You and America thing. Best to drop it. Liz scoffed aloud. It's where I bloody well live now, innit? Her grandmother sauntered over to her husband's chair. Oh, it's bad enough that god-awful company's killed your brother, she chimed. Now they've got you kidnapped abroad to feel more of that propaganda. Her grandfather harumphed and crossed his arms.
Pretending my oldest grandson was killed in a car accident, he droned. Utter rubbish. Can't even say anything about it outside my daughter's own house, because of a wretched legal injunction.
He gestured toward the door.
It's a bloody police state out there. 1984 as soon as you walk out that door.
Yeah, well, I actually... Liz leaned forward to defend herself, but her mother grabbed her wrist. Drop it, she hushed, just loud enough for only Liz to hear. She snorted. Merry Christmas, Gramps. He uncrossed his arms and took a sip of tea like nothing had happened.
You too, love. Now, sit down.
The rest of Christmas Eve was even more awkward than she could have expected. Her grandparents hardly acknowledged her existence, except when giving her their one and only present, another set of jumpers she swore to herself to burn later out of spite. The rest of her family felt rather distant as well, with Mira pretending to be out of earshot on her phone, and her parents shooting awkward glances back and forth between Liz and her grandparents, then shrugging between themselves. At least Dallin was friendly with her. He had made it a priority to hold on to some bit of her clothing every part of the afternoon, which started adorably but became a nuisance by dinner time, when Liz ran to the loo and had to persuade him to give her privacy by asking him to count every piece of his new 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, while he waited in the hallway. She knew she had taken too long when he began sliding pieces under the doorframe, and she soon realized they were all edge pieces, being placed in order from one of the corners. Eventually it was time for bed, and he threw a massive tantrum about having to leave her again, after which followed another rant from her grandparents, blaming the program for leaving her father's gene pool destined for more headaches. Finally, her parents had had quite enough of them too, and politely banished them to their own bedroom. An hour later, all of her siblings were off to bed, and Liz found herself alone in the kitchen with her parents. Sorry about them, love, her mother apologized. You know they mean well. Liz nearly spit out her eggnog. Are we watching the same program?
Mum's right,
her father mumbled, another night into multiple pints.
They're just expressing their grief in their own way, same as any of us.
She felt her eyes widen. Blaming Dallin's autism on the company is not an expression of grief, she huffed. They're bloody mental.
We don't know it's not,
he defended. Besides, her mother interjected, they just want the best for the rest of you. Liz set down her glass, worried she was going to smash it between her fingers. So I'm not allowed to talk about my life around them because it, triggers bad memories for them? It's not a memory thing, Mum regrouped. They just don't think America was the right decision in keeping you safe. Well, it's the bloody reality, she shouted. I went over, I came back, and I'm sorry to report that I actually like it there. Her parents looked between one another, and her father set his now empty glass down next to hers.
Look, love,
he hesitated. What? She shuffled, glaring daggers back and forth between them. He took a solemn breath.
We've been talking a bit in the last month or two, and we don't know that being abroad is the best option for you.
She could not hold back her laughter. Excuse me, she rallied. This whole year abroad was your idea. You were the ones who demanded I not go to Scotland. You were the ones who said I had to because you didn't trust the authorities. And now what? You just want to pull me back home? To bring the bloody family back together? Clear your conscience? We're not pulling you back, her mother interrupted. You two agreed to the second semester, Liz continued. Now where do you want to send me? Canada? Australia?
Norway,
her father managed, his red face deadly serious. Norway, she repeated coldly. We think you'll be safe out of the way there, her mother seconded. Bloody Norway, she squealed. You think it's hard for me to fit in back in America? You married a bloody brown woman, Dad. I don't think I'll match you with the bunch of your pasty ancestors. She looked puzzledly between them. We went over this before, she reminded. I don't even speak the language. Well, you picked up Polish well, her mother noted. Well? Liz slammed her hand down on the counter. Do you know how bloody hard I've worked to train for this bloody mission? Do you know how much time I've had to put in to make sure nothing goes wrong because of me? Her dad stepped forward, reaching a hand to her shoulder.
That's exactly why we want to keep you out of harm's way. We believe we were wrong to trust Karen.
You were wrong, she bellowed, slapping him away. I don't give a dirty nappy about you two feeling sorry for me. You know what? I'm happy, Dad. I have friends now, Dad. We just think... Her mom started. No, she scolded. You don't think. You don't care a single quid about what I want or how I'm feeling about things. Maybe I want to stay, huh? Ever thought about that? Her father took another deep breath and stepped back. We know you think... No way you're siding with them, she gestured down the hall. You sound like bloody pensioners, the pair of you. We were wrong about this. We were wrong about that. You belong in a home, same as they do. Elysian, her mother sighed. Calm down. We can talk about... No! You know what? She started backing out of the kitchen. I'm my own bloody person, and it's my bloody choice, and I think I might just stay another year over there, just because I want to. She practically stomped down the hall, her emotions fuming. She slammed the door without a care, knowing full well Mira was only pretending to be asleep. There was no reconciliation in the following weeks. Every day that followed Christmas, the tension between Liz and her parents continued, with each one feeling longer and longer as she wanted more than anything to be rid of her family and go back home. When December gave way to January, only Reese seemed to show honest emotion when she said goodbye. And Dallin, who was so distraught at seeing her leave again, he locked himself in his bedroom and could not be persuaded to say goodbye. Her father hardly said a word as they drove back to Essex. Again, his necessity to avoid London at all costs outweighed her desire not to sit on a train for 3 hours to the complete opposite end of the county. The flights were horrid. In the 9-hour flight to Dallas, her set of parents could not be bothered to spend more than 5 minutes preventing their toddler from screaming or running around the plane, and the British Airways staff appeared to have no protocol to prevent it either. She'd hoped to practice her Polish on the way home, or even sleep, but this headache gave way to a 2-hour series of queues as she was herded into the customs check for Norton citizens, then forced to exit the airport and recheck her luggage for her connecting flight. She barely made it to the door in time. By the time her final connection reached Rapid City, she was more irritable than she had ever been in her life. Xander seemed to recognize this, taking her bags and not saying a word until they were far outside of South Dakota. They pulled over at a petrol station in Newcastle, where he filled up the tank and grabbed a bag of crisps. You need anything? He offered on his way out. Bathroom? I just want to be home, she whined, not even thinking about Kent or the others. I need a nap and a bit of normalcy again. He smiled as she took the wheel for the final leg. I'm glad to hear that. He took off his sweatshirt and tossed it to her. Use this. We'll be home in an hour, he assured. And we're back to training on Monday. Chapter 14. Loose Ends. The weather in Tylersville was unbearably cold when they resumed training in January. Had they all been in town together over break, there's a good chance they would have been able to practice, but with Liz away in Cambridge, their forced hiatus resulted in a series of expected setbacks, dangerously close to the mission date. It took until Wednesday to get fully into the swing of things again. However, by Friday, they completed the entire afternoon without injury. To everyone's frustration, most of all her own, Liz's skills at the other languages had regressed over Christmas and New Year's, which she vocally and repeatedly blamed on her lack of privacy with her family. But no one seemed to care. On the other hand, Kent had clearly practiced and was now showing up the rest with his conversational tests over dinner. They were scheduled to depart the following Friday. Just over 2 weeks to go before the mission, Johnny was half asleep on the couch facing the common room TV, his arm completely asleep under Emma's prone body, who herself was barely conscious beside him. She had counted this date as their 3-month anniversary, so the pair had spent all day together as usual, but added a dinner at the town's authentic Mexican restaurant for dinner to celebrate. Having apparently outdone himself at Christmas, Emma demanded Johnny not buy her anything for such an insignificant milestone as 3 months, but he still managed to sneak away and find a bundle of red roses at the local Albertsons. Emma was both touched and embarrassed when he revealed them, having not offered anything in return, but Johnny quoted her request of no presents word for word, and that seemed to pacify her. Now they were alone in the common room. It was a snowy Sunday evening, the sun disappearing early in the afternoon and their attention on football long since disappeared. The Broncos had been blown out by the Colts what must have been hours ago. The anxiety-inducing sound of the 60 minutes clock had given way to Madam's secretary. Johnny should have been fast asleep, readying himself for the full final week of training, and was almost tempted to transition them to his bedroom when a specific buzz vibrated his phone on the coffee table beside them. Normally it was silenced, save for a select few numbers which gave noise in case of emergencies. Emma, Jordan's mom, and one he was not yet used to. This one came from Shane. My office in 30. Come alone. His arm jerked out from under Emma's head, grasping his phone to make sure he read it correctly. She shook mid-snore, jerking awake and blinking away her unawareness. What? She gasped. Johnny looked one more time at the message before putting his phone back on the table. I gotta go, he stated urgently. The laziness fell from Emma's face. What? She repeated. Why? It's Shane, he admitted. It sounds urgent. Emma frowned. On a Sunday night? What time is it anyway? Almost 9:30. Johnny glanced again. He said to be there by 10. Emma's concern faded into a smug grin. It doesn't take you that long to get to the embassy, she noted. Her freezing hands slipped themselves up his sleeves. Stay here for 5 minutes. He allowed her only that. With everyone off in their respective rooms, he felt his inhibitions break and let her kiss him out in the open. He loved every second, but counted all the way to 300 and stopped exactly that many from when she had started. You better say goodnight to me when you get back, she pouted, her chapped lip extended playfully as she crossed her arms like a child mid-tantrum. When don't I? And tell Shane I don't appreciate him stealing you from me, she called. Will do, he answered, halfway out the door.
Down below, the streetlights illuminated the snow in a way that made the very ground glow. Wind ripped through the buttes, whistling the only noise for miles around. Everything else about the city was eerily silent. The sound of the monorail coming into the station snapped Johnny back to attention, but the lack of any other passenger kept alive the uncanniness. There was something odd about this meeting, he knew. Something Shane was not willing to share over the phone. He'd never been outright called to the embassy before. Not able to find something he might have done wrong to justify the summons, he stayed silent and unnerved as the carriage approached the embassy station. Johnny had only been to Shane's office once before. Located a floor below the Prime Minister's, it occupied roughly the same spot on the floor plan. Shane had the walls decorated with a number of pictures, the majority in his U.S. Army uniform, and the most prominent of which was his receiving the Medal of Honor from President Obama. Elsewhere, odd knickknacks stood naked or in cases on glass shelves attached to the side walls. 3 baseballs were signed by 3 separate Giants teams in the wake of their recent title run. Illuminated in a standing frame was a comic book titled The Amazing Spider-Man Meet Madam Web. He had not been able to find a signature anywhere on the cover, so figured it must be a first edition of some sort. Led in through an empty lobby by an expectant security guard, Johnny found Shane's office the same way it had been before, save for 2 empty wine glasses and a bottle where his laptop once sat. Shane was leaned back casually in his chair, facing his photos and throwing a sponge ball attached to a bungee cord, which would fly a meter or 2 before shooting back to its source. Behind him, the curved wall of windows was covered by a series of heavy blackout curtains. He turned when the door opened. "Sir," Johnny nodded courteously. Shane pulled the band from his wrist and threw his toy on the ground beside him. "Have a seat, John," he said solemnly, turning his attention to the glasses. "Sir," he said again hesitantly. His heart began to race in anxious confusion. "Did I do something?" No, Shane said quickly. "Nothing wrong. Take a seat." His casual demeanor kept Johnny uneasy, but he did as he was told. "Care for a drink?" Johnny looked between the glasses and the bottle, then up at the Deputy Prime Minister. "I'm 15, sir." "I'm aware of that," Shane shrugged. "But you're in a safe location with a supervising adult who's giving you permission if you so choose." Again, Johnny looked between the 3. "No, thank you, sir." Shane shrugged, as if to say, "Suit yourself." He poured himself a glass and put the other off to the side. "I do have some news to share with you," he continued. "Some people prefer the buzz to lessen the blow." Jordan's mom, Johnny thought immediately, but held his breath. There was something off about the way Shane was watching him, like he was testing Johnny's answers. He decided to play ball. "1 Peter 5:8, he breathed. Shane laughed out loud. "I knew you went to church with Garen," he choked, "but I didn't see that one coming." He smiled. Alert and sober-minded. "That's a good one." He leaned back and peered up at the ceiling. "All right, Ecclesiastes 9:7. Johnny paged through the verses in his head. "Drink your wine with a joyful heart," he recited. "That's very good, sir." Shane continued grinning. "What do you have to say to that?" "I'd say I didn't know you were a churchman." Shane nodded. "I think I've been too long away to consider myself one," he admitted. "But the word is power for those who know how to use it." "And poison to those who abuse it," Johnny rebuked. "Romans 14 in its entirety." Shane's eyes flashed with realization, and Johnny knew he had caught him off guard. "Very good," he concluded, finishing the last of his glass in another single sip. He folded his hands and leaned over the desk. "How are you feeling about the mission?" Johnny realized his anxiety was lessening. "Good, sir," he said honestly. "I think my Polish is as good as it'll ever be, and everyone else seems to be on pace to do the same by the time we go." "And your role specifically?" Shane added, stone-faced. Johnny shrugged. "Fine," he admitted. "It's just finding and deleting files. I've done it 100 times now." Shane nodded, leaning stiffly back in his chair. He looked at the door behind Johnny's head and swallowed loudly. Then he waited, as if waiting for Johnny to make a move. "Sir?" Shane eyed him cautiously, then leaned in again. "This room is completely soundproof," he began. "You could put a stethoscope to the outside wall and you'd hear nothing but muffling. The only way someone could hear what we're saying is if they secretly bugged the room or climbed through the air duct and were sitting behind the gate." He pointed to a cover on the wall, painted to match the rest of the room. "Do you think we need to check it?" Johnny's heart rate was coming back. "No, sir." "Good." Shane gave a slight smile. "Then you understand the severity of what I'm about to share with you." Johnny swallowed himself, then nodded. "Yes, sir." "You cannot share this with anyone outside that door. Not your brother, not your girlfriend, not Clark Sander. Is that clear?" Johnny could not find his voice to affirm. Shane leaned over the desk, unblinking. A buzz in Johnny's ears threatened to mask the following words. "Your mission is going to fail." Johnny stared into Shane's dark, emotionless eyes, the sentence playing several times before its meaning stuck. What do you mean? I mean, he went on, it is specifically designed to fail, and I need you to let it happen. Johnny opened his mouth to speak, but again found his voice out of reach. The failed assassination attempt opened a serious can of worms that we were not expecting to reach. Your mission in Beijing needs to fail to clean up the loose ends we left out on the table. Johnny swallowed hard, a lump growing like a tumor in his throat. Shane went on. The reason I'm telling you specifically is because I believe you're the only one in your squad competent enough to correct the mission when it goes wrong. He paused, his face more stoic than Johnny had ever seen it. And I can't have you do that. A cold air dropped the temperature in the office. A million thoughts ran through Johnny's mind. He struggled to even find a place to start. He hesitated. Does Mr. Guerin know about this? Shane laughed. Do you trust me, Johnny? He answered swiftly. Johnny breathed hard and shallow. Do you trust me? He repeated. Johnny found his voice. Of course, sir. Then I need you to trust that my loyalties lie with him, he commanded. This plan didn't originate with me, but if something were to happen, somehow your knowledge of the situation gets out, God forbid, this needs to be traceable to me, and only me. The whole point of all of this is to take the pressure off of Guerin. Johnny breathed deeply. But Xander said... He stopped himself, his mind circling around the squad. Liz, you guys promised your family should be out of danger, and you will be, Shane argued. When I say this plan is specifically designed to fail, I mean it is meticulously planned. Any collateral damage is scheduled directly from this building, down to the second. I need you to do exactly what you've been instructed to do since day one, and not deviate it from it in any form. Johnny felt his face whiten. Don't be the hero this time, Shane added. He could feel pressure building in his ears. Part of him wanted to jump over the desk and slap the deputy in the face. The other part was trying to visualize all the ways things could go wrong. How is it going to fail? Shane smiled. I can't tell you that. Exactly what Johnny expected him to say. Just stick to the plan and don't get distracted when the moment comes, Shane instructed. Am I safe? He blurted out, not even meaning to say it. Is Emma? Shane held up a hand to calm him. Of course you are, he said. And I need you to trust me on that. Trust you on that? Johnny shouted. You're going to get one of us killed! Johnny, Shane raised. You're not in danger. Emma's not in danger. She'll be far away from any of the action, and you'll be completely fine so long as you stick to the plan. The plan? Johnny could feel his face reddening now, unfamiliar with losing his emotions like this. You want me to stick to the plan? Then why tell me at all? Shane took a deep breath, clearly trying to reduce the pace of the conversation. He held up a hand again for calm, and Johnny realized he had risen from his chair. Because I have a second task for you, Shane added plainly. The wind had been pulled out of Johnny like a vacuum. He was sweating now, terrifyingly eager to hear the deputy get to the point. Shane went on before he could argue. There exists a third plot in all of this, he said. One we have little to no control over. It's aware of your mission and intends to catch you off guard in the aftermath. Johnny stared across the desk, his eyes furrowed. A third plot? He questioned. Like, another branch? Not exactly, Shane answered, and Johnny could see his caution to share more than was necessary. You remember how I described you to the Canadian delegation when you were introduced back in October? Of course I remember, he wanted to hiss. An invaluable asset to the program, Johnny quoted, remembering their conversation at the foot of the school. That's an understatement, Shane argued. The potential you possess in a place like this, it's incomprehensible to people who can see beyond the surface. Johnny remembered what he had been told in the training center after Emma's breakdown. You think I have more effects hidden underneath my memory? Shane grinned. I don't just think it, he stated. I'm certain of it. He shifted his weight in his chair. The problem is that speculation is on file, and Chervinsky's government not only has access to that speculation, but has already sold information like it to anyone willing to buy it. Johnny thought of the files he was training to destroy. Project Noah, he voiced. Isn't just an issue for the Chinese to find, Shane informed. Independent agencies are rediscovering what we're hiding. Can you imagine Al-Qaeda having access to someone who could crash the Eastern power grid by just thinking about it? Johnny had never met anyone with that capability, but similar theories were now playing out in his mind. Shane, he whispered, still trying to connect the dots. What does this have to do with me? One final time, Shane offered him a glass of wine, then turned more solemn than Johnny would have thought possible. Your identity has already been sold off, he hushed. There's an active bounty on your head. and we have considerable reason to trust that as soon as your mission in the embassy is over, whether you succeed or fail, one of these agencies is going to make a move to capture you. Johnny's body felt numb. Were he to try and stand, to run out of the room and dismiss what Shane had just said, he would have collapsed onto the floor. His ability to even take in breath was gone. He sat there motionless. Shane continued, his eyes showing the slightest spark of good news. Which is why, as soon as the mission fails, when you see things hit the fan, I need you to stay put. Fight if you need to fight, kill if you need to kill, but stay absolutely put until you get the go-ahead to leave the building. When the coast is clear, I'll be in your ear. No one else will be able to hear me, just you. I'll tell you a single word, at which point you need to get yourself out of the embassy and head out east on Embassy Row. Hidden between the Mongolian and Bulgarian embassies is the Embassy of Ireland, outside of which will be parked a silver Geely Jingwei with the license plate Delta Foxtrot 9, 73 Alpha. Go directly to the right rear door, get inside. They'll take you to safety as quickly as possible. Got it? Shane knew he had memorized the instructions with a single listen, but Johnny was still trying to process everything he'd been told, as far back as when he had first walked into the office. Shane stared at him decisively over the desktop, waiting for some sign of understanding. Johnny again struggled to find his voice. Can I... He coughed. Can I get some water? Shane's demeanor switched completely. He blinked away his calculating expression to one more compassionate. Yes, of course, he permitted, standing himself and grabbing a bottle from inside his hidden fridge. Johnny took 3 quick swigs, finally noticing his hands shaking. He closed his eyes and managed a full breath. Sir, he issued, the squad van is supposed to evacuate west, not east. Shane smiled, appearing to take pleasure in being a step ahead of the entire conversation. I know that. So why are you sending me east? Why don't I... Johnny stopped himself, realizing the plan Shane had put in place to protect him. You said Emma would be safe, he shouted. You said... Johnny, Shane yelled back, raising his voice for the first time. His face cringed as if frustrated by Johnny's lack of understanding. How many times do I have to explain it to you? He slammed the side of his hand on the desk. Emma is not in danger. Liz is not in danger. He was turning red now, too. If you really must know, the Chinese program will have a squad ready to pounce as soon as they're in danger. You can't possibly think we'd end things before we get information. Shane quickly poured himself another glass and downed it before Johnny could even formulate his next sentence. The deputy's face remained red, but his outburst appeared to cool. Garen would never allow his only daughter to be in any real danger, he continued. She's going to be fine, and so are you as long as you do exactly what I tell you to do. Johnny felt his jaw tighten. His urge to punch Shane in the face had returned. Then why aren't I allowed to go with them? Shane's stoicism revealed a layer of pity. Johnny felt the heat continuing to rise through his body. Because I need to keep you safe, Shane voiced. No! You want to keep my abilities safe, Johnny shouted. That's what this is about, isn't it? You don't care about me, you just care about what I can do for you. Johnny, Shane pulled, his eyes glaring daggers across the table. Calm down. He wanted to keep shouting. He wanted to scream and argue, to let his emotions get the better of him and curse Shane for all his plotting, knowing he could get the upper hand in the conversation if he wanted to. But something inside him stopped the words from getting out. The look on Shane's face was haunting him. The longer he looked, the more he believed that Shane wasn't trying to use him. Shane really was trying to keep him safe. His words confirmed it. If you ever want to see Emma again, he staggered. If you want to come home safe and bring things back to normal, you need to disappear and wait this out until it dies down. Johnny sighed, trying to acknowledge this as the correct decision. For how long? Shane kept his eyes on Johnny, melancholic. 3 months, he breathed. Max. 3 months! Shane was quick to jump on him. At most, he reiterated. Plenty of time to decipher Noah, figure things out with Poland, and trace the route of your bounty. We already have eyes on the source. We just want the information confirmed as thoroughly as we can so we don't make another blunder. Johnny's throat was swelling. And the squad is supposed to think what? He choked. That I'm just... okay? That I disappeared? Shane shook his head. You'll signal the magenta as soon as you hear my cue, Shane ordered. They'll trust you to get to safety the same way Emma's brother did in Poland. Until you resurface, we'll let them know you're okay. And Emma's just supposed to believe that? To trust in the system? You really have no clue about her, do you? Emma's entire life is the system, Shane spat. If she doesn't trust that we have the answers, then that's her problem. But if you think she has the balls to countermand what we're doing, then it's you who has no clue, Johnny. He held up his hands as soon as he finished the sentence, pausing to relieve the air between them. You remember my colleague in Scotland? He refreshed. The one who specialized in mental effects. Johnny took a breath and flexed his brow. You're sending me to Scotland? Shane shook his head. Not at the moment, he claimed. You won't be going anywhere traceable by the IREA, and that's for the best. If we can't find you, then neither can anyone else. Johnny tried his best to remain calm. He had no other options. There was no way to fight against his position. Accept it, Shane seemed to tell him subconsciously. But he will be there, Shane continued. And so will a handful of others I would trust with my very existence. Johnny tried to imagine all the places he could end up from Beijing. Japan? North Korea? The mountains? An irritating sense of excitement momentarily clouded his dread before diving back below the surface. Who are they? He found himself saying. Do you know where I'm going? Of course I do, Shane said rather cocksure. But it would take threat of torture to make me give up your information. I hope you know that. And for anyone to get that close to me, the whole system would have to fall first. Shane lightened his eyes and reassured him. As long as I'm in this office, you're always protected. Same with Garen and Emma. You guys are going to be absolutely fine. He turned his gaze to the display cases. As for who these people are, let's call them family, for now. The word struck Johnny harder than expected. And what about my family? He barked. You still didn't answer my question. Where are they supposed to think I've gone for 3 months? Maximum, Shane reiterated. And what do you think? Johnny had no answer. He wanted Shane's reassurance. Your family's dead, Shane said with casual honesty. My brother isn't dead, he argued furiously. Your adoptive brother, Shane corrected. And you're right. But he still has hope that his mother's still out there, whereas you've completely given up. Johnny perked. Are you saying she's still alive? I'm saying nothing of the sort, Shane deflated. But do you think he'd give up on you if you disappear too? Especially when all the evidence points to you having escaped? No, he sighed. And Emma, Shane continued. You just said she wouldn't stop questioning the truth. You think she's just going to sit by and think you're dead after you've given the magenta and they can't find your body? Johnny pictured the other corpse they'd be bringing back after the mission and shivered. No, he repeated. Then trust that this family of yours is going to keep on keeping on without you until you get back. Johnny swallowed hard, trying above all things to picture the reunion rather than the time separated, but he was failing miserably. He thought of Jordan, realizing he had not truly spoken to his brother in months. Frustration boiled behind his eyes. Frustration at Jordan for not apologizing sooner, for not giving him the right reason to make Johnny trust him again. Frustration at himself for revering consequence to the level that he did, unable to break from the punishments his mother had taught him. Most of all, frustration at Shane. He had promised to keep things a secret. If he suddenly turned around and forgave Jordan without reason, then Jordan would know something was wrong and pry until he found it. Another 3 months, he thought. Shane's voice came from miles away. Are we understood? His face came back into focus through a kaleidoscope of static. Johnny choked. Yes, sir. He knew there was nothing he could do. The plan was already in motion. If he refused, then what? Would they put him in the firing line instead? No, he thought. Obey and survive was the only option. Shane glanced up with a new expression. For the first time, he appeared to register Johnny's willingness to accept the mission. I've been in your shoes before, he admitted. I don't envy it. Johnny was surprised by his transparency. You were, sir? Never with the program, he clarified. But with the army, yes. He pointed to the picture on the wall. It won me my Medal of Honor. Johnny frowned. Sir, I've already agreed to go. You don't have to bribe me. Shane shrugged. I know that. But sometimes it's nice to be reassured. He stood, and Johnny realized he was escorting him out. He stood in echo. Your willingness won't go unnoticed, Shane said. Good things come to those who submit to their authorities. He paused for the briefest moment, then added, Romans 13. Johnny held back another weak laugh. He was not in the mood to laugh. Do you believe in God, sir? They were halfway across the room before Shane stopped, not looking to Johnny but continuing to eye the door. Without God, he hushed, to whom would I submit? He continued walking to the door, while Johnny stared at him bewildered. Just relax, Shane urged. I know you're worried about the next couple of weeks, but try to focus as much as you can on your friends in the squad. Spend time with your girlfriend. You're going to want those memories the longer you're away. As soon as he was out the door, the world became even more unnaturally quiet. His heart still racing, Shane's final words had given slight comfort as he trekked to the nearby station. Wind continued its casual whistle through the city, sweeping loose snow from the ground and creating clouds of mist for Johnny to march through between the embassy and home. The ringing in his ears returned as soon as he stepped off the train. Breathing became more difficult. His face grew hot. His eyes began to fog, and in an instant, the whole world appeared covered in snow. He felt himself fall, and a slow, wet cold crept up the side of his body as he realized he had collapsed onto the ground.
"Hey!" a voice shouted. "Are you all right?"
Shapes reappeared in Johnny's vision, and he could distinguish the outline of a night patrolman coming toward him. He rolled himself to his hands and knees, then vomited into the snow.
"Whoa!" the man approached. "Come on, let's get you to it."
"No!" Johnny huffed. "I'm not sick." He wiped his mouth on the inside of his undershirt and pulled himself to his feet with the help of the patrolman. I just need to get home," he begged. "Please. 3006, 15th floor." The man marched him through the front doors, probably thinking he was intoxicated, but he made no mention of Johnny's condition, nor any further worries, and he silently helped them to the elevator and down the floor to the common room. "Thank you." Johnny shook with a gloved hand. His vision and consciousness nearly returned completely. The man was small and pudgy, shorter than he was. His pink face was bundled in a thick black hat and scarf, bare of any hair. He could not have been much older than 20. I'm not drunk," Johnny clarified. The man was unworried. "I know," he swiped. "Anxiety, right?" Johnny managed a small smile. "Something like that." The man nodded. "We see it all the time," he assured. "You got a mission soon?" Johnny took a deep breath. "Yeah." "You'll do fine," the man assured. "Just stick to your training, do what you know. Everything will work out all right." Johnny managed a larger smile. Thanks." He reached out his hand a second final time. "Officer Richmond," the man said, taking his hand again. Then he stepped away while Johnny fiddled for his keycard. "You have a good night." He stumbled into a dark common room, exactly as he had left it, though Emma had evidently made the move to bed and shut off the TV. Praying she had not chosen his room, he stripped off as soon as he was inside it, and took a desperately long shower to wash away every thought coursing through his mind. 3 months away from all of this. Did they even have showers where he was going? The weight of everything he would be leaving behind did not fully hit him until he made his way to Emma's room, and he saw her curled up under the covers fast asleep. A wave of emotions flooded him. The first, a desire to simply stand there and watch her for as long as he could. Even asleep, she was beautiful. She was so at peace there, so calm on her own without him that his sudden desire to be next to her made the first part of him angry. He fought this as best he could, and when he crawled in beside her, the first wave disappeared, giving way to a second desire to simply be as close to her as he possibly could. Being next to her, holding her, was not enough. He wanted to wrap her around him, wanted her to hold him, to comfort him this time, and let himself break down into her. No closeness in the world would give him the relief he desperately wanted, at least none that he was willing to allow. He simply lay there, his arms wrapped around Emma's body like a straitjacket, his face buried into her skin as he pictured the world without her. Her breathing was his heartbeat, and desperately trying to keep from moving or making a sound, he felt tears well in his eyes, trapped between his face and hers. "I'll be back," he echoed to himself. "All of this will still be here when I get back." But as much as he could try to comfort himself about leaving it all behind, Johnny was certain about one thing. Even after he returned, the squad would not be the same. One of them was not returning from China alive. Chapter 15. China. Johnny had been unusually clingy lately. Ever since his meeting with Shane at the embassy, he was showing affection more publicly than before, sliding his arm around Emma, holding her hand, spending every aching hour of his free time with her in a way that brought up awkward memories of Jordan and Margot back in the fall. He still wouldn't kiss her in public, which was fine with her. Any moment they got with no one around, he would sweep her off her feet and make her feel like the girl in the Victory Day Times Square picture. She was still hesitant to initiate anything back, not for her sake, but his. His growing comfortability remained an enigma to Emma, so she let him take the reins when it came to all things physical. What she was able to do for him was dress in ways that made him smile. She had stolen one of his sweatshirts, clearly 2 sizes too large, and walked around proudly with a name other than her own plastered on the back. It was refreshing not to have to wear hers every so often. As thrilled as she was with this sudden change, the contents of his disappearing to the embassy made her uneasy. Johnny repeated over and over that they had found something relating to Jordan's mother in a separate location from where she disappeared, but every time stressed not to tell Jordan any good news, in case it eventually resulted in false hope. Emma knew Johnny had been growing close with Shane, and him revealing this to Johnny rather than to Jordan didn't seem too far out of the ordinary, but something still felt off. Too happy with how he was treating her in the aftermath, she decided not to dig any deeper. They went into their final full week doing daily exercises, testing the full length of their mission, with their training session Monday including 3 full hours where, having not been told in advance, they sat in the mission van doing absolutely nothing, but waiting for something to happen. Any time boredom would creep in, the squad would be alerted to something outside preparing them to engage in the mission, before being put on hold again. Once the 3 hours were up, all 7 of them, aggravated to the point of fury, were informed that their day was done, and that the whole thing had been a test of their alertness and patience. Xander constantly mentioned how rare it was that a squad get as much time as they had to prepare for a single event. Andrew's failed mission in Poland had been greenlit only at the beginning of the previous week, though his squad was designated experienced and highly effective, which was something Squad 3006 would have to prove in China if they wanted both the prestige of being dropped into quick missions and the benefit of then having most of the remaining semester off. Johnny still refused to speak to Jordan, though he was slowly opening back up with Margot. Emma had not expected the clicking of the group to affect her as much as it did, but in the days leading to their departure, it felt nice to be able to speak face-to-face with her best friend again, not having to feel like she was doing it behind her boyfriend's back. Despite his continued hostility toward her only living family, Johnny had made slow attempts at a friendship with Kent, appearing to forgive him for his repeated blaspheming while he continued to invite him to church every Sunday and Wednesday. He gave no explanation beyond, "I'm just trying to be nice," which didn't explain his sudden urgency to be friends after months of not caring. If anything, his approaches made Kent even more hostile in return, and his blatant disregard for Johnny anywhere but the training floor echoed Johnny's own attitude toward Jordan. The day before their flight out, the squad was granted the day off from classes, but their schedule remained overstuffed. Instead of heading to the school, the 6 started their morning at the city hospital, meeting Xander for the traditional last-minute medical checks. Emma stripped down to an uncomfortable level as a male doctor asked her a series of progressively more intimate questions about her nutritional habits, sleeping patterns, and then body, before checking every part of her for the most minute of issues, even writing down a hangnail cut from when she had nervously chewed one of her nails earlier in the week. After an hour of medical nonsense, her results came back completely normal, save for a recommendation to get more iron in her diet. This was nothing she didn't already know. Johnny was constantly commenting on how cold her hands were, and had already diagnosed her himself. The squad then followed Xander to an apartment downtown, known as the Preparation Salon. In order to appear as inconspicuous and ambiguous as possible during their mission, any distinguishing features of their physical selves were to be masked prior to their departure. For most of them, this meant nothing, just sitting boredly in the waiting area while the others finished. Liz, who had dyed a red streak in her hair alongside some friends for the upcoming winter play, was forced back to her natural full head of brown. Kent made a comment about her being back to normal, to which she threatened to sign him up for the tech team of the spring play if he didn't do it on his own. Most of the salon's work, however, was done on Jordan, bleaching his distinct multi-shaded hair and receiving bold blue-colored contacts to match the colors of his eyes. Margot, worried they would color her silver nails and threaten her dexterity, was instead called in to learn how best to mask Jordan's eye scarring with makeup while they were on their own in China. After lunch, the squad had completed 5 separate partial run-throughs of the mission with separating variables. In one, the elevator failed to disable, so the group had to barricade themselves in the office alongside still conscious hostages. In another, double snipers from a neighboring embassy kept a heavy eye on the office window, requiring the necessitation of a firefight down the stairwell, led by Liz in one of the very few scenarios where she would need to confront the offensive. Emma, stuck in the van a block away from the action, grew increasingly bored with how little she had to work with, though she reminded herself to be grateful her father had placed her so far out of harm's way. The final scenario of the afternoon was the only practical one in which Xander and she were in more danger than the others. In the simulation, the Chinese government had learned of their plot while in motion, and swooped in to intercept the mission van, leading the others blind to a successful escape. The pair managed to fake their surrender escape flawlessly, though losing the van was a significant blow to the evacuation, and they were forced to improvise by hijacking a passing vehicle large enough to take them all, at which point Jordan had been nailed in the back of the shoulder by a recovering guard. With the sour taste in their mouths of the final practice on familiar soil, the 4 locals trudged through the snow and worked their way up to the mansion, where Emma's mother was preparing a goodbye roast on their behalf. While they would typically invite Liz and Kent to come along with them, Emma found it fair to have just this meal to themselves, just like old times, for the sake of putting them more at ease. Besides, it would be nice to have her father to distract the boys so she could finally have some time alone with Margot. 3 enormous chuck roasts anticipated their arrival, the smell wafting through the entry hall and reminding Emma of days when she and Riley would run through the main floor, shooting each other with Nerf guns. Andrew was always there too, of course, but he wasn't the one she missed more than anything. Her eldest brother's absence was noted as soon as they entered the kitchen. "Where's Andrew?" Margot voiced loudly, and Emma realized she hadn't noticed him at school that day either. In fact, she couldn't remember seeing him at all that week. Emma's mother looked awkwardly over at her father. "Detox," he grumbled, trying to sound casual but failing miserably. "Brought him to Estes Park on Thursday." Emma stared around at her mother and father, then at her friends, who seemed as perplexed as she felt. "Detox?" she hissed. "For what?" Her father kept his eyes on the plate he was loading with food. "Drinking again," he said bluntly. Pretty much nonstop on the weekends. His bedroom's littered. Emma felt a pit drop in her stomach, suddenly feeling terrible about her own collection behind their kitchen pipes. Andrew was usually good at hiding things from their parents. He was the one who had taught her. Her embarrassment came out as unsympathetic. And y'all didn't even tell me? Her mother shot her a look. We didn't want y'all to be distracted during your final week of training, she said. I'm sure he's fine. He'd wish you the best regardless. Jordan's voice found its way to the conversation. Still that bad, huh? They were approaching 4 months since the assassination attempt. He hasn't slept through the night in ages, her father continued. I don't even know if he can anymore without drowning himself. Odd words for someone who can't even drown, Emma thought. Emma's mother feigned a smile. Well, on that happy note, grab a plate. Let's eat. The couple sat on opposite sides of the table, with the boys flanking her father and the girls next to her mother. Johnny declined an invitation to lead the table prayer, so after her father was finished, the two halves of the table sectioned off into their own conversations. How are y'all feeling about tomorrow? Her mother asked. I'm so sick of hearing that question, Margot scoffed. It's not even funny. Emma's mother shot her a different look. Sorry for caring about your well-being, she chuckled, cutting into her roast. It's not that, Margot continued. It's just... She turned to Emma. You ever feel too prepared? Speak for yourself, Emma dissented. I think the more reps, the better. Like, I get we need the time to learn the language, she continued. But there is such thing as overkill, you know? She gave Emma another questioning glance, before adding, I still don't get why you had to learn it too. It was a question Emma herself had not understood in the beginning either. In case something goes wrong, she explained. If we end up captured, it's best we play the non-American card as long as possible. Better to be over-prepared than under, her mother chimed in. Does it scare you? Margot added. Being an outsider, I mean. Seeing your kids have to do all the stuff that you never did. Emma's mother took a sip of wine. I've had a lot of periods of questioning my why, she admitted. But I look around and see all the blessings that this place has granted us. She gestured to the house around her. And I just consign it all to God's hands. Margot let out an audible laugh. Mrs. Guerin shot her another disapproving look. All right, Mrs. G, she added, almost mockingly. Clearly irritated, Mrs. Guerin turned to Emma and switched to Spanish. Don't let her speak for you, she commanded. How are you feeling? Emma shrugged, trying to appear as confident as possible. Fine, she claimed. More worried about the flight than anything, if I'm being honest. Her mother smiled. A blanket and lots of water, she urged. I've never been further than Quebec, Emma reminded her. Margot pounced on their conversation. Ha! Quebec! I heard that! She shouted gleefully, earning the boys' brief attention. Just because you two can speak that doesn't mean I don't know when you're talking about me. Emma rolled her eyes. Now you know how we feel. Margot huffed. Whatever she then proceeded to call either Emma or her mother, they had no idea. But it was bad enough to stop Johnny and Jordan mid-sentence. Whatever, she reverted back to English. I need more water. She rose from the table, leaving Emma with her mother to speak privately. They remained in Spanish as her mother gestured to Johnny. How are things between the two of you? Emma looked at Johnny, who was looking toward her father, then down on his hand on her knee, his most intimate form of affection. She felt herself blush, unable to hide it from her mother, who smiled back pridefully. Really good, Emma said honestly. I knew that boy was right from the beginning, her mother voiced. You always thought he was a little too odd, but I knew it. I've been praying about you. I hope you know that. I do, Mama, she conceded. You were right. Are you staying safe? Her mother went on. You're not giving in to anything you shouldn't be, are you? Emma blushed even more. Mama, I'm just holding you accountable. She held her hands up. It's a mother's job to remind you to follow God's path, not your own. Emma gave another look to Johnny's hand on her knee and smiled back to her mother. We are, Mama. I promise you. Good, her mother dismissed. I'm not so sure about these two. She gestured to Jordan in the empty chair beside him. You have no idea, Emma thought, before realizing, I guess I don't entirely either. The thought made her uneasy. She had no desire to know any more than she did. Yeah, she managed. Me neither. Best we can do is pray they make the right decisions, her mother added as Margot rejoined the table. Miss me? She teased. Every day, Mrs. Guerin replied, switching back to English. Emma, dear, can you go grab the salt? I think I left it on the island. Emma stood to let the pair continue their years-long arguments, heading back into the heart of the kitchen to find the pair of porcelain shakers her father had brought back from one of his own previous trips to China. She turned back to the dining room, about to ask him what to expect on such a long flight, when she saw him continuing to talk to Jordan and Johnny. Johnny was glaring daggers into him. She cautiously made her way back to her seat, all the while watching her father continue to speak, oblivious to her boyfriend's continued forced silence.
Thank you, hon.
Her mother spoke, taking the shakers from Emma's hands. She sat down and leaned over to Johnny. "What's wrong?" she whispered. Her reappearance caught him by surprise. "What?" he shot, turning quickly to find her closer than expected. "Nothing." Emma furrowed her eyebrows. "Well, tell me later then," she added. "No." He paused, apparently realizing his attitude was visible for all to notice. Luckily, she seemed the only one to have done so. "Really, it's fine." "All right." She hesitated, adding, "I love you." "I love you too," he voiced, kissing her on the cheek and turning back to her father with a blank expression. He clasped her hand in his as Emma turned her own attention back to her mother, who was again grinning with delight. She decided not to bring it up when they returned home. By that point, their attention was focused entirely on finishing their provisional and emergency packing ahead of their 7 a.m. departure time. When both she and Johnny had finished, they curled up in his room to watch some movie of his choice, but once they were settled and done praying together, she was out before the first line of dialogue. The next morning, his alarm woke the pair up before the sunrise. They separated to shower and change in their travel things before dragging their bags into the common room and grabbing a bite to eat. Liz came down shortly after Em had finished cooking her eggs, followed by Kent, who grabbed a bowl for his cereal with bags upon bags under his eyes. Johnny somewhat awkwardly grabbed Kent's own cereal box for him before adding, "Feeling all right?" Kent stopped and pierced him with a stare. "Peachy," he growled. "The hell kind of question is that?" He then tore the box out of Johnny's hand and proceeded to the couch to eat there alone. Xander arrived at 6:30 to make sure they were all awake, threatening to drag Margot and Jordan out of their rooms just before the pair emerged, somewhat surprisingly from their own doors, showered, dressed, and ready to go. A car was waiting for them outside the residential center, a nice change from their usual freezing walk across the lawn or to the monorail station. With their bags crammed into the back, the vehicle drove them to the far northwestern edge of town, where a bright white helicopter was waiting for them on the tarmac of the heliport. Very few planes came in and out of what was typically an emergency runway, though Emma had departed directly from town in her father's private jet on 2 separate occasions. Most days it was parked in Denver, and the family were ferried down via helicopter as the squad would be today, the usual order of things while on official business for the program. Emma was surprised she hadn't noticed earlier how similar the helicopter's interiors were to their missions van. They tucked their luggage into the netted compartments below their side seats, before buckling against the wall, just as they would be doing in Beijing. The noticeable difference was the noise. All 7 of them threw on headsets to dull the sound of the blades, and though they had microphones with which to commune, it was too early for any of them to take advantage. An hour later they touched down at Denver International, a fair distance separating their landing pad from the white peaks of the main terminal. Instead of a company vehicle, 2 airport security vehicles separated the squad in transit to the main departure entrance. Once through the doors, the magic of company privilege wore off, and they followed the masses into the main hall to be herded through the main security checkpoint. Kent's eyes lit up at the sight of the enormous ceiling. "Never been to an airport before?" Jordan teased. "Once," Kent replied. "On the way in." Emma had forgotten all about Kent's greenness to traveling, and somehow felt better about her own inexperience flying abroad. This was like a third home to her. She'd been through this airport more times than Houston. With Johnny's hand in her own as they walked through the line, she began to relax about the day ahead. Their first little bit of mission acting came when they hit the security booth, as trying to trick international flight records, none of them had brought their real IDs. Instead, they displayed fake Polish passports, christening their fake names. In the presence of authorities, Emma's next week would be spent under the alias Emilia Korczak, daughter of the Polish telecommunications director Andrzej Korczak. Still allowed to speak English while in the United States, she put on a slight accent and made her way through the sensors. On the other side, the squad regrouped before setting off down the long concourse to the gate. There they left Xander with their unchecked baggage and separated, Emma and Johnny finding an easy breakfast at a nearby Auntie Anne's before settling back in the gate area. Chugging her lemonade after scarfing down her set of pretzel nuggets, she turned up her hood, put her head on Johnny's shoulder, and fell asleep. The first flight was easy. Doing the exact same tucked inside her sweatshirt and a blanket, Emma's only stretch of consciousness came halfway through the flight to relieve herself in the plane's lavatory. By the time they reached Los Angeles, she felt beyond rested, ready to go about their mission as soon as they stepped off the tarmac, before then realizing they still had another 4-hour layover followed by a 15-hour flight to Beijing. Everyone else appeared to have the same attitude. Herding them through the far busier corridors of LAX, Xander guided the squad to a nearby pizzeria for lunch. Emma was more in the mood for one of many Asian options in the terminal, but realized she'd probably second-guess that thought after their week abroad. By 4 o'clock, all 7 of them were desperate to get going, but their boarding was preceded by a mandatory passport check. Once again, Emma was forced to put on the accent and pretend she was coming from the mountains on a skiing excursion. On her way back to the seats, she noticed they were one of very few sets of passengers not of Chinese descent, and the reminder of her lack of foreign experience began to settle on her shoulders like a blanket. Kent looked like he was thinking the same thing. Outside of Liz and Xander, none of them had ever flown over the ocean, or on as enormous a plane as awaited them down the jet bridge. Liz clearly saw the nervousness on Kent's face, then turned to the others and recognized theirs. "If it makes you feel any better," she said, out of earshot of any fellow passengers, "this is the longest flight I've ever been on." Margot turned to Xander, her wavy ponytail still perfectly in place despite their hours of travel already. "How about you?" she asked. He grunted, clearly not excited either. "Kenya," he muttered. "At least this one's non-stop." They waited in line for what felt like half an hour before stepping out of the craft, Xander nodding to all of them, giving permission to speak English more freely. Emma followed Johnny through one of the first-class sections and back to the standard cabin, where she found herself sighing with relief at the fact her seat was next to the aisle. She and Johnny situated in the two rightmost seats in the center block of 4, while a silent pair of Chinese women packed in beside them, hardly acknowledging their existence. Beside them across the aisle were Kent and Liz, who were surrounded in front by Margot and Jordan, and to the rear by Xander, whose neighbor was a rather talkative businessman who spoke rapid Chinese, as though none of them would understand him or even care. Emma distracted herself by turning on a movie on the screen in front of her, the same one she had failed to appreciate with Johnny the night before. This kept her distracted long enough to realize they were taking off, at which point she paused the film and prayed that they would make it there safely. 2 hours later, the film was finished, and finding herself bored and hungry, she hopped out of her seat and pulled down her blanket and a box of crackers, then paged through her phone until she started to feel bored again. What Emma had not accounted for was the perpetual sunshine. Flying in the same direction as the sun, the entire flight took place in its relative evening, with the sun sitting low in the sky but never even setting, even though her body clock told her it was nearing time for bed. While nighttime befell Tylersville, the flight crew were just beginning to pass out the evening meal of chicken and rice. She encouraged herself to stay awake. Looking around at the others, Liz, Xander, and Johnny were all reading, though Johnny kept passing glances over her at Kent, who was glued to his screen. Margot and Jordan were tucked toward the window, so she couldn't tell what they were doing to keep busy, but she doubted either of them were joining the book club. She decided to practice her Chinese, realizing with the surrounding conversations that not even every other word was intelligible to her in the various accents and dialects. Soon boring of this, Emma switched on another movie and used that to pass the time, but found herself continually less engaged than she had been with the first. By the end, however, she was finally feeling tired enough to try sleeping during the daylight, and curled up next to Johnny to fall asleep. The next few hours were absolutely dreadful. Feeling fine about sleeping through the sunshine, it was everyone else's insistence on not sleeping that was driving her mad. Light was one thing. Sound was another completely. Less than an hour into her attempt, the plane lights came back on and the flight crew announced yet another round of service, this time for beverages. Loudly making their way through the cabin, Emma was desperate for one of their shooter selections to knock her out, cursing the universe for the fact that she looked 12 years old before thinking suddenly of Andrew, and feeling an immense pang of guilt. When they reached her seat, she settled for a water and a Coke, downing the pair before bearing into Johnny again. Not having accounted for his need to eventually use the restroom, she was woken mid-slumber, and tried not to be angry for her boyfriend having a normal body cycle. He returned not long after, but it still took Emma nearly half an hour to get comfy and close her eyes again. Her own bladder pulled her awake an hour later, but this time she woke with a smile, realizing Johnny was fast asleep beside her, his hand still managing to hold onto her knee. She was pleased to find most of the plane had now fallen asleep as well, save for a Russian family gathered around the rear lavatories, chatting like it was an office cooler. After waiting 10 aggravating minutes for them to take a turn, she realized they weren't waiting for the toilets, and she stormed into one of them to finally take hers. Back near their seats, Emma's anger worsened when she noticed Margot and Jordan huddled together under a single blanket, pretending to be asleep. At least Margot was. Emma knew her well enough to know she was still as a statue when she slept, but now her chest was rising and falling, clearly having her eyes closed to ignore anyone as they walked past. Emma couldn't see their arms, but figured Jordan didn't keep his hand on her knee. Behind them, she was stopped in her tracks by another odd sight. Liz, asleep now on Kent's shoulder, who was also out cold. Emma didn't know if this had happened consciously or by accident, but it was certainly not something she expected to see. Finally able to settle down, she once more put her shoulder on Johnny and passed out cold. Another half-day followed, but Emma managed to remain either sleeping or distracted until they touched down in Beijing. They shuffled off the plane with the rest of the masses, and found their way to the customs baggage claim, where all of their checked luggage seemed to be unharmed. Emma was prepared to put on the accent again before remembering where they were, and being shocked back to full attention by the lack of familiar signage anywhere around the terminal, she worriedly pulled out her fake passport and stumbled her way through the small conversation with the grumpy man at the booth. None of them seemed hindered by the Chinese, as all 7 gathered once more on the other side of the gates, and spotted a disguised chauffeur holding a sign reading Tyler in English. Xander passed the man his fake passport and the man nodded, escorting them out the main doors to a large black SUV similar to the ones they had in Tylersville. Inside the vehicle, the doors closed tight. Their guide dropped the guys and spoke to them in a near-perfect American English accent. "Any issues?" He turned to Xander beside him in front. "None," their leader replied. "Almost too easy." "That's not necessarily a bad thing." He fixed his gaze to the rearview mirror. Tom Fong, nice to meet you. Exhausted from travel, the six of them grumbled a response. How long's the last one? Xander muttered. 4 hours through the air, Tom answered to the audible groaning of everyone else in the vehicle. He smiled sympathetically. At least the worst bit is out of the way. Welcome to China. Like in Denver, the Chinese program had a private set of aircraft reserved on the outer edge of the airport. But to Emma's pleasant surprise, they were loaded into a private jet rather than a helicopter. She, along with apparently all the others, had expected to have to fly the distance in an open chopper. Instead, each of them found a thick leather seat with its own private selection of cold soft drinks and tucked in for another flight. In just a few hours, they touched down in the outskirts of Juliang. With the sun barely still above the horizon, there was enough light to illuminate the city, and for a brief moment, Emma thought they were back in Tylersville. Surrounding them on every side were rolling hills going on for miles in every direction, with mountains visible in the distance. Lacking the buttes and being roughly twice the size, Juliang was the largest of the program's hub cities. The city still looked shockingly similar, as if someone had taken Tylersville and changed the shape of the rooftops overnight. Stepping off the plane, Emma was shocked by a blast of freezing wind. Kent stumbled after her, feeling the same. Where are we? He muttered through chattered teeth. Emma blew into her icy hands before replying. Qinghai. It's in the west. Looks like Colorado, Margot noted, joining them on the tarmac. You're telling me you have to do that again on Monday? Jordan added, and an audible groan went through the squad, realizing their week of travel was far from over. Their moods improved when they drove through the city. At the center of town, very much like the lawns separating their facilities back home, a large circular park was fringed by the Students' Academy. A massive black triangle Emma recognized as their embassy, an enormous square building with color-changing panels on its exterior which Tom introduced as their training center, the Cube, and a bizarre horizontally oriented Ferris wheel-shaped building, where the new vehicle finally came to a stop, the residential center. Tom led them through a covered courtyard, much larger than the atrium floor in Tylersville. Rather than a pool at its center, this one contained a weave of gardens zigzagging from edge to edge. He led them to an elevator, then up to the very top floor, where a long private corridor led them away from the main circle and into another round room, their temporary common room, a single floor surrounded on all sides by 6 bedrooms. Emma was quick to throw her stuff in one and hop in the shower, realizing midway through how desperately hungry she was. She ripped open one of her bags and pulled on a pair of leggings and an old Astros t-shirt before making her way to the kitchen and praying the fridge was stocked. It was. Overslept, tired of sitting in full of too much energy to kill, she spent the rest of the evening cooking for every single member of the squad as they emerged fresh and reclothed. They ate in a circle on couches surrounding a massive stone table in the living room, before Xander handed them each a small white pill to take before trying to sleep again. It's an internal clock adjuster, he explained. Make sure you take it between 22 and 23 local time. You'll be out like a light for 10 hours. I'll come grab you tomorrow for training. He left them to head to his own private apartment. Then all 6 turned to go their separate ways. Desperate to be finally done with the day, Emma snuck into Johnny's room, said her nightly prayers, downed the pill, and then passed out into dreamless sleep. Late the next morning, Xander returned to gather them for a long final day of preparations. At the Cube, their last major physical alterations came in the form of 2 injections. The first, a bone-conducting communicator disguised like a cavity filling, which would replace their usual earpieces and be far less detectable through a security scanner. The second, a digital location and vials tracker placed under the skin on the inside of their left elbows. The 7 dressed in a rectangular locker room not unlike the one in Tylersville, before walking onto the perfectly reconstructed training floor to start a full afternoon of 3 complete mission runs of the training. As she had grown so accustomed, Emma followed Xander to the van parked at the floor's edge, and the pair practiced the entire journey from their hotel in Beijing to the Polish embassy alone, while the others ventured through a recreation of the town's subway system to make it there on foot. It was the most standard run they had ever faced. Everything in the final rehearsal went perfectly as designed, with 0 variables thrown their way to change the course. Her father had assured her over and over that this mission was safe. She prayed everything would go exactly as it had done that afternoon. They were finished before dinner time, at which time Xander gave them full permission to head about the city on their own, so long as they were back in the common room by 2200 hours again that night. Still longing for time with Margot and Jordan the way things used to be, Johnny remained cold toward his brother, and avoiding the tension, the other couple went off on their own to find a local restaurant and test their Chinese. Instead, Johnny stayed adamant on including Kent and Liz in their plans. So to Emma's even greater annoyance, though Kent's was clearly even greater than hers, Liz dragged Kent along to join them on a 4-person outing. To the south of the central circle, an open-air market held dozens of shops crowded with locals. Having dressed heavily for the weather, all were perturbed to see the others wearing light jackets, as an intricate set of plastic heat shields covered the plaza like a false ceiling, creating the illusion of warmer temperatures and causing Emma to sweat inside her winter coat. Trusting the company city was safe from theft, she was quick to claim a table and strip down to her leggings and turtleneck, then followed Johnny to a stir-fry stall. Challenging her palate, Emma noticed yak as a meat option on the menu, and confidently ordered in fluent Mandarin. Back at the table, Kent struggled to manage a set of pork dumplings with a pair of chopsticks, giving up after about 3 fumbles and switching to a wooden fork. Liz had found a stall operated by a man from India which sold kebabs, and was curious to see how they compared to her grandmother's back home. After voicing that thought aloud, her face turned somber. Johnny noticed and asked if she was all right, but Liz dismissed the concern and said she was fine. After they finished, the other two decided to head back to the common room. Emma hoped to take a romantic walk through the center circle with Johnny, only to find him clingier than she was, skipping over the hand-holding to escort her through the park with his arm around her waist. They sat near a carp pond and watched the sun go down behind the academy. As the darkness triggered the lanterns along the pathway, Johnny leaned in and kissed her. Before she had a chance, he said it first. "I love you." It was odd. The same 3 words she was so used to hearing in a situation similar to any other. Yet despite his steady voice, despite his calm demeanor, Emma couldn't help but hear desperation in them. "I love you too," she recited, staring up into his heavy green eyes. "What's wrong?" He shook his head, blinking, as if coming out of a trance. "Nothing," he deflected. I just want you to know that." "Of course I know that. Why wouldn't I know that?" He turned his attention to the sinking sun. "Nothing," he said again. He turned his head toward the residential center. "I don't want you to ever think I don't." "Johnny," she started, but he held up a hand to stop her. "That day in the training center," he recalled. "When I broke your trust to trick Xander, I don't want you to ever feel like that again." Emma had a million responses. That day played through her head constantly. How could it not? The day that she had failed to protect her secret. The day she had almost destroyed everything her father built. And he had just swept everything under the rug and expected her to forget about it. "You won't have to," she promised shakily. It's over now, and besides, it all turned out for the best, didn't it?" Johnny managed a fake smile that looked more painful than anything. "But what if it happens again?" Emma eyed him sympathetically, placing her gloved hand on his face. "You won't have to," she promised again, this time with complete certainty. "I don't have any more secrets you need to cover for. We're done with that." Johnny's eyes returned to meet hers, and for the slightest moment Emma thought she could read the look in them. What if they're not my secrets? Emma backed away cautiously. "Why?" she barked. "What's going on?" "Nothing," he swiped quickly. "Nothing, seriously. There's nothing going on. I just... He stopped himself, holding her hands in his to calm her down with him. He took a long breath. "What if something does happen?" he said slowly. "What if I'm forced to do something I'm not proud of?" Emma thought back to the day of their stress test, the look on Johnny's face as he gunned down one of the attackers with complete indifference. "You won't," she promised, as much to herself as to him. "I mean..." She paused, thinking of the right thing to say. After a few seconds' pause, she swallowed hard. "That's what this place does, isn't it?" Johnny looked around. "No," she corrected. "Not here. I mean, the company in general. Look what it did to your family." Johnny's eyes darkened. "Yeah," he managed. "Look what it did to my brother." She paused, thinking about Andrew before adding, "brothers. Both of them." Johnny sighed a second time. "Yeah. And you know what?" she grinned. "That's fine. That's just the way it is, and nothing you or I or anyone else we know, even my father, is going to change that. The effects? We're stuck with them. Even if everyone we knew dropped dead tomorrow, the effects would live on, so we just deal with them. We do as we're told, whatever." Johnny eyed her curiously, as though waiting for her to turn a corner in the conversation and finally find an upside. "But I'm going to be here with you no matter what happens, okay?" She switched. "I don't care what happens. If you get trapped in a corner with no way out and you have to flip a switch, I don't care. You do whatever you need to do to stay alive, and whatever happens, I'm going to be here when it's over." It came out a lot sappier than she meant it to, but when she put her hands back in his and looked back to his face, she could see tears fighting to escape his eyes. Wow, was I really that good? She wondered awkwardly. Johnny cut off her train of thought. "What if I can't switch it back?" he asked. "What if I don't come back the same?" Emma shrugged. "Then we'll deal with that when it's over," she reassured. "The most important thing for either of us is surviving. We do what needs to get done and survive." She smiled. "Think we can both manage that?" Johnny pulled off his glove, exposing it to the freezing air. He held up a single pinky. Wordlessly, Emma pulled hers off too, wringing her finger around his as tight as she could manage. "Enough of that," she said after a moment passed. "We've got 3 more hours before we have to be responsible again. How do you want to spend it?" She smiled as playfully as she could, trying to revive his energy, but Johnny remained deflated. I don't care, he whispered, pulling her into a soft hug. I just want to spend it with you. After lunch the next day, the squad reboarded the private plane and returned to Beijing. Smog hung over the city, blinding their view of any landmarks as they took a cab from the airport down to the heart of the capital. Johnny's hand remained tight in hers, silent as they listened to Xander make conversation with the driver. English was out of the question now. The last words they could speak to each other before the mission had fallen out of their mouths as they exited the plane. The others sat silent too, observing their leader make slow references to the small town outside of Warsaw which he claimed to live. His face was stoic. Emma could sense his own last-minute anxiety creeping below the facade. Their phones, clothes, and personal items remained back in Juliang, now replaced by fake copies of the originals hinting at European origin. The photos in Amelia's phone were all doctored, uncanny recreations of an artificial life Emma had never known, complete with fake friends, fake siblings, and fake parents. A picture of an unnamed dog sat behind her student ID card in her wallet. She decided to name him Turbo. The longer they could stay silent, the better, they were instructed. Though as they neared the halfway point in their journey, the cab driver must have spoken the trigger phrase. Xander poked his head up in the rearview mirror and barked in loud Polish. Speak! Sorry, came a few of their voices, now in Chinese. Long flight, Johnny said. Well, welcome to Beijing, the driver replied. We're glad you're here safely. Xander began explaining their situation as students and instructor returning from a vacation in the United States. I see, the driver corrected. Welcome back then. 10 minutes later, across from a large stadium, the cab pulled into the loading lane of their hotel, and the driver handed each their fake bag. The reality of their situation hit Emma hard with the ominous appearance of their white missions van, parked among a handful of vehicles in the neighboring lot. The time had finally come. Xander did the talking and checked them in, walking them down the hall to their opposite rooms, then handing a single card to the boys and a single card to the girls. You know the rules, he said, switching back to Polish. Room service only. Do not leave your rooms until I get you in the morning. He turned to Margot and Jordan foremost. I mean it. The pair looked at each other and nodded. Mission starts now, he added. No English louder than a whisper. Say your goodbyes for the night. Good night, Margot started, leaning up to kiss Jordan before hugging Johnny and Kent. Liz made her rounds in turn, giving each of the boys a hard squeeze. Emma looked at Johnny, whose heavy expression had only hardened since the previous night. I'll see you in the morning, she assured him, adding one last I love you before a kiss for good measure. Then she hugged Jordan, Xander, and Kent, the latter of whom seemed unsure how to take it. Margot took their key and opened the door to the room. Jordan did the same across the hall. With one last look over her shoulder, Emma nodded to Johnny, and the doors closed to block her view. Chapter 16 1-7-15-1-27 That's a lot of cameras. Margot gestured to a cylindrical rod jutting out above the entrance to the subway station. Stacked upon each other and pointed every odd direction, at least a dozen surveillance devices were capturing their every move. Liz laughed. Feels like home. Do you think they can hear us too? Jordan asked. Why do you think we're speaking Polish? Margot nodded. Jordan shrugged. Glad I'm not a... He caught himself, recognizing their danger. He mouthed the letters C-O-M... We know what you meant, Johnny shot him. Not here. Jordan glared at him as they turned to enter the station, refraining from using one of the hand gestures they had been specifically warned not to use. Xander dropped them off 2 blocks east. The drive was far more awkward than even Kent had anticipated. Knowing Emma and Johnny would be milking their separation for the mission, he had expected the goodbye kiss. He had not expected he and Liz to be dragged into their last-minute prayer session. Watching Emma and Johnny pretend to act noble and godly to amplify their own self-righteousness was worse than just watching them together. Kent despised God, hated even the idea of him, given everything his life had so far entailed. If there was a world out there created by an all-powerful, omniscient being, it certainly wasn't this one. The best part of China that Kent had noticed so far? He hadn't seen a church in days. They had been only minutes away from the drop-off when Emma crept to the back of the van and sat down between Liz and Johnny. Kent had rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the foggy view outside the windows, when he heard Johnny say, I want Kent to join us. Everyone but Xander turned their attention on the pair. Kent didn't hold back with vulgarity in his response. Why do we need Kent? Emma chirped, and for once he agreed with her. Johnny stared at him, as if he were struggling to find a real justification. He stammered. I want to pray with him. Again, Kent dropped the word, and Xander's eyes briefly popped into the rearview mirror. Awkward glances from around the back of the van centered in on him, instead of Johnny, as if he was the one who had started it. The tension was broken by a small but firm voice no one had expected. "I'll join you." Emma and Johnny both turned to Liz. "What?" "I'll pray with you," she repeated. "Might be good to get a little God with us on the mission anyway." Everyone's eyes had shifted away from Kent. Emma's eyes narrowed. "I thought you didn't believe in God." "I've never said that," she denied. "I'm just English." She turned herself to face them and made a grand gesture of folding her hands together. Emma and Johnny exchanged momentary shrugs. "We'll join you," Margot added, pulling a surprised Jordan with her to sit on the edge of their bench. Emma's raised eyebrow led her to add, "Use all the help we can get, I suppose. Occam's razor and all." "Pascal's wager," Johnny corrected. "Whatever." The eyes all turned back to Kent, and he felt himself outnumbered. Liz grabbed his hand and gave him a long look, as if to say, "Please? For me?" "Fine," he grumbled, placing his fingertips together before Emma forced the squad to hold hands. Whatever followed, Kent could not have cared less to hear. His ears buzzed with an emotion he could hardly recognize as self-pity, and found himself peeking silently out the windows as the others kept their eyes closed and their heads down. Someone said something about safety. Another said something about everything going to plan. At the end, 5 voices all said Amen in unison, while Kent just took his hands back and fell against the wall again. That's when they pulled up to the station. One final time, Xander turned to join them in the back of the van, activating a projection screen and walking them through the mission and its variables one last time, as if any of them needed reminding. He double-checked everyone's pockets for the correct possessions, including Johnny's backpack containing the binder filled with the legislation concepts. Then Johnny kissed Emma harder than Kent had ever seen. As if in response to a challenge, Jordan then dipped Margot and kissed her too, causing Xander to finally declare a ceasefire. Kent turned to Liz and joked, "Are we supposed to do that too?" He could have sworn she blushed. "All right," Xander finalized, activating their cavity mics. "No English until you're back in the van." He and Emma crawled back to the front and took their places behind the dash. Green light. The group of 5 exited at Yonganli Station, several stops down the line. To make their steps as traceable to the false narrative as possible, they'd driven several miles out of the way to the east, where their supposed school was located, and also allowing Xander and Emma to enclose on their location privately in the van. The squad's emergence not throwing up any red flags to the dozens of surrounding embassies. Of course, their exit from the vehicle was still probably throwing up flags with the Chinese government. This had been expected, but by the time anyone watching the thousands upon thousands of cameras in the city pieced together their trail to the Polish embassy, they'd be long gone from Beijing, and hopefully on their way back to the United States. The appearance of dozens of skyscrapers distracted Kent from thinking about cameras. In all of their runs, even when entering from the outside, little detail had been put in the features beyond their immediate path. Surrounding the embassy on every side were buildings taller than Kent was used to even in Brooklyn, dwarfing the scale of their mission by the sheer busyness of the city around them. He felt small and insignificant. Realizing they were the only white people for blocks around, locals staring at them as they walked, that feeling of insecurity only increased. They still had several blocks to go. By the time they reached Written Road, there was less than half an hour until their scheduled time slot with the ambassador. The sight of the embassy was a welcome relief, as with the reappearance of the missions van, parked where it always was down the road near the corner with Jinhua. Xander reappeared in their ears. "Can everyone hear fine?" he mumbled through their teeth. Everyone turned to Johnny, their designated captain, and he gave a thumbs up. "All good," he replied, reverberating through Kent's jaw as well. Emma added her voice to the mix. "Guards are Chinese," she noticed through whatever surveillance device they had hacked into. "Start in Polish," Xander instructed. "Switch if you have to." They approached the entry gate as they had 100 times. The 2 guards looked up from their post apprehensively. "Students from Orange Prep," Johnny started. "Here to see Ambassador Chemiskey." The men continued eyeing the group cautiously. "We have a 10:30 meeting scheduled." The guards looked between each other, then back to the group. Johnny was halfway through repeating the instruction in Chinese, before one of the guards interrupted him. "Yeah, we heard you the first time," he muttered, also in Chinese. "Passports," the other instructed, calling them forward. "Warsaw?" the first interrogated, taking Kent's fake ID and peering through the pages. Kent was desperate to do this part in Polish. "Zabki," he switched. "I was born in Warsaw, but I grew up in Zabki." The man handed him back the document with a dismissive look on his face. He reverted to Chinese. "You know, you should really learn the language if you're going to live here." Kent shrugged. "It wasn't my choice," he stated, finding his way between the 2 tongues. "I miss home." The first guard ushered them through a metal detector, which failed to register anything out of the ordinary. Johnny passed the second guard his bag, and the man took a brief look inside each pocket before passing them on, completely failing to recognize the USB drive sitting amongst a collection of pens. A silent sigh of relief reverberated through the squad. He escorted them through the courtyard to the main entrance. Inside, an uncanny duplicate of the building they were so used to now surrounded them. The cube-made training floor projections now replaced by the real thing. Kent had unreasonably feared something new and different, but aside from the people inside, every desk, chair, and computer was in precisely the same spot they had come to know. "At the end," the guard said to Johnny. "Check in with her." An older woman with large blonde curls stood behind a counter emblazoned with the Polish coat of arms. "May I help you?" she asked passively, showing off a thick southern accent. Johnny stepped forward. "A meeting with the ambassador," he voiced, handing her his passport. She handed it back immediately. "They checked you in at security," she dismissed. "You're here about the open border policy, no?" All five gave a nod. Another receptionist to their left grumbled. "All of you are here to meet with the ambassador?" "All of us read the proposal," Liz snarked. "The embassy approved it when he set up the meeting," Johnny defended. "If that's not okay, a few of us can wait outside the office." The blonde receptionist shot her partner a dirty look. "It's perfectly fine," she approved. "Just unusual to have a group this large without other dignitaries involved." Johnny gave a forgiving smile. "It's just a proposal." A thin man in a gray suit came to the desk to escort them upstairs. As soon as they were out of the view of the front windows, Xander's voice echoed through their faces. "Nice work," he began. "We're in the blind now. No audible response until the upper floor is secure. You're on your own." Johnny clicked his tongue against his teeth once to let the van know that they had heard. The building's elevator opened into a small reception hallway, which itself led to the familiar square waiting room. A copy of the reception desk from downstairs was manned by a single woman with thick black glasses. Their escort called to her across the floor. "They're here for a 10:30 with the ambassador," the man said, turning back to the squad. "Make yourselves comfortable. Snacks and refreshments are on the back table. Toilets are through that door there. Sonia can help you with anything else you might need." "Thanks," they said in succession. Kent checked his watch. 10 minutes until their scheduled time. Johnny's voice shadowed itself. "How are you guys feeling?" It was one of the few things he could say that matched both situations. Kent shot up a thumb, feeling anxious, but in a positive way. Everything had so far gone to plan. He was eager to just get the job done and be on their way back to Julian. "One last pee break," was announced, removing herself from the lobby. "I'll join you," Margot echoed. The boys sat there silently while they waited for the girls to return. Kent kept peering around the room, imagining the stillness of it all disrupted by a simple fire drill. He turned to Jordan. "What do you see downstairs?" Jordan looked up from his fake phone. "Calm," he declared. "Almost too much." Xander returned in their ears. "Keep it focused, guys. Don't give anyone reason to question something they might overhear." Kent closed his mouth and pulled out his own phone. It felt odd in his hand, so much larger than the little device he was used to, and significantly more powerful. He alone in the group was without an iPhone, and now matching the rest figured he could have spent days sitting there learning every little quirk. The falsified pictures of him with artificial friends and family gave him the odd sensation that he'd already done so. 5 minutes. The girls returned, looking as anxious as he felt. Liz looked at the refreshment table for a long moment before second-guessing the idea of food, instead choosing a bottle of water and downing half of it before she had settled in her seat. Kent became painfully aware of his ticking coming from an ornate grandfather clock near one of the office doors. He stared at the face, then down to the pendulum, finding himself lost in a trance as it swung back and forth. Finally, Johnny grunted. Kent looked back up to the clock's face. 10:32. All five poked their heads around to see if anyone was waiting to escort them, but everyone on the floor remained busy in their own business. Xander must have been thinking the same thing as he returned to their comms. "Normal business procedure," he warned. "Stay patient. Jordan, any reason to question the wait?" Jordan sat still again, peering downstairs, then clicked his tongue twice. "Good," Xander replied. Emma's voice came through for the first time. "No one on any rooftops within sightlines," she announced. "Nothing in the neighboring windows that we can see. All heavy weaponry is on the ground, and none of it on your side of the embassy." She paused. "Looks like you guys are in the clear." "For now," Xander warned again, interrupting the deep breath Kent could feel himself sharing with the others. "Stay on alert. Don't let your guard down too early." Just as he finished, the door from the ambassador's personal hallway opened, and a tall woman in a sleek black dress came sauntering toward them, the ambassador's private secretary. "Here we go," Margot whispered. "You're all from the preparatory school, no?" The woman approached, shaking each of them in turn. "So sorry about the wait. The ambassador had an important call to finish prior to your meeting. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," Jordan muttered. "Thanks for giving us the time," Margot offered. "Of course," the woman replied. "Something as important as this? Stronger relationships with our international allies is exactly what the president wants for Poland, even if it includes a more open border policy. It's great to see young people like yourselves taking the initiative." She led them through the familiar hallway and past her own neighboring office. Before stepping outside the final door, she knocked 3 times.
Come in.
The ambassador's voice droned from the other side. The private secretary opened the door and allowed them into the space they knew better than the backs of their own hands. Save for an extra set of chairs brought in to fit their numbers and the choice of flowers on the table, everything was exactly as it had appeared in both Tylersville and Juliang. Even the coffee stain on the rug tucked under the sofa at an awkward angle to keep it hidden from sight. Behind his desk, the ambassador had his attention planted to a large monitor projecting data schematics from his private laptop, which was plugged into a docking station beside it. "Sir, your 10:30 is here," the woman announced. "The students from Orange Prep regarding open travel with China."
Yes,
he replied slowly, still eyeing his computer screen for the very few seconds he had left to give.
Right. Thank you, Julia.
The woman gestured them to the temporary seating arrangements at the center of the office, before leaving them to the ambassador, who finally took his attention away from the graphs and walked to the meeting area. The ambassador was a small, bald man with a gray goatee. His circular glasses matched the shape of his round head. He stood with a rather awkward posture as he shook each of their hands, as if he were recovering from some kind of back surgery. He paused when Liz introduced herself.
Braun.
He noted her fake last name.
You're not Polish.
Liz stiffened. "I'm a bit of everything," she defended. "Dad's from Germany. His dad was from Morocco, but I was born in Volsov." The ambassador nodded.
Pardon my curiosity,
he apologized, directing them to their seats and leaving Liz's ambiguous backstory be.
So, open borders, he continued. Not what most would expect from this new administration.
Not in Poland, sir, Jordan deflected. Just with our trusted allies. The ambassador stopped his gaze on Jordan's face, clearly staring at his eyes with a skeptical expression. Johnny was quick to add, "Like the Union, but controlled by our ambassadors to benefit the Polish people above all else." The ambassador frowned.
In other words, put more work on my shoulders.
Expand your administration, Jordan replied. Employ a larger work staff. Build a newer, larger embassy. The frown remained.
What's wrong with this one?
Nothing, Margot added. We're just broadening the approach to making the system work more efficiently. The ambassador shot his concern in her direction.
Paid for out of whose pockets? He rejected. The zloty is already sitting in the shadow of the euro. We've just abandoned dozens, if not hundreds, of private trade partnerships, affecting our relationships with our neighbors and now former allies. Why do you think anyone would buy into this new plan when it benefits our citizens over anyone else's?
The 5 stared around at one another, clearly not expecting such hostility right off the bat. Johnny opened his mouth to retort, but the ambassador hung his head and sighed.
I apologize, he backtracked. My mind is not in the right space to give you a fair audience. I just finished up a meeting trying to salvage our trade partnership with the ASEAN. The president's policies are making it impossible for my office to do our jobs efficiently.
The 5 again crossed glances, this time out of surprised concern. Sir, I don't... Johnny began.
I don't give a damn if this office is bugged, the ambassador raised. You kids aren't blind enough to miss what Chervinsky is doing to our country. No one is taking us seriously on a global scale anymore. I'm half tempted to leak classified information just to get back at him. It's a miracle the United States or Great Britain haven't completely cut political ties with us yet.
The look on his face was so utterly stressed, Ken figured he would have started pulling his own hair out if he had any left.
Did you know he's paying the Emiratis billions for secret biological testing on their own slaves?
His eyes widened, realizing how much he had uttered out loud.
I'm sorry, he spat. I should not have said that. Please don't let that leave this room.
Xander appeared in their ears again. Johnny, keep him on track. Don't let him rattle until you're forced to sign NDAs. Johnny sat up straighter. Sir, Johnny interrupted, taking a glance at Margot and Liz, who nodded, agreeing that he should play the angle. None of us agree with that either. That's why we're here. He tossed the binder filled with their plan on the table between them. Let us help you get back at him in a way that doesn't threaten your life or your reputation. The ambassador picked up the papers and began reading through the outline.
Liberalism through the lens of self-benefit, he deciphered. I love it. Go on.
Johnny pulled out his second binder and walked the ambassador through the plan, while Margot sat at his side and pointed to the major points of the legislation. With each passing page, the ambassador seemed less focused on his previous worries and more engaged with what the squad was proposing. Everything was going exactly to plan.
I'll admit, as ambassador, I haven't encountered these issues in a very long time, he said, approaching the end of the binder. But I can see the frustration with the system in place.
Do you think it's something the administration would go for? Liz asked.
It's certainly worth a try, he admitted. The way you kids have built it is genius. If we approach it the way you've noted, I think there's a good chance it'll fly under the president's radar.
His face turned suddenly grim.
Problem is, I don't know how much longer I'll be in this position. I haven't been an outspoken critic of the president, but he's cleaning house a lot faster than any of us fence riders expected. Realistically, I could get it on his desk in Warsaw in a few weeks' time. Whether or not he reads it is a completely different matter.
What about the same? Margot questioned out loud.
You kids are smarter than that, he dismissed. Even if I pushed it through both houses, which are now stuffed with pretenders even more fascist than Chervinsky, it'd push the time to his desk back months, by which time I may be gone completely, and then the bill would be scrapped. The best option is to go straight to the desk.
A shrieking siren blared through the office, shaking all 6 of them in their seats. A bright light above the doorway flashed off and on in perpetuity.
What is that?
Liz shouted. The ambassador barely had time to utter,
"Fire alarm!"
before the first set of armed security came bursting through the door.
"Sir, you need to come with us,"
one said, finger dangerously close to the trigger on his rifle. The ambassador did exactly as he was told, following the man out the door while the other trailed behind.
"What about us?"
Jordan shouted.
"Stay here,"
the second guard added vaguely before exiting the room completely. Jordan looked out into the hallway, then turned to Kent.
"Now!"
Kent turned to the wall left of the desk and found a hidden door in the wall, leading to the server closet. Then he hid inside. It was uncomfortably quiet there, but he could still hear the alarm blaring loudly through the 4 other microphones still out in the office.
"Eyes, Jordan,"
came Xander's voice. "First scene," Jordan replied. "Evacuating everyone else first. Where's the private secretary?" Jordan took a moment to respond. "Bathroom. Should be the last one left with us."
"All right, keep a lookout for her. Johnny, do you have the drive?"
"Ready to go when we're safe," Johnny replied.
"You're doing great so far," Xander encouraged. "Keep it up."
Kent stood in the dark silence for what felt like minutes, waiting for the guards to show. Finally, he could hear a pair of heavy footsteps coming from down the hall.
"Johnny, how many?"
2 clicks.
"Are they armed?"
1 click.
"Come with us,"
Kent heard one say, filing the others out of the office. A few more seconds passed.
"Hold on."
The other guard paused.
"There should be 5 of you."
"He's in the toilet," Margot said loudly.
"I got him,"
the first announced, and Kent could hear his footsteps falling away from the others. He waited for the word to burst to the open. Johnny said it clear as day.
"Coming!"
Kent flew out of the closet door and rushed past the others, who were now wrestling the pistol away from the one guard. He sprinted through the lobby and spotted the bathroom door closing, the other guard barely inside. Before he reached it, Kent heard Liz's voice loudly, in English.
"Kent, wait, he's got to—"
The second guard must have heard the struggle out in the lobby, as he returned from the bathroom with his weapon raised. To Kent's horror, the man's pistol was still attached to his hip. The gun pointed at Kent's chest was an assault rifle. A blast of air clipped by his ear, and the man flipped to the ground in a cloud of purple haze. Kent kicked the rifle out of his hands and began swinging his fist wildly at the man, who struggled for a few seconds before being knocked completely unconscious. For good measure, Kent stomped the man in the face. He stood up out of breath, realizing his hands were completely bloodied. He leaned over to unholster the pistol from the man's hip, then picked up the rifle sitting diagonally on the floor.
"He's out?"
Johnny indicated to Kent's guard as he finished blindfolding and hog-tying the other. "Like a light," Kent replied confidently, still feeling the adrenaline flowing through his arms.
"Margot, help me grab him,"
Jordan commanded, and the pair made their way toward the bathrooms. "You two, take care of this one," Johnny concluded, taking the rifle from Kent. "Get him to the secretary's office." He left Liz and Kent to drag the man away while he rushed off to the server closet with the ambassador's laptop.
"Nice work,"
came Xander again. Jordan and Margot dragged the other man to the second office, and the 2 girls took their places, unarmed beside the door while Jordan and Kent made their way back to the lobby, pistols in hand.
"Elevators are disabled," Emma announced. "Automatic locks are forced too. Still get bars on all the exits," Xander demanded. "Nobody comes in or out of the second floor until we're out of there."
Jordan turned to Kent. "I got the back." Kent snuck behind the reception desk and dug around to find a series of computer cables. It wasn't ideal, but they were still an obstacle if he could manage to tie them tight enough. Jordan returned from the rear emergency exit, having secured the door with handcuffs, turning his effort to the lobby sofa, which he helped Kent drag to block the primary stairwell. The boys shared a high five when the door was finally obstructed. The lobby felt eerily quiet. The lockdown had gone much cleaner than usual. "Hey, where's the private secretary?" Kent asked. "Oh, shoot." Jordan perked, raising his pistol in alarm. He turned toward the bathroom.
"She's not there."
Xander sounded miffed on the other end.
"What do you mean she's not there?"
Jordan ran to the bathroom. Kent could hear him kicking down stall doors.
"I mean, she's not in there," he repeated.
"She's not in the building anymore. I can't see her." Kent shrugged. "She must have escaped before the guards came to get us," he offered. Jordan nodded, taking this as a perfectly reasonable explanation. "She's not out here," Emma dissented. Kent narrowed his eyebrows.
"What? What do you mean she's not out there?" Jordan cursed. "She has to be."
"She's not," Emma repeated.
Facial recognition on the cameras can't find her anywhere.
She has to be in the building, Xander echoed.
Well, she's not, Jordan defended. I would feel it if she was.
She has to be, Xander doubled down. Find her.
Jordan grunted. Margot, he barked. Come with me. Liz can guard the bodies on her own. You don't call them bodies, Margot replied, walking to the lobby. They're still alive, you know.
Kent, you stay patrolling the doors, Xander commanded.
Take a look out the windows when you get a chance, too. See if there's anything we missed. Jordan and Margot disappeared into the bathrooms. Kent marched to the barricaded stairwell and listened for any movement, but could barely hear over the sound of the alarms. Are you sure it's the same system we practiced? He asked. It's freaking loud in here. Exact same, Emma rejected. I mute the speakers on the second floor. It mutes them in the entire building.
Keep them going, Xander instructed. Not for the first time. We want the building to seem as normal as possible for as long as possible. Kent sauntered over to the office behind the reception desk, much smaller than the ambassador's, with a single shuttered window facing west. Doing just as he had been instructed, Kent kept his body behind the wall and poked his head around the window frame, opening the blinds just enough to see through the surrounding buildings. No one on the rooftops, he recited. Still no additional windows. There's movement on the streets, though. People are starting to notice. Good, Xander replied. Johnny, how are the files coming? Johnny didn't reply immediately. Johnny? Xander doubled. Fine, he said finally. 15%. Signal still strong through Julian? As far as we can tell, Xander announced. Good pace, keep it up. Kent exited the first office and moved past the bathroom corridor to the next one, ready to do the same thing. A scream permeated through Kent's cheek. Xander! Liz, what's wrong? He shouted in response. Hey, he's not breathing, she stuttered fearfully. One of the guards, he's foaming at the mouth and... Kent sprinted across the lobby to the office. Sure enough, one of the guards was seizing violently on the floor. Johnny, Kent breathed. Johnny, you know about seizures. What do we... No! Xander's voice echoed like a cannon blast. Johnny, you stay put and finish what you're doing. Liz, what happened? I don't know, she sobbed, terrified. One moment he was out cold and then he just started... Did anything happen when you guys took him down? Xander asked. Your effect has never caused anyone... No! Liz shrieked. At the worst, it's knocked them out, but this... He was mine, Kent breathed, horrified. An awkward silence reverberated through their teeth. That's the one I took down. Liz looked up at him with a look of disbelief. What happened? Xander repeated. The image in Kent's eyes flashed backward like a movie trailer, and he watched himself bring down his right foot square on the bridge of the guard's nose. He hesitated. He looked up at Liz. I don't know. It was completely normal, just like we practiced. The man continued shaking at their feet. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now, Xander issued. Leave him. Get back to the windows. What? Kent shouted. No, we can't just leave him. You have to, Xander scolded, his voice cutting through again like steel. Whatever happens, happens. You have a job to do. We can't just let him die like that, Kent screamed. His voice was close to breaking. We can and we will, came Xander's reply. Kent felt his stomach fall out from inside him. His face turned gray. Kent, Liz said softly. He turned to see her no longer horrified, but sympathetic. I didn't mean... It's okay, she calmed, pulling him into a hug. Just go do your job. I'll take care of him. She spun him around and pushed him back toward the third office. He stood there awkwardly, not wanting to make a single step further, when Jordan's voice came through the comms and snapped him back to the mission. Hold on, he said cautiously. What? Margot replied. Did you find her? Xander asked aloud. No, Jordan denied. Xander, there's something weird going on with the back stairwell. What do you mean? It's... He paused. It's like it's changing shape. I feel like we're back on the floor again. I can't see into the stairwell. Let me see, Margot insisted, and Ken could see her trying to look through the door's window at the end of the hall. Leave it, Xander instructed. Stay on task. I think she might be in there, Jordan countered. There's someone down there. It could be armed assault, Xander warned. It's not, Emma argued. We'd be able to tell from out here, wouldn't we? Jordan huffed, then said something to Margot in French. I'm going to check it out. No! Xander shouted. Keep that door closed. Margot, return to the office. But Jordan didn't listen. Jordan, you regroup with Kent and check the windows. Forget about the... He gestured toward the handcuffs on the door handle, and without hesitation, Margot sliced them open with her claws. Jordan! Xander screamed again. Stick to the plan! The door was already shutting behind them as the pair tiptoed into the back stairwell. There was another silence. Then Jordan's voice cut through. Hey, yo, what the... Margot screamed so loudly Xander must have muted their comms. A loud crashing sound boomed through the building, followed by the unmistakable sound of gunfire.
Kent sprinted back to Liz and slammed the hallway door behind him, locking it from the inside. "What's happening?" Liz shrieked, atop an already busy communications line filled with Xander shouting. Kent rushed past her to grab a chair from the private secretary's office, barricading the hallway door and hardly noticing that the guard on the ground had once again gone still. The gunfire stopped. "Margot!" Xander continued shouting. "Jordan, where are you?" "Oh God, Xander, look!" came Emma's voice. He finally took a breath to calm his shouting, then returned in a calm but severe tone. "Everyone, they're here," Xander warned. "Who's here?" Kent yelled, his hands sweating nervously around the grip of the pistol. "SWAT team," Xander replied. "They know something's going on." I'm at 60%, Johnny claimed. "I still need 5 minutes at least." Xander swore loudly in their ears. "Jordan! Margot, where are you?" he repeated loudly, unmuting their channels to the sound of static. "They're not dead," Emma said gravely, as much to herself as the others. "Their vitals are still normal. Elevated, but normal." Xander growled. "Jordan! Margot, if you can hear me, get out of there as soon as possible. You've got company coming through both stairwells." He turned to the others. "The rest of you barricade both hallway doors and stay put in the ambassador's office. Liz, whatever you do, stay away from the windows." Liz looked up at Kent before responding. "Why, are there snipers?" "Not that we could see," claimed Emma, her breath becoming constricted. "Just do as you're told until you get the green light," Xander demanded. "I'm not taking any more chances." Liz looked down at the two bodies on the office floor. One was plainly breathing. "Leave them," Kent steeled. "Get to the other office." They drove a second chair underneath the other to further secure the first door, then locked themselves in the ambassador's office and began piling furniture behind the second. Johnny was still standing wide-eyed in the doorway of the server room, frantically sliding his hand across the laptop's trackpad. "Office secure," Kent rallied. "Good," Xander sighed. "Stay put and hold it down until the task is complete. You've got a lot of company on the way." "What about the window?" Liz muttered. "It's still clear from our end," Emma stated. "A single guard with a pistol. Just starting to sense the situation. Kent, keep an eye on him." Kent didn't have to do his usual routine of hiding behind the frame. The ambassador's window was one-way glass. He planted himself square behind the desk and refitted his hand on the pistol, sweeping his eyes on the rooftops and sightlines surrounding the embassy. So far as he could see, there was nothing troubling about their only remaining escape route. "Liz, get in the corner!" Johnny scolded. Kent turned to see Liz standing in the middle of the office, hands aglow, ready to take on the next wave of guards to come through the door. "Stay out of sightlines," Xander seconded. "No matter what happens, Liz, you stay put as long as possible." Yeah, she said dejectedly. "Sorry for thinking I could help." Emma's voice shrilled through their comms. "They're there!" "Where?" Emma was clearly pointing to something only Xander could see. "What is it?" Liz asked. "Jordan and Margot?" Kent followed. There was no confirmation on the other end. "Oh," Xander sighed. "Oh, that's not good." Liz shot Kent a worried look. "Xander, what's going—" She was interrupted by a muffled banging from down the hallway. The reinforcements had reached the first door. "They know we're in here now," Kent warned those in the van. "Are we still safe on the ground?" "You've got eyes," Liz reminded him. "I'm in from the front," he urged. "Have they started sending troops our way yet?" "You're in the clear," Xander grunted. "Jordan, Margot, if you can hear me, stick to the fence line. You're inconspicuous as long as no one sees the gun." The line was silent with static again. "I don't think they can hear you," noted Emma. Xander swore again, only to be interrupted by the banging in the hallway growing louder. The door must have been close to breaking down. "What are you doing?" Kent turned from the window to see Liz back on her feet, still in the corner but eyeing Johnny maliciously. "What do you mean?" Johnny replied. "Your hands!" she noted, irritated. "Why'd you stop whacking?" Kent looked down at the laptop. She was right. For the first time he could remember, Johnny had stopped moving his hands across the trackpad. The first door exploded. Shouting echoed down the hallway. One of the new guards plainly shouted, "I've got 2 bodies!" in Chinese before banging started on the final door. It's uploading," Johnny said. "I'm waiting for the files to finish sending. 2 more minutes, then we're in the clear." Liz stepped forward. "You bloody liar!" she screamed. "That's not how it's ever worked before! You're not transferring files, you're deleting them!" "Liz, get back in the corner," Johnny commanded. "You're done, aren't you?" she growled, denying his request. "Johnny, what is she—" Kent started. "Kent, go back to the window!" Johnny shouted. "Stay in position, guys," Xander doubled. "Johnny, how much time is left?" Johnny looked down at the laptop. 90 seconds. Liz laughed out loud. "Xander, he's a bloody liar!" The pounding on the door became faster, more intense. Liz turned back to Johnny. "You've been finished for ages, haven't you?" "Johnny, what's she talking about?" Ken asked again. Johnny threw his hands up in confusion. I have no idea," he claimed. "The files are almost done sending back to Juliang. Just stay put until we—" A crack split in the doorframe as the guards began battering a ram against the other side.
The furniture barricading the door bounced back several inches. "You've kept us here like sitting ducks!" she cried, turning to the window. "Kent, we need to—" "No!" Johnny shouted. "Kent, we need to stay put until they give us the green light. Liz, get back in the corner. We can't risk you getting hurt." Other voices were coming through their comms, but with the banging in the hallway and the blood beating through his ears, Kent could only focus on Johnny and Liz. A huge explosion of wood rattled the office. The door was being ripped apart. "Liz, what are you—" Kent started, but his voice failed him when he looked at her face. A wave of understanding flushed her expression as she bounced her eyes between Kent and Johnny. "Oh, you bloody Judas," she whimpered. Johnny held up his hand for peace. Liz's own hands had grown purple again, ready to strike. "Liz," Kent breathed, his hand tight around the pistol. "What's going on?" The door splintered again. He expected her to explode. Instead, she took one last shameful look at Johnny, took a deep breath, and put down her hands. She walked over to the window next to Kent. "I'm not going to give them the satisfaction," she whispered, standing right in front of him and pushing him up against the wall. She leaned in and kissed him hard on the lips. "I love you," she whispered. Kent barely had time to register what had happened when he saw the first guard burst through the door, rifle raised, pointed directly at him and Liz. Then he felt the purple blast hit him square in the stomach, propelling him backward as he tripped over the window frame. The first shot hit Liz square in the back. He heard Johnny scream. The image of the second shot going through her head burned itself onto his eyes as Kent fell. He hit the hedge with a thud, stunned and silent, as red rain followed him from the sky. Chapter 17. The Safe House. Things were fine until the firebender showed up. Margot usually knew when to trust Jordan's hunches. When he had told the others about the private secretary disappearing, she knew he was telling the truth. Then he had looked out in the back stairwell and his eyes widened. "You have to come with me," he muttered in French. "No one else is going to believe me." She nodded. She'd seen it herself. It was like looking at a desert mirage. The walls were shaking like they were standing through an earthquake, but only inside the stairwell. The flat surface was bending back and forth in little waves. Margot took a deep breath and let Jordan take the lead. He kept his hand firm on the stolen pistol, the only real weapon between the two of them, but she could see it loosening the further they crept. The floor beneath their feet was vibrating 100 beats per second. She could feel her teeth chattering. When the door shut behind them, enclosing them in the space, the sound became unbearable. The vibrating of the room was magnified through the iron supports of the stairs. The surrounding hum was so loud, made even worse by the blaring alarms, that Margaret could hardly hear herself think. Jordan continued creeping forward, slowly crawling down the stairs until they reached the midway landing, and turned to see the cause of the commotion. The private secretary stood facing one wall, her hands spread aside over her head like she was being cavity searched. Behind her, a man Margot recognized their escort to the second floor stood watching patiently, and Margot realized that the woman's hands were the source of the vibrations, pushing and pulling against the sheetrock faster than should have been humanly possible. The realization of who, or rather what she was, made Margot's stomach drop. Jordan swore loudly beside her, realizing the same thing. In the hundreds of scenarios they had practiced back in Towlersville, none of them included the appearance of another member of the program. Jordan's shouting was loud enough for the man to notice their arrival, and turned to face them instead. He whipped his arms out to the sides and flames ignited from his fingertips. Margot screamed, backing against the vibrating wall. The taste of metal suddenly filled her mouth, and to her horror, she felt every cavity filling inside her mouth bounce onto her tongue, including the comms device. The same thing must have happened to Jordan as he spit the communicator down onto the floor and raised his gun at the escort. "Put them out!" he shouted. "Now!" "Or what, boy?" the man raised, speaking now in fluent English. "Your friends can't hear you in here." Margot spit the fillings into her hand, desperate that the microphone would still work. "Xander!" she cried. "They're elementalists!" Even if he replied, they could not have heard him. The vibrating shook the metal from her hands and they fell to the floor. She stood there defenseless. "I said put them out!" Jordan yelled again. "I'll shoot!" "You're the ones that pulled the alarm," the man taunted. "Let's give it a reason." Margot cowered behind Jordan, hoping his aim was good enough to give them a chance. The man opened his arms to the side, inviting Jordan to take the first shot. Instead, Jordan turned quickly to the woman on the wall and fired several times. One of them must have struck her. She fell to the ground, clutching her leg as the room stopped shaking. Dust and cracked drywall fell to the floor. The man turned his partner, distracted. Margot pounced. A rope of flame shot forward and singed the hair on her left arm, but she sideswiped the man and whipped across his face with her right. He fell beside his partner, covering himself with his hands, his fingers dripping with blood. That was too easy, she thought, until the woman opened her eyes again and slammed her fist against the wall. A tidal wave rippled toward the base of the stairs and drilled Jordan in the ribcage. He went flying sideways, bouncing off the door leading back into the embassy's ground floor. The pistol ricocheted toward the door leading outside. Margot caught the quick glance from the man on the ground and jumped toward the weapon, yanking his hair backward as the pair scrambled to reach it first. An elbow met her face, and she could feel blood trickling to the back of her throat, but she made a final desperate lunge below his other arm and hooked her hand around the barrel. "Jordan!" she yelled, sliding the weapon out of the man's reach and toward the far door. Jordan was on his knees, dazed and bruised but still conscious enough to grab the gun and point it toward the woman. "Give up!" he mumbled, his own mouth dripping with blood. The man opened his mouth to speak, but his words were cut short by a piercing gunshot. He collapsed to the ground and Jordan turned the gun back to the private secretary. "You idiot!" she screamed, more distressed than she was fearful. "Haven't you realized we're only here to distract you?" Margot backed against the wall, hoping to edge her way closer to Jordan. "Who are you?" Jordan shouted, tightening his grip. "Who sent you?" The woman simply grinned. She put her hand on the wall again, just long enough for a wave to ripple through the room before Jordan flattened her too. Margot looked up in time to see a massive ventilation shaft falling from the ceiling. She dove forward, desperate to end up on the same side as Jordan, as the ceiling crashed around them. A cloud of dust coated them in white. When it settled enough to see clearly, she wrapped herself around Jordan and kissed him harder than she'd ever kissed anyone before. "Ow!" he grimaced, pushing her away. A red ring encircled his lips from the blood on Margot's face. "What's wrong?" she hesitated. He swore. "My ribs. I think one of them's broken." "Oh, come on," she ushered, seeing their path to both the staircase and the outer door blocked by a mountain of twisted metal. "We'll have to go through." "Look at yourself," he judged. "They'll kill us." "Not if you hide the gun," she instructed. "Maybe they haven't realized what's going on yet. Maybe they'll think we escaped the fire." Jordan swallowed hard, then wiped his face with his shirt sleeve. Margot did the same. Then the pair opened the door and crept into the lower corridor of the embassy. The building was completely abandoned. Aside from the still blaring alarms, the main lobby was silent. When the door shut behind them, Margot felt as though they had stepped through a portal into another world. Outside the front windows, they could see a crowd of people gathered, waiting for the all-clear to head back inside, or even the chance to head home for the day. Men in suits stood on phones, finishing business from outside the office. She could see the two women from the main reception desk chatting with a private security guard. A large rifle stood sentry down his left side. "Act natural," Jordan whispered as they approached the doors, as if Margot needed reminding. They pushed their way outside, and immediately all eyes turned in their direction. Dozens of voices hurled words in various languages. "Oh, you poor things! Are you two all right? Someone call an ambulance!" Margot cleared her throat before yelling, "We're fine!" "There's a fire near the rear stairwell," Jordan said as loud as he could, grimacing at the effort. One of the receptionists wrapped a jacket over Margot's shoulders. "The fire department's on their way," she said. Margot waved the gesture away. "Well, they should be here by now," she criticized. "There's still 3 more trapped upstairs." The sentence did wonders to turn eyes away from them, but as soon as she said it, wondered if she shouldn't have bought the others more time. Surely Johnny, Kent, and Liz were still working the mission through to completion. A wave of uncertainty washed over her as she realized their detour might have thrown everything off schedule. "Haven't you realized we're only here to distract you? What could those traitors have possibly been distracting them from?" "Please," she begged to the handful of good Samaritans still surrounding them. "Is there a toilet somewhere? I need some air." A man and a woman looked at each other apprehensively. "There's the filling station at the corner," the woman announced. "But please, hurry back. You should be checked out by the medical team as soon as they arrive." Margot bolted off on cue, Jordan rushing behind her. "They're watching us," Jordan announced. "Someone might try to stop us." "Then don't give them reason to," Margot retorted. "Clean up and let's bolt back around the block as soon as we can." A set of single-stall bathrooms tucked behind the station, and Margot was overjoyed to find hers containing a working sink below a mirror. She scrubbed the blood and dust out of her hair and face, then pulled her hair out of a double French braid and let it fall straight down her back. Her outer flannel, which had been torn and burned in the stairwell, was also coated in drywall. She did her best to wash it in the sink, but realized the weight of the wet cloth might slow her down, and decided to trash the shirt entirely, leaving her freezing in a white blouse. She exited the same time as Jordan, who must have watched her change her outfit as he too had abandoned his outer shirt and stood freezing in a black tee. There wasn't much he could do to change his hair, but he'd removed both contacts and washed the makeup off his scar. "Are you sure you want to risk it?" she asked. "What if we get caught?" He shrugged. "Don't get caught, then." The van was visible 2 blocks down, but having already been taken in by the crowd, they determined a return in the same direction would risk the same attention. Instead, the pair decided to ring the outside of the embassy on the opposite streets, hoping to avoid any unwanted attention their still battered appearances might enlist. "Act casual," she whispered, and the pair walked north to the next block, hand in hand as if it were a normal day through the city. The weather was freezing. It had not been cold enough to warrant full coats when they departed the hotel, but now standing in short sleeves, Margot's arms were chilled to the bone. Maybe the change was a bad idea, she thought, realizing halfway down that everyone around them was bundled up. Their nakedness made them stand out that much more. "Do you still have the gun?" she asked under her breath,
squeezing his hand tighter. "Of course I still have the gun," he grunted, also taking note of the dozens of eyes watching them as they walked on, eastward toward the far corner of the embassy. They were at the northeastern corner of the complex, ready to continue to the southbound street, when an enormous black truck overshadowed their entire view of the intersection. The SWAT team had arrived. Jordan swore, pulling Margot into the alley beside them to take the pair out of the view of the passing truck. "Go!" he screeched, shoving Margot ahead as they sprinted down the alley, desperate to reach the van before the truck did. Margot skidded to a stop at the edge of the tennis courts. The hedges and trees that had shielded the northern half of the alley from view of the embassy now gave way to an open fence, leaving them visible by any of the bystanders in the complex courtyard. To Margot's horror, the courtyard was being cleared by a second SWAT vehicle, which had beaten the other to the scene. Jordan rushed past her, yanking her arm onward while her frozen body was paralyzed to stay behind. The pull won out. With voices shouting in the courtyard, Margot tuned out their words and the pair barreled out on the sidewalk of Zishui Street, where she almost burst into tears at the sight of the van. The first truck pulled past them blindly as the automatic locks at the back of the van clicked open, and she and Jordan collapsed inside. "What happened?" Xander shouted, spinning around in his chair to meet them. Jordan could barely speak. Margot was completely winded. Earthquake, he gasped. Walls collapsing. Elementalist. He struggled for air as he mimicked the stairwell falling around them. It was her. Breathe, Xander instructed, awkwardly taking the still loaded gun from Jordan's flailing hand. He unloaded it onto the floor of the van. Emma turned to face them too. "What do you mean, elementalist?" she asked. Jordan took a steadier breath. There were two of them, he stuttered. In the stairwell. The private secretary was one of them. Two of what? Xander scowled. Ireans! Jordan exploded. Members of the freaking company! Xander laughed. Jordan, what are you talking about? Margot had finally caught her breath enough to speak. He's not lying, she admitted. The private secretary is one of us. Xander's face dropped. That's impossible. Well, explain the flaming hands then, Jordan erupted again. She was sending shockwaves through the walls, Margot explained. That's what got Jordan's attention in the first place. The other guy was a fire elementalist. Xander still looked perplexed. That's impossible, he repeated. Interrupting a mission of this magnitude is a capital offense. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Jordan joked. They're both dead already. What? Xander turned. I downed them both after they tried to kill us, Jordan explained. They tried to kill you? Xander raised, and Margot grew increasingly frustrated at his slowness. Emma's face was more sympathetic. Are you okay? She asked. I'm fine, Jordan waved, and Margot realized she hadn't even thought to ask him. Where are the others? Suddenly Xander and Emma both twinged their faces, as if in pain. What? Margot yelled. What is it? Gunshots, Xander growled, then spun back to the windshield monitor. Are you guys all right? Judging from their reactions, Margot guessed there was no answer. Guys? He repeated. Can you hear me? Oh God, Xander! Emma squealed, pointing to a table in the corner with the shapes of 7 bodies. Liz! She pointed to the one with the name Elysian Granhook above. Unlike the others, which had various colors and graphs surrounding to indicate their vitals, her entire box had grayed and flatlined. Margot felt her stomach drop. All the air in her body disappeared completely again. Liz! He growled. Can you hear me? No reply. Johnny! Kent, what's going on? Again, silence. The entire van fell silent. Margot could feel her heart swelling in her chest, tears threatening to burst out, and her throat constricting the more she stared at the screen. Emma was the first to break. Johnny! She squealed, her face white as a sheet. Hey, hold up! Jordan interrupted, pointing to the gray bars above his and Margot's bodies. Those are our comms, right? Maybe Liz's tracker was disabled somehow like ours were. That could mean anything. A collective breath echoed through the van, but Emma was still shaking. Margot could feel herself close to joining her. Why aren't the others responding? Xander questioned, noting the still green bars below the names of Kent and Johnny. Boys, can you hear me? What's going on? A static silence continued to follow his questioning, only broken by a harsh, deep breath from Jordan. There's Kent! All 4 of them jerked their heads around the graphic screen to see Kent zipping around the embassy gate and down the sidewalk. He was at the rear of the van before Xander could even unlock the door. He collapsed onto the floor amid a flurry of questions. What happened? Where's Liz? Where's Johnny? Did anyone see you? Margot and Jordan pulled Kent to a seat on the side bench, where he sat hunched over onto his knees, hyperventilating. Only then did Margot notice the blood. His entire front looked like someone had splattered him with red paint. Where's Liz? Margot repeated, a sinking feeling in her stomach telling her she already knew the answer. Kent swallowed hard, keeping his eyes locked on the ground. He grimaced, his face turning whiter by the second. He shivered before adding, She's dead. Whatever outburst Margot made, her weeping was drowned out by the sound of Xander's rage. "What?" He spun from his chair again, rising to his feet and marching over to Kent. Margot felt herself fall into Jordan and break down in tears. "She's dead," Kent repeated blankly. She pushed me out the window and they shot her." Xander stiffened. But you didn't actually see her." He had a look of frantic hope in his eyes, but he paused, seeing the truth literally plastered on Kent's face. "I saw her head explode," Kent said, emotionless. "She's dead." The last expression Margot had ever expected to see crossed Xander's face. Anguish. He tried to repress a distressed wail as his eyes turned bloodshot, and he erupted with frustration, grabbing the unloaded magazine from the stolen gun and whipping it against the wall of the van. Then he buried his head against the wall and sobbed into his hands. "What?" Emma squeaked. "What about Johnny?" Emma, Kent, and Xander all popped their heads up on cue, reacting to something coming through their comms. Xander's outpouring of emotion faded, reinvigorated by this reminder of the mission. He straightened and ran to the control desk, flipping a switch that sent the communication feed from their teeth to the speakers in the van. A flurry of inconsistent gunfire was echoing from Johnny's mic. With each sound, Emma physically jumped from her seat. Jordan looked just as nervous, plainly staring at Johnny's vital readings, waiting for the worst. To their glad surprise, each shot only elevated his heart rate, and from their perspective, could only surmise that Johnny was the one on the offensive. Finally, the gunfire died completely. A long silence followed. Margot could feel her heart beating through her ears. "Xander?" came the familiar voice of the van. Emma burst out in tears again. Jordan gripped Margot's shoulder harder, a relieved grin crossing his face. "Johnny!" Xander yelled. "What happened?" There was a long pause again on the other end. "Files are deleted," Johnny gasped. "Liz is down." Xander sighed away another outburst. Xander and Jordan both bit their fists to stop from showing emotion. Margot felt another wave of tears fall down her face. Kent made his first audible sniffle on the bench, looking about to vomit. "Can you get her out of there safely?" Xander asked. "Do you need backup to get you both down to the ground?" Corpse recovery was not an exercise they had practiced thoroughly. Margot imagined having to go back inside and retrieve the body of her friend, who she now knew for certain to be dead, and broke down completely into Jordan, who stumbled onto the opposite bench. He held her in his arms, running his fingers comfortingly through her hair as they waited for a response. Johnny took over a minute to answer. "Johnny," Xander repeated. "Did you hear me?" A soft voice broke the static. "Negative. Code Magenta." Jordan dropped Margot immediately, rushing to his feet to scream into the non-existent microphone on the dashboard. Emma beat him to it. "No!" they both screamed. "Johnny!" Jordan shouted at the dash, screaming as many expletives as he knew in both English and French. "You can't abandon me!" "Xander!" Emma squeaked, crying harder than she had with Liz. "We can't leave him!" Xander's face had solidified back into mission mode. He stormed to the front seat and spun it around, clearing his half of the dashboard screen. Margot felt herself stand. "We can't just leave her body!" "Xander!" Jordan interjected. "We can help them, please!" "Sit down!" Xander shouted, shoving Jordan back out of the cockpit and shifting the vehicle out of park. "We can't leave them!" All three yelled at once. "Shut up!" Xander swerved into the lane, shoving them all against the walls of the van. "He issued the Magenta! If you have an issue with that, you take it up with him when he gets out alive. You have an issue with leaving, take it up with the Prime Minister when we're back in Tylersville." Margot could feel herself shaking. Even Kent looked up, seeming to register the severity of what the code meant. The rest of them had been forced to memorize the color codes in middle school. Magenta. Get to safety. Leave me behind. They were halfway down the block when Johnny's vitals began to spike. His heart rate and breathing were twice what they had been just a moment before. They could hear him inhaling sharply, before his communication line went dead. Only seconds later, a warning about blood loss popped onto the screen, before the whole thing, just like Liz, went gray and flatlined. "No!" Jordan shouted again, but it was Emma who started screaming the word over and over. "No!" She lunged over Xander's lap, trying to reach the master lock, but he managed to slam the brakes of the stoplight and toss her over his body into the back, where she hit the ground with a hard thud and slammed her fist against the metal floor. "No!" she cried. "We can't leave him!" Blood and tears were pouring down her face, her wails becoming incoherent the longer they repeated. "Someone restrain her!" Xander shouted from the front. If Margot had been in control of her body, she would have stayed put, but some greater power than herself forced her to stand and grab one side of Emma's manic body. Kent was compelled to take the other. Emma continued to thrash and scream, but the pair managed to keep her from hurting herself or any of them as they pinned her on the floor. In a matter of minutes, her spirit broke, and Emma relaxed onto her back, bawling. Xander had turned them onto a highway and set the vehicle to automatic drive. He spun around in his seat and edged forward menacingly. "Listen," he growled sternly. "We have to get to safety. You and I both know they're following us, And if we don't get out of here now, every single one of us is going to end up dead too. Margot felt herself close to tears again. She looked up at Jordan, who was on the wall doing everything in his power not to break. He looked pathetic. Johnny knows what he's doing, Xander continued. If he issues the magenta, then we have to trust it's for the right reason. Whatever situation he's in up in that office, it's more dangerous for us to go in than for him to come out. He knows where the American embassy is and how to get there. If he can manage that, he'll probably beat us home. There was melancholy in Xander's voice that eliminated any air of hope he was trying to give it. What about his vitals? Jordan choked, pointing at the screen. Xander managed half a smile. You saw his comms die before the rest of him, didn't you? He asked. Tell me I wasn't the only one who saw that. I saw it too, Margot managed. Then he's not dead, Xander said, nonchalant. What? Emma perked. What do you mean? Xander pointed at Liz's outline. They go out together if you're killed, he explained. Both devices are triggered by connection to your pulse. Then why did his go out? Jordan grumbled, still waving his arms at the screen. Kent answered first, his emotionless, shallow voice cutting from his seat alone on the far bench. Because he removed them. All four of them turned. He was still staring lifelessly down to the floor. Jordan turned back to Xander. Why the hell would he do that? Because he's smarter than we are, Xander agreed, taking a deep breath. If you're right about someone from within the company sabotaging the mission, then they might have the means to track him too. But if they can track him, Margot noted, then they can track the rest of us. They could follow us to the safe house, Emma added. It doesn't matter. Xander put his hand up. They'd never dare attack us at all at once, even while we're traveling. He turned to Margot. I'm still not convinced your theory about this being an inside job is true, he continued. But even if it is, the safe house is under constant external surveillance. If they knew how to get past the security firewalls, we'd still have contacts in Juliang and Townsville telling us about the danger. What if those contacts are compromised too? Emma barked. Xander leaned forward to face her directly. You know the Prime Minister better than any of us. You don't think he's keeping his eyes glued to the screen, making sure he knows what's going on every second we're here? Margot's thoughts shot back to Andrew's mission in Poland. The Garants had missed church that night. They must have known before anyone that something was wrong. He's right, Em, she voiced. Emma turned on the floor and shot her a nasty look. Well, he was supposed to keep Liz safe too, wasn't he? She huffed. This whole mission was tailored around that, wasn't it? Every mention of her name was another whelm through Margot's body. Xander turned to Kent. Kent, what happened? He sighed, trying to ignore Emma's last sentence. How did Liz get in the crossfire? Kent looked up for the first time, his eyes locked 1,000 yards into the distance. What? He mumbled. Johnny and I both told her to stay in the corner, Xander insisted. How did she get hit before either of you? Kent turned to face Xander. He swallowed as if unsure of his answer. He stuttered. I don't know. He looked around at each of them, still with the same blank expression. Johnny was... He pointed to nowhere in particular. Over there. And Liz was... Walk me through what happened, Xander pushed. Xander! Margot tried to stop him. Kent was clearly still shell-shocked. He held his hand up. Let him speak. Kent, walk me through what happened. Kent looked out the windshield. How did Liz get in the way? Xander asked again. She... Kent swallowed again. I was right there. I was right in front of the door. They would have killed me. What happened? Xander stepped forward. Kent stretched his eyes, then blinked repeatedly, shaking his head awake. She knew I was in the way. He gulped. She pushed me out of the window. Suddenly an alarm sounded from the front of the vehicle. Xander swore. Cops are on us, he explained, jumping back in his seat and flipping the manual. I'm going to change the shell and try to shed them. You four buckle down and get comfy. We've got 2 hours on the road before the safe house. The vehicle jerked out of stasis as Xander swerved across multiple lanes. Emma rolled across the floor, finally finding a grip on their side bench and pulling herself onto it. Margot was distracted by Kent sitting alone on the other side, his face back down on the ground. He'd seen it all happen. That much was obvious. But Margot found herself more drawn to the fact that apart from herself, no one else in the van was focused on the loss of Liz. She hopped to the other bench and sat down beside him, saying nothing as she forced her hand into his. Unconsciously, he leaned into her and laid his head on her shoulder. Margot could hear his breathing finally build, and he wept so silently only she could hear. Jordan gave her a confused glance. She knew he was thinking about Johnny now, and with Emma suddenly stone-faced and concentrated beside him, Margot gestured for him to comfort Emma instead. He put his arm around her, too, and tried to compose his own hope for the situation alongside Emma's new fierce determinism. The vehicle jerked several more times as Xander shifted lanes, occasionally pulling off suddenly at highway exits before returning immediately to the ring road.
Margot caught sight of the vehicle's exterior through the side mirrors, once changing from white to black as Xander flew between a tight pair of semis, then gray as they crossed through the city's outskirts to a separate highway, then returning to black again as they neared the capital's edge. For nearly an hour, the kids sat strapped to their belt harnesses against the walls, dealing with Xander's manic driving. By the time things began to settle, all four of them looked as white as Kent had when they left the embassy. Every few minutes, Emma would bend forward and fold her hands in prayer. Whether for their journey or Johnny's safety, Margot couldn't tell, though with the success of their previous prayer that morning, she found the gesture pointless. Finally, they reached the westbound highway out of the city, and Xander returned the vehicle to autopilot, spinning his seat around to face the rest of them. For the first time, Kent actually perked to attention. "All right," Xander sighed. "I know you guys are sick of the word mission." Margot felt a blast of air exhale from her nose. "But I've been thinking over everything that happened, and especially what you said." He pointed at Emma, who looked surprised. "If the mission at the embassy was compromised from within, there may be credence to taking caution with the safe house, which means I need all of you to help with one final task." Margot took a frustrated breath as Xander threw his projector onto the floor, pulling up a three-dimensional schematic of the safe house. "If we're assuming the security isn't fully in check, we need to do a simple sweep of the property, meaning all of you need to be armed with one of these." He reached into the upper storage baskets and pulled down several M4 rifles. "We shouldn't need more than a single mag, but grab a second just in case something does go down," he offered, handing each of them 2 loaded magazines. "Lucky for us, the property's small and heavily protected, less than an acre and surrounded on all sides by high walls and fences, which themselves are covered by the thick trees against the mountainside." He returned to the projection and pointed to each point of the property. "The entry gate is disguised too," he explained. "I'm certain we're not being followed anymore, but even if we were, it's a quick in and out through the doors before they disguise themselves again." The schematic changed to show the inside of the house. "There are 3 main entrances to the house: the front door into the great room, the garage entry, and a door leading to the back garden. There is a secret escape door down the first floor hallway from the kitchen, but so long as we confirm the interior lock and disguise it behind the decorative painting again, we should have no reason to doubt its security." "Until the walls start moving," Jordan huffed. Xander shot him a concerned look. "Fine," he relented. "Throw a table in front of it with a vase on top. If it breaks, we'll be on alert." "At which point they'll already be inside the house," Emma mumbled. "Well, I'm doing the best I can!" Xander screamed, raising his voice for the first time since he'd thrown Emma onto the floor. Margot could see the pain returning to his face, and felt a wave of pity realizing his position. "Fine," she sighed aloud. "Walk us through the sweep." Xander gestured to each of the entry points again before returning to the rooms. "The house has 10 main rooms," he trundled. 7 bedrooms, 4 on top and 3 below, plus the great room, the kitchen, and a half bathroom off the garage entry. Each of the bedrooms has its own bathroom and closet, so we need to be extra thorough when we check those." He turned to Kent. "I want you with me," he said. "I'm going to drop you other 3 just inside the gate while we take the vehicle through the garage and enter by the kitchen. Emma, you take the front door. Jordan, take the garden entrance. Margot, keep an eye on their entries from the fence line. Keep a wide eye on the whole property." Jordan stepped in to interject. "Put me out there," he insisted. "She's better at close combat anyway. I'm the better shot. Plus, I can keep an eye on everything from out there." Margot agreed. "Xander, I'm a terrible shot." "Don't question me," he growled, bearing down on the pair of them. "Just do as I say and get the job done." He took a long, deep breath. "When the place is secure, we can relax." These words clearly bothered Kent, who flexed his jaw, probably holding back a comment about Liz. Xander refocused on Jordan and Margot. "Your comms don't work anymore," he noted. "We'll need these." He reached into a separate storage compartment and pulled out a handful of earpieces, the same ones they were used to training with. He passed them around and checked the microphones. "Just one last push," he begged, pulling Kent up to the front seat with him. "That's all I'm asking of you. Then we can go home." A half hour later, their highway departure had thinned to a narrow, winding road in the surrounding mountains. Emma sat forward, staring hard at the floor again, while next to her Jordan had his head thrown back and grimaced with each swerve of the vehicle. Margot shot him an inquisitive look. "My ribs," he mouthed before clenching his jaw again. Margot realized the adrenaline from their escape must finally be wearing off. "1 minute," Xander called from the front, pulling her attention away from her boyfriend again. Jordan reached down underneath their bench and pulled out a handful of jackets, tossing one to each of the girls before throwing one over himself with another twinge of pain. Margot had completely forgotten about the cold awaiting them outside the van. The vehicle rolled past a set of small houses before a tall row of bamboo and underbrush replaced the view for the remaining quarter-mile up the hill. Xander punched a code into the digital keyboard on the dashboard, and the entirety of the jungle facade parted inward like a large gate. "Everybody good to go?" Xander called through their ears. She, Emma, and Jordan gave a thumbs up. "Green light." The 3 hopped out the back doors and watched as the van slowly rolled through the gate, over the gravel drive, and then into an open garage door. Emma and Jordan picked up their pace and followed, while Margot tucked back awkwardly, looking for the best vantage point while nervously fingering the trigger on her rifle, worried that if she had to use it, she'd certainly miss the target. The garage closed while Emma crept to the near door. Something had clearly changed in her since her outburst. She looked fierce, with a set determination to destroy anyone who stood in her way. Her rifle stayed raised the entire way to the front door, her hands steadier than even Margot's breathing. Jordan was more rapid, swinging his rifle wildly around the gravel yard, checking every bit of the walls and fence line as he marched to the far side of the property. Eventually, he disappeared through the back gate and around the house, leaving Margot alone outside on the drive. She backed into the near corner, dropping to one knee and settling her weapon on the other to steady it. Her head whipped back and forth from the closing entry gate to the house, carefully eyeing the walls and fences to spot anything hidden within the plants. "Garage secure," she heard from Xander, closely followed by Jordan confirming the back garden. "Great room's clear," Emma chirped. "Jordy, I can see you. Make your way in." The gate creaked to a harsh shut, enclosing Margot in the small yard. In the far corner, a breeze was coming off the mountainside and rattling a pair of small trees against the fence. "Kitchen secure," Xander reported. "We have eyes on both of you. You take the upper rooms, we'll take the lower three." Being stuck outside was killing her. Desperate to have eyes on something, Margot stood from the corner and crept toward the front door. The sound of her own footsteps crunching on the gravel echoed around her. She looked inside the windows, seeing no one, before spinning around and returning her attention to the corner from which she had come. A new rattling came from the trees near the garage. Margot froze. Unlike the trees against the fence, this noise was clearly not the wind, nor was it consistent. Something large was moving through the brush. Margot felt her heart rise in her throat, her hands clamming around the stock of the rifle. A twig snapped, and she raised the gun to her shoulder, shaking harder than she had all day. "Ground floor secure," Xander said. She didn't dare respond anything aloud. Slowly, Margot crept alongside the house, seeing the tops of the trees above the garage quiver unnaturally as it crept ever closer. Her heart was pounding in her chest, her ears ringing the closer she came to the edge of the house. "Upper floor secure," Jordan relayed. Margot took a deep, shaky breath. "Margot, how's it look outside?" Xander asked. Still invisible, Margot could sense the thing in the trees right behind the corner of the garage. Xander's voice came through again. "Margot?" Someone opened the front door and stepped hard onto the gravel. She swung her head around, desperate to see backup, when she heard the thing bolt out onto the driveway. Emma was standing there, steady as a statue, her gun raised directly at Margot and fired. The shot missed her by a foot. Margot spun back, raising her own gun in panic terror, but the deer had already fallen to the ground. She could hear Xander come storming out the front door behind her. "What are you doing?" he screamed, before seeing the animal himself. Margot turned again to the house, seeing Xander with his own gun raised, followed nervously by Jordan and Kent. Emma was smiling, her rifle already lowered. "I found dinner." The house was stocked with plenty else. It had taken several minutes for Margot to calm back down after standing sentry in the yard, but finding the house in pristine condition aside from a deer carcass now decaying in the garage, she plopped down onto a couch in the great room and took sips of a water bottle until her pulse returned to normal. Xander and Jordan pulled the stone end table from the great room and shoved it in front of the secret door, adding 2 ceramic flower vases for good measure. Emma went to work making them all food in the kitchen, while Kent, seeing Margot resting on the couch, found his way to the neighboring armchair and remained so still that she thought he had fallen asleep with his eyes open. The smell of Tex-Mex soon filled the house. Finally feeling steady enough to rise, Margot gathered Kent from his hibernation and made her way to the kitchen. They met the other 3 surrounding the kitchen island. "Eat," Xander commanded. "Then you can head off to bed if you like." Margot peered out the kitchen window. Even with the mountains shading the view, there was still light in the sky. No one objected to food, though Kent rather picked around his taquitos while the others dug in. "I made the post-mission call to Tyersville," Xander announced grimly. "Legally, Johnny and Liz are both declared missing, with Johnny presumed alive and Liz confirmed deceased." Margot swallowed dryly. "They haven't heard anything yet from the American embassy about Johnny, but word is it's a mess in terms of relations with Poland," he sighed. "The ambassador's missing." "How?" Jordan sat up. "We saw him escorted out of the building." Xander shrugged. "Based on what we heard him say in the office, I'm assuming it's self-inflicted." "You think he's running from the job?" Emma asked. "His job was on the line to begin with," Xander noted. "Now classified information is being corrupted on his watch. If his life wasn't in danger before, it certainly is now." "Has Chervinsky issued a statement?" Jordan added. "Not publicly," Xander went on. "At least, not of 10 minutes ago. But I'm sure the attitude in Vyshzhubro is grim. All the Americans were evacuated when your brother's squad failed the assassination. If Varsov gets word that this was an inside job, it may happen that the whole city's evacuated to Germany." Margot sighed. "So how long are we here?" Xander turned, setting down his glass of water. "At the safe house?" he clarified. "My best estimate is 3 nights. Head back to Juliang Friday. With the current security situation, I'm guessing we'll get a private flight to avoid Beijing entirely. We may have to travel westward to refuel. Rough estimate, we get home anywhere between Sunday and Tuesday. Great, Margot thought. Another whole week stuck here. The attitudes of the squad appeared to parallel hers. What are we supposed to do while we wait? Jordan asked. Our phones are back in Juliang. Well, your fake ones should work with the Wi-Fi, Xander explained. I know you don't have access to your contacts or accounts, but at least it's something to pass the time. Otherwise, there might be board games hidden somewhere in the house. Read something. Write something. Relax. How can we relax right now? Margot wanted to scream, thinking of Liz every time she caught a glimpse of Kent's dead-eyed face. Instead, she turned her eyes back to her plate and kept her mouth shut. If you can figure it out, there's a way to get the TVs in your rooms connected to the American networks. He turned to Emma. You could probably catch Super Bowl build-up. She smiled. The first genuine smile Margot had seen from her in days. I'd rather watch the Rockets. Margot felt a minimal sense of normalcy start to wash over her, until Xander took a bite of chips and turned solemn again. There's one other thing, he said. All of you need to give recorded testimony about the mission. You can wait to do that until we get home, or you can do it with me tonight while this morning's still fresh in your head. It's completely your choice. Margot looked toward Jordan, then back at Xander, who had turned his attention in her direction. You're welcome to do it together, if it would make it easier. She looked back to Jordan, who simply shrugged. Can I at least shower first? She voiced, realizing her lower body was still caked with pieces of the embassy, and the rest of her with hours of sweat and tears. Xander straightened defensively. Yeah, of course, he said. There's no rush to do them, just whenever you feel ready. I'll be in the first room next door whenever you want. Where do you want the rest of us? Jordan asked. Wherever? Xander gestured upstairs. There's 4 up there and 4 of you, he noted. I think both you and I would sleep better if you stayed together. I'll hold down the fort below. Margot finished eating, then went into the garage to grab her bag from the van. The others followed. Emma managed to march ahead of her and trundle up the stairs to claim the furthest room down the hall. Margot decided to follow her to the next furthest, while Jordan and Kent tucked in the other 2. She guessed Xander wanted them to feel some sense of normalcy despite the loss of Johnny and Liz, letting himself bear the burden of being alone beside the 2 empty rooms. There was still a kind of community in all climbing the stairs together, and not actually knowing how long they were to be trapped in the house, despite Xander's estimates, she felt grateful he was returning to them some kind of autonomy. Chucking her bag against the wall near the bathroom door, she locked herself inside and immediately drenched herself in the shower. Dark gray water appeared to sweat from her pores as everything from the day was washed off her body, joined by more tears as her removal from the group gave her time to think about Liz again. She covered her face with her hands, remembering their night together up in the mountains, where Liz had confided in her the story of her brother, the anxiety she felt about the same thing happening to her family on her behalf. Margot had personally promised to keep that from ever happening, but now it had. Margot picked up a shampoo bottle from the inside of the tub and chucked it at the wall, where it exploded in a gooey white mess over the bathroom mirror. Footsteps followed, then Jordan's voice outside the bathroom door asking if she was all right. I'm fine, she screamed. Just go away! She was so far from fine. The look on Kent's face haunted her as she tried to imagine just how Liz's life had been taken away. She broke down to her knees, thinking again of her promise, then the reality of everyone in her life continuing to disappear. And this time it had been her fault. Maybe it was always her fault. Maybe if she hadn't endorsed Emma dating Johnny, she'd still feel like her best friend was there for her. Maybe if she had tried harder with Riley, he wouldn't have run off so easily. She thought of her mother disappearing, dropping off the face of the planet and leaving her alone with her father, who was then taken away from her too. Had she left because of Margot? If I hadn't followed Jordan, I could have saved her, she thought. Her anger then turned to Jordan, no doubt feeling he could protect her. He would never understand this even if she explained it to him. He could never possibly understand feeling responsible that one of them was dead because of her. Then she remembered Johnny, and cursed herself for being so selfish. Jordan was probably going through the exact same emotions she was, plus the hope that his brother might actually be out there somewhere. Hell, his mom might be still out there somewhere, even as time ticked on without a trace. Jordan was constantly dealing with these emotions of loss and anger, she realized. A pang of guilt pulled at her chest for throwing him away so easily. She rushed out of the shower, hardly remembering to turn it off before bolting out into the bedroom, ready to track him down and apologize. He was still in the room, sitting on her bed staring into nothingness. He turned as soon as he saw her, his face devoid of emotion. Margot gasped. You're still here? Yeah, he shrugged. I wanted to make sure you were all right. I was worried you collapsed or something. Margot turned back to the mess on the bathroom wall. It's nothing. She blushed, embarrassed. I threw a bottle against the mirror. Jordan smiled. I would have done a lot worse, No, you wouldn't have, she admitted. You handle yourself better than I do. Who have you been dating? He laughed. I'd like to meet him. Margot smiled, then bent over and threw one of her sweatshirts at him. Go shower, she said. Then we can chat with Xander. She moved toward him to pull him to his feet. No, he declined. What do you mean, no? Jordan shook his head. I'm not leaving you. Margot threw her hands up. What, do you think I'm going to kill myself or something? She brushed. Have you seen Kent? He's the one that should be on trauma watch. No, I just... Jordan rose to his feet, stopping himself, then stared at the floor. He took a deep breath. Margot, I killed 2 people today. She felt Emma's cooking catch guiltily in her throat. Yet another thing I forgot, she pitied. Your friend is dead, he went on. Our friend. She's dead. Margot tried to shrug it off. Yeah, but your brother may have removed his tracker on his own, Jordan acknowledged. But who's to say he didn't get gunned down 3 feet outside that office? What if he's gone too? Margot grit her teeth and sighed. So? So? He mimicked. So I can't lose you too. You're not going to lose me, she dismissed. She turned blushing as Jordan stepped into her with his full height. She could smell the sweat dripping down his neck. Seriously, Jordy, she insisted. I'm fine. Well, I'm not, he admitted. And for the first time she really looked into his eyes, seeing the red terror baked on the milky gray. He sighed shakily. My dad? My mom? Now Johnny too? He looked down at her pleadingly. You're all I have left. Jordan, she blushed, trying to play away her own emotions as comfort. That's not true. You have Emma. Emma's not you, he growled, turning away to hide the fact that he had started crying. He backed down, trying to calm himself. I'm sorry, he apologized. But I promised you I was never going to leave you. Margot was close to breaking too. Then don't, she whispered, leaning in to kiss him. He hesitated as she pushed back, tears flowing freely down his cheeks and onto his lips. I don't want to talk to Xander tonight, he sobbed. Then don't, she whispered again, putting her arms around him. Stay with me as long as you want. She rested her head on his chest and just held him, letting whatever feelings he needed to let out fall onto her instead. She let herself feel the exact same, raw emotions pouring out as they cried together. Only with him, she thought. He alone gets to see this side of me. The relief of that single truth, that comfort to allow someone to see into her like that sent a shiver down her spine. They stood there for several minutes, swaying slowly back and forth on the carpet to the sound of nothingness. Finally, Jordan sniffled, stood up to attention and pulled himself away. Margot only managed a quick breath before he leaned in and kissed her like he hadn't seen her in years. She felt herself melt as he put his arms around her. I'm never going to let go, he breathed, meaning every word of it. She looked into his eyes with new tears of her own, knowing that wherever he was going, she was going too. He held on to her until the sun came up the next morning. Even with the ghosts of Johnny and Liz hanging over them as they fell, it still managed to be one of the best nights of Margot's life. Chapter 18. Atlas. When the shots fired, every muscle in his body flinched in terror. Johnny stood inside the closet, horror-struck as what was left of Liz disappeared behind the desk. The door broke open. Kent went through the window. Johnny froze completely still. 5 men entered, sweeping through the space. One rushed to the window in pursuit of Kent, then swore to the others in Chinese. Where'd he go? It's just a kid, another added, looking down at the corpse on the ground. Lee, we killed a kid. Another on the far wall put his rifle to his side. Doesn't matter, he said. They're still terrorists. He pulled a radio from his belt. Zhang, we got one down up here. One escaped through the window. A grainy voice came through the speaker, loud enough to hear. There should be 3. Lee put his radio back on his hip. Find him. The soldiers regripped their weapons and spun about the room, checking every cupboard and crack in the walls. The closet door was wide open. Johnny stood still as every single inch of the office was examined. Furniture was overturned. Desk drawers were emptied onto the floor. Minutes went by before one of them even thought to look in his direction. I found something, one spoke, staring at the computer Johnny had only just closed. He still hadn't noticed Johnny. He lowered his weapon again and walked into the closet. Johnny held his breath. The soldier walked straight into him. What? He managed, before Johnny shoved him and drilled him square in the face with a right hook. The man stumbled back into the office, Johnny lunging for the rifle he had kept propped against the nearest couch.
He spun and fired, and the nearest soldier crumpled to the ground. He held up the gun to fire at the rest, but stopped himself, realizing in a split second that none of them were looking in his direction. Feng? The soldier at the window gasped, seeing his partner dead on the floor. The others raised their guns fearfully. Johnny stayed frozen on his back, trying to remain as silent as possible with every shallow breath. The one by the window noticed him on the floor. Before the man could fire, Johnny let loose another shot, sending him stumbling the same way as Kent. Two turned to watch him fall. The other noticed the gun in Johnny's hands and fired in his direction. He managed to roll out of the way, stumbling behind the overturned couch before poking his head around and dropping a third. "Where is he?" a remaining guard screamed. "What's happening?" Johnny thought nervously. The two men were shouting incoherent commands at one another in a dialect he could not understand. Johnny hid with his shoulder against the furniture, his heart threatening to burst through his chest, before jolting to his feet and finding the final soldiers in his sights. He stood alone, the sole victor of this little war, surrounded by bodies. He realized one of them was on his side. He rushed over to the window and turned away to stop himself from vomiting. There was no point in closing Liz's eyes. He stilled himself, breathing deep to stay composed as the smell of blood and death filled the room. A voice in the back of his head helped him focus. Her pockets, he thought, thinking of the fake mementos they'd been carrying with them since the hotel. Don't leave a trace of the company. He kept his eyes below her neck as he reached down to take the fake ID from her corpse. That's when he noticed his arms. They were gone. He stumbled back in shock, falling over the overturned office chair and finding himself on the ground. Or he should have. Johnny felt around on the floor, desperate to assuage his most incoherent fears. Where his leg should have been, he kicked the office chair toward Liz's body. It shifted a few inches forward with no source of contact. Finally, he got the reflection of the room in the glass cases on the wall, rushing to stand directly in front of the polished surface. The office looked exactly as it should, save for one glaring omission. Johnny was completely invisible. Terrified breaths caught in his throat. He waved his hands in front of his face, desperately trying to shake off the effect, but nothing changed. Picking things up off the ambassador's desk and throwing them across the room only added to his disorientation. Every part of his body was completely invisible, including his clothes, without any trace of shape or refraction. He took a deep meditative breath, trying to calm himself down when he noticed the voice reverberating through his jaw. Shane's voice. Coventry. Johnny looked back to the window and understood. He returned to Liz's body and emptied her pockets into his own. Taking a final glance into the glass, he sighed, then spoke through the microphone. Xander? Johnny! The response came immediately. What happened? Guilt panged in his chest as he looked around at the carnage throughout the office. Files are deleted, he managed. Then with one final look at the body added, Liz is down. He realized he had no idea who else had survived the mission. Surely if Xander was alive, Emma was too, and he was certain Kent had made it at least away from the embassy if the soldiers had not seen him out the window. He could only pray that Margot and Jordan had made it to safety, though the gunshots he heard earlier didn't leave him with much hope. Can you get her out of there safely? Xander asked. Do you need backup to get you both down to the ground? Before he could respond, he could feel the line go unnaturally silent, as if someone had cut the feed from the other side. Shane's voice came through again, the same as before. Coventry. The static buzz from the van returned, and Johnny knew the others could hear him again. Johnny, Xander repeated. Did you hear me? He took one more tight breath and replied. Negative. Code Magenta. The line died again for what Johnny knew to be the last time. He was about to leave the office when he felt the extra belongings in his pocket. Her tracker, he thought, realizing there could be zero trace of Liz's connection to the program left behind. One of the guards had a knife attached to his belt, and as delicately as possible, Johnny carved Liz's tracker out of her arm to mimic her other scars. With a hesitation of dread, he realized he should do the same for himself. He took the knife to his mouth and felt his way to the back molar, carving the device out of his teeth as carefully as he could, before turning the knife to his arm, biting down on his missing collar, and pulling out the tiny capsule. Blood dripped profusely from his wound. As soon as it left contact with his skin, the scarlet seemed to glow in its reappearance to the visual spectrum. Desperate to stop it from leaving a trail, he ripped off a piece of clothing from the nearest soldier's pant leg and wrapped it tight around his arm. Where his elbow should have been, the bandage was now floating in midair. Frustrated, Johnny chucked the bloody cloth to the floor and sprinted through the remains of the hallway doors, clutching his arm tightly as he zipped past the lobby into the bathrooms. He released his hand over the sink, coating the surface bright red. Think, he commanded himself. The purveying fear of remaining like this forever pulled at the back of his mind, but as he could hear the main stairwell door being broken down in the lobby, Johnny found himself willing to keep invisible for as long as possible. My clothes, he realized, staring into the mirror and seeing nothing return but the occasional drip from his missing elbow. He clutched around for the base of his shirt before ripping another large piece of cloth. So long as it remained touching his skin, it too remained invisible. He washed his arm clean in the sink, then tied the new bandage around his arm and watched it disappear completely. Thoroughly spooked, Johnny took a deep breath and focused on the task of getting out of the building alive. He couldn't risk taking a weapon. There was nowhere to conceal it, and anything held out in the open would be visible during his escape. Instead, he would have to avoid touching everything but the ground to stay inconspicuous to the eyes around him. The first step was getting out of the bathroom door, before someone had eyes on it. Johnny managed to slip back into the lobby just as the next wave of soldiers broke through, keeping tight against the wall as the unit circled around the exterior checking for signs of life. When they discovered their predecessors dead in the office, Johnny managed to slip into the elevator landing, and once all sets of eyes were away from his direction, crept through another broken door and down into the stairwell. The thought of being stuck like this forever pressed on Johnny's mind as he waited cautiously for someone to open the lower stairwell door. Time working against him, he decided to press the automatic door button 3 times in succession before sneaking out on a 4th pass, trying to make it appear that the same computer error which had activated the fire alarms was now affecting the door controls. Peering at his feet as he moved through the empty lobby, he was glad to find his bandage working perfectly, leaving no trace of his injury on the floor behind him. A shattered glass window near the back stairwell allowed a difficult, albeit unseen, slip past the crowd gathered outside the building. There were police cars everywhere. Johnny prayed none of the hundreds of armed men surrounding the building had heat sensors on their weapons. Surely they could see me then, he thought, before seeing an even greater obstacle standing on the sidewalk just outside the complex's front. At least a dozen German shepherds waiting to be let loose in the embassy to find him. Thinking fast, he spun around searching for the easiest way through the armed perimeter of the complex, and found his eyes drawn to the shortened fence on the back of the tennis courts, where the tree line briefly broke, allowing him a chance to hop the neighboring alley without disrupting the leaves. He took it, sprinting to the eastern fence as quickly as possible, climbing the vertical post and propelling himself outside the property. He was sure he skinned his elbow against the asphalt on the landing. His heart thumping through his ears again, he could make out the muffled shouting of the men behind him, surmising that perhaps one of the dogs had picked up his scent. He put it out of his mind and bolted faster than he'd ever run before, taking advantage of the stopped traffic and taking off across the street to the Irish embassy. There in the parking lot, its lights on and ready to fly, was the gray SUV Shane had described. Johnny took a split second to confirm the license plate before making his way to the rear passenger side door and ripping it open. There were 2 men in suits and sunglasses seated in the front. A man sat near the other door, his arms zip-tied together over his knees with a black bag covering his head. "Go!" Johnny shouted, desperate to be away from the danger. "You don't give the orders," the front passenger scolded. The driver turned to look in the mirror, before spinning abruptly as Johnny pulled the door shut. "Where is he?" The passenger turned his head around the seat and shot a hand against Johnny's chest, pinning him against the seat. "The hell? He's invisible!" "Sean never said anything about—" the driver argued. Before Johnny had a chance to reply, the passenger's hand had traveled up his body to his neck, where the man's other hand swung around with a syringe and planted it deep in Johnny's jugular. Johnny shot his hand up to stop him, but it was too late. He could feel himself slumping down and losing consciousness as a bag was thrown over his face, and the world turned black. Johnny woke inside a marshmallow. Blinking himself to consciousness, he was surrounded on all sides by a white dome the size of a classroom. He was lying on a hospital bed with various tubes and monitors attached to his skin. For a moment he thought he had traveled back to the hospital in Tylersville, where he had come to after his seizure. It's certainly dry enough to be Tylersville, he thought. It was obvious he was no longer in Beijing, and giving it deeper thought realized he was probably nowhere near China either. Whatever had happened at the embassy was long past, maybe even days ago. The image of Liz lying dead on the office floor flashed in his mind, and he shot his fingers up to his eyes to try to wipe the thought away. That was when he noticed his hands. Turning them upside down, he stared at them like foreign objects, replacing whatever digits had existed there before. His legs managed to kick off the thin blankets, and they too were once again visible. He sat there stunned, trying to remember what had happened before his consciousness disappeared. "It wasn't a dream," a voice called from across the tent. Johnny blinked into focus a boy sitting in a chair on the far wall. "You were invisible when you got here." Johnny swallowed hard, still trying to process his surroundings in the final moments outside the embassy. "How—" he managed, but his words died in his throat. An overwhelming thirst stopped him from saying more. "The fluids pacify your effect," the boy explained. "For our safety, not as a punishment. Sometimes things get triggered in your sleep. We're just taking precautions." Johnny noticed the lack of restraints around his wrists and ankles, and figured he could trust the boy. He looked back down the bed. "That's not my effect," he argued. The boy laughed. "Well, it is now." He stood and approached the bed. Up close, Johnny could see he was a fair bit older than he sounded, probably right out of college, with pale skin and long curly brown hair. His round nose was flanked by 2 large brown eyes that were almost comically too close together. "What about my memory?" Johnny wondered aloud. "You tell me," the boy asked. Any gaps?
The entirety of the mission had flooded back now, right up to the needle taken in the neck. No, he admitted. Good, the boy shrugged. Then you should be free to leave. And go back home? Johnny managed, knowing full well the boy only meant the tent. Not exactly, he confirmed, gesturing to a pile of clothes on the other chair to Johnny's right. Throw those on. Let's take a walk. Johnny removed the wires and did as he was told, taking no hesitation even with the stranger in the room behind him. He stripped bare and covered himself in loose-fitting jeans and a thick wool coat. Only now did he notice the boy wearing the same. Johnny wondered how long the boy had been sweating inside the tent, waiting for him to wake. The tent had a single exit tunnel leading into a long hallway, itself a white tent supported by some kind of artificial pressure. It too was room temperature. The longer they walked, the more Johnny longed to be outside in the fresh air. They passed a few dozen similar medical tents, all cordoned off for privacy, before the hallway ended at a tent twice the size of the previous, where a ring of desks stood on a thick canvas floor. A crude array of wires provided power through a chimney in the ceiling, ending with a modern desktop computer being furiously worked on by a team of clothed nurses. I'm taking Spock's, the boy announced as they passed. None of the nurses gave any indication they had heard. Several more tunnels and doorways fed out from the office tent, but the boy pulled them to one which led to a small airlock, shut the door behind them, and pushed open the door to the outside. The sunlight was blinding. In every direction, sand dunes spread nearly as far as Johnny could see, with mountains barely visible in the distant south. They were standing on a flat bit of land at the edge of a city, a sprawling spider of a thing made entirely from white tents that they had passed through on their way outside. Hundreds, if not thousands, of round hubs were connected by insulated tunnels. Johnny took a moment to take it all in, his breath catching again in his throat. Where? He stuttered. Where are we? Karakum Desert, the boy stated. Johnny paged through his mental files, but nothing came to the front. When a few seconds had passed, the boy added, Turkmenistan. We're about 2 hours northeast of Ashgabat. Turkmenistan, Johnny repeated, and 1,000 questions flooded his mind. The only thing he managed to say was, It's freezing. Well, yeah, the boy laughed, apparently caught off guard. It's February. Deserts get cold this time of year. February, Johnny echoed, realizing with a shiver what this meant. It was January when we left Beijing, he gasped. How long was I out? 10 days, the boy muttered. Took a while to get all that adrenaline out of your system. Johnny stood there, staring at the ground in horror. You missed a hell of a Super Bowl, the boy added. Seahawks choked it away at the goal line, interception to lose the game. Who cares about the Super Bowl? Johnny almost shouted, before realizing this was probably all Emma would be talking about back home. What about my squad? He demanded. Did they get home safe? As far as I know, the boy shrugged. Obviously, you lost one in Beijing. His tone was infuriating. Don't you dare joke about that, Johnny snapped. I wasn't joking about it, the boy defended. I'm just saying it wasn't supposed to— I know what was supposed to happen, Johnny screamed. The boy stood there emotionless. Was that you guys too? He shouted, vitriolic. Were you the ones that sabotaged the mission? Look, Johnny, I'm just the welcome guy. I honestly have no idea. But from what I know, no. We were only supposed to go in and get you out of there per Paul's orders. So far as I can tell, your mission was blown open by a third party, and that's what got it killed. He'd been hoping for answers, but the boy's knowledge on the mission was starting to rub Johnny the wrong way. He exhaled hard out of his nose. Who's Paul? The boy smiled. Oh, you'll meet Paul. He gestured around them. He built this place. He's kind of like our Garen. Great, Johnny huffed. Another politician. But beyond his surface-level irritation, he was suddenly desperate to meet the man and get answers from someone he trusted to know as much as this boy did. And what is this place? Johnny growled. What do you do here? The boy smirked. Keep you alive, for one. He made a grand gesture of the whole landscape. This is Atlas. Johnny grit his teeth. And what is Atlas? Oh, come on, the boy frowned, disappointed. We don't give names for nothing. Use your context clues. He held his tongue, feeling more disrespected by the minute. Obviously, the boy was toying with him, challenging his intelligence. All right, Johnny huffed. What are you being used to find? Now you're getting it, the boy smiled. Come on, I'll show you. Johnny had to physically stop his eyes from rolling. Beyond frustrated, but a slave to his guide, he had no choice but to follow. They walked back in the way they had left, and the boy led him back through the office area to another wing of hospital rooms. Stopping outside a shielded door, the boy knocked, then took his time opening it, making another theatric gesture. We found half, too. When the door opened fully, Johnny stepped through, taking in the scene of a room identical to the one in which he had woken just minutes before. On the bed before him lay a dark-skinned woman weathered well beyond her years, her hair starting to gray at the roots.
As soon as he realized who she was, he sprinted to the side of her bed. It was Jordan's mother. "Tab!" he shouted, cupping his hand around her chin, hoping to wake her. Dozens more wires than had penetrated his own body were now reading hers, sending to overhead monitors that, while she may still be alive, the situation was dire. Johnny flung around a shout at the boy, who stood near the door again without emotion. "What happened to her?" The boy shrugged. "You know what happened to her. Caravan was attacked by rebels in Kurdistan. She was the sole survivor." Johnny looked back at the stoic body of Tabitha Delarue, realizing with horror that beyond her scarred left arm, every single one of her other limbs was missing. "How long has she been here?" he yelled. "Stop shouting, it's getting obnoxious," the boy tamed. "We picked her up almost immediately. She was lucky she was so close. We try to keep eyes on all ex-members of the company." She wasn't an ex-member, Johnny stormed. "No," the boy agreed. "But she was past her usefulness to Tylersville. That's why she went back in, wasn't it? Rangers and SEALs are usually the ones with the worst fixes for it. That's why she left you and your brother behind, isn't it? Because she couldn't handle the mundanity of moving on from it." Johnny stopped himself from turning around and swinging a fist in the boy's face. "Don't you dare say that about my mother!" "But she's not your mother," the boy argued correctly. "Your mother was a different case. She and Tabitha's husband were killed in a different bombing, right?" Johnny held his breath, not willing to give the boy the satisfaction of knowing their story. "So what, you just stalk inactive members of the company?" he asked. "That's illegal, you know. Citizens Privacy Charter, Section 3. Missions and related training are the only exceptions to surveillance on company members." "Yeah, it would be illegal," the boy noted. "If we were a part of the IREA, we're not." Johnny felt his stomach drop. "Then how do you know so much about us?" "Haven't you ever wondered what happens to us after the program?" "Us?" Johnny replayed in his head. What's he talking about? The boy was one step ahead. "When I was 17, I received my third strike for cannabis importation," he explained. 3 is the universal infraction number, even with minors. The government of LJF voted to give me the boot. There was nothing my family could do about it. Atlas found me in Tel Aviv, with no memory of my past life or who I was before they found me. Here they nursed me back to existence." The words took a minute to register. Johnny stared wide-eyed at the boy, who simply returned the stare blankly. "So you're criminals," Johnny barked. "All of you broke the rules and all of you were punished for it." "Oh, come off your high horse," the boy moaned, showing the full range of his displeasure with Johnny for the first time. "I smoked 3 joints in my common room, and they didn't have the balls to execute me for it. Sorry my dad can't cover it up the way your girlfriends can." "What are you talking about?" Johnny gritted. "Her brother in rehab?" he teased. "Trust me, that's not as quiet as you guys might think. If I had that kind of get-out-of-jail-free card at my disposal, there would have been no need for Atlas to go to Israel." Johnny had no response. He continued staring at the boy, desperate to win some kind of edge. "You probably thought they killed us," the boy noted. "Lethal injection or something. You can't do the time, don't do the crime or whatever. Not a chance. Sure, they'll blast the really bad ones, murderers and perverts and the like, justify it with their Bibles, but petty crime? It happens way more than you think the further everything swings to the right of the aisle." "So you're all idiots," Johnny uttered. "You couldn't hold off your fix long enough to not get caught, so now there's a village of you in the middle of nowhere." "I'm just a tour guide," the boy shrugged. "You think they'd let me run the place? Nah, people at the top are the real deal. They didn't get kicked out for the little stuff. You think everyone agrees with Alex Macri or Bill Guerin? Anyone even close to center gets kicked out sooner or later." He raised his hands in another gesture. "This is where they end up." The door suddenly opened, and a large woman in a white lab coat came through, holding a clipboard. "Oh good, you're here," she said, handing the boy the clipboard before marching to Tab's bedside and checking the readings. "Kramer told me you were awake." Johnny realized she wasn't talking to the pair of them. "Who, me?" he muttered. "Of course you," she turned. "Who else would have the familiar authority?" Johnny paused. "The authority for what?" The woman turned, forgetting completely about the readings on the screens. She stared at the other boy, then back to Johnny. "Didn't Liev tell you why you're here?" Johnny looked to the boy, who had his hand outstretched awkwardly. "Liev Cohen," he introduced. "Nice to meet you." Johnny left his hand hanging there, turning back to the woman. "No," he admitted. Shane did." Liev let out a laugh beside him. "Not Atlas," he explained. "She means this room specifically." Johnny looked at Tab's body, completely still on the bed, and tried to piece together the scene around him. "I'm Dr. Leahy," she introduced, and this time he managed to take the outstretched hand. Liev leaned into Johnny's ear and whispered, "We call her Dr. Death." Dr. Leahy was clearly unamused by the nickname, flashing daggers into Liev before adding, "Look, we can put off the decision until tomorrow, but that is the absolute latest, especially now that he's here. Those parts are expensive, and if we have to pull the trigger on them, I'd rather not have to battle something else taking the line items from the budget. Johnny felt himself explode with confusion. What decision? Liev let out another laugh. Oh, come on, he gasped. Look at her. Johnny followed his pointed finger and realized the boy was not pointing to the doctor, but to Tab. What about her? You think that's any way to live? Johnny was horrified by what he was hearing. And besides, what's the likelihood of her even surviving the transplants? All three working? The doctor echoed. 20%, if we're lucky. Johnny stared in shocked silence. You're the only one who can make the call. The doctor turned to Johnny. You're a legal representative in her will. It's your decision. Johnny felt his insides disappear. His mouth spoke the words he was terrified to have answered. What decision? Dr. Leahy gave a grim nod. Assisted suicide, she confirmed. Whether she lives or dies. Johnny was too stunned to speak. Too stunned to even breathe. He felt his mouth drop from his upper jaw as he stared with too many thoughts at the comatose body of the woman who had raised him into adolescence. His mind flashed to Jordan. His brother, Tab's real son, or at least more of a son than Johnny was. She had raised him from infancy. Johnny was just an extra they had picked up on the way. But Johnny had no idea if Jordan was even alive. There was every possibility that Johnny truly was the only person in the world with the authority to make that decision. His answer was obvious. And yet the word stuck in his throat. Suddenly he felt his hand jerked backward, and he was being dragged out of Tab's room without a chance to speak his mind. Tomorrow! The doctor's voice called behind them. Halfway down the hall, Johnny found his voice again. Where are we going? He called, too nervous to stop following Liev's lead. The boy stopped, releasing Johnny's hand. The Corps, he announced. You should meet Paul first. Chapter 19. The Man in the Mask. He's still alive, she thought to herself. He has to be. Emma went straight to her bedroom when things had settled inside the safe house. She'd chosen the room furthest down the hall, despite Xander's insistence on her being surrounded by the others. He seemed to think her unable to cope without Johnny. She assured him he was fine. Her outburst in the van was believing he was well and truly dead, but Xander had eliminated that dread, pointing out his self-removal theory on Johnny's tracker. Death would have driven her over the edge. Hope was something she could work with. She thought back to all their times in training where Johnny had worked his way out of deadly situations. Aside from Xander shooting him point blank to prove a point, she couldn't remember any moment where Johnny had been shot, or stabbed, or really even wounded. In every scenario, he was quick to move, act, or shoot first, always on the front foot when the odds were stacked against him. The more she remembered, the more hope she gathered, the more confident she became that Johnny was still alive. He'll probably beat us home, Xander had said. Despite the mess of the day, the disaster of the mission, and still the gut-wrenching pain of losing Liz, Emma plopped back down on her bed with a sense of peace. The room had been decorated as ambiguously as possible. Beige walls, black cabinetry, and a tan bedspread were joined in decoration by vague metal lamps, table weights, and colorless photos of flowers. We could be anywhere, Emma thought, noting the house's complete lack of cynic identity. Like back home, her own bathroom stood attached via a doorway to her right, in which she was thrilled to find not only stocked with soaps and shampoos, but containing a bathtub, a luxury which had eluded her since moving to the residential center. Mere seconds passed between her discovery of the tub and her whipping it open. A large mirror over the sink provided the first look at herself in hours, and Emma was troubled to see how swollen and bloodshot her eyes had become in the time spent crying over Johnny and Liz. She looked unfathomably tired, somehow aged in the half-day she'd spent between this place and the hotel. A cloud of sadness washed over her, wishing she had her boyfriend here to reassess her appearance. Still, she looked better than the others. Save for Xander, she alone had arrived at the house absent of blood. Jordan and Margot were covered in their own, and Kent, who still had yet to share exactly what had happened, was coated in a mix of his own, Liz, and the guard who had apparently died after they captured him. Emma was glad to see herself only caked in sweat. She stripped out of her clothes and threw them in the bathroom's empty trash can, hoping to be rid of them forever, then stared once more at the visible fatigue the day had taken on her body. Trying to distract herself from the image she always hated seeing stare back at her, Emma fumbled through the vanity cabinet and perfumed her bath. The first touch of the water was jarring. Goosebumps prickled up her arms. Had she any hair below her neck, Emma imagined it would have stood straight up like a frightened cat. She took a deep breath to calm herself, pushing on to lower her body into the scalding pool, where finally submerged she was able to relax. The last thing to enter the water was her left arm. She had forgotten about the tracker up to that point, and now wondered whether the water would affect or even destroy it. She hoped so. Hypothetically, the overseers back in Juliang and Taylorsville could still monitor and violate her privacy, though this was strictly against the law. She doubted even her father would cross that line. She stared at the clothes hanging on the edge of the garbage can, then momentarily considered cutting open her teeth and arm to rid herself entirely of this mission. The faster she could forget Polish and Mandarin, the better. Once they were back in the States, Emma never wanted to think of this place again. Her fake phone was back out on the bed. It would have been early afternoon in the Middle East, easy enough for her to call Riley if he wasn't busy. Her father, even on his heaviest days, would have been asleep or trying. Her mother the same. Andrew was unreachable. The only others she could think of trying were her grandparents back in Corpus Christi, but in addition to the time difference, they were also non-members, and explaining to them the intricacies of the program always required a level of energy she couldn't presently provide. Instead, Emma let herself be alone with her thoughts. Praying that Johnny was safe wherever he was, the heat and humidity of the tub overcame her, and she fell asleep right there in the bath. She dreamt of Johnny. The details of their situation were fuzzy, but she saw them alone in the middle of a forest, surrounded by nothing but trees for miles around. The word sanctuary kept popping through, as if wherever they were was out of reach of any danger which could be pursuing them. The longer the dream went on, the more she wanted to continue. Her inhibitions lacked the accountability she felt when she was awake, and she watched herself spend hours upon hours, days even, living there with Johnny, hunting together, eating together, falling asleep together, each night feeling him hold her tighter than he had before. Then something changed. Dark clouds covered the sky, and each day they came home with less and less food, and the more she wanted to feel Johnny close beside her, the more he seemed to edge away, until finally she woke in their cabin in the woods, unable to find him anywhere. Sprinting into those woods, Johnny was nowhere to be seen, and the louder she called, the louder her voice echoed through the trees, mocking her. She woke with a start, splashing around in the dirty water. The comfort of the heat and bubbles had disappeared in the night. Emma found herself submerged in a freezing tub, her fingers and toes pruned beyond recognition. Details of the dream disappeared as she blinked the sleep out of her eyes, but the feeling of dread at losing Johnny remained, reminding her that this was the second night in a row she had spent without her best friend, the first time in months. Groggily, she kicked her legs over the side and crawled to her feet. Her hair, soaking for hours, had an unusual curl to the end of it. Johnny would think that's funny, she thought, trying to keep her attitude up. Outside in the bedroom, light was peeking through the windows. As her room faced the mountain roughly to the west, she presumed this meant that she had slept late into the morning. Finding no shame in this, given they would be doing nothing for the following several days, she lazily crawled under the unmarked covers, but was unable to fall back asleep. The smell of bacon shot her to attention. Opening her bag for the first time, she was glad to find an arrangement similar to what she would have packed for herself, including an oversized navy sweater and a pair of maroon leggings. A pair of fuzzy gray socks completed the ensemble. Tossing her new curls into a ponytail, Emma traipsed down the hallway, bothered by the silence emanating from the rooms taken by Margot and Jordan. Back home, she could usually hear them watching or arguing over something, but putting her ear up to either door, it was eerily quiet. Maybe they're outside, she conceded. The great room was empty. The only sound of the house came from the kitchen, where she found Xander still in a pair of plaid pajama pants, listening to something intently through a pair of headphones. He saw her approach, putting down the pan and muting his devices. "Morning," he grinned, apparently happy to see another living being. Emma noticed the chunk of red meat bleeding onto a white towel beside him. "Deer?" she wondered aloud. "Woke up a bit early," he admitted. "Decided I shouldn't let your shot go to waste." "I didn't know you knew how to butcher," she replied. "I'm from Nebraska," he japed. "Of course I know how to butcher." She smiled in return, moving to the fridge to see if there was anything she could add to their breakfast. "It was a hell of a shot," he continued. "You ever been hunting before?" "Once," Emma said blindly. "When I was little, my Uncle Mark took us up to North Dakota for pheasants." Xander turned, curious. "Hit anything?" "Andrew and Mark got birds," she admitted. "I've never killed anything before." Xander's grin narrowed. "That makes one of us," he noted. Emma could tell he was curious to share something with her. "Have you?" "I told you I grew up butchering." He turned back to the stove. "People, I mean," she instigated. He poured out a pile of venison strips on a plate between them. He picked one up, blowing on it, then slowly took a bite. "A few," he claimed. A wave of relief seemed to flush from his face. "How old were you?" He shrugged. "Older than Jordan," he stated. "It was right before my junior year. We were called in sort of last minute at the end of summer to take the place of another squad. Poachers in northern Norway stealing from indigenous Sami herds." Emma took a bite of the bacon, searing her tongue. "Reindeer police?" Essentially," Xander agreed. "We were there to capture them, prepared to use force if necessary, but the Sami hoped our presence would deter them outright, without the need for weapons." "Let me guess," Emma prodded. "They shot you first?" "Not me," Xander admitted. "My buddy Trevor. Took 2 of his fingers clean off the gun, no more than 10 yards away from me." Emma saw the darkness returning to his face. "Easy win?" Xander gave a distracted laugh. "Not for Trevor," he said. "But for me, yeah. 5 shots and 2 were gone. I didn't even have to face them up close." "Well, that's positive, isn't it?" Emma wondered aloud. "First time didn't exactly scar you." "Not technically. he agreed. But I downed 3 people in the blast. Emma eyed him cautiously. Trevor? No, he continued. One of the Sami was coming up the ridge to warn us, obviously too late. I didn't recognize my target before I fired. Emma felt her eyes widen. You killed a civilian? Xander shook his head. I didn't kill her, he dissented. I just shot her in the leg. Emma felt herself sigh with relief. But you tell me, he added. Would it have been better if I did? You can't exactly herd nomadically if you can't walk for the rest of your life. Emma scoffed. What kind of question is that? Of course it's better that she lived. Xander took another bite of meat, leaving his own opinion up in the air. Why are you telling me this? She asked, then dropped her voice. Did Jordan kill a civilian? I don't think so, he dismissed. I mean, they haven't told me their story yet, but if what they've said so far is true, about them being attacked in the stairwell, then both of his kills are justified. Emma narrowed her eyes. Xander could see her following. It's Kent's story I'm worried about, he said quietly. Why? Emma spat, feeling her breath quicken. Did something happen to Johnny? No, not that, Xander cited. Nothing he told me changed what we know about Johnny. He peeked his head around the kitchen corner to make sure they were alone. He's clearly traumatized, Xander went on. There were significant gaps in his story. I don't think he'll be able to give a full picture until Towsville pieces together the comm feeds. Emma took her own look into the great room. You think he killed a civilian? Not him, Xander shook his head. And not exactly a civilian. But something he remembered about the situation struck me as odd. Emma froze. Liz? Xander's face fell. The guard she took down, he nodded. Ken said he was still alive when he left the office, and completely still by the time they heard shots in the stairwell. You think Liz Mercy killed him? Well, that's what the story implies, he agreed. Whatever happened to him, I don't think it was a natural death. Emma looked over the table into Xander's sleep-deprived eyes. Oh, what does that prove? She chided. You can't exactly punish her for it, can you? No, he said. But the company can. At that point in the mission, he wasn't a threat, so if she executed him while he was down and that goes on record... Xander scratched his head. Liz's family's already going to be back in court with the company over her death, he explained. We gave a legally binding promise that she'd be kept out of danger. If they take to a judge that she was the sole death in the entire squad, imagine how complicated things get when the company revokes her funeral allowance on the basis of a confessed war crime. Emma scratched her own head, then swore under her breath. You're telling me, Xander seconded. So what are you planning? Emma added, understanding Xander was looking for a trusted set of ears to second his solution. Well, regardless of testimony, the company's going to have the seizure on the comms record. Emma nodded. So, he continued, we coached Kent into changing the story. What if he was the one that took the guard to the ground and accidentally smashed his head too hard? Incidental force resulted in head trauma, which killed him through a seizure. Emma eyed him cautiously. Take Liz out of it completely? If the audio records provide room, we fill it, he issued. Kent takes the technical blame, but none of it results in punishment. Emma grinned. You sure you don't want to be a politician? Xander shook his head. About as much as you do, he disavowed. I'm just trying to fix this mess before it gets dirtier than it already is. Emma took another bite of bacon. So what do you need from me? Xander shrugged. Do you think he'd trust you if you were the one to present it? I could try, she admitted. Give it a day or two, he conceded. Let him sleep off the mission a bit. Emma nodded. How are you doing? Xander continued. Me? She confirmed. Fine, why? He gave no answer, just a stern look that plainly read, Johnny. He's fine, she boasted. I know he's fine. Yeah, I'm sure he is, Xander agreed. But I asked about you. Are you doing okay without him? Her answer was more complicated than a simple yes or no. She could tell Xander knew that. I'll be fine, she argued. I'm more worried about being stuck here for a week. Xander laughed. Touché. How's your wife doing? Xander tossed his empty plate in the sink. She's fine, he noted. Worried about us, but beyond that, everything's fine. She's with her parents in Fort Collins for the week while I'm away, so she shouldn't be too starved for company. And the baby? Xander grinned thoughtfully. He's good. So it is a he! She echoed his expression. What, do you guys have a bet going? Well, me and Johnny were convinced, she claimed. Margot's obsessed with the idea of you having a little girl. Well, she'll have to wait on that one, he smiled. Baby boy coming this summer. Emma ran around the table and squeezed him. As little as she liked kids, she could see the excitement Xander held about his family and wanted him to feel justified in it. What was Jordan's pick? He asked. Emma let go, returning to the edge of the table. He didn't really have one, she admitted. I don't know that he really processes stuff like that until it happens. Xander looked slightly unnerved. What do you mean process? Emma turned her head to the great room. It's like he doesn't really think ahead much, she explained. Like he can't think of you being a dad this summer because right now you're just a guy with a pregnant wife. Xander continued to raise his eyebrows. So this thing with his mom's got to be killing him, he said. It'd be better if he had some kind of definitive answer, she went on. He's probably taking Johnny being gone harder than I am simply because he doesn't know. Xander rubbed his hand over his chin. And he just killed 2 people, he thought aloud. You think he's okay? You tell me, Emma replied. Did he seem fine this morning? Xander shook his head. He's not up yet. He's not, she repeated confusedly, before dragging her thoughts away. No, you're the first one up, he claimed. I figured I'd let you guys sleep as long as you need to. Sure, she replied blankly. Yeah, you might want to talk to him. She noticed the clock above the oven and counted backwards, realizing there was still time to call home if she hurried. How cold is it outside? Xander shrugged. It's warmer than yesterday, he declared. Should be fine in that for a few minutes. Sweet. I'm gonna go call my dad. She missed Xander's reply, running up the stairs to grab the fake phone in her bag. As she passed the middle bedroom, she continued to be distracted by the silence. Service out in the yard wasn't great, but she found the strongest signal in the back garden. Dead plants and flowers were now overtaken by thick vines and brambles, centered around a waterfall wall pushed against the back fence, itself turned off for the season. She figured it was beautiful in the summer and thought of Johnny being with her to share it. Her father picked up immediately. Em, he breathed hoarsely. Are you all right? I'm fine, Dad, she assured. I was out of danger the whole time, just like the plan. She heard him exhale hard over his microphone. The plan? He choked. Yeah, so much for that. How bad is it? She asked. Well, it's not good, he tried for sarcasm. I just got off the phone with Mountbatten. The Grand Hooks have already filed. Emma felt her heart sink, but for whom she couldn't decide. What does that mean for you? She managed. Well, he grunted. Best case scenario, we find something proving she was responsible for her own death. We present it in court, and somehow we walk out of it without looking like complete assholes for screwing her family out of any compensation. She heard him take a deep breath. The most likely scenario is that we lose the case, pay a hefty wrongful death settlement, and hopefully never hear from them again. Although my suspicion is Richmond's already offered them his full backing. If he goes into this thing guns blazing, we not only get settlements, but I might be forced to resign and pray that Daniels keeps the feds out of my file cabinets. Emma found herself pulled to defend her father. But won't Shane be linked too? She argued. What if he's forced out with you? Oh, he won't, her father denied. He's autonomous. Beyond knowing about the mission, he wasn't involved in any of the planning. He knows nothing. Our secrets should be safe with him. And what if you're gone? She blurted desperately. What happens to me? Her father actually laughed this time. You do what everyone else does, he explained. You do your 4 years and go off on whatever else you have planned for your life. Mom and I'll retire somewhere warm, and hopefully that'll be the end of it. With all our money gone, she croaked, stopping herself before uttering, with my protection gone. Emma, relax, he scolded. That's the worst case scenario. Chances of that are slim to none. The reality is my image will probably take a dramatic hit and the Grand Hooks will get a big payday. I'm already ineligible for re-election in 16, so we go with the original plan of backing down to Richmond for a single term. Shane protects the assets, and we pick right back up in 4 years when he hops back in at the top floor. Emma swallowed hard, trying to find peace in her father's words. I do want to know, though, he continued. What happened in there? How did things get screwed up? I don't know, she admitted honestly. It all started with Jordan and Margot. She could imagine his face contorting intently. What do you mean? Oh, they were pulled away from their posts, she recited. They said they were sabotaged by members of the company. The line went silent for several seconds. Dad? She called. Hello? What do you mean members of the company? There were 2 of them, Emma explained. They said one was a man, a fire elementalist, and the other was the Polish ambassador's private secretary. She could vibrate things or something. Again, there was no answer. Emma stood there waiting for her father's voice to return, but there was nothing. Dad? Can you hear me? She pulled the device from her ear to check the signal. Everything looked normal. She put it back to her head and waited half a minute more. Hello? Emma, I need you to listen to me very carefully. His voice returned, concise and punctuative. As soon as I hang up, you need to clear the call history from that phone and destroy it. Do you understand me? Emma's breath caught in her throat. What? Do you understand me? He repeated. Clear the history, then destroy the device. Bury it. Chuck it off the mountain. I don't care. Just make sure nobody can ever use it again. Is that clear? She struggled to find words to respond. What? Can anyone hear you talking to me? He raised. No, she managed. No, I told Xander I was going outside too, but good, he stated. Destroy the phone. Go back inside and tell him there was no signal. But what if he asks about the phone? She asked manically. For the love of God, he grunted. Make something up, Em. Just destroy it and don't try to contact me until I see you back home. But is that clear? Yes, she choked before the line went dead. She stood still, staring at the device in her hand, paralyzed. As soon as the screen returned to the dial screen, she snapped out of it and cleared everything, resetting the phone to factory default, throwing it against the stones where it fell into the pool, then launching it into the trees as far as she could manage. Her heart pounding, she took a hard breath before walking back into the house, where Xander was starting to replace items in the fridge. She sprinted up the stairs again, slamming the door behind her and standing awkwardly over her bed. What just happened? She tried to process. Her father had always kept secrets. Most of the time she and her brothers were blissfully unaware of them. When it came to her faking an effect, he'd warned her about the consequences even if she hadn't understood them at the time. But through it all, he had acted calm and composed, like he was in complete control of the situation. She'd never heard him this manic. The fear in his voice made her desperate to call him back for comfort and clarification, but after his warning she realized even her mother was probably off limits now too. Riley, she thought desperately, before remembering her new lack of communication. She stormed to Margot's door and pounded, loud enough for everyone in the house to hear. Margot! She shouted, continuing to pound. Half a minute flew by before she even considered stopping. Mara, I know you're in there! Open up! She could hear the bed frame creak, and slowly Margot opened the door, wearing a loose shirt and sweats. Her hair was a disaster. What do you want? She froze nervously, blocking Emma from the rest of the room. I know Jordan's in there, Emma huffed. I don't care, I need your phone. Why? I need to call Riley. Use your own! I can't find it! She explained, not missing a beat. I can't find it, Margot mimicked, rolling her eyes before slowly closing the door again. Margot! Emma yelled, but the door reopened just as quick. Chill out, Margot scowled. Here. She held out her own fake phone, which she had evidently just grabbed from her nightstand. Thanks, Emma sighed. Whatever, Margot sulked, closing the door in her face. Leave me alone. Emma shrugged off the dismissal and ran back to her room, frantically dialing Riley's number. There was no answer. She stared at the clock on the phone, realized it was the middle of the night where he was, and swore loudly, chucking the device against her pillow. She felt ready to have a breakdown. Storming into the bathroom, she was desperate to jump in again, calm her nerves the way she'd done the night before, but knew at this point it would have no effect. There was zero chance of any alcohol in the safe house, nothing to settle her the way she used to. She stood over the bathroom sink, staring at her bloodshot eyes and looking into herself for some kind of solution. Doubting it very much, she ripped open the vanity cabinet and prayed she might find something to help. Staring at her on the second shelf was an orange pill bottle, wrapped in a layer of masking tape. Her knowledge of written Chinese was just enough to understand the handmade label. For time change. Her mind shot back to Xander handing them the exact same substance back in Juliang. Without second thought, she ripped off the cap and swallowed one whole, then returned to her bedroom, recycling deep breaths to knock herself out even quicker. Trying to fend off the last of her nervous energy, she worked her way through the menu on her room's TV and linked it to the American feed Xander had mentioned the night before. The last thing she remembered were vague football highlights flashing on the screen before her eyes grew heavy, and she blacked out. The pill worked a little too well. Emma found herself face down on top of her covers, breathing in a pool of her own drool. Dried sweat caked her clothes from that morning against her skin. She peeled herself away, struggling to remember any dreams. Margot's phone had disappeared from the other pillow, and she deduced that her friend had been in to retrieve it after Emma failed to answer the door. Without it, there was no clock in the room. The world outside the windows was pitch black. Her anxiety had subsided for the moment. Boiling in her sweatshirt, she was happy to finally hear noise coming from the other bedrooms. Margot's words were still unintelligible through the door. Emma considered knocking and apologizing for earlier, but decided to give her the space she had requested. Xander and Kent both had their doors shut, either watching or having fallen asleep to their screens. She made her way down to the kitchen, starving. Dirty dishes were stacked in the sink, their remnants providing a visual of Xander continuing to carve his way through the animal in the garage. A half-dozen steaks were left thawing in the fridge. As appealing as that sounded, Emma was unmotivated to cook, finding a bag of lettuce and a dozen other ingredients to throw together a salad, tossing it into a bowl, and dousing the mixture with Italian dressing. She almost dropped the bowl when she saw the clock on the microwave. Midnight. Xander said 10 hours, she swore to herself, frustrated by her complete disappearance from the rest of the squad. "I'll be up all night now." She stormed into the great room, turning on one of the lamps and dropping hard to a couch. Eating her salad in lonely silence, the thoughts of the earlier phone call returned, followed by her nerves, and the awareness of the stifling temperature in the house. The back garden provided some relief, but the outside air was too far in the opposite direction to feel any comfort, so she resorted to leaving the back door open a crack and tossing a blanket over her shoulders to negate the chill. But still, she couldn't shake the feeling of danger pressing in around her from all sides. By the time she finished her salad, half an hour had passed, during which time she considered swallowing her pride and asking Margot one more time for her phone to call Riley. He had transferred at the semester break to Saudi Arabia, meaning that by now he and Siobhan were safely done with their daily schedule and winding down for the evening. But what would he say? She debated, figuring he would only make things worse by criticizing her for even trusting their father in the first place. She imagined herself getting defensive, fighting Riley over his leaving, as seemed to happen every few months, leading to a week of silence that she didn't think she could handle right now. Thoughts of Liz and her family returned again. She did everything in her power to sympathize with them, especially since this was now 2 for 2 that they had lost to the program. But if they were going to force a situation like this on her own family, when her father had done everything in his power to protect her, then of course Emma was going to pick his side. What other choice did she have? Everyone else was going to be focused on her death, especially Kent. Emma couldn't allow that negativity to drag down her hope for Johnny. If someone was going to stand up and be a beacon in the darkness, it was going to be her. Besides, after what she had said to the rest of them in the van, the only thing Emma worried about Liz was the death of the guard. Beyond that, Liz's death had happened. There was no changing that. Emma took comfort in its definitude. It was Johnny's absence that was killing her most. She could do with him being in danger, with him not being by her side as she fell asleep. But even before they had started dating, she'd grown accustomed to him simply being there, being an extra set of eyes and ears that she could bounce ideas through, and get reassurance in her own worries and speculations. Now she was worried and speculating about him. Without him, it felt like she had lost half of her identity in the process. Emma stood up and looked around the great room. A large bookshelf was stacked high with literature in dozens of different languages. It was still China, so she doubted she could find a Bible anywhere, but a single title in English stood on the shelf at her eye level. The Prince, by Niccolo Machiavelli. Her father had once tasked her to read it, claiming it was one of his favorites, but she had skimmed her way through and pretended to know the plot when he brought it up after. Having nothing better to do, and hoping it might revive some happier thoughts of her father, she pulled it off the shelf and returned to the couch to read through the foreword. A movement outside caught her attention. With the lamp reflecting off the glass, it was difficult to see out the front windows, but she could have sworn that she saw the front gate move back into its shut position. Already on edge, Emma moved toward the front door to get a better view, peering around the sidelights to see the gate secure as it had been since they'd arrived the previous afternoon. The only difference was a lack of sunlight, and a sudden thick fog which appeared to be seeping from the ground. Emma swallowed hard, trying to reassure herself that the fog was normal in the low temperature, but still it was frighteningly heavy, and she hadn't noticed it when she stepped outside in the garden. She could feel her breathing quicken, comforted by the sound of the television still seeping through Xander's bedroom door. Her breath stopped completely when she saw a figure emerge out of the fog. Creeping slowly toward the front door, it seemed to be gliding at the speed of the clouds. Its thin frame was barely visible in a skin-tight suit of black. As it came closer, Emma saw its face covered in a mask, expressionless, with empty holes for eyes and small featureless gap carved in for its mouth. 20 feet away, it recognized Emma in the window, tilting its head in mocking curiosity. Emma hardly found enough breath to squeak out, "Xander?" The noise from his room stayed static, but Emma's eyes remained rooted to the glass where the figure crept ever closer like a snake through the fog, though bizarrely the mist didn't separate around the figure, instead flowing straight through it like a ghost. It stopped 10 feet from the door, once again tilting its head in challenge. Another cry for help failed to materialize. Emma held her breath, eyeing the thing cautiously, hoping beyond reason that it could not see her through the glass if she stayed completely still. As slowly as she could, she moved her eyes down from the mask, trying to get the measure of it, taking in every detail for when it finally disappeared, and she had to describe it to the unbelieving squad. Maybe I'm still asleep, she thought desperately, before looking down to the gravel and feeling her heart stop. A low rattling sound began shaking the house. Through the glass, Emma found the blackened shape of the figure's feet, but instead of the driveway, it stood on lines of a wooden floor, and she suddenly understood why the fog remained unbothered at its approach. Emma had been staring at a reflection. The thing was standing right behind her.
Chapter 20. Invasion. Jordan practically threw Margot when he heard the scream. She tumbled to the floor with a thud. "What are you—" "Shh!" He threw a finger up to his lips and grabbed the still-loaded rifle standing behind the bedroom door. "What do you see?" she whispered, now clearly realizing his panic. He couldn't see a thing. Even inside the room, a swirl of static covered his vision. "They're doing it again," he grumbled, hastily grabbing a shirt and a pair of pants from his mess on the floor.
Doing what?
Margot asked again, startled. "Taking me out," he huffed, before signaling for her to follow close behind him. "The walls are shaking again." He carefully opened the door and peered out into the hallway. The house was eerily silent. Even Kent's television, which had been bleeding through his bedroom since dinner time, was gone, replaced by the hum of rattling light fixtures and furniture. The hallway was empty. Emma's bedroom door was wide open. "Em?" he whispered, but there was no answer. Margot ran to the bathroom and found it vacant. So was the closet. "Watch my back," Jordan voiced as quietly as possible, turning back to the upstairs hallway. He could feel Margot breathing nervously down his neck. They reached the stairs and peered down into the great room, which was empty save for a bowl on the table next to one of the couches, illuminated by a single lamp. On the floor just inside the back door, Jordan could see the device. No bigger than a textbook, a black mushroom sat on the floor, its hood pumping up and down and sending vibrations through the buildings, muddling his effect. "They brought that for me," he thought fearfully. "Why me?" Carefully, he whipped around the stairs and looked for any sign of Emma. There was nothing. No sound beyond the slow humming and rattling emanating out from the device. That was when they noticed the table by the back door, missing the pair of ceramic vases he had set there the day before. "They got in," he shook. "They followed us and they got in." "Jordan!" Margot whispered, and he shot around to face the kitchen. Standing beside the door leading to the garage was a man dressed entirely in black. Over his face was a white mask, completely devoid of emotion. Jordan held up his rifle, shaking. "Don't move!" he shouted nervously. "I've shot before, I'll shoot again!" The figure just stood still, slowly tilting his head to the right, measuring them up. Jordan heard the door to his right open, and just had time to turn before something heavy drilled him in the side of the head. The smell of salts brought him back to life. He was sitting on his knees in the middle of the great room, his hands zip-tied behind his back. Margot was right beside him, shaking silently. They were flanked by 2 armed guards, both wearing masks and covered head to toe in black. The pair had armed themselves with the squad's captured rifles. Jordan managed to turn and see 2 more guards behind them, and realized he and Margot were lined up execution-style alongside Kent and Emma, who looked equally terrified. Kent was whiter than a ghost. A 5th masked man dropped to one knee before them. "Where's the leader?" Jordan turned again to count their numbers, consciously noticing Xander's absence. A sudden blast of pain struck him on the right cheek. Blood began to flow into the back of his throat. The man had pistol-whipped him. "Hey, Scarface!" he taunted. "Eyes on me when I'm talking to you." Jordan looked up furiously, blood now dripping out both nostrils. "I'll ask you again, and I expect someone to answer," the man continued. "Where's the adult?" Jordan spit onto the floor at the man's feet. "Did you check his room?" "Did you check his room?" mimicked the voice behind the mask. He turned to the guard near the back door. "Trips, did we check his room?" "Every single one of them," the guard answered. "We covered every exit," the leader continued. "Nice trick with the vase, by the way. Almost spoiled our little trick to blind No Eyes here." He turned to Jordan and leaned in closer. "So how did he and Sparks escape?" Jordan could feel the anger rising in his chest. The man was close enough he could have taken him with his teeth. Emma's voice stopped him from acting. "Johnny's not here," she growled determinedly. "He split from us in Beijing." Jordan saw the swing of the rifle come hard before it cracked against Emma's head. She fell face first onto the wood. Margot screamed. "Shut up, witch, he wasn't talking to you," the rear guard spat, returning his rifle to his shoulder. The leader turned to the guard and held up his hand. "Mac, please," he calmed, returning to Jordan. "What's she talking about?" Before he could find an answer, Emma groaned and straightened back to her knees, somehow still conscious. "He isn't here," she repeated. "He never was." The man knelt down in front of her. "Don't lie to me." "She's not," Jordan managed, forcing the man's attention back between the 2 kids. "If you want Johnny, you came to the wrong place." One of the flanking guards dropped his hands frustratedly. "Zeds, I didn't come all this way." "Relax," the leader shot him. "These 4 are hiding him." "We're not hiding him," Emma said desperately. "He's not here. He's never been here. Check the cameras." The leader snorted. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" he teased. "Get you close enough to use your magic powers and then hit us while our backs are turned. You think we don't know about you?" "We don't even know—" Kent managed to speak for the first time, only to have his ribs connect with a low kick from the interrogator. Jordan grimaced, reminded of his own bruises that were yet to heal. The man turned back to Emma. "One more time," he huffed. "Sparks, where is he?" Emma took a deep breath and kept her eyes locked on the mask. "Beijing," she repeated. "Probably the American embassy." "Don't listen to her," the rearguard iterated, rifle raised. "We know what she is." The leader eyed Emma curiously, then sighed and rose again to his feet, turning to one of his companions behind them. "She's not lying," he admitted.
That broke-back queer must have tipped him off. How would he have known we were coming? The guard by the back door questioned. Epps made the plan yesterday. Because that stupid Polak can't keep his mouth shut, the leader replied. He's probably bragging about who he sold the information to. I say we kill him, the rear guard refocused. Send a message, let him know we know about his experiments. All four shuddered in their spots. Margot and Emma screamed their protests. Silence! The leader shouted, firing his rifle into the ceiling. A handful of drywall rained down on them. You know our orders, he argued with his comrade. We're here to target one of them, not the other. Garen doesn't know that we know. Know about what? Emma interjected. Why are you after Johnny? For the last time! The rear guard lifted his rifle again. I won't listen to this Another gunshot echoed through the house, again coming from the man in front of them. The rear guard collapsed on the floor. Relax, the leader put his hand up again for calm. Behind the mask, the other invaders stood frozen. Jordan could see their surprise even without his effect. The rest of the squad sat with their jaws dropped. Anyone else want to argue with orders? The leader growled. To Jordan's left, a voice responded in French. Keep them talking. Margot turned with him, and he realized the voice was Emma's, showing off one of the few phrases she could piece together with her minimal knowledge of the language. Speak English! One of the side guards ordered. Before his left foot made contact with her stomach, Emma grinned, knowing she had found a weak spot amongst the others. Margot spoke up, switching to French herself. Jordan, where's Xander? You know I can't see with that thing going. The other side guard smoked him with his rifle. I swear to God I will put a bullet through your skull if you keep talking gibberish. Or what? Emma taunted in English. You said it yourself, you have orders. You can't kill us without breaking them. Emma's nose was dripping with blood, but still she showed off a sly smile, believing she had bested the invaders. The leader crouched down again to stare in her face. You think you've got us figured out, don't you? He mused. Emma continued grinning. Now see, usually I don't listen to what little girls have to say, he continued. Nor do I care about the opinions of a loose science experiment gone wrong, but this, just this once. Answer me this question. He pulled off his mask to reveal the most forgettable face Jordan had ever seen. Plain brown eyes stood to either side of a straight, medium-length nose. Perfect teeth stood inside a mouth at the bottom of an otherwise unblemished set of features. Who said anything about the rest of them? He gestured to his left, and Jordan felt his hair yanked backward. A knife shoved against his throat with so much force he was shocked his skin stayed intact. No! Emma screamed. No, you can't! The leader laughed. Why can't I? You're after my dad, right? She begged. You're trying to intimidate him, right? They're part of his household, too. You can't kill them, the same as you can't kill me. Margot choked, the blade against her throat starting to draw blood. He adopted me when I was 10, she managed in a strained whisper. He's my legal guardian. Mine too, Jordan joined. While this was technically true, he wasn't about to admit how far he was stretching the logic with his life on the line. The leader laughed again. Of course he is. He shook his head. Can't kill a member of his family, can we, boys? The others gave him no reply. Jordan felt the knife tighten against his throat. You know, the leader turned back to Emma. For an abomination, you're not too slow. What do you mean? Hey, Goomba, he interrupted, turning away from Emma to stare at Kent. Did you hear what I did? Those three talking together? Kent kept his mouth closed. The expressions he had lost with Liz now replaced solely by vitriol. You need me to speak tongues to you too? Kent swallowed. No. The leader leaned closer and shrugged. They sold you out. What? Emma screamed. No, can't we? The last guard shoved a gag in Emma's mouth as she continued to beg. Of course you had to know you were the most expendable of the group, the leader went on. Kent remained glaring, his face turning red with anger. What about you? You got a famous daddy we should know about? Kent swallowed hard, his eyes burning. Dalton Hawk, he growled. The man seemed taken by surprise. I'm sorry, what was that? My father, Kent repeated, is Dalton Hawk. The man backed away eerily, looking Kent up and down as though trying to place his genetic code. Your father, he echoed. As in, Democratic Party donor Dalton Hawk? Kent swallowed again, nodding. Well, I'll be damned. The man scratched his head. Didn't expect that one today. Kent looked up, still furious. Honestly, kid, if you knew who we were, you would have known to keep your mouth shut. He turned to the other guards. Break his legs. Jordan and Margot didn't dare move, but Emma and Kent were screaming. The guard who had gagged Emma threw Kent to the ground and sat on his chest before reaching down to his legs. Jordan closed his eyes. The sound was the same as it had been during their first week in the training center. Kent screamed, but it was Emma who made the more terrifying shriek. Tears streaming down her blood-soaked face, her jaw was clenched to its breaking point, trying to yell through the cloth jammed between her teeth. She flailed herself at the guard in a pathetic display of heroism, falling short of the mark and receiving another smack to her face with the guard's rifle. Kent wailed violently on the floor as the man continued to put pressure on the rebroken leg. Margot turned her eyes to Jordan, tears accenting the look of pure terror on her face. "There's nothing I can do," he thought despairingly, trying to muster any kind of plan to get them out. That was when he noticed Xander's bedroom door. He remained as still as possible, knowing with certainty that when he had woken up in the great room, that door had been closed. "He's still here," he whispered to Margot in French. She turned with slow confusion, her eyes darting around the room. Kent and Emma were still screaming. For a moment, Jordan thought the leader had put his mask back on, but it remained face down on the floor between them. Instead, what looked like a pale blanket snaked its way up his back and crept over his head, threatening to blind him like a hood. "What?" he managed, spinning around and reaching desperately to pull the thing off. In the confusion, the guards had loosened their grips around Jordan and Margot's necks. Emma stopped her screaming. Taking advantage, Margot headbutted the guard and extended her claws in the restraints, whipping them up like knives and neutering the guard on the spot. As he fell, clutching his groin, Jordan tucked away from the knife and drove his shoulder against his own guard, shoulder tackling him into the nearest couch. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Kent's guard coming to aid his friend, but another gunshot banged through the house, and the man stumbled to the floor, followed by another pair of shots which downed the two others. Jordan turned back to see Emma still gagged and crying, but a rifle firmly in her freed hands. Margot's back against her. The leader was still struggling with the thing on his back, which now enveloped his entire face. Emma turned to face him, but Jordan stopped her from firing. The man managed to get enough of a grip on the thing to fling it off his body. In shock, all 5 of them watched it hit the ground. Where Jordan was finally able to get an understanding of what he was seeing. Nearly 2 meters across, the thing on the ground was a round leather pancake, a circle of skin which slowly made its way across the floor like a slug. Bizarre flattened features caked the surface of the creature, which began rising from the ground like bread rising in an oven, until it began to take on a familiar humanoid shape. Seconds later, naked and exhausted, Xander stood before them at his full height. He stumbled backward and fell to the floor. Emma was the only one capable of reacting. The rest of them stood there speechless. "Xander!" she shrieked, dropping the rifle and rushing to his aid. Jordan turned to the last remaining invader just before the man pulled out a knife and cut his own throat. "No!" he rushed, lunging to stop the man only to find his hands still bound behind his back. Jordan managed to smother the man's neck with his knee, but the blood kept flowing. "Who are you?" he shouted. "Who do you work for?" The man only smiled, closing his eyes as the color left his face and the life left his body. Jordan swore loudly. "Jody, get me the salts," Emma demanded, pulling him back to the room around him. Kent had returned to his back, unable to reach his leg in a state of agony. Jordan mumbled. "Mar, you have to cut me loose." "Fine," she obliged. "Then you need to help me." He let her cut his hands free before grabbing the leader's bloody knife and freeing herself, leaving her to help Kent. Jordan ran to the mushroom device still buzzing on the floor and silenced it before returning to the bag beside it. His vision returned instantly. "You have no idea how good that feels," he exhaled to no one in particular. "Jordy!" Emma urged. Xander shot to attention as soon as the smell hit his nose. "Who are you?" he shouted, before realizing the invaders were all on the floor dead. "What happened? Did you try to save him?" "Of course I did," Jordan argued. "He slit his own throat before I could stop him." Xander spit in the direction of the corpse. "Damn it," he breathed, before turning to Kent. "You guys all right?" "Of course I'm not all right," Kent shouted through gritted teeth. "Yeah, obviously not," Xander chided breathlessly. "We need to get out of here now." "But you said we'd be—" Emma started. "I know what I said," he grunted. "That was before we knew we were compromised." He gestured toward his open bedroom. "Someone grab me my phone and a set of clothes." Emma ran off. "Xander," Jordan sighed. "What the hell was that?" Xander shook his head. "I don't want to talk about it," he stated. "To be honest with you, I didn't know I could do that anymore, so consider it the first and last time I ever show you." "It worked," Jordan noted. "Yeah, and I feel like I just ran a marathon," Xander replied. "Some effects take a little more effort than others. At least you could use yours." He turned to the device on the floor. "That's twice now I've been taken out." "Means they knew you were here," Xander realized, perking up more intently. "Of course they knew," Margot added from across the room. "They were here for Johnny. They said they were trying to send Garen a message," Jordan went on. "They wanted him to know they knew things, but not all of them." Xander peeled his eyes. "What the hell does that mean?" "One of them called Emma an abomination," Margot remembered. "What, because she's a skip?" "I don't know," Jordan shrugged. "Didn't you hear anything?" Xander frowned. "It's hard to hear when your ears are flat against the rest of you." "Then how do you see? I told you to drop it." "Guys!" Margot scolded. "Someone help me with Kent's leg. We have to get it set." "I got it," Emma huffed, dropping the phone atop a pile of clothes at Xander's feet. He pointed to the nearest guard. "So who are they?" "Not Chinese, that's for sure," Jordan answered, noting the leader's Caucasian face unmasked on the floor. The same as the two you found in Beijing? I doubt it, he mused. He called this a science experiment gone wrong. I don't think they're part of the program. Jordan walked over to the near guard and started to unmask him. And why were they after Johnny? Xander asked. Holy shit. Jordan ignored Xander's question, throwing the mask aside to reveal a man with the same face as the leader. He rushed to the guard Margot had taken. Behind the mask, a third identical face stared lifelessly up at the ceiling. Jordan knew what to expect behind the fourth and fifth before he even reached them. What are they, clones? Emma wondered aloud. Don't be ridiculous, Xander dismissed, finally covering himself with a pair of underpants. Well, they can't all be identical twins, Jordan noted. What would that be, quintuplets? It's not impossible, Xander argued. Yeah, well, one shot and killed the other, he was ready to respond, but Kent let out another shriek of pain. Okay, it's done, Margot calmed. Take a deep breath. I'll get some aspirin. Give him one of those sleeping pills, Emma offered. No, Xander scolded. I need you all alert by the time help gets here. Before any of them could ask what he meant, his phone was up to his ear. Clark Xander, he stated in Chinese. Squad 1-3006, in need of immediate evacuation from Safe House 811. He paused, an inaudible voice issuing a reply through the speaker. Negative, Xander rejected. Immediate evacuation. Situation secure. Armed escort requested. Safe house compromised. He stood still for a moment, waiting for the response, then lowered his arm and hung up the phone. What does that mean? Kent hissed from the couch, his leg heavily bandaged and raised onto a pillow. It means we're going home, Xander assured. Now,